You wretched girl. I told you to dig wild greens, yet you dare try to fool me with these rotten tree roots. The roots caked with mud and grit were hurled hard against Su Xia's face as a rough, calloused hand seized her ear. A tearing pain burst forth from the base of her ear in an instant. Immediately after, her forehead was slapped hard, sending her crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Her head spun, and an itch rose in her throat. Nausea churned within her as she retched up only some bitter yellow fluid. Her stomach felt as though it were being slashed by blades dragged taut in raw agony. Shameless, worthless, money-losing wretch. You can't even tell tree roots from wild greens. Your stupidity is beyond belief. If I'd known earlier, I would have let that shameless mother of yours take you away so you wouldn't waste the Su family's grain. After an unknown, while a clatter of banging sounds jolted Su Xia awake, she lifted her heavy eyelids and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings around her. She had actually transmigrated. Just a heartbeat ago, she had been locked in brutal combat with zombies on the verge of breaking through their encirclement when a meteor suddenly descended from the sky and struck her directly on the head. Before she could even register the pain, darkness swallowed her vision, and when she opened her eyes again, she had arrived in this world. Where was this place? As Su Xia tried to rise and go outside to investigate, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and a strange space suddenly appeared within her mind. Is this a hole in my brain carved out by that meteor? Instinctively, she picked up some firewood beside her and tried to store it inside the space. The firewood in her hand vanished in an instant and appeared within the space where it could be taken in and out. Just as Su Xia was about to study the space further, a sudden chorus of shrill screams and wails erupted outside. Murder! Murder! Bandits have entered the village to kill. Run, run. Su Xia was startled. So that was the commotion she had heard earlier. Mountain bandits had come. She hastily stuffed all the firewood in the woodshed into the space, then strode to the door. With a sudden burst of strength from her hands, she yanked it violently. The woodshed door was ripped open, and the heavy lock clattered to the ground. Su Xia was stunned. This boat's original owner was actually a brute of great strength. Stepping out of the woodshed, she saw flames soaring into the sky outside. A crowd of people, panic-stricken, were hoisting sacks of grain and fleeing toward the backyard. No one had the mind to spare her a single glance. A man rushed out of the house with grain on his shoulder, shouting, "Father, mother, the grain, the household registration. We forgot to bring the household registration." The Su family no longer cared about grain or household registrations. If they were a step slower, they would be slaughtered by the bandits. Su Zhongyang was already halfway up the mountain, urging nervously, "Zhong, hurry, run. The bandits are here. If you don't run now, you'll lose your life." Su Xia's vision was filled with chaos. Everyone was fleeing in a blind panic. So the entire family had run, leaving only the original body still locked in the woodshed, completely forgotten. The bandit leered at her with lustful eyes. "Well, now there's still a woman here. Little girl, come here and let grandpa dote on you." Before Su Xia could speak, it was Su Zhong on the other side, who let out a shrill scream of terror. "Ah!" Su Xia swept him a cold glance. "Shut up, idiot." Screaming at a time like this. Was he trying to draw even more bandits here? She had already inherited the original owner's memories and knew that the man before her was the original boat's eldest cousin, Su Zhong. At 18, he spent his days sneaking around the village, stealing chickens, pilfering dogs, committing all manner of petty evil. Because of his vile disposition, he had yet to find a wife. He was practically a rat that everyone in the village wanted to beat. Come to think of it, he bore his share of responsibility for her being locked in the woodshed. After all, it was on his suggestion that the two Su sisters swapped out the wild greens Su Xia had dug up. Otherwise, the original owner would not have been beaten and left to die in the woodshed, ignored by all. Su Zhong cursed in anger. "You wretched girl, why aren't you going to help me hold off the bandit?" He shoved Su Xia hard, pushing her toward the bandit, then turned and bolted toward the Su family's backyard. In an instant, Su Xia understood his intention. He wanted to use her life in exchange for his escape. The bandit grinned obscenely at her. "Little lady." Af. Looking at the repulsive face before her, Su Xia nearly vomited up the sour bile in her stomach. She had barely gotten a feel for this new body and was still unaccustomed to its strength. With a single move, she snapped the bandit's groping hand. The bandit cursed through his pain. "You stinking woman, you're courting death." He raised his broadsword and thrust it viciously towards Su Xia. Unfortunately for him, the blade in his hand was forcibly redirected by her, and in the end it plunged straight into his own abdomen. Su Xia wrested the broadsword from him and gave him 2 more strikes, one to the chest and one to the neck. Hearing hurried footsteps outside the house, she guessed the other bandits had heard the commotion and were rushing over. She had intended to search the corpse, but there was no time to spare. Snatching up the broadsword, she sprinted quickly in the direction Su Zhong had fled. In the Su family's backyard, there was a low wall. Once she climbed over it, she could flee toward the back mountain, and the bandits would not be able to catch her. Though this body possessed great strength, it had long been starved. After sprinting for only a short distance, she was already feeling faint and drained. Clutching her aching stomach, Su Xia panted as she ran toward the backyard just in time to see Su Zhong scrambling up the wall with both hands and feet. Her pupils narrowed slightly, a cold, deadly light fixing on his retreating back. He was the original Boda's cousin in name only and had nothing to do with her now. He was one of the chief culprits responsible for the original owner's death, and just moments ago he had shoved her toward the bandit. There was no way Su Zhong did not know what fate awaited her at the bandit's hands. Since that was the case, she would settle accounts with him first. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Xia lifted the broadsword and charged towards Su Zhong. The broadsword pierced through Su Zhong's back and burst out his chest, its tip gleaming red with fresh blood. Su Zhong turned his head in agony and saw the icy gaze in Su Xia's eyes. You. Su Xia had no words for him. With a forceful twist of her hands, she levered his body off the courtyard wall, sending him crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. She quickly vaulted over the wall, walked up, and gave him 2 kicks. Once she was sure he was dead, she searched him thoroughly and unexpectedly found 5 copper coins of flatbread and a household registration document. Su Xia grabbed the flatbread and devoured it ravenously, regaining a sliver of strength. She climbed up the mountain and turned back to look behind her. The entire village had become a sea of fire. Bandits were burning, killing, and looting, while villagers fled in all directions in utter panic. Su Xia saw several bandits hauling carts toward the village entrance, the carts piled high and overflowing, clearly loaded entirely with grain. A spark of inspiration flashed through her mind as she remembered the newfound space. She had survived more than 10 years in the apocalypse, always relying on her own strength to battle zombies. Now, having suddenly gained a storage space after transmigrating, she still found it a little surreal. Since the space could hold firewood, it should be able to store other grain as well. She walked to the edge of the mountain forest and discovered that there were only 3 or 4 bandits guarding the grain at the village entrance. Compared to zombies, they were far easier prey. Fortune favors the bold. For the sake of future wealth, Su Xia tightened her grip on the broadsword and headed toward the village entrance. The original owner had been a native of Humiao village, and she had gone out daily to dig wild greens. She was so familiar with the village and its surroundings that she could find her way even with her eyes closed. Su Xia reached the village entrance with ease. Seeing the bandits drag yet another cart of grain, excitement shone on their faces. Once the bandits hauling the grain left, Su Xia struck without warning, rushing forward in utter silence and cutting down one of the bandits with a single blow. Seeing this, the other 3 bandits panicked and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Someone come quick, come quick." Their cries were cut short before one of them could even lift his broadsword. Su Xia had already slit his throat with a single strike. After Su Xia finished off the 4 bandits, she walked toward the carts. Su Xia reached out to touch the handcart, intending to store it into her space. In the next instant, the cart vanished without a trace. Overjoyed, she hastily stored the other cart into the space as well. To her astonishment, she discovered that she could even inspect what supplies were inside the space. Within lay abundant provisions: millet, soybeans, wheat, smoked fish, cured meat, and even a jar of pickled vegetables. There were even more than 60 taels of silver. Keeping low to the ground, she swiftly darted up the mountain. By this time, the bandits who were hauling grain in the village had just rushed out of the commoners' houses. When they reached the village entrance, the 2 carts of grain had already vanished, and even the 4 bandits guarding the grain had breathed their last. Infuriated, the bandit cursed, "Damn it. Those 2 carts of grain had taken them a long time to gather, yet someone had snatched everything away. The ones who came were likely quite a few, otherwise they could not have killed his 4 brothers and taken away 2 carts of grain. To hell with them, just you wait." He snarled. If he were not busy gathering the rest of the village's grain, he would have gone up the mountain to seize the thieves who had stolen the grain and tear them limb from limb. By then, Su Xia had long since vanished into the darkness. Relying on the original body's memories, she groped her way through the mountain forest in the dark. Only after walking for a long while did she finally stop and carefully sift through those memories. This was Humiao village under the jurisdiction of Anyang County in Liao Prefecture. Within a radius of 100 li, drought had plagued the land for more than a year. Last autumn's harvest was almost non-existent, and now, though it was already spring plowing season, not a single drop of rain had fallen. The original body was 14 this year, small and skinny, yet undeniably a born strong woman. So strong that she had once killed a fully grown wild boar with a single swing of her hoe. Precisely because of this, several of her cousins pushed all their chores onto her, without leaving a single task undone. Old Madame Su had given birth to 5 sons, for Old Man Su and her back had never once bent in Humiao village. The eldest son of the Su family had 2 sons and 1 daughter, the eldest son Su Zhong, the second son Su Yong, and the eldest daughter Su Chan. The second branch had only the original body, Su Xia. By rights, her father should have been the Su family's 3rd son, for he had a twin older brother. However, the Su family deemed twins ominous, and since the older twin had died before his 1st birthday, they did not even leave him a place in the family ranking. Her father was abruptly elevated to the position of second son. From childhood, the second son of the Su family had been frilier than his brothers, and thus no one truly cared for him. The third branch had one son and one daughter, the eldest son Su Xiao and the eldest daughter Su Qiu. The fourth branch had a single son named Su Yi. The original body was beaten to death because the wild vegetables she had dug up were secretly swapped out for dried tree roots by Su Chun and Su Qiu. Old Madame Su did not care about the details. When she saw that there were no wild greens, she seized the girl and gave her a vicious thrashing. Chronically underfed, yet forced to do heavy labor, the last breath the original body had been stubbornly holding on to was beaten out of her by old Madame Su. She did after all have a father and mother, but they might as well have been absent. Because he had only a daughter, the second son of the Su family had never once been able to lift his head in that household. He lived his entire life in cowardly humiliation, his presence in the family the faintest of shadows. Before Old Man Su and Old Madame Su, he scarcely dared to breathe in the fields. Even when bullied by his own brothers, he did not dare utter a single word. During this spring plowing coinciding with the drought, the other two brothers shirked and pushed all the work onto him. He toiled for an entire month, opening up several mu of land, until he finally collapsed from exhaustion and in the end departed this world. When the second son died, Old Man Su and Old Madame Su shed only a few perfunctory tears. The ones who truly felt the loss were the eldest brother and the third brother of the Su family, for they no longer had anyone to labor in their stead. The original body's birth mother had always despised the second son's cowardice. She conferred with her own family, and just after the 7th day of his death, she remarried. As for her own daughter, she was merely a girl to be taken or left as others pleased. In any case, she had no intention of raising a daughter for the Su family. The entire Su clan enjoyed the convenience brought by this strong woman, yet from the depths of their hearts they looked down on her. The women thought she was too much like a man, while the men felt she was even tougher than they were, wounding their pride. Having transmigrated into this body, Su Xia could not help but laugh. Being a strong woman was an excellent. In the apocalypse, she had struggled for more than 10 years, yearning above all else for great strength. Now she had been sent into a world without zombies, and even granted a body brimming with power. It was simply too satisfying. Hum 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 hum. Su Xia heard a strange sound. Turning her head, she saw a pig rooting at the earth in the glow of the firelight. It was clearly a pig raised by the villagers. Because the bandits had raided the village and set it ablaze, even the livestock had been frightened by the flames and leapt over their pens, fleeing for their lives, only to blunder straight into Su Xia. Looking at the pig, a smile surfaced on Su Xia's face. She did not draw her large knife to kill it. Instead, she took a wooden stick from her space, and while thinking of storing the pig into the space, stepped toward it. She wanted to see exactly how this space was meant to be used, and whether anything connected to the object in her hand could be stored inside. The moment the stick touched the pig, a pig's head flashed across her mind. Instinctively, she thought of storing the pig's head into the space. In the next instant, the entire pig lay stiff and lifeless inside. She had originally thought the space would only take the head, but unexpectedly, it could not be divided at all. A bold notion arose in Su Xia's heart, bold beyond measure. She released the pig from the space and saw that it was already dead beyond all hope of revival. The process was so fast that Su Xia still did not fully understand how the space absorbed materials. Cluck, 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 cluck. Sometimes fate aligns by chance. Just as she had stored a pig, she heard the cackling of chickens. She put the dead pig back into the space, then wielding the wooden stick, went after the chickens. As soon as the stick brushed a chicken's head appeared in her mind once again. Su Xia was greatly astonished. Did she truly have to think of the chicken's head in order to store the entire bird? She experimented and found it to be precisely so. In other words, merely thinking of storing the chicken itself did nothing, she had to store the head. Yet the chicken's head and body were still connected. It was as if she stored the head and received the rest of the chicken as a bonus. Could it be that this meteorite particularly favored heads? After all, when it struck her, it had targeted her head as well. Su Xia continued tailing the chickens that had fled from the village, storing several more into the space. When she finally grew tired, she plopped down on the ground, pressing down her excited hands as her heart took a long time to calm. So this was how easy it became to gather supplies once one possessed a space. Then what had those 10-odd years of grueling labor in the apocalypse amounted to? Diligence, perhaps. She wondered whether the space could store people as well. If it worked on humans, anyone who sought to harm her would not even need to be touched by her directly. One tap of the stick, and they would drop dead. The longer the object in her hand, the greater her advantage. As long as it was long enough, villains would never be able to approach her. Of course, reaction speed was crucial as well. Fortunately, the Su Xia who came from the apocalypse possessed exactly that skill. Had she known earlier, she would have left one bandit alive at least to test whether her theory was true. It was already dark, and she didn't even know where the villagers of Humyao village had fled to. Su Xia also didn't plan to look for them. After all, the Su family had treated the original body poorly, and if she encountered them, it would only anger her. The only regret was that without finding the Su family, she couldn't avenge the original body. Su Xia rummaged through her supplies and found a pile of radishes and asparagus, but no staple food that was ready to eat. Due to the drought, the villagers of Humyao village hardly watered or fertilized their crops, resulting in pathetic little radishes and asparagus. She worried that starting a fire would reveal her location to the mountain bandits, so she dared not light a fire, and she had no cooking utensils. In desperation, she could only gnaw on the asparagus and radishes while taking out a jar of pickled vegetables to stave off her hunger. The asparagus was sweet, and the pickles were salty, allowing her to quickly replenish her energy. She used the asparagus with pickles and drank some water, finally managing to fill her stomach. The great fire in Humyao village had burned all night, and the next morning, she secretly took a glance and saw the mountain bandits loading carts of goods and leaving. Su Xia gazed regretfully at the grains. There were too many mountain bandits, and unfortunately she was alone and dared not confront them head-on. Now that the bandits had just left, Su Xia didn't dare to go down the mountain to pick up supplies, nor did she plan to waste energy searching for wild vegetables. She lay on the cart for half a day eating asparagus, radishes, and pickles when she was hungry, and drinking water by evening, when Su Xia saw that there was still no movement in the village, she took her big knife and cautiously approached the village, stepping carefully. What met her eyes was a scene of burning ruins along with charred corpses. Su Xia tore off a piece of cloth to cover her nose. If it weren't for her experience in the apocalypse, she would have likely vomited by now. The Su family had long since fled, with only Su Zhong's corpse remaining at the base of the wall in the backyard. The fire had burned the area around the wall, which was already consumed, so his body lay there intact. Many of the wooden houses in the village had been completely burned down, leaving only a few brick houses that still showed outlines. Everything combustible had been reduced to ashes, she hadn't even found a blanket or clothing. Fortunately, the pots and bowls as well as the water tank were quite sturdy. Even after experiencing a great fire, they still lay there unharmed. Su Xia tried to collect some useful items such as a hoe and a firewood knife. With supplies in her space, she at least wouldn't starve to death. She didn't know if the people from Humyao village would return, but it seemed she had no place to go. According to the original Buddhist memories, one couldn't leave without a travel pass unless one walked the mountain paths without entering any cities. But doing so would be no different than staying in the deep mountains. Humyao village had been in drought for a long time. If it continued, without rain, sooner or later, they would have to flee. She could prepare food first and then leave. Suddenly, Su Xia remembered the thatched cottage at the village entrance. It had always been uninhabited and had not been targeted during the bandits' raids. The cottage had not burned down, making it the only place in the village where one could stay. Su Xia walked towards the thatched cottage. She pulled a few blades of straw and took a piece of firewood from her space, using it to knock around the cottage while rolling up spider webs with the straw. Now it was March, and the hibernating snakes were gradually waking up. She feared they might be hiding in the thatched cottage. If she wasn't careful and got bitten by a poisonous snake, she might have to start over. Who knew if there would be a chance to start over? However, Su Xia was bold. As long as she spotted a snake, she would ensure it wouldn't return, and with the chicken in her space, she could make a nourishing dragon and phoenix soup for herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't have that today because there were no snakes in the thatched cottage. Su Xia cleaned up the spider webs inside the cottage and tidied it up a bit. It was perfectly fine for living. She made some food, and after finishing it, she headed towards the village well. Due to the drought, there wasn't much water in the well, and Su Xia drew a few buckets of water to pour into the water tank. The well was already at the bottom. She had no choice but to wait until the well accumulated more water before coming back to draw some. Su Xia stayed alone in the dilapidated village for several days. Occasionally, she would go up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables to improve her meals, and in between she made a trip to the town, buying some food, lard, salt, and sugar to stock in her space. While she was living comfortably by herself in Humyao village, she suddenly heard painful wails. Su Xia secretly opened the door of the thatched cottage to take a look, and was surprised to see the village chief returning with the villagers. The villagers wept as they saw the houses burned by the mountain bandits. Someone spotted Su Xia's figure and was astonished. "Su Xia, you're still alive. Xia girl, you're still alive." Su Xia heard the voice, opened the door, and looked at the village chief. "Grandpa." Before the village chief could speak, Su Lao Tai asked angrily, "You wretched girl, how could you be here?" Su Xia was too lazy to pay attention to Su Lao Tai. She shouldn't be here, should she be in the woodshed instead? Su Lao Tai didn't hear a response, and angrily stepped towards Su Xia, reaching out to grab her ear. But her outstretched hand was swatted away by Su Xia. "You wretched girl, how dare you stop me?" Su Xia sneered. "On the day the mountain bandits raided the village, you locked me in the woodshed. Have you forgotten? If it weren't for my good fortune, I would have been devoured by the mountain bandits long ago." That old woman, she hadn't even settled the score for the original body being beaten to death, yet Su Lao Tai was already furious. Su Lao Tai was furious. At this moment, Su Yong, who had already run to the ruins of the Su family, cried out, Big brother is dead, big brother is dead. Dad, mom, grandpa, grandma, hurry and see big brother." Su Lao Tai was alarmed, and there was no time to deal with Su Xia. A group of people rushed toward the Su family. At the base of the wall, Su Zhong lay on the ground, no longer breathing. He had been dead for several days, and his body had already begun to be infested with maggots emitting a foul odor. Su Zhong's mother let out a wail and rushed over, pounding on Su Zhong several times without seeing any reaction, immediately breaking down in tears. "Zhong, my son, wake up." Su Lauda also looked in disbelief at the person lying on the ground. Just last night, he had dreamed of his son stealing food for him. How could he be dead? This was his biological son. Although he was idle and liked to bully the villagers, he had never done anything. Su Lao Tu and Su Lao Tai looked at the corpse of their eldest grandson, unable to believe their eyes. When they fled that day, they didn't see their grandson, thinking he had escaped to another place to hide. They never expected he had been killed by mountain bandits. He had been dead for so many days, yet no one had collected his body. Su Lao Tai rushed to Su Zhong's corpse and cried out, "My eldest grandson, woe is me, those damned mountain bandits have killed my grandson. Woe is me, you died so tragically." As Su Lao Tai cried, the other members of the Su family also joined. Old man Su, upon hearing that his eldest grandson had died, could not bear such a shock and fell to the ground with a thud after merely glancing at the news. With the eldest grandson dead and the old man fainted again, old lady Su cried inconsolably. Old Su was furious as he glared at Su Xia. "Su Xia, Zhong has been killed. Why are you still alive?" Old lady Su, hearing this, rushed up to Su Xia and frantically questioned, "Yes, why are you still alive? How come it wasn't you who died? Oh, my dear grandson, you worthless thing, you couldn't even protect Zhonger. Why didn't the mountain bandits kill you instead? Oh, return my grandson to me." Old lady Su's accusatory voice came one after another. Su Xia was stunned, wondering what kind of logic this family had. Zhong was killed by the mountain bandits, yet they questioned why it was Zhong who died and not her. Old lady Su charged at Su Xia, pretending to hit her. Seeing this, Su Xia grabbed old lady Su's hand that was about to strike her. "I know you resent my father for dying and my mother for remarrying, so you can't wait for me to die too, lest I waste your Su family's food." She cast a cold glance at the other members of the Su family. "You heard the mountain bandits' noises, yet didn't even think of unlocking the storeroom door for me. Zhonger's death has nothing to do with me." The villagers were shocked, not realizing that on the day the mountain bandits raided the village, Su Xia had been locked in the storeroom by her own family. If she had been caught by the mountain bandits, not only would her innocence be lost, but her life would also be forfeit. The village chief secretly cursed the Su family for being vile. "Dahai's family, this is where you are wrong. Zhonger was killed by the mountain bandits, but what does it have to do with Su Xia?" Old lady Su was immediately enraged. "If it weren't for that ungrateful girl cursing her father, how could my second son have died? Ungrateful girl, not only did you curse your father, but you also cursed your brother. Are you trying to get the whole family killed before you feel at ease?" Yet Su Xia, who had not yet killed the entire family, gazed at old lady Su and said, "My father clearly died from overwork, and Zhong was killed by the mountain bandits. Why didn't you think of taking him with you when you left? After so many days you remember to look for him. Isn't that a bit—" Old Su and Old San were instantly displeased. Su Xia's words seemed to blame them for Zhong's death and accused them of not protecting him well. Old Su rushed over angrily, ready to hit Su Xia. "Damn you, what nonsense are you spouting? You cursed your father, drove away your mother, and now brought thieves to kill your cousin." Seeing that he still wanted to strike her, Su Xia fixed her fierce gaze on Old Su. "Do you want to kill me? I am tough enough not to be worn down by you all. But who can compare to you, uncle? You cursed your own brother, chased away your sister-in-law, and now have caused the death of your own child. Who will be next?" Su Xia's meaningful gaze swept over the Su family, as if to say that the next person to die would be them. Old Su was startled by her gaze, secretly wondering how this girl, who usually didn't dare to speak out, suddenly became so assertive today. Could it be that she was stimulated by the bandits? He felt a headache from the way the people around looked at him. He genuinely wanted to kill her, but he couldn't do so in front of so many people. The village chief sighed, thinking that this child was truly unfortunate. With a dead father and a mother who remarried, it seemed she had no way to survive in the future. Zhonger's body was buried not long ago, and you want to kill his only remaining kin. Aren't you afraid he won't find peace in the afterlife? The dead hold great importance. Even if old lady Su did not favor her second son, she did not wish to disturb his peace. But this Su Xiao, a harbinger of death, had grown wings and dared to defy her. Old lady Su previously thought that although Su Xia was a burden, she had some strength, and keeping her around for work was not a loss. But since the death of her second son, this girl had harbored resentment, not to mention hunting. Even wild vegetables were being tricked out of her. Now the whole family was so poor that every penny counted, and wasting food on this burden was simply not worth it. It would be better to take advantage of her defiance now and kick her out, saving every bit of food possible. Unfortunately, with the fourth son studying in town, she feared it would affect his reputation and did not want to be too ruthless. Now was just the right time to use the curse of her father as an excuse to kick her out. In a year or two, she could find someone for her, saving food and potentially earning a bit more. Not bad, not bad. That's how it shall be. After deliberating, old lady Su spoke her thoughts aloud. You talented girl, why not just go on your own? Su Xia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She had thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly old lady Su was eager to have her leave the Su family. Su Chun and the others panicked. Grandma who will do the work if you kick her out. There was plenty of work at home. Old lady Su pulled them close and whispered, the wild vegetables on the mountain have been mostly dug up, and with the drought there is no work in the fields. Keeping her around will just waste food, it isn't worth it. The Su family members listened and seemed to find some reason in her words. Now there were dry branches everywhere on the mountain. They could chop wood themselves. As for fetching water, there wasn't much left in the well. It was a good day if they could fill half a bucket. And with the drought, forget washing clothes, they wouldn't even wash up. In conclusion, Su Xia the laborer could finally retire with honor. The village chief, seeing the family whispering among themselves, seemingly preparing to kick Su Xia out of the Su family, couldn't help but step in to advise. The Heist family, it is currently dry everywhere, and the mountain bandits have taken away most of the food. If you kick her out, are you not driving her to her death? Where is Su Dahai? How can you allow your wife to act so recklessly? Old Su's family was losing its decorum. My grandfather was fainted by Su Xia long ago. No one knew who from the Su family had said this, directly labeling Su Xia as an unfilial granddaughter. In a corner, Su Dahai opened his murky eyes, not even realizing that it was Su Xia who had caused him to faint. He heard the shouting and the village chief calling for him, but did not speak. He thought his wife was doing the right thing. As long as there was grain at home, it was fine, as long as Su Xia did not starve to death. But now with so little grain, they truly could not afford to keep her. Ultimately, this matter would damage the reputation of the old Su family. It would be better to let his wife make the decision. When he wakes up, if she had already left the Su family, he could scold her symbolically, at least, not losing face for the old Su family. The village chief sighed, thinking that the Su family was indeed heartless. Even the younger generation wished to kick Su Xia out. Every household in the village was struggling. Even his own harvest from last year had not been good, and he truly had no ability to take her in. If she were kicked out, she would starve to death in just a few days. Are you kidding? She would be more than willing. If old Madame Su doesn't relent, she would cause a scene for a few more days, wanting to be driven out herself. This is truly a godsend opportunity. It's a pity that given the temperament of the Su family, they would surely want to wait until she turns 15 to marry her off for a bride price, and would not agree to cut ties. Su Xiao, this is no joke. If you leave the Su family, you won't survive on your own in this world. This child has always been well behaved. When they met her on the mountain, she even helped carry firewood down. There was even a time when his granddaughter twisted her ankle while foraging for wild vegetables, and it was Su Xia who carried her back. Including the time when she used a hoe to kill a wild boar, it was because the villagers were in danger. She bravely stepped forward and saved the village's children. The village chief felt sorry for her. A 14-year-old girl, no matter how strong she is, it's unsafe for her to be alone. Others were also persuading Su Xia not to act impulsively. When old Madame Su heard that Su Xia had agreed, she was afraid the village chief and the villagers would persuade her to change her mind. Village chief, you are so kind-hearted, why don't you take her in? Although this ungrateful girl is not filial, she has strength. If you provide her with food, she will work for you. If the village chief takes Su Xia and he won't have to feed her anymore, and can make her work for his family, it's truly a great... The village chief had no idea they were plotting this. Upon hearing old Madame Su's words, he realized they were determined to drive the child out of the Su family. Others in the village couldn't bear to see this, and stepped forward to speak for Su Xia. Tisk, all of you from the Su family are lazy at chopping wood, fetching water, and washing clothes. Wasn't that all done by Su Xia? Now that old Su heir is dead, you are in a hurry to chase Su Xiao away. Truly, you are capable of anything. Old Madame Su jumped up ready to hit someone. You just stand there without feeling any pain. Your family has plenty of food. Why don't you take this worthless girl to raise? You old hag. Enough. The village chief shouted loudly, looking at Su Xia and asking seriously, Su Xia, if you are willing, come to my house. Grandpa village chief. Raising a 14-year-old girl and finding her a good family in a couple of years would repay the gratitude for saving my granddaughter back then. Su Xia shook her head. Thank you, Grandpa village chief. I cannot be a burden to you. I want to live on my own, or as long as I have a thatched cottage to stay in. I just need to avoid dying from the cold. It's not easy to finally live alone and have the freedom to use the resources around, but she couldn't be happier. Why would she want to live with others? The village chief sighed deeply, turning to the Su family. Su Xiao is still a member of the Su family. If you insist on driving her out, we can't say much. But she is still a child, and now that there is a drought, she must have some food to rely on. Old Madame Su put her hands on her hips, jumping up. What food does she need? They'll give her 2 tails of meat, and see if she dares to eat it. This worthless girl can't take anything away. The village chief inwardly cursed the Su family for their lack of morals, planning to send Su Xiao out without anything. If you go to such extremes, who would dare to marry their daughter into the Su family in the future, and who would dare to marry your granddaughter? Old Madame Su was at a loss for words. Next to her, old Su sighed, looking at Su Xia seriously. Xia girl, it's not that uncle doesn't want to give you anything, it's that the family has nothing to eat. You always understand and can empathize with the family's difficulties, right? Su Xia turned to glare at old Madam Su. My father still has 2 acres of land. You give me the land deed. If I sell the land, I can survive day by day. Old Madam Su saw her intent on the land deed and raised her hand to hit her. You ungrateful girl, are you asking for a beating? I've never seen someone so thick-skinned daring to ask me for the land deed. Do you believe I will beat you to death? Even though the land was dry and nothing could be planted, it was still bought with money, so how could she give it to Su Xia? Su Xia took 2 steps back to avoid the slap, looking at old Madam Su with delight. Grandma, you are so good. With the land deed for those 2 acres, I will definitely live well. When did I? Su Xia pulled her and whispered threateningly. You can refuse, but I will go to the town to ask fourth uncle for it. Fourth uncle cares about his reputation and will definitely agree. Old Madam Su glared at Su Xia, fiercely wishing she could slap her dead. Old Su Si is a scholar. If word got out that he drove his niece away with nothing, he would lose face and not be able to hold his head high in the academy. But giving her the land deed for 2 acres would mean a separation. In the end, Su Xia successfully obtained the land deed for 2 acres and left the Su family. Seeing her pitiful, the village chief decided to let her continue living in the thatched cottage. Su Xia was very grateful, and she took out the land deed to give to the village chief. Grandpa, village chief, I want to sell these 2 acres of land for food. Can you help me ask around in the village to see who wants to buy land at 1 tael of silver per acre? The land deed reeked. It was pulled out from old Madam Su's socks. After holding it for a while through her clothes, she felt her hands were dirty. Xia girl, this is the thing that secures your livelihood. If you sell it now, how will you live in the future? Although it is currently dry and nothing can be planted, selling it for 1 tael of silver per acre would certainly attract buyers. Su Xiao understood the village chief's concerns for her future, but she had her own plans. Grandpa, village chief, it hasn't rained for a long time. Holding on to these 2 acres of land is of no use to me. I might as well sell it for grain. The village chief looked worried as Su Xiao was right. With no rain, nothing could grow on the land, and indeed, holding on to the 2 acres was of no use. But what if it rains? I will give you some food you can eat first. Keep the land, and if it still doesn't rain after some time, selling it won't be too late. Su Xiao looked up at the sky, not believing it would rain. If this drought continues, I fear I won't be able to get a good price later. Besides, the price of grain in the town has also gone up. Her meaning was clear: if the land had to be sold. The village chief reluctantly took the land deed. Then I will keep. Good child, take this grain. Ding Shuoyan handed Su Xiao a small bag filled with things. Grandma Shuoyan, I can't accept it. Su Xiao had grain in her space. How could she still want the village chief's grain? I was just about to go up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables, and with my strength, if I'm lucky, I might catch some game. No matter what, Su Xiao refused to take the grain, fearing Grandma Shuoyan would force it on her. She quickly ran towards the back mountain, running while telling the village chief, Grandpa, village chief, you must remember. The village chief looked at Su Xia's figure as she entered the mountains and sighed. Su Xia has integrity, more so than her father, who had courage. If Su Laoer could have been a bit more resolute, he wouldn't have exhausted himself to death. Now he is gone, leaving Su Xia a girl to face difficult days ahead. Our family can only help this much. I hope this child can live well. After entering the mountains, Su Xia grabbed a handful of dry grass to rub her hands, avoiding the unpleasant odor. There were many dead trees in the mountains. She chopped at the smooth which she encountered along the way, at trees that would take others several strikes to fell. She only needed 2 or 3. Finding no one around, she did not process the fallen trees and directly stored them in her space. After walking for a long time, she reached a slope and gazed far ahead, where the lush greenery marked the depths of the mountains. She suspected that the people of Hemiao village were hiding in the deep mountains these days and would only come out after discovering that the mountain bandits had left. Having only been active near the village these days, now that the villagers were back, she did not want to interact with them too much and simply ventured deeper into the mountains. After walking for a while, she finally spotted a hint of green on the ground where a wild vegetable was growing known as fan bai chow, or chicken leg root. Fan bai chow has high medicinal value. In her previous world before the apocalypse, it was even regarded as sugar-reducing grass. Fan bai chow has many leaves, and Su Xia thought its leaves resembled those of young strawberry plants, though strawberry leaves are oval and come in threes, while fan bai chow's leaves are long and slender, green on the front and white on the back, with 2 to 4 pairs of small leaflets easily recognizable. The entire plant of fan bai chow is edible. Now in spring, it is the perfect time to harvest the tender leaves, which can be eaten either as a salad or stir-fried. It is a perennial herb that also produces small yellow flowers in summer and autumn. Su Xia did not hesitate at all and immediately took out a hoe to dig it out. Since its underground root system was very developed and she was worried about damaging it, she dug deep to uproot the entire fan bai chow. Shaking off the dirt on top, she rubbed it on the ground, revealing a tuber. The tuber was quite large, containing a lot of starch shaped like a chicken leg, which is why it is also called chicken leg root. She peeled off the outer skin of the tuber, revealing the tender white chicken leg inside. Taking a bite, it was sweet, filling, and could also serve as a snack. There were 4 more fan by chow plants around. She dug them all up, eating 2, but refraining from more due to her weak stomach, which advised against overindulgence. Su Xia walked a long way and spotted a plant of Di Huang on a small embankment. She took out her hoe and carefully unearthed a long yellow tuber about the thickness of her little finger. Digging up Di Huang requires caution because the part used for medicine is the tuber in the ground. It would be a pity to break it. Di Huang has extremely high medicinal value, and Su Xia remembered that the main ingredient in Lu Wei Di Huang one is Di Huang. Di Huang is covered in fine hairs, and its leaves are oval-shaped, some of which have a beautiful greenish-blue color on the back. The buds of Di Huang are purple, and when it blooms it resembles a small trumpet. When she was young, Su Xia had sucked the juice from Di Huang flowers, which was sweet. Unfortunately, this plant had not yet flowered, and she missed the chance. She planned to eat the leaves and keep the remaining tuber in her space to sell to the apothecary later. After looking around and finding no other plants, she continued on her way. After walking for a while, she found some wild vegetables, but did not see any people. This was because wild beasts used to roam here, and everyone was afraid to come to these places. Su Xia continued walking for a while, preparing to make something to eat. There was wheat in her space, but it needed to be hulled, which would take some time to turn into food. Moreover, the wheat was hard, and cooking it directly without grinding would be difficult to swallow. Thus, Su Xia decided to cook corn, specifically millet. Cooking millet porridge directly was convenient and quick. She took out a fire starter from her space, preparing to make a fire. She had picked up 2 pieces of flint in the village, and striking the flint with a hard stone or iron piece would produce sparks. Although it was not as convenient as a modern lighter, it was easier than starting a fire by friction. Moreover, the flint fragments were very sharp and could be made into stone knives or even arrowheads for hunting. In nature, crystals and quartz could also be used as fire starters, so one should never provoke them with iron, otherwise they would ignite. Though she had the memories of the original owner, it was her first time using the primitive flint, and after much effort, she finally produced sparks. The sparks landed on the dry grass, and with a gentle blow the grass soon began to smoke. After successfully starting the fire, she began to cook the porridge. The stove required little attention, as she only needed to occasionally add some firewood and stir the pot to prevent the porridge from sticking to the bottom. Su Xia dug a small pit beside it to stir-fry the wild vegetables. With a roaring fire, the iron pan quickly heated up. She added a small piece of lard, cracked an egg into it, and the aroma instantly wafted out. Then she shook off the dirt from the wild vegetables, directly tearing them into small pieces and throwing them all into the pan. A rich fragrance wafted from the pot, making Su Xia's stomach growl. While stir-frying, she kept an eye on her surroundings. At the slightest sound, she would immediately store everything around her in her space to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, few people came here, and she had not encountered any wild beasts, allowing Su Xia to enjoy the delicious food she had prepared with peace of mind. After stir-frying the wild vegetables with a bit of coarse salt, she stored the iron pan back in her space, which had a layer of oil on it, making it usable for the next time. Then she gently pushed aside the fire pit and tossed in a few taro, covering them with embers. Roasted taro is incredibly fragrant, but it would have been even better with potatoes and sweet potatoes. While waiting for the porridge and taro, she did not idle, using chopsticks to take small bites of the vegetables. Each bite of hot vegetables, followed by a piece of egg, made Su Xia squint in satisfaction as she gazed up at the sky. Thinking that she should use the vegetables with rice, she ultimately could not resist and finished the entire plate of vegetables. Once the vegetables were gone, the fragrant millet porridge and roasted taro were ready. She first ladled out a bowl of millet porridge to cool, then used a stick to dig out the taro from the fire pit. There were 6 taro, all soft with a gentle squeeze, each thoroughly roasted. She took one out and stored the other 5 in her space. The taro was hot to the touch, and while blowing on it, she peeled off the skin, her nose filled with the aroma of taro. Taking a bite, the first thing to burn was her teeth, followed by her tongue. A piece of taro rolled around in her mouth, and Su Xia let out a gasp from the heat, waiting for it to cool slightly, before chewing a couple of times and swallowing. So delicious. It was simply a heavenly delight. After eating her fill, she extinguished the fire and continued chopping wood. She cut down many tree trunks as thick as her arms, collected 3 bundles of dry firewood, and harvested half a basket of wild vegetables. As night approached, she did not dare to continue her journey and needed to quickly build a shelter. She chose a flat area with an open sky to set up her shelter. The ground was strewn with many dry branches and leaves. She reached out, grasping them all and storing them in her space, ready to use for a fire later. She used a hoe to level the uneven ground, stamping it down firmly, and soon created a small platform. In the forest, wood was abundant, as she had cut a lot along the way and now could use it directly. She planned to make a ground level, a frame shelter that could be reused in the future after this use. The shelter could not be constructed facing the wind, or she would freeze to death tonight or be suffocated by the smoke from her own fire. She built the shelter with the back to the wind, first binding 3 wooden poles with vines to create a tripod, then then placing a longer wooden stick on top, one end resting on the tripod and the other on the ground. In fact, if the shelter was not to be reused, she could simply rest the long stick on the branches of a large tree or find a fallen tree on the ground for quicker construction. However, by using the tripod, she could store it in her space for reuse tomorrow. After constructing the basic frame, she tied a row of wooden sticks to each end of a long stick. Since she had ready wood in her space, the assembly was very quick. Next, she cut some pine branches from around her to place on the shelter, layering them with a layer of dry grass, and the entire shelter was completed. Suxia did not rest immediately, but instead lit a campfire nearby, the flames illuminating her as she began crafting a wooden bed. She intended to make a single wooden bed that would fit inside the shelter. Measuring the dimensions that would fit in the shelter, she finally determined the bed would be about 6 feet long and 2.5 feet wide, approximately 2 meters long and 80 centimeters wide. She selected several appropriately sized pieces of wood from the nearby woods, cut them to the required lengths, and then used an axe to carve small notches at both ends of 2 short pieces of wood, allowing the long wood to fit snugly into the notches. Next, she chose relatively uniform pieces of firewood from her space, cutting them to 2 meters long and binding both ends to the horizontal wood. Half an hour later, a simple wooden bed was completed. Fortunately, she had great strength, or she would not have managed. After working hard for a long time, she was so hungry that her head spun, so she simply sat on the wooden bed to rest. Suxia took out some porridge and taro, eating while adding 2 sturdy logs to the fire, feeling a myriad of emotions within her. She had originally wanted to see if there was any chance of survival deep in the mountains, but now it seemed that the resources in the mountains were alarmingly scarce. Without water, even animals could not survive. To survive in this era, she needed to gather money and stockpile water as quickly as possible. With food in her space, she would not panic. The moon gradually climbed above the treetops and starlight sprinkled down in front of the shelter, merging with the firelight as she began to feel drowsy. Suxia eagerly crawled into the shelter, not caring about the rough wood beneath her, and lay down to rest. Living alone in ancient times without facing zombies was truly refreshing. The night was unusually quiet, with not a sound from any wild beasts, but Suxia did not sleep soundly. In the past, during the apocalypse, she would wake up at least a dozen times each night. She had long grown accustomed to such a vigilant life. Now, suddenly having no zombies and even no wild beasts, she found it quite uncomfortable. As dawn broke, Suxia could not sleep. She emerged from the shelter and chewed on a couple of leaves from a nearby tree to clean her mouth and teeth. Since she did not know when she would be able to leave the deep mountains, she planned to prepare more food, so she wouldn't have to cook while in the mountains, allowing her to focus entirely on finding water and hunting. Corn can be made into fried corn, and as for wheat, she plans to wait until later to grind it into flour in town to make some fried flour. Fried corn can be directly brewed with boiling water or eaten dry, which is considered a new way of eating. Soaked burnt corn has the effect of strengthening the spleen and stomach, replenishing qi and blood, and dispelling cold and dampness, but she is more concerned with saving water. Suxia first boiled 2 pots of water and poured them into jars for storage in her space. There is still a little less than half a jar left. If she conserves it, it should last for 2 months. However, the drought could last indefinitely, and she cannot rely on this limited water source forever. Therefore, Suxia conserves as much as possible, sipping water in small amounts, letting it moisten her mouth before swallowing. Once the boiling water was ready, she began frying the corn. The corn turned a golden brown, and once the aroma filled the air, she packed it all into the jars. She divided the wild vegetables in her space into 6 portions, adding them to the pot one by one to fry them until cooked, eventually filling 3 plates with fried wild vegetables. After preparing the food, Suxia stored all the cooking tools back into her space, scooped some corn to brew with boiling water, and took a taste. Unlike the porridge made from boiled corn, the soaked corn has a toasted fragrance and a decent flavor, but eating it every day is definitely not feasible. She drank a bowl, had a few bites of wild vegetables, and after feeling full, she stored the shelter and wooden bed back into her space, holding a hatchet as she headed towards the deep mountains. She climbed to the top of a mountain and sought out a tall tree to climb, observing the terrain around her. Now, during this severe drought, areas with lush foliage often have water sources. She noticed that the trees to the northeast of her location were thriving, so she decided to head in that direction. As she walked, she entered an area where the original owner had never been. Worried about getting lost, she broke off a twig every 10 meters to mark her path on the left. Generally speaking, places with animal tracks often have water, so Suxia paid extra attention to the sign. Ironically, while others would avoid wild beasts when entering the mountains, she, relying on her brute strength and the support of her space, deliberately chose paths with animal tracks and droppings. However, she was still cautious, only following the tracks of small animals. As she continued, Suxia spotted. Worried about damaging them, she carefully took a hoe and gently dug around the soil, slowly prying them out. This tianma was even larger than she had imagined. Suxia looked at the treasure she had dug up with satisfaction and stored it in her space. A smile spread across her face, happier than if she had found gold. Selling these tianma would provide her with more money to buy food, leaving no reason for her not to be happy. Unfortunately, Su Xia did not find any other herbs, but she noticed animal tracks on the ground. The tracks were larger than her hand, leaving a paw print and 5 depressions in the ground. Su Xia could even imagine a large paw pressing into the earth with sharp claws embedded in the soil. This was a bear's paw print. The imprint was fresh, indicating that bears frequented this area. Su Xia initially only wanted to hunt small game like wild rabbits and chickens, or at most catch a wild boar, yet she unexpectedly encountered something much larger. She dared not be careless, holding the hatchet in one hand and a long wooden stick in the other, carefully observing her surroundings. Bears have an exceptionally keen sense of smell and can detect scents from several miles away. Generally speaking, the wild beasts in these deep mountains are mostly afraid of humans and will actively leave upon hearing noise, but if she provokes it, it will undoubtedly show no mercy. Bears typically do not live in groups, and there is only one bear's footprint before her, which significantly reduces her pressure. Nevertheless, she dared not gamble with her life and could only try to stay as far away from the bear's territory as possible. As the saying goes, what you fear will come. After walking about 100 steps, she spotted a dark figure in the grass. Upon seeing it clearly, Su Xia was instantly filled with dread. The bear had been standing in the grass watching her. From a distance, one might even mistake it for a person, and she had not noticed it at all. The black bear is extremely intelligent. It excels at ambushing from behind, as if playing hide and seek with humans. If a person turns to look at it, it will immediately bite their neck. What is most terrifying is that bears prefer to eat their prey alive. Unlike lions and tigers, they do not kill their prey first. If she were truly pounced on by the bear, she might even witness it devouring her. Su Xia forced herself to calm down, as she could not run upon seeing the bear, as a bear's running speed far exceeds that of humans, and fleeing would only stimulate their hunting instincts. Of course, climbing a tree was not an option either. Firstly, there was no time to climb, and secondly, bears can climb trees and are quite skilled at it. If she turned her back to the black bear to climb a tree, she would likely be caught before she even got up. She observed her surroundings carefully and cautiously retreated to the base of a large tree while facing the black bear. As expected, the black bear charged out of the grass as she stepped back. However, Su Xia did not sit idly by. Just as the bear charged at her from less than 20 steps away, she immediately took out a long piece of wood from her spatial pouch and swung it directly at the black bear. This piece of wood was something she had chopped down and had not yet processed, perfectly weighing what she could manage. The black bear clearly did not expect her to have such a hidden weapon to block its advance. It walked around the branch for a few steps, then roared at Su Xia again before charging at her with full force. Su Xia grasped the wood. Her intention was not to knock down the bear, but merely to make contact with it. The black bear obviously had no idea about her spatial weapon. It roared as it swiped at the obstructing branch, trying to rush towards Su Xia. Unfortunately for it, its desire to eat humans would be thwarted. As soon as its paw touched the branch, it vanished along with the branch in an instant. Su Xia's consciousness entered the space, and she found the black bear peacefully lying inside her heart, filled with joy. Indeed, the spatial pouch was extraordinarily capable of instantly eliminating even a bear. This bear had clearly just awakened from hibernation and had not yet regained its strength, only to encounter Su Xia. No wonder it did not flee upon spotting Su Xia. Instead, it regarded her as food. Even so, its weight was indeed astonishing, at least 200 to 300 pounds. If it were to hit her with its paw, it could very well lead to her demise. It is said that during hibernation, one of a bear's front paws remains still, while the other constantly licks and bathes in its saliva, making it particularly delicious. Thus, there is a saying that when cooking the front paw, it should be boiled separately to prevent mixing flavors. Su Xia had never eaten bear paw, so she was unsure of its authenticity. She planned to sell this bear for food, and if given the opportunity in the future, she would certainly try it. Now that she had both prey and medicinal herbs in her spatial pouch, she could directly leave the deep mountains. However, Su Xia thought since she was already here, she might as well take a chance to look for a water source and hunt a few smaller game. She followed the black bear's paw prints, leaving marks as she walked. After nearly 4 miles, she unexpectedly discovered a small pool of water. The pond is approximately 3 feet long and about 1 foot deep. Surrounding it are the paw prints of black bears similar to those of the bear in her space, indicating that this small pond is its regular drinking ground. There are also tracks of other small animals around the pond. The water here flows out from the crevices of the rocks, naturally filtered by nature, making it very clean and suitable for drinking. Su Xia initially intended to scoop water directly into a bucket, but suddenly she spotted a dark object in the water. It was clear that the animals drinking here were quite careless, especially the black bear in her space, which had left a large pile both on the edge and in the pond to mark its territory. This selfish bear made her grit her teeth in irritation, wishing she could drag its corpse out and whip it. Unable to do so, she had no choice but to dig a pit beneath the rock crevice where the water was flowing. After digging a small pit, water continued to flow from the crevice. She dared not dig any further and hurriedly took out a wooden bucket from her space, placing it tilted under the rocks to catch the water. The bucket had buoyancy, so she took out a few pieces of wood from her space to secure the bucket, preventing it from sliding and falling into the pond. The water flow was minimal, and after waiting for a quarter of an hour, the water in the bucket was only as deep as her index finger. Susia realized that this was the only water source she had found in the deep mountains, and not knowing when she might find water again, she decided to stay here for a while to fill all the containers in her space that could hold water before leaving. A wooden bucket could hold 50 pounds of water, and it would take quite a while to fill it. She had ample time to get things. She surveyed the surroundings and decided to choose an open area not far from the pond, clearing away the dead branches on the ground, and directly set up a shelter while also bringing out a bed. Being close to the water source meant that animals would likely come to drink, so she planned to set up some hunting traps around the pond. Although she couldn't find any hemp rope in the Sioux family being in the deep mountains, she could strip some tree bark to twist into ropes. The catalpa tree is a treasure. It was used by Kai Luan for papermaking. However, the catalpa tree is also considered a bad tree by some because of its tenacious life force. With the help of birds, its seeds will root and grow wherever they fall, and if left unmanaged, it can quickly grow into towering trees. Its leaves are larger than a hand and can be used as dishcloths or fed to pigs, so she could pick some to store in. Catalpa trees have distinct male and female trees. The male trees produce flower clusters that resemble long mulberries, which can be stir-fried with eggs when young. However, the male flowers before her had already released their pollen, indicating they were past their prime and not edible. Female catalpa flowers are spherical, and after pollination they grow into berries. The mature fruit is red, resembling bayberries, and is also known as false bayberry. It can be eaten and is suitable for brewing wine. After processing, the fruit is known as catalpa seeds. Unfortunately, it is spring now, and the catalpa fruits have not yet ripened. If they were ripe, she could eat them. In this grove there are many catalpa trees. She cut some down every few trees to store in her space, treating it as thinning the forest. She also picked up some dry branches in the grove and stored them. Susia was eager to twist ropes to make traps and had no time to focus on anything else, but she couldn't help but feel lucky to have encountered a wild yam. She noted the location of the yam, planning to come back to dig it up later. Returning to the location of the shelter, she first glanced at the water bucket by the pond, discovering it was already filled to over half. She considered moving the water tank directly, but the gaps under the stones were insufficient, and the tank being made of stone would sink straight into the pond. If the clean water mixed with the pond water, it would all be wasted, and she would be devastated. Although using the bucket was a bit troublesome, as long as she kept a close watch, it wouldn't waste much. Susia returned to the shelter and took out the paper mulberry from her space, starting to peel its bark. The bark was very tough, and even if the trunk was broken, the bark still had its resilience and could be stripped off in whole pieces. Peeling the paper mulberry bark was like taking off a piece of clothing. She held the trunk with one hand and stepped on the bark with one foot, pulling in opposite directions to strip it off. She needed to keep the stripped branches for making traps later. In no time, Susia peeled off several strips of paper mulberry bark and then tore them into strips, crafting several long ropes in the manner of twisting hemp. She prepared 10 ropes and then observed the animal tracks near the water source, following these tracks to begin setting traps several hundred steps away from the water. After setting the traps, Susia quickly massaged her sore waist, twisted her neck, and looked with satisfaction at the traps she had made. The hard work was done. Now she just had to wait for the prey to come and drink water, stepping into her trap. Since small animals had keen senses of smell, they would be reluctant to come near if they caught her scent, so she couldn't linger near the traps for too long. Susia returned to the pond's edge, pouring the water from the bucket into the tank, and then proceeded towards the location where she had spotted the yam. It was spring now, and the yam vines were beginning to sprout. The leaves of wild yams can be long and oval or heart-shaped. The wild yam, she discovered, had long oval leaves which were pointed and easy to identify, smooth on the surface with distinct root vein patterns on the back. In summer and autumn, yam beans will also form on the yam vines. These beans are edible and serve as seeds for new yams. Planting yam beans in the soil will yield new shoots. There were many small seedlings on the ground, most of which were from yam beans that had dropped the previous year and sprouted. The underground tubers were small, and she did not plan to dig them up. Susia followed the thicker vines, occasionally stepping on several yam beans covered in dirt, dark in color. The yam beans varied in size, with the smallest being about the size of her pinky, while the largest she encountered was roughly the size of an egg. She bent down to pick up the yam beans, burying the sprouted ones back into the soil, while placing the unsprouted ones into her space. Following the yam vines, she soon found the yam's main root, and hurriedly took out her hoe to start digging. Wild yams are difficult to dig up, and the one she found was quite large. It would take at least a day or two to dig it all out. After digging for a while, Susia unearthed a section of yam approximately as thick as her thumb. This was just the beginning. As she continued to dig deeper, the yam would grow larger and take on strange shapes. She quickly shaved down a piece of wood and inserted it between the metal head and the wooden handle, securing it so it wouldn't loosen again. Susia had no idea how long she had been digging. In any case, she had been digging from dawn until dusk. In between, she returned to the pond twice to pour the filled water into the tank. After a busy day, she finally managed to dig out a deep pit that was about as high as herself. Exhausted, she ate boiled corn 3 times to regain her energy. As the sky darkened, combined with her position in the pit, she could barely see the shape of the yam inside. However, she could feel it with her hands. This yam resembled a large hand with many branches, each branch particularly thicker than her wrist. Moreover, the yam underground had not yet been fully unearthed. Susia thought for a moment if she kept digging, she wouldn't be able to see the way back. She wanted to return and check on her hunting traps, and the water bucket should be full by now. So, it was just right to switch buckets to continue fetching water. She could only take out some yams for now, planning to return tomorrow to dig up the rest. She broke off several yams, hearing a few crisp cracking sounds revealing the tender white flesh of the yam, and she smiled in satisfaction, putting them all into her space. Then she cut off the main root, leaving the yam's head intact, so it could continue to grow. Susia crawled out of the pit, panting heavily. Estimating the weight, she figured the main root of the yam alone weighed over 20 pounds, and the side branches were about 10 pounds. There was still a section buried in the soil, and she had no idea how much it would yield. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. This deep pit would make an excellent trap. She quickly sharpened a few branches and jumped back into the pit, inserting the pointed ends into the soil. After climbing out of the pit, she laid down some vines over the top and covered them with leaves. This not only served as a trap, but also prevented any animals from coming to steal her hard-earned harvest. With a smile on her face, she scraped the mud off her straw sandals with a branch and headed towards the trap. The first trap had caught no prey, but she did not remove it, planning to check it again the next morning. She moved on to several other traps, but they were all empty. As Susia continued to inspect the other traps, she suddenly heard the sound of an animal gnawing. Overjoyed, she spotted a gray wild rabbit gnawing at the rope, trying to escape. Fortunately, she returned just in time, otherwise it would have gnawed through the rope and escaped. She rushed over and grabbed the wild rabbit, tossing it directly into her space. This trap showed clear signs of struggle, indicating that it would likely not catch anything next time. She gathered the rope and wood into her space. Susia continued checking the other traps, which were still empty. Thankfully, the last trap caught a wild chicken. In total, she had set 10 traps and had caught 1 wild rabbit and 1 wild chicken. That was quite good. Susia drank a bowl of corn porridge and ate a few bites of scrambled eggs before lying down on her wooden bed to sleep. By the next morning, all the containers in her space were filled with water, totaling about 400 pounds. If she used 2 pounds of water per day, it would last her for over half a year. As dawn broke, Susia got up to check the traps and was surprised to find she had caught 2 more wild rabbits. Ecstatic, she placed the rabbits into her space and headed back to the yam digging site. The traps were laid exactly as before, though there was a bit more dew on top. Susia felt a bit disappointed as there were no prey in the traps. She removed the sharp branches from the traps and continued digging for yams. Perhaps due to the dew that had fallen overnight, the soil was somewhat loose, and she ended up covered in mud. After digging for quite a while, she finally reached the bottom. Susia happily placed the remaining yams into her space, refilled the pit with soil, and then headed towards the pond. She first checked the traps, but unfortunately did not catch any more prey. She stored all the hunting traps back into her space so she could reuse them next time, while also avoiding trapping small animals. Susia found it strange that despite making so much noise these past 2 days, she had not encountered any wild beasts. She had originally planned to fish for evidence and catch some beasts before leaving. Not having encountered any wild beasts, she decided to tidy herself up a bit before leaving, using plant ash to wash herself. It was no exaggeration to say that the plant ash was cleaner than she was at the moment. She decided that if she were to make a fire next time, she would save the plant ash. After tidying up, she felt 3 pounds lighter, her mind clearer, and thought she could live 10 more years. After putting on her clothes, she stored all her supplies into her space. Susia returned to the village much faster than before. This time, she did not linger in the mountains and finally made it back to Himiao village before dark. On the way, she encountered a snake which she knocked out with a stick and tossed into her space. The snake was already dead. Susia heard someone calling her name. Realizing she needed to have proper sources to buy things in town, she quickly took out wild vegetables, yams, and other items from her space. The dead snake was even hung around her neck, giving her quite a frightening appearance. As she got closer, she finally recognized who was calling her. It was the village chief's grandson, who was only a year older than her. Yang Hong was extremely excited to see Su Xia, saying you finally came back. We thought you. Oh. Yang Hong saw a snake hanging from Su Xia's neck, and in horror, he staggered back staring at her in disbelief. Why do you still have a snake hanging around your neck? Su Xia was still a girl, yet she had such great courage. She kept her distance from him, but didn't take the snake down. As she walked towards the thatched cottage, she asked, what do you want from me? Having lived alone in the apocalypse for so long, and with her original self being taciturn, she didn't need to pretend to be overly friendly. Yang Hong looked at the snake too afraid to approach. You haven't been home for several days. My grandfather is worried about you and asks me every day when you will return. Also, there's a bag of corn in your house. Remember to hide it well, and don't let the Su family steal it. Before Su Xia could respond, Yang Hong turned and ran, clearly terrified by the snake Su Xia had brought back. She pursed her lips and walked into the house, where she soon spotted the bag of corn Yang Hong mentioned hidden in a corner of the thatch pile. That day, Grandma Ding intended to give her this bag of corn, but she had refused it. Little did she expect that Grandma Ding had secretly placed it in the thatched cottage while she was out gathering herbs. The village chief's family didn't have much food either, so she needed to return it to them. However, it was already dark and she had woken up early, dug up some yam, cleaned the poultry, and traveled all day. She was utterly exhausted. Su Xia thought for a moment and decided to return it tomorrow morning. She lit a fire in the thatched cottage, preparing to cook some yam eggs for dinner. Yang Hong was so frightened by the snake that he almost sprinted home, attracting surprised looks from the villagers of Hemiao village. Yang Hong, why are you running? The villagers were a bit worried. Could it be that refugees had entered the village? Recently, some villagers who had gone to the town for the market found that there were many beggars in the town and several groups of refugees had passed through their village. Yang Hong came to his senses and, worried that he had frightened the villagers, quickly shouted, Su Xia, it's Su Xia who has returned. He needed to hurry home to tell his grandfather. The villagers were astonished. They heard that the girl from the Su family had entered the deep mountains after being expelled from her family, and it had been 3 days since she had returned. That girl didn't die. After she entered the mountains, she hadn't come out for several days, and they thought she had been eaten by wild beasts. I said it, Su Xia is strong. She can even kill wild boars. How could she be easily eaten by beasts? The villagers were discussing when they saw someone from the old Su family walk out and quickly fell silent. Old Su San walked into the crowd with a smile. Is what you said true? Su Xia has returned. Someone thought old Su San was concerned about his niece and replied, I don't know. That brat Yang Hong said so, but we haven't gone to see. Old Su San immediately turned and walked towards the house. Father, mother, that brat Su Xia has returned. Su old lattice face filled with joy. Really? That's wonderful. She clapped her thigh. Head of the family, that brat must have brought back many good things after staying in the deep mountains for 3 days. Let's hurry and go take a look. Old Suda was also a bit excited. Yes, father, these days we've used up all the money at home to repair the house, and we can't even afford a decent funeral for Zhong. If Su Xiao really brings back good things from the mountains, she must repay you first. The mountain bandits stole the village's supplies. They went to report to the authorities, but when the officials came, they didn't say a word and just left. The Su family had been feeling miserable for quite some time because of this. In the past 2 days, they relied solely on their own efforts for food and drink. Old Suda and Old Susan were reluctant to part with their saved silver, so they persuaded the Su elders to sell an acre of land, which allowed them to eat a few bowls of hot porridge. The Su family had no money for a funeral, so they dug a pit on the mountain and buried Su Zhong in the ground without buying any incense candles or paper offerings. Old Su also thought that Su Xia must have brought back good things after staying in the mountains for these few days, so he decisively decided to go find Su Xia. The people from the old Su family hurriedly made their way to the thatched cottage and coincidentally ran into the old village chief and his party. The old village chief looked somewhat displeased. In recent days, the Su family had been cursing Su Xia a lot now that they heard she had returned. Why were so many people going to the thatched cottage? What are you doing? Old Su said grandly, Brother Yang, that day, when Su Xia was expelled, I truly didn't know about it. Now that Su Xia has returned, I must go and take a look. If there were good things, he could have Su Xia repay him. And if there were none, as her grandfather going to see her would still count as fulfilling his duty. Seeing old Su's concerned expression, the old village chief didn't think too much about it. After all, he was Su Xia's own grandfather, and he had no grounds to stop them from visiting her. The two groups walked towards the thatched cottage. As they got closer, they saw the glow of fire inside, knowing that Su Xia was cooking. The Su family faintly smelled a fragrance and salivated, pushing open the door. Su Xia, already aware of the sound, had placed the long snake across the entrance. As soon as Su Oldson opened the door, he saw a snake in front of him, scaring him to the point where he became weak all over, retreating several steps, while grabbing onto Old Su, pointing at the ground. Father, there's a snake, a big snake. Old Su was also startled when he saw what was on the ground. Humans have an innate fear of snakes, and even a dead snake can be quite terrifying. The Su family knew that Su Xia was strong and brave, but they didn't expect her to dare put a snake in front of them. Su Xia, why don't you quickly take the snake away? Su Xia couldn't be bothered to respond to them. She hurriedly poked the fire with a stick, hiding the yam eggs inside, while covering up the wild vegetables and other items. Only then did she look up at the village chief standing beside the Su family. Village chief, Grandpa, did you come looking for me for something? The village chief had intended to give her the silver from selling the land deed, but now that the Su family was present, he was worried it might be snatched away. I heard you came back, so I specifically came to take a look. It's good that you're fine. Su Xia noticed the hint in his eyes, smiled at him. Thank you, village chief. Old Su saw that she had disregarded them, feeling displeased. Su Xia, what good things did you find in the mountains? Looking at her appearance, she clearly had eaten well in the mountains and must have brought back good items. Su Xia replied irritably, what do you all want? Upon hearing this, Su Old was immediately infuriated. You ungrateful one, my father is concerned about you. Su Xia maintained a cold face. I don't need it. I have already split from the family. Oh, I have nothing to do with the Su family. You should go back the way you came. When they had expelled her from the house, they had been so arrogant. Now they were just trying to get her things. No way. Old man Su glared at her with an ugly expression. Xia girl, you. Su Xia directly picked up the large snake, scaring them to retreat repeatedly. Are you leaving or not? Tomorrow I'm going to the town to sell snakes. If you dare to pressure me again, don't blame me for going to find Su Lousy. If it weren't for the village chief still being there, she would have definitely taken up a stick to give them a beating. The Su family was still waiting for Su Lousy to pass the examination and bring glory to the family. If their classmates found out they had chased their niece away, would they still care about their reputation? You dare to be unfilial. Old lady Su scolded angrily. Su Xia coldly snorted. My father was filial and has already been driven to death by you. I was also filial before and almost got beaten to death by you. What use is filial piety if it can't fill your stomach? If you want people to continue being filial to you, go find him underground. Get out quickly. If anyone says another word, I will go to the government and beat the drum to seek justice. Old man Su, concerned about his reputation, looked at Su Xia, who hadn't found anything good in the mountains, glared at her fiercely and angrily left. Seeing that old man Su had left, the rest of the Su family naturally didn't want to stay any longer and left as well. Su Xia looked at their departing figures with disdain. If the old Su family dared to provoke her, they shouldn't blame her for being merciless. The old village chief watched from the side. Although he felt that Su Xia's actions were inappropriate, the Su family was indeed not good people, and he didn't know what to say. He took out some silver from his pocket. Xia girl, this is the silver for selling the land deed. Keep it. The grain prices in the town have gone up again. You should stock up more. Thinking that Su Xia had been in the mountains for a few days and should not know that the outside world had turned chaotic, he reminded her. If you want to go to the town to buy grain, it's best to go with the villagers. It hasn't been peaceful lately, and many people going to buy grain have been robbed. Several waves of refugees have come from nearby villages. If this drought continues, who knows if everyone will have to flee their homes to escape starvation. Right now, grain and water are the most important, so you must stock up more. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. Su Xia secretly noted this down, took the silver, and found that there were actually 4 taels. This must be because the village chief intervened to sell it to her at such a high price. She returned the bag of millet that the village chief had given her along with 2 yam roots. Grandpa Village Chief, I found some food in the deep mountains. It's enough for me. Moreover, I plan to go to the town to buy grain tomorrow, so you can keep this for yourselves. No matter what, the village chief had already been very kind to her, and she couldn't take his grain any longer. At the same time, she gave him 2 pieces of yam as a token of gratitude for his help. She was always indifferent and didn't know how to repay the kindness of others. Besides, she had a space and she could never let it be exposed in front of others, so Su Xia preferred to be a bit ruthless and save herself from such troubles as soon as possible. Seeing her insistence and obvious unwillingness to take his grain, the old village chief gave up. She had her own plans, and if worst came to worst, he would just help her more on the road of fleeing. After the old village chief left, Su Xia dug out the roasted yam beans from the fire pit, stored the unburned firewood in her space, and after eating her fill, took out a wooden bed and lay down to sleep. It takes 2 hours to walk from Hemiao village to Fuan town. Since she set off early, the sun only rose halfway through her journey. In March, the sun was as hot as in April or May, almost unbearable. Along the way, Su Xia saw many refugees. They looked emaciated, digging for wild vegetables by the roadside with sticks, stuffing the wild vegetables directly into their mouths and chewing them down. Some fortunate ones could dig up earthworms, brushing off the dirt from their bodies and swallowing them whole. If they were slow, they would be robbed. Before Su Xia could retract her gaze, she saw a tall, thin man punch another man's stomach, causing him to double over in pain, and the earthworm in his mouth was directly spat out. The tall, thin man immediately bent down to pick it up, but unexpectedly, he was beaten to it by someone else. The man who snatched the earthworm was short, but very quick. He had no time to be picky about the fact that the earthworm had just been spat out from someone else's mouth, swallowing it down as soon as he moved his throat and running away. Seeing his belongings being eaten by someone else, the tall, thin man trembled in anger, picked up a stone from the ground, and angrily threw it at the fleeing man. Bastard, it'll kill you. Su Xia was shocked. Had it only been 3 days since she had entered the mountains and the outside world had become so chaotic. Fortunately, to save effort, she had put everything in her space, otherwise if they saw her holding something they would probably rush over to rob her. Even so, those refugees still eyed her with interest, seeing her young and alone with a wooden stick. When Su Xia saw someone rushing towards her to rob her, she raised her wooden stick without hesitation and struck it against the person's chest directly, pushing him down the embankment. Seeking death. The man was frightened by her fierce gaze, scrambling away. Miss, I won't dare anymore. Su Xia coldly watched his fleeing back and couldn't help but sneer. Did he really think she was easy to bully just because she was a girl? She had been too fierce in her actions, coupled with the cold aura she exuded, causing those who were eager to move to be frightened and not dare to approach. Although there was a grain shortage now, at least digging wild vegetables could barely fill their stomachs. If caught robbing, they would. Moreover, most refugees were timid and didn't dare to go too far. Su Xia kept her face cold along the way, appearing unapproachable, successfully scaring away several waves of people who wanted to rob her. Besides, she had nothing but a wooden stick in her hand, and her clothes were tattered, making her look like she had no money. After walking for a long time, she felt a bit thirsty, but the people around were eyeing her. She didn't dare to take out water from her space to drink. Su Xia endured her thirst and quickened her pace, but unexpectedly her straw sandals broke. In her past, and this life, the worst luck she had was being attacked by zombies and nearly losing her life, but now she felt that having her shoes broken was quite unfortunate as well. Su Xia guessed that it was because she had walked too hastily in the deep mountains a few days ago, wearing her straw sandals thin. She had to stop, reached into her clothing, secretly pulled out a rope from her space, and tied the broken straw sandals back together to wear them again. Dragging her worn-out straw sandals, she finally arrived at Fuan Town. At the entrance of Fuan Town, there was a bun shop surrounded by many refugees. As the shop owner opened the steamer, the aroma of the buns wafted out, and several people turned their heads to follow the scent. However, this was the town, and no one dared to rush forward to rob. They could only watch as passers-by bought buns, their eyes glued to the buns, swallowing their saliva repeatedly. Su Xia looked down at her toes that were greeting the passers-by, and quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for a place that, just as she turned her head, she spotted a roadside stall displaying grass sandals. She approached the vendor, dragging her nearly worn-out shoes, and asked, "Ma'am, how much for the grass sandals?" The vendor glanced at her and noticed her tattered clothing and worn shoes, perceiving her as a beggar. 5. Her words were calm, as if she believed Su Xia wouldn't buy them. Regarded as a beggar, Su Xia recalled from her past self's memories that a regular pair of grass sandals typically cost 1 won, while the best ones were merely 3 won a pair. Now the price had inflated to 5 won. 10 won for 3 pairs, Su Xia said, pulling out 10 copper coins and looking at the vendor. The vendor hesitated for a moment, then replied, all right, I'll sell them to you." The original owner's feet were slightly larger than those of girls her age, sturdy and strong. Su Xia selected 3 pairs in suitable sizes, immediately switching into the new sandals while discarding the old tattered pair. She found an empty alley, placed the sandals into her spatial storage, then took out her backpack to place the snake, gallbladder, Tianma, and Di Huang inside before walking out from the other end. Su Xia arrived at a medicine shop bustling with people. The doctor was still seeing patients, and even the assistants were too busy to attend to her. She figured that most visitors were there for medical reasons more urgent than her own, so waiting was no issue. After a while, an assistant finally noticed her. "Customer, are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine?" Su Xia saw that the assistant was quite polite, and she tilted her backpack, slightly lifting the cover for the assistant to see. "Brother, I dug up some Tianma and Di Huang from the mountains along with a snake gallbladder. Do you accept them?" The assistant's eyes lit up upon seeing the pile of medicinal herbs in her backpack. "Miss, please wait a moment, I'll call the shopkeeper right away." Hearing the excitement in his tone, Su Xia guessed that this deal would be successful. "Miss, sorry to keep you waiting. I heard you have Tianma and Di Huang, as well as a snake gallbladder. Could you show them?" Seeing his polite demeanor, Su Xia speculated that these medicinal herbs must be valuable and rare, though otherwise the shopkeeper wouldn't be so accommodating. She handed the herbs to the shopkeeper, saying, "Please have a look." The shopkeeper took the herbs, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. "These are surprisingly fresh." Su Xia, unfazed, replied, "I hurried here as soon as I dug them up. My shoes are already worn out from the journey. This snake gallbladder was just recently harvested." The shopkeeper, being savvy, remarked, "However, these have not been processed yet, so the price will be lower. If you are sincere about selling, I can offer you this amount." After speaking, the shopkeeper extended a finger towards her. Su Xia was unfamiliar with the market rates and couldn't discern his intended offer, but she could read the shopkeeper's expressions. Without missing a beat, she raised the price, saying, "Shopkeeper, I previously inquired at other shops, and they offered me more than you, but I didn't sell. I just thought that since there are so many patients in your shop, it must be trustworthy, which is why I came to inquire. If you don't want them, I can look elsewhere. As she said this, Su Xia reached out to reclaim the herbs. The shopkeeper quickly withdrew his hand, thinking how direct, she was unwilling to let the herbs slip away. I'll add 601. Su Xia's heart leaped with joy, realizing that what the shopkeeper meant was 1 tael. 1 tael and 6 chien. The shopkeeper nodded, including these Dihuang. Su Xia was delighted, not expecting the medicinal herbs to be worth so much, enough for her to buy plenty of food. Deal. The shopkeeper immediately sent a boy to fetch the copper coins, but Su Xia stopped him, saying, "No need, I still want to buy more medicinal herbs." Before the money was even in her hands, she had to spend it, and this amount of silver wasn't enough for her to purchase more medicinal herbs. Su Xia bought 30 bottles of hemostatic medicine, as well as 50 sets of medicine for treating injuries, wind, cold, diarrhea, and other basic ailments. Thinking about purifying coarse salt, she also purchased some quicklime, spending a total of 32 taels and 5 chien. Her already modest family fortune now dwindled by more than half, making her heart ache. Su Xia thought of the bear in her spatial storage and approached the shopkeeper with a hint of secrecy. "Shopkeeper, do you accept bear gallbladders?" The shopkeeper was taken aback, unable to hide his excitement in his eyes. "Do you have any?" Su Xia felt a bit conflicted. The black bear was quite large, and simply selling it to a tavern seemed too much of a loss. However, how could she secretly bring a bear weighing 200 to 300 jin to the medicine shop? After some thought, she realized she still had some silver in her spatial storage. Buying food and clothing would barely suffice. It might be better to let the bear stay in her space for a while longer. She shook her head. "I don't have such a thing. My relative is a hunter and caught a black bear a few days ago weighing a full 300 jin, but he has already sent it to the tavern in the county town." The shopkeeper initially thought it was brought to the town today and was about to inquire which tavern to go directly buy it from. But upon hearing it was a few days ago, he instantly looked regretful. Such a good thing, what a waste to send it to the tavern. While taverns might serve bear paws and bear meat, the most valuable part of the bear is still the gallbladder. Bears hibernate for a long time, and during hibernation they do not excrete, so the toxins in their bodies rely on bile to decompose, making bear gallbladders naturally precious. Su Xia inquired the shopkeeper about which parts of the bear were valuable and how to process them, mentally noting it down, planning to practice on that bear to extract the gallbladder herself. Once she dissects the bear, she could sell the parts bit by bit, avoiding the attention of selling a whole bear. The earnest way she listened to the shared experiences left the shopkeeper secretly astonished, as if she had already caught a bear. Su Xia smiled, without speaking, took the hemostatic medicine handed to her by the assistant, feeling the weight of it in her hand, which truly brought her joy. She placed the items into her backpack, then took the packaged herbs from the assistant, putting them into the backpack, as well covering them with a rag and her grass sandals, and finally topping it off with a homemade cover for the backpack. The shopkeeper, noticing her carefree demeanor, couldn't help but remind her to be cautious, lest someone snatch her. Su Xia nodded, understanding that the shopkeeper meant well. However, she was not worried, for the items she placed in her space could not be taken by anyone. Feigning a look of effortless ease, she hoisted the basket onto her back, and as she walked, she straightened her posture, making it seem as if the basket were empty. The shopkeeper exclaimed that this child was truly clever. If she had pretended to struggle, she would have likely been robbed. Upon exiting the apothecary, Su Xia noticed several individuals squatting by the roadside, their gazes fixed. Fortunately, this basket had been specially modified by her, surrounded by many vines and wrapped in tattered cloth. She even thoughtfully added a lid, ensuring that as long as the lid remained closed, no one could see its contents. Despite her seemingly relaxed demeanor, those individuals remained unconvinced. In this day and age, only the wealthy could afford to seek medical treatment. One man fixed his gaze on her departing figure, saying, having stayed in the apothecary for so long, she must have bought something. Let's follow her and take a look. After he spoke, the others immediately followed suit, tailing Su Xia closely. She had long noticed that they were tracking her and was looking for an opportunity to deal with them. These individuals clearly had ill intentions toward her, and she would not let them off easily. Since they wanted to rob her, she would turn the tables on them. Su Xia spotted a narrow alley ahead and swiftly darted into it, kicking off the ground to climb up the wall and crouch down, waiting for them to come by. The man quickly led his companions to follow, only to find the alley empty with no sign of anyone. Confused, he muttered, "Where did she go?" The others frowned, saying, "We saw her enter. How could she have vanished? She must have realized we were following her and deliberately entered the alley to throw us off. Search carefully, as she must still be nearby." They were very familiar with this street, and there was no exit ahead, so she must still be in the alley. Su Xia saw them approach and immediately grasped a straight wooden stick in her hand. No one could resist a long, straight stick, and she was no exception. In the mountains, she had chosen this stick and crafted it into a handy weapon. As it turned out, striking a drowning dog is quite satisfying. She leaped down from the wall and brought the stick down hard on the head of the nearest man, who, like Su Zhong, fell lifelessly to the ground. Su Xia seized the moment and struck the second man with a swift blow before his companion's head could even turn around. In an instant she had dispatched 2 of them, leaving the others clearly astonished by the courage and strength of a young girl. One man shouted, "Let's all go together and catch her." 3 men rushed forward, one of them pulling out a dagger from his pocket. Su Xiao smiled at that. The dagger looked quite nice, and as long as she took down the remaining 3 it would belong to her. She was already strong, and after years of survival in the apocalypse, she swiftly took down 2 of them in just a few exchanges. She turned to the last man, who was just right for her to test whether she could directly kill someone with her space technique. She swung her stick at the man's arm, thinking about storing him in her space. In the next moment a face flashed in her mind. The man disappeared right before her eyes, and immediately a corpse appeared in her space. Su Xiao was astonished. This was incredible. She threw the man out of her space and found that he was already dead. Moreover, the miraculous thing about this space was that enemies vanished without a trace. Even if someone witnessed it, they would only doubt the disappeared person, never suspecting her. If this scene occurred during a fight, she could also be one of the startled witnesses. After resolving the 5 men, Su Xiao quickly rummaged through their belongings, first taking a dagger, then finding 3 flatbreads. These flatbreads were substantial, one nearly as large as her face, enough for her to eat 4 meals. She also found 3 taels of silver on the leader. However, there was nothing else of value. Looking at their clothes, Su Xiao decided to strip them of their garments and shoes entirely, so she could disguise herself as a man while fleeing, saving herself a lot of trouble. These men were quite generous, directly providing her with 5 sets of clothing and 5 pairs of shoes, all of which were of better material than what she was currently wearing. It was evident that the clothes they wore had also been obtained by robbing others, so she could consider it revenge for those innocent people. Before leaving, Su Xiao delivered a final stab to each of the 5 to ensure they were truly dead. With ample time, she always exercised such caution. After looting the 5 men, she jumped atop the wall and exited through another alley. After all, with so many vagrants and beggars in the town, no one would suspect her if someone died here. Carrying the basket, she first purchased a pair of cloth shoes and a complete outfit, cleaning herself up and disguising herself as a man to buy grain. The prices of grain at the supply store had risen, with almost everything increasing by 3 coins, and there were purchases. For example, corn, fine rice, coarse flour, and fine flour were limited to 100 jin per person per month. Salt was even more outrageous, limited to 10 jin per household per year, requiring a household registration to purchase. The price of aged fine rice had risen to 13 coins per jin, nearly equivalent to the price of fresh fine rice previously sold. Su Xiao thought about it. She needed all these items and could not afford to not buy them, but she could not flaunt her purchases, making it easy for others to take notice. The Su family reported to the authorities that their household registration was stolen by mountain bandits. If she were to present it now, and if the officials discovered it, it would lead to a lot of trouble for her. As order had yet to descend into chaos, she preferred to deal with some inconvenience rather than attract trouble before fleeing, risking imprisonment. Unfortunately, time was tight and grain prices would only continue to rise. If she had ample time, she could apply for a job at the grain store and buy as much as she wanted. With no other choice, she could only carry her basket to a grain store. As each type of grain had a purchase limit of 100 jin, Su Xiao bought 100 jin at a time, leaving and returning repeatedly. There was no alternative. Ushi was situated in the northern part of the country, where rice cultivation was scarce, so the price of fine rice was naturally much higher than that of corn and wheat. However, Su Xiao did not want to eat noodles for every meal, and since she now had silver, she could not shortchange herself. She loaded the rice into her basket, effortlessly lifting it up, and as she left, feigned a face full of regret and sorrow, not resembling someone who had just bought grain, but rather someone troubled by high prices. Dressed in male attire and carrying the basket with ease, she looked nothing like someone who had purchased grain, thus attracting less attention. Su Xiao pretended to visit other grain stores to inquire about prices, buying 100 jin of grain each time and moving on to the next store. Following the same method, she ultimately purchased 500 jin of aged fine rice, 200 jin of white flour, 50 jin each of red beans, green beans, yellow beans, and buckwheat, spending a total of 11 taels of silver and 300 copper coins. These provisions will last her quite a while. Additionally, with over 70 pounds of soybeans, more than 100 pounds of millet, and 200 pounds of wheat in her space, she can temporarily avoid the risk of hoarding food. Today she has been running back and forth between several grain shops. Although she has been very cautious, someone has already set their sights on her. It's wise to be careful in all matters. Su Xiao is now troubled about how to grind the more than 200 pounds of wheat in her space into flour. Buying a stone grinder is certainly unrealistic. After all, it is too big, and without a cart, she cannot. There must be a shop in the town that grinds flour for others, but she has not found it yet. Su Xiao plans to ask around while buying things later. After some thought, she entered a grocery store to buy salt. Fortunately, there were few people in the shop, and Su Xiao quickly approached the shopkeeper, saying, "Shopkeeper, I came out in a hurry today, without my household registration. Could you?" As she spoke, Su Xiao secretly took out a piece of broken silver to show the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Upon hearing that she didn't have her registration, he was initially reluctant to engage her, but the silver in her hand was indeed quite substantial. He glanced around to see no one paying attention to them, and asked how much do you want to buy. Su Xia sensed an opportunity and replied, I want to buy 50 pounds. She then placed her backpack in front of her and lowered her voice. This backpack can hold 100 pounds at most. It would be even better if I could buy 100 pounds. The price of coarse salt has already risen to 80 won per pound, while fine salt is even more expensive at 600 won per pound. Su Xia thought to herself that it would be better to buy coarse salt and refine it herself, avoiding the middleman's markup. However, she worried about being treated as a thief by the authorities, so she didn't want to show her household registration. If the shopkeeper took the risk to sell salt to her, she would definitely have to offer some benefits. Perhaps due to the recent restrictions on the purchase of food and salt, many citizens were worried about not being able to buy food in the future, resulting in a surge of hoarders over the past 2 days. But the shopkeeper was taken aback when he heard she wanted to buy 100 pounds of coarse salt. Most others only buy up to 10 pounds, yet this young brother wants 100 pounds, which is the equivalent of 10 households' quota, a considerable amount. If the authorities find out, he could end up in jail. He looked troubled, saying this. Selling 100 pounds means I have to change the order of the previous customer, which is quite a headache. Soon the shopkeeper wore a smile as he looked at Su Xia. You can buy it, but without your registration the price won't be so cheap. It will be at least this much. The shopkeeper held out 2 hands to gesture. He thought to himself that with an increasing number of refugees, he should plan ahead. Once he sells everything in the shop, he would need to escape with his family. Su Xia understood what was originally 80 won per pound was now being sold to her at 85 won per pound. An increase of 5 won per pound means an additional 500 won for 100 pounds. If it were a normal year, she could have bought over 7 pounds more of coarse salt. However, Su Xia had to accept it. After all, the purchase limits were issued by the government, and the shopkeeper was also taking risks by selling salt to her. She nodded no problem. As long as she could buy salt, spending a little more silver was not a big deal. The worst situation would be not being able to buy any at all. The grocery store also had food at the same prices as the grain shops, and she suspected they were coordinating those prices. Su Xia handed over the money and gave her backpack to the store clerk, who packed the salt in cloth bags and stuffed them all into her backpack. Shopkeeper, I also want to buy 100 pounds of brown sugar, and we'll come back to get it later. In this era, white sugar has not yet been invented, but brown sugar is already available, which would be useful on the road. After all, she would be leaving here shortly after finishing her purchases, so she wanted to buy as much as she could. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled. Brown sugar is 130 won per pound. I will prepare it for you shortly. By the way, shopkeeper, where is there a shop in town that specializes in grinding wheat? The shopkeeper pointed. There's one not far from here. They grind wheat quickly, and their prices are not expensive. Wheat needs to be ground several times to become flour, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, so the processing fee is not cheap. If you don't want to wait for your wheat to be ground into flour, you can directly exchange wheat for flour, but you need to add some money. Su Xia smiled gratefully and walked to a secluded place to store all the salt in her space. After a long while, she walked out and brought back the brown sugar. She took out a basket and some wheat, pouring some into the basket, leaving just enough to fit into her backpack. She carried a backpack full of wheat towards the place the grocery store owner mentioned. The uncle responsible for grinding flour grabbed a handful of wheat, saying, this wheat has been sitting for quite a while. Su Xia naturally knew that this wheat had been stored for a long time, as last year they had a poor harvest. This wheat was from the year before, and it was quite good that it hadn't gone moldy. Particular individuals would wash and dry the wheat before grinding it, but with the current drought there isn't enough water to wash the wheat, so now they just dry it and grind it directly. According to the uncle, 100 pounds of wheat can yield about 70 to 90 pounds of flour. If you want flour without the bran, the processing fee is 10 won per 10 pounds. If you want to take the bran as well, the fee is a won more. If she wants to grind all the wheat in her backpack into flour, it would take at least half a day. Su Xia thought for a moment that instead of waiting, it would be better to exchange wheat for flour directly. However, she wants the bran as well, meaning she needs everything from the wheat. This is all nutritious, and mixed together it becomes whole wheat, which can be used to make pancakes or bread. The processing fee is 2 won for 10 pounds. The uncle weighed the wheat, and she handed over 42 when successfully exchanging 208 pounds of wheat for whole wheat flour. At another grocery store, she bought 10 pieces of oilcloth and 2 large water buckets. Next, she needed to buy meat and vegetables. She noticed someone was at another grocery store. She bought 10 pieces of oilcloth and 2 large water buckets. Next, she needed to buy meat and vegetables. She noticed someone was following her, but felt no panic, directly turning into an alley, disappearing in a flash. If it had been earlier in the day, she definitely would not have let those people go, but she had already delayed too much time buying food, and now she had no time to deal with these petty individuals. Some people saw her wandering around the town for a long time, yet her backpack held nothing, speculating that she must be living in the town and had returned home to drop off her purchases. Unfortunately for them, Su Xia was too clever. They still had not figured out where she lived. Su Xia decided to buy some meat and then leave the town to avoid being targeted by too many people. Most importantly, she was running low on silver. She picked out some meat from several stalls, buying about 30 pounds of lean meat, 30 pounds of ribs, and 30 pounds of pork belly, along with a few pieces of lard. With only a few hundred copper coins left, she originally wanted to buy a blanket, but seeing some people eyeing her suspiciously, she really didn't dare to continue. Fortunately, she had disguised herself today, wearing men's clothing. The next time she came, she would need to change her appearance again, ideally, making herself look like a rugged man. Susia wandered around the town pretending to go home, but was stopped in a small alley. There are always people looking for trouble, but why are there so many today? This time there were only 3 of them, chewing on a piece of dogtail grass, looking arrogantly at Susia. Kid, hand over what you have in your backpack, and we'll let you pass. Susia glanced around. Perfect, there was no one nearby, and it was an excellent opportunity to take action. Are you planning to rob me? Then let them meet their end. The man laughed wildly. We've been watching you for a long time, but unfortunately you've slipped away several times. If you don't want to give us your backpack, just tell us where you live, and we'll go get it ourselves. If you refuse, then we will have to kill you. Susia certainly knew they had been following her, but she had managed to shake them off multiple times to gather supplies. What gave them the illusion that they could defeat her? She looked at the group. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you everything. And as Susia spoke, she immediately took off her backpack, holding onto the strap tightly. The group was overjoyed and rushed forward, reaching to lift the lid of the backpack. Seeing all 3 of them touch the backpack, her mind moved, and the 3 men along with the backpack instantly vanished. You fools! She scoffed, then threw the 3 corpses out of her space. She had to admit she was quite satisfied with this space. Susia began to search the bodies, stripping them bare, and with a quick slash to their necks, she turned to leave. Each of these 3 had a few taels of silver on them, adding up to a total of 16 taels. They were likely robbing others. 16 taels of silver was not enough. Having silver and still robbing her indicated they were not good people. Having endured the ravages of the apocalypse, she always adhered to the principle of not harming others unless harmed first, and if someone wronged her, she would never show mercy. Susia now had 3 sets of clothes and 3 pairs of shoes. Although the clothes were slightly oversized, she could alter them to fit. As for the shoes, she placed them directly in her space. If they could be sold, that would be best, and if not, she could sew them onto her own soles for extra comfort. Since there was no one around, she changed back into her original tattered clothes, swapping her cloth shoes for straw sandals, transforming her appearance into that of a young girl. After changing her outfit, she did not wander around the town, but left Fuan Town, directly heading towards Miao Village. Passing by the town entrance, she bought 3 meat buns. In the past, meat buns cost only 2 but now they had doubled to 4 when making it difficult for ordinary families. Susia thought for a moment she could buy a pound of flour with 3 meat buns. It seemed she needed to buy a steamer next time she came to town to make more buns and steamed bread to store in her space for her journey. She decided to let today go. After wandering in the town all day, she was already starving, and it was more dangerous after dark. She didn't want to exhaust herself dealing with villains. She finished the 3 meat buns at the bun shop to avoid being pestered by beggars when she stepped outside. After finishing her buns, Susia continued on with a wooden stick. Even if the beggars wanted to rob her, they dared not act recklessly upon seeing her fierce demeanor. After a long walk, she finally returned to Miao Village. The sun had already set, but it was not completely dark yet. Upon entering the village, she heard wails coming from within. Not approaching the crowd, she stood on the sidelines to listen and learned that beggars had sneaked into the village and stolen the villagers' food. An old woman sat on the ground, wiping her nose in tears. The family was surrounded by villagers, that was the food I had saved for over half a year. I scrimped and saved just to keep it for my grandson's future bride. Now it's all gone. When the bandits attacked the village, they had fled quickly, taking the food with them, but they couldn't escape the beggars. The village chief sighed heavily. No one had expected that the current beggars were as bold as bandits. They had taken advantage of the men going up the mountain for water and the women taking their children to forage for wild vegetables to completely empty that family's home. But the food had already been stolen and nothing could be done now. He could only remind everyone, beggars are rampaging now, so be sure not to keep food in one place. Moreover, even if you go up the mountain, you can't all go together. Someone must stay behind to guard the house. This family had all gone up the mountain to look for food, and since they lived at the edge of the village, they naturally became the first target for the beggars. The villagers nodded in agreement. After experiencing today's events, they felt a bit of fear. After all, to find more food, almost every household had left only the elderly and children at home. If those beggars were reckless, the elderly and children wouldn't be able to stop them. They thought for a moment and decided to leave a strong adult at home in the future to prevent their own homes from being robbed. Just when everyone was contemplating how to guard against the beggar's old lady, Sue spat at the old woman, crying on the ground, "Deserved it. You stole my food, and now your own has been stolen. You got your comeuppance." The old woman on the ground was furious, stood up and rushed towards old lady, Sue grabbing her by the face. "Jean, why do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? When did I steal your food? Who in the village doesn't know you borrowed 200 jean of grain from my family? How long has it been since you borrowed it? If I hadn't come looking for you, you definitely wouldn't have returned it." She didn't call that stealing. Old Lady Sue was equally unyielding. After the village was robbed by bandits, the Sue family had to use their saved silver. They had just bought food when it was snatched away by this old woman. Every time she thought of the old woman teaming up with other villagers to demand repayment of the grain, she felt furious, and due to her pent-up anger, she directly fought with the old woman. Old Man Sue looked at the elderly woman who was still acting fierce at her age, and instantly turned away in shame and anger. The two of them clawed at each other, and no one dared to step in. The old woman was not easy to deal with. While cursing, she continued to hit, pressing down on Old Lady Sue, squeezing her around the waist. Old Lady Sue cried out in pain and wanted her daughter-in-law and granddaughter to come help, but if all the Sue family rushed in to assist, it would turn into more than just a minor scuffle. The Sue family members, under Old Man Sue's glare, kept their distance, afraid of being caught up in the fight. Finally, the old village chief could no longer bear it. Enough, don't you think it's chaotic enough? You're already half in the grave, yet you're fighting in front of the younger generation. Aren't you ashamed? Old Lady Sue and the old woman looked at the angry faces of the onlookers, both filled with rage. Their fight quickly came to an end as they each took a step back, glaring fiercely at each other behind their family members. The villagers had no mind to deal with these trivial matters and turned to the village chief. Chief, the village well is running dry. Yang Changzheng has been leading people into the mountains for several days, but hasn't he found a water source yet? The water in the well was decreasing day by day, and the water drawn was muddy. It took at least half a day to become clear. If this continued, drawing a bucket of water would mean 3 parts mud. The old village chief was foresight and would send his son Yang Changzheng with a team to look for water sources every few days. They had found some in previous trips, and the old village chief immediately had his son lead the villagers up the mountain to fetch water, but within a few days that spring had also dried up. They had to find a new water source. Last time, they had found a water source with great difficulty, but the people from Yulon village rushed in claiming they had found it first. Even to fetch water, they had to wait for the people from their village to finish. The villagers of Humiao village well understood the vital importance of water. After all, it was the people of Yulon village who had first discovered the source, and thus were granted priority access. Yet within merely 2 days the flow ceased entirely. The people of Yulon village scarcely tasted the water before it vanished. Humiao village received none at all. Later, scattered sources were occasionally found, but none endured. Each dried up swiftly. The village elder shook his head, deeply troubled. The wells were nearly exhausted. Even drinking water had become scarce, let alone irrigation. Spring sowing remained impossible, and without grain, survival itself hung in the balance. Changzheng and his team have been in the mountains for several days now. This prolonged absence may well mean they've located a water source. They should return in 2 days. Elder, might we form additional search parties? In the elder sighed heavily. Those are deep mountains. Bears and wolves dwell there. It is no simple task. Yet one party alone is hardly sufficient. The neighboring village has already dispatched numerous teams into. Indeed, they sent many men, but scoured every nearby forest and still found no water. 10 of their men perished in the deep mountains, torn apart by wolves before ever locating a spring. If you wish to go, go, but we dare not enter those woods. And with so many refugees gathering beyond our borders, what of our stored grain if everyone abandons the village to search for water? If all able-bodied men depart, only women, elders, and children remain, powerless to repel marauding refugees. One villager proposed, Elder, my wife's natal village formed several patrol units. Why not follow their example? Let all able-bodied men step forward to form patrols and search parties, dividing duties between guarding the village and seeking water in the mountains. Thus the village would remain defended, safe from refugee sieges. The elder nodded approvingly. He had long contemplated this very measure, though earlier attempts had met resistance. Villagers deemed it a waste of time. Now, as refugee numbers swelled daily, disunity threatened to leave the entire village stripped bare. The elder turned to the proposer with quiet admiration, then addressed the assembly. What say you all? I agree wholeheartedly. Had patrols been established sooner, my family's home would never have been robbed, declared Zhang's household. The very ones robbed that day. Well said. I concur. And the elder nodded again, reassured. Humiao village remained at its core united. He raised his voice. Then let it be decided. Every man aged 16 to 40 shall assemble forthwith to form multiple units, some to patrol, others to seek water in the mountains. Women, meanwhile, would forage for wild vegetables on the hillsides and would not join patrols. It could not be denied male-led units carried greater authority and deterrence. Nearly 80% of villagers assented. At once the village's young and able men stepped forward, forming a dense, resolute throng. Yet a minority hesitated, unwilling to spend time patrolling and indifferent to water-finding, reasoning that any discovery would benefit the whole village equally. Anticipating their mindset, the elder refused to permit freeloading. Households with no able-bodied men need not participate. Patrols will safeguard them. But those who do possess laborers yet withhold them. That is unacceptable. Let me state this plainly. Should you refuse, the patrols will offer you no protection. If refugees breach the village, you must drive them off yourselves. And should they find water, you shall not draw from it. And instantly objections arose. Elder, how can you treat us thus? Precisely, we are all of Humyao village. Once your patrols stand guard, protecting a few households more is but natural courtesy. Indeed, my sons are friendlier than you. How could they withstand refugees? To send them into the mountains would be to feed beasts. Moreover, mountain water belongs to all. Why bar us from drawing it? The elder, astonished they truly sought advantage, hardened his expression. You are neither orphans nor widows. You have strong men aplenty. In times like these, refusing unity while eyeing easy gains. Such fortune does not exist. I am the village elder. I hold authority over such matters. Should you dissent, you may depart Humyao village altogether. And to shirk risk, yet claim reward. No world grants such privilege. After wavering, those families reluctantly contributed a few members. In such chaotic times, exile meant certain death. Still, a handful refused outright, deeming their surplus of male labor too valuable to divert toward patrols for others' benefit. The elder surveyed the group. Among them were genuine widows and orphans, truly unable to serve, and others known troublemakers of the village. An elderly woman pushed her grandson forward. Elder Xianghua has turned 15 and eats his 16th year rice. Might he join the patrols? Xianghua longed to stand beside his peers, and above all he wished to protect his grandmother, his sole remaining. Grandfather elder, I will not hinder anyone. And the elder declined firmly. Rules are rules. You have not yet reached 16. Your service is not required. Rest assured, households truly unable to contribute will be watched over by all. No refugee shall seize what is theirs. Nee's words halted the steps of many boys, just shy of 16, hovering on the verge of volunteering. Villagers gazed upon the elder with profound respect and gratitude. None could guarantee their own return from the mountains, and should they fall, who would shield their elders and children from refugees? His pledge brought deep relief. Scanning the crowd, the elder noted several households still unwilling to contribute, but pressed no further. He had spoken plainly. Should those families suffer theft, the blame rested solely upon their refusal to share the burden. Turning, he noticed the Su family had sent no one forward, and mindful of years of shared life, kindly asked Old Man Su, "What is your intention?" Old Man Su had remained silent until now, so his family dared not step forth. He reasoned after villagers had jointly compelled them to repay stolen grain, little remained worth stealing, and should his sons and grandson join patrols, no one would venture into the mountains to forage. We hold no grain, starve one day, barely eat the next. Nothing here draws refugees' eyes. We shall not join. The elder nodded. Your household is large. Refugees are unlikely to target you. So be it. No participation required. One caveat only: should water be found, it bears no relation to you. Do not fault me for failing to warn you. Old Man Su nodded, thinking the sky is parched beyond hope. Where could water possibly lie? While others ascended the mountains to fetch water, he planned to secretly dispatch his sons and grandson to draw from the village well, stockpiling as much as they dared. The village chief was unaware of his thoughts and turned to see Su Xia standing at the edge of the crowd. "Xia girl, you're back? Have you checked at home to see if anything is missing?" Su Xia shook her head. "I don't have anything valuable." All her belongings were stored in her space. Even if the refugees wanted to steal, they would only find a thatched cottage. She thought for a moment. Although she hadn't turned 16 yet, her strength was renowned throughout the village. Even 3 strong men couldn't match her alone. However, Su Xia did not want to get involved in village matters, and quickly said, "Village chief, I won't join the patrol team. It's just me at home, and I need to go up the mountain for food. You don't need to worry about me. There's nothing in the thatched cottage worth stealing." The cottage was at the village entrance. If the refugees truly wanted to rob her, they would have gone there first, but she was not afraid at all. Earlier, she had heard the villagers discussing that the village well was nearly dry. She had originally planned to fetch water, but had since abandoned that thought. As for the water source deep in the mountains, she had no intention of revealing it. She had worked hard to find that source, and was not generous enough to share it with the whole village. Moreover, that was deep in the mountains where fierce beasts roamed. There was no guarantee that water would still be there the next time she went. If the villagers went in and were eaten by wild animals, or found no water, they would blame her. Su Xia always centered herself and naturally didn't want to attract trouble. Ignoring the villagers' gazes, she turned and returned to her thatched cottage. The villagers watched her back, feeling that this child seemed colder than before, as if she no longer cared about anything. "Has this Xia girl changed a lot?" "I think so too. Although she used to be quiet, she didn't seem so strange. Now she's like an ice block." Indeed, after working a day on the mountain and basking in the sun, looking at Su Xia's back made them all feel it. Her father was forced to death, her mother remarried and abandoned her, and now she's been mistreated and driven out by her family. How could she not change? The villagers sighed, secretly cursing the people of the Su family, who were truly worthless. They had made Su Lao Air work in the fields even without rain, and what good does it do to plow the land when nothing can be grown? Su Lao Air was also an honest man, not clever enough, and ended up exhausting himself. Among the Su family, only Su Laoer treated Su Xia a bit better. Now that Su Laoer was gone, the rest of the family drove her out, deeming her just a girl. Alas, a truly pitiful child. Many villagers thought to themselves that it was fortunate the Su family didn't join the patrol, otherwise they were afraid the Su family would slack off. Thus the patrol team and the water search were settled, and the village chief also planned the patrol routes, allowing the villagers to feel a bit more assured. Su Xia returned to her thatched cottage and found the door ajar, clearly indicating that the refugees had visited. Luckily, she had been clever and stored her belongings in her space. It would have been a pity if they had been stolen. She took firewood from her space to start a fire, heating up 3 large pancakes she had taken from the thieves, then broke them into small pieces to eat. The remaining pancakes were all returned to her space for next time, ensuring they would be warm. After filling her stomach with a few sips of water, she began counting her supplies. The food would last her 2 to 3 years, and for seasonings, she could rely on salt. She needed to find time to refine coarse salt into fine salt for a much better taste. The pig lard she bought also needed to be rendered, and all of this had to be done before the flight, and it couldn't be done. Su Xia decided to go to the town tomorrow to buy some supplies, striving to prepare everything needed for fleeing. Next time, she ventured into the mountains, aiming to minimize cooking fires on the escape route. Buying a water bucket in town always attracted attention. She remembered that there was an old man in the village who made wooden buckets. All the villagers' buckets were made by him, including the 2 buckets taken from the Su family. Su Xia thought his craftsmanship was good, but she didn't know if he had any stock left. She glanced outside her thatched cottage, and while it was still light, she extinguished the fire, tossed the partially burned firewood into her space, stored the ashes in a basket, and then walked towards the old man's house. On the way, she saw villagers patrolling the village with hoes and sickles, looking quite serious. Originally, there had been refugees not far from her thatched cottage, but all those refugees had been driven away, showing that the village chief had specifically instructed them to patrol near her cottage to protect her. One person in the patrol team sighed. I also want to go up the mountain to look for water sources, but the village chief won't let me go. You might as well give it up. With your thin arms and legs, if you meet a wolf on the mountain, it won't be enough for it to have a meal. I hope that uncle and the others can find a water source tomorrow. Alas, if there's no water, what will we do in the future? Didn't you hear the village chief say that if it doesn't rain in the next few days, he will apply to the county magistrate for a migration with the village chiefs of nearby villages? Everyone needs to stay alert, but we cannot let the refugees come into the village to steal food and water. If there's no food and water on the escape route, it's no different from seeking death. The patrolling members understood the importance of water, and at that moment, they all felt quite down as no one wished to leave their homes. However, the drought in the area was severe. Without water for irrigation, no crops could grow, and even drinking water was pitifully scarce. They had heard that the county town was also lacking water. Their village chief was foresight and had managed the water well early on, allowing each household to fetch 4 buckets of water daily. This gradually reduced to 2 buckets, and now half a bucket was often muddy. The water in the well was only enough for the villagers to drink. Thinking of irrigating the fields was out of the question. Fortunately, they had stored some water beforehand, and the village chief's son found a water source and led them to fetch some back from the mountain. If they couldn't find a water source in the next few days, their stored water would dwindle, and they might have to flee before the end. A strange feeling flashed through Su Xia's heart, but quickly faded. Seeing the patrol team, she stiffly managed a smile to show her gratitude, then walked on silently, maintaining her persona of being taciturn until she reached the home of old Zhu. She entered the Zhu family home and found that they had repaired the yard simply. Although signs of fire damage were still visible, at least it was livable. In the yard sat 2 elderly people, both weaving straw sandals. The rest of the Zhu family members were either up the mountain for wild vegetables or forming a patrol team. The 2 elderly people were somewhat surprised to see Su Xia. Grandma Xiao Yu looked at her kindly. Xia girl, did you come to find Xiao Yu to go up the mountain for wild vegetables? Xiao Yu went up the mountain with her mother and hasn't returned yet. Su Xia then remembered that Zhu Yu was about her age, and they often went up the mountain for wild vegetables together in the past. However, she had been in the deep mountains these past few days and had gone to town early this morning, so they had no chance to meet. Su Xia greeted the 2 of them and turned to old Zhu. I came to find Grandpa Zhu. Do you have any water buckets left for sale? Old man Zhu set down his work, trembling as he stood up and brought out a brand new wooden bucket from the house. Take this for your use. He was not much of a talker. Like Su Xia, he was a taciturn person. Su Xia often took Zhu Yu with her when foraging for wild vegetables, and the Zhu family knew Su Xia was a good person. They understood that after being driven out of the Su family, her life would not be easy, so they didn't want to accept her silver. Grandpa Zhu, the wooden buckets in town are now 35 won each. I want to buy. Su Xia changed her tone. I have taken on a job today to buy buckets for someone, and I need to buy 10 in advance. A wooden bucket can hold 50 jin of water. If she bought 10 directly for personal use, it would raise suspicion, and it would also be inconvenient to store 10 buckets. Luckily, she had just visited the town today, which provided her with an excuse. Old man Zhu was shocked. 35 1 for 1. You want 10. He used to sell the buckets to merchants for only 20 won each, and now the price in town had risen to 35 won. Moreover, a few days ago, he took on a job for a wealthy household next door, and that wealthy person ordered 20 buckets. However, after he finished making them, the person regretted it. They said there is no water now, so buying buckets is useless. The buckets old man Zhu worked so hard to make could not be sold, and he was angry for several days. They also tried to take the buckets to the town to sell, but now there was a water shortage everywhere, and no one wanted to buy buckets. He hadn't made any buckets for a while, and switched to weaving straw sandals. Seeing him surprised, Su Xia worried that he might make too many due to the high price, and then be unable to sell them. So she said she had coincidentally heard that a large household needed buckets, and wanted to take the wooden buckets to town to try her luck. Old man Zhu understood her meaning, and brought out the completed water buckets. These are the buckets that the wealthy household next door ordered, but they don't want them anymore. I have 20 in total, so I will sell you 10. 20 won each, that's the price for people in the village. The town price was 35 won each, but he had sold in town before. If Xia girl could find a buyer that was her skill, and he wouldn't compete with her. Su Xia was very happy to hear this. 20 won each was much cheaper than what she had paid at the general store. Thank you, Grandpa Zhu. Grandpa Zhu, why don't you sell me all 20? I need to go to town anyway, and can see if anyone wants to buy them. She originally thought the Zhu family had no stock, which was why she said 10, but since there were 20, she naturally wanted to take them all. Water was essential. If it weren't too conspicuous, she would have loved to buy a supersized bucket to store water. Old man Zhu advised Xia girl the weather is dry and wooden buckets are hard to sell. If someone was willing to buy 10, it would be a big deal, and Xia girl actually wanted to take another 10 to town. If they didn't want them, she would lose out. It's fine. Even if they don't want them, I will keep 1 or 2 for my own use. I won't lose much. Old man Zhu tried to persuade her again and again, but in the end he had to yield to Su Xia's insistence and took out all 20 wooden buckets. Su Xia took out 400 copper coins, and old man Zhu handed them to his wife to count before helping Su Xia tie the buckets together. The wooden buckets made by old man Zhu had handles and could not be stacked. Fortunately, the Zhu family had hemp rope and a carrying pole. Su Xia and old man Zhu used rope to tie the bucket handles together, binding 10 buckets. This way Su Xia could easily carry the pole. She glanced at the straw sandals hanging in the Zhu family's courtyard. Grandpa Zhu, are your straw sandals for sale? Su Xia thought about how she had bought straw sandals today based on her current shoe size. She wanted to buy a few pairs that were slightly larger, so she could wear the straw sandals over her cloth shoes later, making it less conspicuous and preventing blisters. How many pairs do you want? Su Xia thought for a moment. 20 pairs. Since she was buying, she might as well get more to avoid difficulties if her shoes wore out on the road while fleeing. She had just seen little Yes grandmother weaving shoes and felt it wasn't difficult. She planned to buy some to take home and study so she could weave them herself in the future. You want that many? Old man Zhu paused. I guess you've heard the news about fleeing. It's good to stock up, but if you really have to flee, can you carry so many? Why not just buy 2 pairs, and if your shoes wear out while fleeing, you can come back to Grandpa Zhu for more. Old man Zhu thought that even if they had to flee, they would stick together as a village. Since Su Xia wouldn't leave, they could always weave more later. Su Xia shook her head. She was destined to part ways with them, and there would be no chance to find old man Zhu again. I just happen to be going to town, so I can also sell shoes. Old man Zhu understood as soon as he heard this and brought out a basket of shoes for Su Xia to choose from. Su Xia looked at the shoes in the basket. Each pair was woven very solidly, almost the same as what she had bought today in town. Seeing her pick 20 pairs, old man Zhu said, that will be 51. They also knew that the straw sandals sold in town had also increased in price, now 5 won a pair. But since they were from the same village, they naturally just needed to give her a fair price. Su Xia took out 50 copper coins and stuffed the shoes into the wooden bucket. Before leaving, she said she would return the carrying pole and hemp rope later. Unexpectedly, old man Zhu waved his hand. You keep them. Tomorrow you'll need to carry them to town, so there's no need to bring them back. Having made a profit of 451 all at once, he was happy and didn't mind that it was just a carrying pole. They had plenty at home. Su Xia didn't insist, picked up the wooden bucket, and walked out only to run into Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu rushed over happily. Su Xia, you're here. Su Xia's figure was obscured by the buckets at both ends of the carrying pole. When Zhu Yu reached the door and looked from afar, she saw a pile of buckets rushing towards her like a spirit. It was only upon closer inspection that she recognized it was Su Xia. Su Xia greeted her. Little Yu. Zhu Yu grew up alongside the original owner and could be considered her good friend, but Su Xia had no feelings for her and naturally couldn't be very close. Zhu Yu looked at Su Xia with eyes full of sadness and pity. Seeing her about to leave, she hurriedly said, Su Xia, wait for me. She rushed into the house, not knowing what she grabbed, and ran out after Su Xia. Watching Su Xia leave without waiting for her, Zhu Yu was not angry. After all, Su Xia had always been like this, not wanting to trouble others. She followed Su Xia with a basket, continuously murmuring insults about the Su family along the way. Su Xia listened the whole time, finding the little girl quite amusing, like a magpie. Although she chattered endlessly, her words were pleasant to hear. Finally, they reached the door of the thatched house. Xia set down the wooden bucket, and with one hand carrying the pole effortlessly brought the wooden buckets into the house. This display left Zhu stunned, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it. These were 20 wooden buckets, yet Xia could lift them all with one hand. Why didn't she have such strength like Xia had? Zhu felt frustrated and slapped her own hand several times, regretting her own weakness. Seeing that she hadn't entered, Xia asked, "Are you going to stand outside all day?" Although there were fewer refugees outside, she couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any stragglers. If those people had their eyes on the things in Zhu's hands, it would be trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhu quickly bent down and entered the thatched hut. She surveyed the interior and discovered that it was empty, lacking even a bed. She had heard last night that Xia had returned from the deep mountains. Originally, she wanted to visit her, but it was too dark at night, and with refugees outside, she didn't dare to go out. Now that she had come, she found that the Su family was even more unreasonable than she had imagined. She took Xia's hand and said, "Xia, come with me to my home." Actually, she wasn't sure if her parents would take Xia in, but she subconsciously felt that Xia would not fare well on her own. Xia shook her head, pulling her hand away and offering a water bucket for her to sit on. "I am fine by myself, though I don't have to dig for wild vegetables or chop firewood for the Su family, doing so much work." This girl truly cared for her, not pretending. Moreover, if she guessed correctly, the items Zhu was carrying were meant, but she wasn't the original body, as she couldn't accept her kindness. Zhu said in a muffled voice, "You don't even have a bed or bedding here." "Who said I don't?" Xia walked to the corner of the thatched hut, lifted some straw, and pulled out a bedding set. "I dug up some medicinal herbs on the mountain and made some money. Tomorrow I will bring a wooden bucket and straw sandals to sell. I can take care of myself. You should go back soon." Although there were patrols outside, it was still unsafe for Zhu, a girl. Zhu felt a bit wronged as she wanted to catch up with Xia, but it was clear that Xia didn't want to. She glanced at the darkening sky outside. Zhu, who was already timid, didn't dare linger, and quickly took out some vegetable pancakes and handed them over. "These are for you. I saved them since I haven't seen you these days. You must eat them yourself, don't let the Su family take them." Previously, when Xia took her to dig for wild vegetables, she would make vegetable pancakes for her. Without Xia guiding her these days, the wild vegetables she gathered had significantly decreased. Xia took a glance at the vegetable pancakes, which were small pieces clearly cut from Zhu's own food. "I bought food in town today. I take these back and eat them yourself. Don't save any for me." The Zhu family wasn't wealthy, and this was food that Zhu had saved. Zhu insisted on giving them to her. Xia's eyes flickered as she grabbed a handful of yam beans from her pocket. "They'll trade you this. You should hurry back, it will be dark soon." Zhu happily took the yam beans and followed the patrol as they walked by. There were relatives of hers in the patrol, so Xia wasn't worried about her safety. She looked down at the pancakes in her hand, feeling a bit melancholic. Most of the villagers in Hemiao village were kind, and if possible, she hoped they could all find water sources and live well. Xia watched Zhu's departing figure and was about to put the vegetable pancakes into her space when she suddenly noticed several figures appearing on the mountain. They were carrying hoes and axes, holding torches. They didn't appear to be refugees, rather they looked like villagers from Hemiao village, seemingly heading up the mountain to search for water sources. However, she distinctly heard the patrol say that the villagers wouldn't go up the mountain until tomorrow. Had the village chief changed the plan again? Xia didn't dwell on it, closed the door of the thatched hut, and put the vegetable pancakes, water bucket, and straw sandals into her space. She then took out a wooden bed, laid out the bedding, and prepared to sleep. She slept restlessly that night. The bedding was too thin and the bedboard was a bit uncomfortable. Xia now had another goal in her heart. She needed to buy several new bedding sets tomorrow. Strangely, she had been here for several days, yet she still slept uneasily at night, perhaps because the crisis had not yet been resolved. She opened her eyes, lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and gently pushed the door open, revealing a crack. She saw people in the village patrolling with torches. They always made sure to walk by the thatched hut to prevent any refugees from disturbing Xia. Xia felt a warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since she felt such warmth, but unfortunately, it would soon. Early the next morning before dawn, Xia got up, took out the vegetable pancakes Zhu had given her, poured a bowl of water, and after finishing breakfast, packed her things and went out. Xia wore the same men's clothes as yesterday. She had specially chosen this outfit as nearly half of the 10 people. Xia wore the same men's clothes as yesterday. She had specially chosen this outfit as nearly half of the 10 people she saw wore the same style, so she wasn't afraid of being recognized. For safety's sake, she smeared some black charcoal powder on her face to obscure her features. As she approached the town, she found a deserted spot to take out her backpack. She arrived early today and encountered several women carrying wild vegetables, cabbage, asparagus, and radishes to sell. Perhaps due to the lack of water, the radishes and cabbages for sale were as small as those in her space, and the weather was exceptionally hot, causing the outer leaves of the cabbage to start rotting. Of course, the wild vegetables also looked wilted and particularly small, clearly showing signs of malnutrition. Since she looked a bit longer, the selling woman asked her young man, "Do you want to buy some radishes?" You can exchange them for grain or water. Radishes do contain some moisture, but ultimately, they couldn't quench her thirst like drinking water directly. It was clear that this woman didn't have much grain or water at home, but she had a good amount of vegetables, which is why she wanted to sell the vegetables from her cellar for grain. Now that grain was restricted for purchase, Susia didn't want to exchange grain, so she asked how much for a pound. Cabbage and radishes are 5 1 per pound, while vegetables are 8 1. Normally, cabbage and radishes were the cheapest, selling for 2 1 per pound, but during the famine, one had to fetch water to grow these vegetables, and with the price of grain rising, the prices of these vegetables naturally increased. Susia thought for a moment. The vegetables in her space weren't abundant, and she indeed needed to stock up, but unfortunately, there were too few varieties. My family has many people. I'll take all of these vegetables. Please weigh them for me. Susia put down her backpack, thought for a moment, and figured she could fit them all. You should weigh them too. I'll take them all. Susia bought a full backpack totaling nearly 100 pounds for 510 won. The refugees didn't dare to rob on the streets for the time being, so she felt relatively safe. She changed streets, walked to a deserted area, put everything into her space, and then came out. She then bought 5 bolts of hemp fabric and 5 bolts of cotton fabric. These fabrics could be used to make clothes or cut into pieces to sew into bags for storing dry food. The fabric was placed upright around the frame of the backpack, and then she stuffed 4 spring quilts, 10 sets of clothes, 5 sets for women and 5 for men, and 10 pairs of cloth shoes into the backpack. Susia wandered around the street, and after emptying her backpack, went to buy a steamer and some hemp rope. The set of steamers she purchased was 6 layers high, specifically chosen to fit inside her spatial iron pot, with each layer capable of steaming 10 large buns. Worried that the steamer might not be enough, she bought 3 sets. The shopkeeper of the general store, seeing her buy so many, gifted her a steaming cloth for each layer. Susia also bought 10 bundles of hemp rope, 50 bowls, and 20 covered clay jars, placing them separately into the steamer so they wouldn't be seen. She found it quite troublesome not to have a cart, but having one would also be a hassle, as it would clearly indicate to others that there were goods to steal. With no other choice, she could only make several trips. After shopping at the general store, she hurried to the butcher to buy meat. She purchased 50 pounds of pork belly, 30 pounds of lard, and 3 slaughtered chickens. She managed to get these items only after visiting several meat stalls. It was clear that many people had a foreboding feeling and were collectively stockpiling supplies. After buying these, she momentarily couldn't think of anything else she needed, so she strolled around the street. By chance, she spotted a blacksmith shop and immediately remembered that the knives in her space were all rusty and needed to be replaced. However, upon entering the blacksmith shop, she was dismayed to hear that purchasing iron products required a household registration. "Uncle," I hurried out and forgot to bring my registration. She wasn't sure if this uncle was as easy to talk to as the shopkeeper selling salt. Before she could finish, she saw the blacksmith shake his head, saying, "No registration, no sale." He was very strict about this and didn't want to get caught for the sake of earning a little money. Susia had no choice. That seemed that she could only find someone else to help her, but she didn't know anyone. She noticed someone selling eggs by the roadside, and an idea struck her as she walked towards the egg vendor. Seeing someone approach, the uncle quickly shouted, "Eggs are 2 won each." In the past, they were only 1 won each, and now the price had doubled. "Uncle, how many eggs do you have here?" "Not many, about 60. 13 of those eggs had been kept for 3 days, the others were collected from the village. The few old hens at home didn't have much water to drink and weren't laying eggs frequently." The egg vendor planned to directly sell the hens for food. Susia saw him looking at her cautiously and quickly explained, "Recently, many refugees have come, and they stole all our kitchen knives and iron pots, making it difficult to cook." Susia saw him looking at her cautiously and quickly explained, "Recently, many refugees have come, and they stole all our kitchen knives and iron pots, making it difficult to cook. My father asked me to buy a kitchen knife, but our household registration was also stolen." Her pitiful appearance made the uncle believe her somewhat. Indeed, many families had been robbed recently, and the authorities were investigating everywhere, capturing quite a few thieves. It was said that many people had died yesterday. If it weren't for the need to stock up on food, he wouldn't want to come to the town to sell eggs. This lad wants to buy a kitchen knife, but iron products are limited per household. His family has many members and is eligible to buy, but if he buys it for this lad now, he would have to trade his own family's knife later. Seeing his expression soften, Susia thought it was promising and pressed on, "Uncle, as long as you help me buy 2 kitchen knives and an iron pot, I'll give you 200 won for these 60 eggs. The uncle's eyes lit up. Although he wanted to refuse, he felt that the offer was too tempting. All right. He wasn't worried about the lad playing tricks. After all, he didn't seem to be as strong as himself. Of course, Susia wasn't worried that the uncle would run off with her money, as she was quite bold and strong. The two quickly came to an agreement, and Susia packed the eggs into her backpack, totaling 64 eggs. The reason for the eggs being packed in strings was that in this era people bundled eggs with wheat straw or thatch 10 eggs per string, preventing them from breaking even when there were many and making them convenient to carry. The uncle was already coming to town to buy food, so he naturally brought his household registration and immediately took Su Xia into the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith recognized her, knowing she had been there before, and now she was with another man. However, since they had their household registrations, he turned a blind eye and sold the knives and the iron pot to Su Xia without hesitation. Su Xia bought 2 kitchen knives and a large iron pot, spending a total of 3 taels of silver. She placed the kitchen knives into her backpack, but the iron pot couldn't fit, so she had to carry it. Upon exiting the blacksmith shop, Su Xia immediately handed the 201 to the egg vendor, saying, "Uncle, thank you." Seeing the uncle's honest demeanor, she thought it would be great if she could borrow his household registration to buy more salt, but she had already spent 3 taels of silver and couldn't reveal too much. Su Xia parted ways with the egg vendor and found a secluded spot to store everything in her spatial storage. With her supplies already plentiful, she feared being targeted if she continued to wander, so she decided to leave Fuan town. Upon returning to Humiao village, she hurriedly wiped her face clean to avoid being mistaken for a refugee by the patrol team. Even so, the patrol members nearly failed to recognize her. Upon taking a closer look, they exclaimed, "It's Su Xia. Why are you dressed like this? It's too chaotic outside." She had to admit that being alone as a woman was far more dangerous. She could only disguise herself in men's clothing. The villagers gave her a thumbs up, praising so smart. Su Xia didn't say anything further and directly walked towards her thatched cottage. After a while, she walked out again and closed the door of the thatched cottage. Someone saw Su Xia heading up the mountain and asked in surprise, "Su Xia, are you going up the mountain again?" Su Xia nodded. She had prepared many supplies and needed to go up the mountain to fetch water and prepare food. After all, there were too many refugees nearby, more terrifying than wild beasts, and the villagers were all short on food. She didn't dare to cook in the thatched cottage. The person couldn't help but remind her, "You're just a girl, it don't go too deep into the mountains." Uncle Changzheng and the others returned at noon, and among their group 5 had been bitten to death by wolves while the others were injured. The Changzheng uncle he mentioned was the eldest son of the village head's family. It was said that he had led villagers into the mountains to find water a few days ago, but unexpectedly he returned today. Su Xia stopped in her tracks. Were they seriously injured? The village head was a good person. With so many people being eaten by wolves, he would definitely feel guilty. The person nodded. One person's leg was bitten off. If it weren't for Changzheng uncle leading the remaining people to kill those 2 wolves, I'm afraid no one would have come back. Fortunately, those 2 wolves had fallen behind. If they had encountered a pack of wolves, they wouldn't have been enough to fill. The villagers didn't want to scare her and refrained from discussing the wolf attacks. Fortunately, they found the water source. Originally, the village head wanted to form several more teams to go into the mountains to find water, but now it's unnecessary. Everyone was packing their things in preparation to fetch water. It would take 2 days to go into the mountains, so you should pack your things and go along. The rivers in the mountains were nearly dried up and the wild beasts were almost extinct. This time they had to fetch water quickly, even if it meant a 4-day round trip, and the possibility of encountering wild beasts could not deter them. Su Xia hesitated for a moment upon hearing they had found a water source. "I have no food and I won't last that long, so I won't go." She had her own plans and saw no need to compete with the villagers for water. The villagers watched her retreating figure and sighed. Alas, why won't she listen to advice? This girl really plans to go alone. You don't need to worry about her. She's just like those people from last night who didn't listen to the village chief and went into the deep mountains. If she encounters a wild beast, it will be disastrous. Upon hearing this, Su Xia's ears perked up, but her footsteps did not pause. It turned out that the people she saw last night were not from the village chief's group. They had spontaneously gone up the mountain to look for a water source. She remembered that several families like the Su family were unwilling to send anyone to form a patrol team, relying on their own male members. It seemed that the people she had seen last night were indeed those few families. However, Su Xia did not want to concern herself with these matters. She just wanted to reach the water pond as soon as possible, fill the containers in her space, and then prepare food. Su Xia moved quickly, her heart set on reaching her destination. She did not stop to forage for wild vegetables along the way and kept walking straight. After dark, she found a clearing, took out her shelter, laid out her bedding, and went to sleep. The next day, she set off. Climbing the mountain indeed took much longer than descending. It was only when the sun was fully up the next day that she spotted her markers, and after following them for a long time, she finally arrived at a small water pond. The water flow from the cracks in the rocks had also decreased significantly. Su Xia did not dare to delay, as she immediately took out a wooden bucket from her space and placed it under the rocks. Just as she set the bucket down, she heard a rustling sound in the forest. She stood up and focused on the source of the noise, only to see a weak wild chicken pecking at the grass a distance away. Moreover, the wild chicken could fly, so she had no confidence in being able to catch it. Su Xia hurriedly took out the traps she had collected last time and set them up around the area before returning to the spot where she had placed her shelter. The area was still quite flat, but there were more fallen leaves. She swept the leaves together, took out her shelter, placed her bed inside, and began to make a cage for catching chickens. She planned to make a storage basket out of hemp rope and branches, which could also serve as a cage. The hemp rope was bought in town, and the branches were readily available in her space. She just needed to cut them to the desired length with her firewood knife. First, she tied the ends of one hemp rope to each end of 2 wooden sticks, then tied the other hemp rope to the opposite ends of the 2 sticks, twisting them to form an X. Next, she lifted the inner section of the rope, alternating with the branches, gradually shortening them until they could no longer fit, and the hemp rope was taut. Flipping it over created a practical storage basket. Susia made 3 at once, sprinkled some rice at the bottom of the baskets, and used small branches to prop them up, fashioning them into traps. Just like catching birds, once the wild chicken stepped in to eat, she could pull the rope and trap it. However, Susia did not plan to stay there all the time, so the small branch was specially prepared by her. As long as a prey approached, it would trip and trigger the mechanism, trapping the wild chicken inside the basket. She placed these traps in the spots where the wild chickens had been seen before, then returned to her shelter to start digging a fire pit. She had 1 clay pot and 2 iron pots, so she needed to utilize them as much as possible. After digging the fire pit, she placed the 3 pots on it and began to think about what food to prepare. To her surprise, the list was daunting. She needed to make stir-fried corn, stir-fried flour, fried rice pancakes, buckwheat, and mixed grain porridge rice balls with cured meat and yellow beans, vegetarian buns, meat buns, white flour steamed buns, and whole wheat steamed buns. So much. Susia thought that no one should suffer, especially herself. If she didn't encounter anyone on the way, she could eat meat buns and rice. If she met someone, she could just have stir-fried flour with water or nibble on pancakes. There were quite a few preparations to be made. Since she still had more than 10 wooden buckets and jars that hadn't been filled with water, she hurriedly poured 10 pounds each of buckwheat, yellow beans, green beans, and red beans into the wooden buckets and soaked them all in water. Then she lit a fire to boil some hot water, which could be used for dough rising later and for instant use with the boiled water. She started boiling water in all 3 pots. The previously used iron pot still had some oil in it, which she wiped with flour and boiled water again, absorbing all the oil. She suddenly realized that a frugal person like her was indeed very suitable for surviving in hardship. Of course, she did not discard the boiled water, but directly poured it into the flour bowl that had absorbed the oil, letting it cool a bit so it could be drunk later. When processing the radishes, asparagus, winter melon, and yam, she first picked some leaves to wipe off the soil from the vegetable surfaces, then used a kitchen knife to peel them. In her space, she had quite a few flat stones which were perfect for making a cutting board. Before peeling the yam, she carefully placed it on a wooden pot lid and steamed it for a while before peeling, so her hands wouldn't itch. Once peeled, she placed them in the bucket to rinse them clean. The cabbage and wild vegetables were even simpler. Without pesticides, she only needed to toss away the rotten outer layer, and the rest could all be eaten, which she placed in the wooden bucket. When the water in the pot boiled, she directly poured it into the wooden bucket. Luckily, the quality of the wooden bucket made by old Zhu was good, so it wasn't damaged by the hot water. While waiting for the water to cool, she suddenly remembered that the coarse salt she bought had yet to be purified. The coarse salt had an unpleasant taste and a bitter flavor, and it contained many impurities which could affect health if consumed over a long period. Furthermore, to make the buns taste better, she planned to purify the coarse salt. Purifying coarse salt is not difficult, but the challenge lies in its refinement. She couldn't use more advanced methods. After all, to obtain salt like in modern times, materials like barium chloride, sodium hydroxide, and sodium carbonate were needed, or perhaps using a brine method. Susia planned to purify it using quicklime and wood ash. She bought the quicklime from the pharmacy, and she had some wood ash readily available in her space. She divided 20 pounds of coarse salt into 2 pots, added water, and simmered while occasionally stirring and skimming off the impurities. In her spare time, she cut a large piece of hemp cloth, intending to use it for filtering. During these days of collecting firewood, she had quite a bit of charcoal that could be broken off from the wooden sticks, which could also be used to filter impurities. Charcoal can adsorb impurities, and when combined with fabric filtration, this step can remove insoluble solids from coarse salt, such as mud and sand. Susia used the spatula in her hand as a siphon rod, scooping up the brine from the pot and pouring it into the filtration device. Since the fabric she used was not as effective as filter paper, she needed to filter it several times to obtain cleaner brine. She added quicklime and wood ash to the brine solution, stirring it thoroughly to allow for complete reaction. The precipitate that formed was decreasing, which meant that the sulfate ions in the coarse salt were gradually being consumed. At this point, there was no need to add any more quicklime and wood ash, as she simply poured the brine back into the pot to begin boiling. Once the water evaporated, she would obtain relatively pure salt. The reason it was only relatively pure was that there were still trace amounts of calcium ions, potassium ions, and other impurities in it. Over time, calcium carbonate would precipitate, which could be discarded, while the effect of potassium ions was minimal. After all, when she couldn't find salt in the apocalypse, she would directly boil wood ash to extract potassium salt to supplement her salt intake. This little impurity was negligible compared to the main component of the brine, sodium chloride. While boiling the salt, Susia could continue processing vegetables and meat. During this time, when the water bucket at the pond was full, she also went to replace it with another wooden bucket to continue collecting water. To Susia's delight, while she was preparing the ingredients, the aroma attracted a wild boar. The wild boar was entirely black and had long tusks, looking quite intimidating. She sensed that the wild boar wanted to steal her food, so she decided to strike first. With a thought, a large tree appeared out of nowhere, directly blocking the wild boar's path. Susia charged towards it, holding the tree. The scene was particularly comical. As soon as the tree touched the wild boar, it vanished peacefully, lying within her space. This was an adult wild boar weighing at least 300 pounds, truly a gift. Thinking that she would soon be chopping meat for filling and worried that attracting too many wild beasts would be hard to handle, she surrounded her shelter with several dry trees from her space, placing a long piece of wood on each tree with one end within her reach. This way, if any wild beasts approached, she would hear them. Additionally, with the trees providing cover, and since she could indirectly pull the beasts into her space, she would not be harmed. After securing her defenses, she felt at ease to continue preparing her food. Susia had neither a clock nor a timer, and it was hard to tell the time in the forest. She only knew she had been busy for a long time, during which she caught a small wild boar that came to drink water. This one was smaller still, a cub weighing about 100 pounds, perhaps a relative of the wild boar she had caught earlier. By the time she prepared the filling for the buns and the diced meat and vegetables for the rice balls, the liquid in the pot was almost evaporated, and a significant amount of white crystals had begun to form on the edge of the pot. She used the spatula to stir fry and quickly dried out the moisture. The salt in the pot was not snow white, but at least it was much whiter than the coarse salt before. Unable to resist, Susia dipped her finger into the salt and tasted it on her tongue. It was salty, without any bitterness. This batch of salt was a tremendous success. She estimated that about 3/4 remained, meaning she had purified roughly 15 pounds of fine salt from 20 pounds of coarse salt. If she had a salt lure to specifically purify coarse salt for selling fine salt, that would have been a windfall. However, Susia could only dream about it, as selling private salt was illegal, and she did not want her head to end up far away from her body. The salt was ready, but it was too late to make buns today. She added salt to the bun filling and then stored the filling in her. The red beans and green beans had soaked for several hours and were ready. Susia thought that since she did not need all 3 pots at the moment, she might as well boil red bean soup and green bean soup. She added some water to wash the pot, which contained salt, boiled it, and poured it into a jar for storage. Then she started simmering the bean soup on low heat. The pot only needed occasional stirring. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she decided to make dough. The water in the bucket had cooled down, so she added some hot water to mix it into warm water and began kneading the dough. Taking out a wooden basin, she poured in some white flour, about 4 to 5 pounds, added some warm water, and a scoop of lard to start kneading. I must say, kneading dough is indeed a labor-intensive task. Even though she had great strength, kneading this many pounds of flour at once left her hands sore. After kneading the dough, she placed it in a wooden bucket to ferment, took a break, and then poured in another basin of flour to continue kneading. Since she had no yeast, this flour would need to ferment for almost the entire night. The fermented dough could be directly stored in her space, so she was not worried about making too much. After kneading about 30 pounds of flour, Susia felt her arms were extremely sore, as if they were no longer hers. Yet she did not stop, but continued pouring whole wheat flour into the basin and kept kneading. After kneading just 10 pounds of whole wheat flour, she felt dizzy and vowed never to knead dough again in this life. As the sky darkened, she hurriedly stored everything except the dough into her space, even covering the dough with fabric and placing several tree branches on top. Susia thought to herself how nice it would be to build a house, so she wouldn't have to collect everything every time. She went to the pond to replace the water bucket, and lacking the energy to check the hunting traps, she dragged her exhausted body back to the shelter, placing the cooked bean soup into her space along with the pot, extinguishing 2 piles of firewood and leaving one burning, then fell asleep. Remarkably, she was so tired after a day's work that she slept unusually soundly that night, even forgetting to get up to change the water bucket. The light filtered through the gaps and fell on Susia's eyelids. She struggled to open her eyes, discovering that it was already bright outside. She opened the door of the shelter and went to the pond to change the wooden bucket, unexpectedly finding several wild animal tracks here. Susia was secretly alarmed as she hadn't heard any sounds last night. Fortunately, she had a shelter, otherwise she wouldn't even know if she had been eaten. After drinking a bowl of porridge, she boiled 20 eggs, ate one, and stored the rest in her space. She poured the red bean soup and green bean soup into jars, each in one jar, about 20 pounds, enough for her to drink for a long time. Then she began to prepare stir-fried corn, stir-fried flour, and stir-fried rice. Thinking that she would also prepare other foods, Susia only stir-fried about 30 pounds of each, yet it still took a lot of time. with 3 pots going. Fragrant aromas surrounded her. Susia thought to herself that it was good to be deep in the mountains, although it would attract wild beasts. She was not afraid. If she were in Himiao village, she would definitely be the center of attention. Sometimes people can be far more terrifying than beasts. Susia thought of the yellow beans still in her space, so she fried another 3 pounds of them. The fried beans were crispy and fragrant, perfect for snacking on the road. After frying, she began to steam mixed grain rice. Yesterday, she soaked the buckwheat and some dirt floated to the surface of the water. She removed the dirt and added some polished rice before pouring it into the pot. Cooking porridge wastes water, so steaming the rice was just right. Afterward, she could make rice balls, eating one at a time for convenience and speed. Susia couldn't help but sigh, wishing she had bamboo, so she could steam rice directly in bamboo tubes. In her past life, before the apocalypse, everyone used rice cookers to cook rice. Without one, they could use a steamer, but most people in Himiao village ate flour-based foods. She hadn't seen any steamers for sale in the grocery store. A steaming basket could replace a steamer, but cooking rice this way required boiling one side of the rice first, and then draining it, which was quite troublesome. Susia added less water, and she could still cook rice. With 3 pots boiling rice simultaneously, she brought the water to a rapid boil over high heat, then reduced it to a simmer. With nothing else to do in between, she kneaded dough to make buns. The filling for the buns had been prepared yesterday, she just needed to wrap them up and let them rise again in the steamer. She started by making meat-filled buns with the filling primarily consisting of pork, cabbage, eggs, green onions, ginger, soy sauce, and fine salt. The green onions and ginger were sourced from the Su family cellar, where Su Lao Tai had stored them for so long, benefiting her. With so many ingredients, she was confident that they would be far tastier than those bought in town. Yesterday, she mixed nearly 30 pounds of white flour, making some meat buns, vegetarian buns, and steamed buns. Around 200 buns in total, plus 100 steamed buns made from 10 pounds of whole wheat flour. Thinking about how well she could eat while fleeing, she couldn't help but smile, and her speed in wrapping buns increased significantly. The other traps also caught a wild hare. However, both the wild chickens and the hare were quite small, likely starving due to the lack of food in the forest. The 3 storage baskets she made had already caught 4 wild chickens, perhaps due to the rice grains scattered around. However, regardless of whether she changed the location or the grains, the wild chickens no longer fell for the traps. The other traps also caught a wild hare. However, both the wild chickens and the hare were quite small, likely starving due to the lack of food in the forest. Moreover, Susia noticed that the water in the crevices of the stones was decreasing. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this waterhole dried up. She initially thought she could stay here longer due to the water, but now it seemed the heavens were forcing her to leave the deep mountains. After the buckwheat and mixed grain rice was cooked, she directly packed the rice into a cleaned wooden bucket, placed it into her space, and began steaming the buns. She bought 3 sets of steamers, each with 6 layers, but the clay pot was too small to fit them all, so she had to use 2 iron pots to steam the baskets. Susia decided to be lazy and stacked the steamers 10 layers high to steam 110 buns at once. While wrapping, steaming, and eating, it took a long time to finish cooking all the buns and steamed buns. She ate 2 meat-filled buns in one go. They were so fragrant. After the apocalypse, she hadn't tasted buns this delicious, and her buns had larger fillings than those bought in town, with a richer aroma. After steaming over 400 buns and nearly 200 steamed buns, it was dark again. Susia checked the traps, found no prey, and then went to the waterhole to change her water bucket before walking back to her shelter. Having spent 2 days in the mountains, she had no idea how things were outside. Thanks to the preservation effect of her space, her rice balls were still warm and even a bit hot to the touch. Susia blew on them, while shaping, placing them directly into the wooden bucket in her space, rolling out 89 rice balls in total. Thanks to the preservation effect of her space, her rice balls were still warm and even a bit hot to the touch. Susia blew on them, while shaping, placing them directly into the wooden bucket in her space, rolling out 89 rice balls in total. She scraped together some rice balls from the edge of the bucket to taste. They were full of rice fragrance and buckwheat flavor with a hint of sweetness. Simply a delicacy. After wiping her hands clean with 2 leaves, she pushed the firewood into the stove to ensure it wouldn't ignite other wood, then closed the shelter door to sleep. When dawn broke, Susia noticed that the water flow was slower, and given the situation, it would be difficult to collect 3 buckets of water today. However, she still had several wooden buckets and clay jars in her space that were not full. Susia didn't care too much, as she planned to finish making the lard and yellow bean yam rice balls before venturing deeper into the mountains to see if she could find a new water source. This morning, she rendered all the pig lard she had bought, storing the oil in clay jars, with each jar holding 10 pounds, making about 3 jars. With some oil left in the pot, she directly tossed in the diced cured meat, lean meat, and pork belly, stir-frying them until the fat rendered, then adding diced yam and asparagus, filling the large iron pot to the brim without even adding the polished rice and yellow beans yet. She couldn't cook everything in the 3 pots at once, so she set some of the stir-fried meat aside and cooked the rice in 2 batches, ultimately making 2 buckets of yellow bean and cured meat rice. This was the most appetizing food she had made in days, with green asparagus, white yam, and deep red bits of cured meat, all vibrant in color and rich in flavor. Susia had envisioned that she could only dare to take out such rice balls when no one was around. While they were still hot, she rolled them all into round rice balls and placed them in the wooden bucket totaling more than 200. With her hands covered in oil from the 3 pots, she grabbed a handful of wild vegetables to wipe her hands clean, then tossed the vegetables into the pot, adding some salt and stir-frying several plates of wild greens. Although her method was somewhat unrefined, it enhanced the flavor of the wild vegetables and cleaned the oil from the pot, at the same time achieving 2 goals at once. After 3 busy days in the deep mountains, Susia had secured her food supply for the coming year, and her heart felt much lighter. She didn't plan to stay here any longer. After putting everything into her space, Susia switched to a new bucket to collect water, covering it with some branches to prevent wild animals from knocking it over. Then she followed the tracks of the beasts and walked further away. Unfortunately, after walking for a day and night, she still hadn't found a water source. Not even a river appeared, and there were significantly fewer animals around. Susia wanted to catch some prey, but they were very cautious and fled at the slightest sound. Looking at the trees that had withered from lack of water, she couldn't help but lament that with the drought, both people and animals would suffer. The trees were so dry from the lack of water that their branches would snap easily with a gentle break. Moreover, a wave of heat in the air filled Susia with an ominous premonition. She dared not go any further and hurriedly returned the way she came, leaving the forest. As she walked, she picked up dry twigs and returned to the waterhole the next day. Peering in, she discovered that the waterhole had dried up. Even her water bucket had been knocked over by wild animals, leaving only a pitiful amount of water inside. These waters are certainly not evaporating. It is highly likely that the underground is lacking water, causing everything to leak below. If she hadn't placed a bucket here, it would likely dry up even faster. Susia stored the bucket in her space, deciding not to linger any longer, and headed straight towards Himaikin. On the way, she arrived at the yam digging spot and found that the already withered yam seedlings had now completely died in large patches. Upon reaching the mulberry grove, she noticed the leaves of the mulberry trees had wilted. Susia thought for a moment, rather than letting them all wither away, it would be better to chop some down and store them in her space. Unfortunately, the fruits of these mulberry trees had yet to mature. Even if she picked the fruits now, they wouldn't grow if scattered along the escape route. Leaving behind a sparse number of mulberry trees, she left the deep mountains and reached Himaikin around midnight. Susia originally thought the village would be very quiet, but to her surprise, it was bustling with noise. Many people were holding torches, and some were crying loudly. She wondered if the village patrol team had let the refugees raid them again. Susia originally thought the village would be very quiet, but to her surprise, it was bustling with noise. Many people were holding torches, and unfortunately, what she heard was not news of fleeing from the famine, but that 6 people from the village had illegally entered the mountains and encountered wild beasts. The wild beast was extremely hungry, attacking anyone it saw, and it had killed 2 people outright, while the remaining individuals were trapped in a cave by the beast. Fortunately, one person managed to escape and hurried down the mountain to seek help. The families of the trapped individuals knelt before the village chief, crying and pleading, "Village chief, please, I beg you, take people to rescue my son. They have been trapped for a whole day and night. If they do not come out soon, they will either be eaten by the beast or The old village chief looked troubled. Most of the men from the village he had sent to fetch water, leaving only a few to guard against refugees. If they entered the mountains to rescue people, the refugees might rush into the village and steal, putting everyone in danger. The villagers realized this as well, and naturally they disagreed. "Village chief, we can't go. Changzheng and the others went to fetch water and still haven't returned. If we leave, there will be no one to protect the children and the elderly at home. Yes, the number of refugees outside the village is increasing daily. Several neighboring villages have been raided. We cannot leave." It was the village chief who had formed a patrol team in advance that had protected the entire village. They could not abandon the hundreds of people in Himaikin for the sake of the 3 trapped individuals. Moreover, those 3 had brought trouble upon themselves by ignoring the warnings and rashly entering the mountains. They were even less inclined to rescue them. The 3 trapped individuals were from the same family, and their father Lu Lauda wanted to speak up, but was stopped. The village chief had already said that unauthorized entry into the mountains is at your own risk. You did not heed the advice, and a mere 6 people dared to form a team to venture into the mountains. This is purely offering food to the wild beasts. If you want to rescue them, you go rescue them. We must protect our families and cannot easily go into the mountains. The old village chief naturally did not want to take risks for the sake of 3 individuals. Old brother, this matter. Lu Lauda, kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of anger seeing everyone unwilling to rescue his 3 sons, and quickly grabbed the old village chief. "Village chief, my son said there is a water source there, which is why they went in. The reason they entered the mountains without permission was to find a water source with the intention of bringing everyone up the mountain to fetch water afterward. You can't just stand by and do nothing." A patrolling villager's eyes widened. "Impossible. The last time your youngest son came back, I asked him, and he said he did not find any water source. Right? You can't fool us into going up the mountain. Was there some collusion between the wild beasts and the Lu family? The Lu family actually wanted to trick them into going up the mountain as bait for the wild beasts, which was truly despicable. Lu Lao's eyes flickered, shrinking his head, and slapped himself twice. It's all my fault, though I was too selfish. I heard that the waterhole they found was very small and insufficient for the villagers, so I told them not to mention it. The villagers were somewhat angry. If it weren't for his 3 sons being trapped, he still wouldn't be willing to tell. When Chang Zheng and the others found the waterhole, it didn't even hold 50 buckets. They returned and told the entire village without reservation. Yet the villagers looked at Lu Laotu with dissatisfaction, counting his faults one by one, berating him to the point where he couldn't lift his head. The old village chief gave Lu Laotu a deep look, then turned to a young man. Dong Zi, you say, is what he said. Dong Zi was the only one who had returned alive. If there was truly water, he would certainly know about it. Dong Zi lowered his head, somewhat ashamed. Yes, there is water, but when we saw it last time there was already very little water, and each person only brought back 2 buckets. This time we entered the mountains to fetch some more, but unexpectedly we were discovered by the wild beasts before we. The village fell silent after a long while. The villagers finally reacted and pointed at Dong Zi, angrily scolding, "Oh, no wonder we saw you sneaking around a few nights ago. It turns out you really did fetch water." They each chimed in, saying that these 2 families were immoral, as any other villager who found a water source would inform the entire village, so everyone could fetch water. It was one thing for these 2 families to ignore warnings, it was another to not tell them about the water source when they found it. Now, when lives were at stake, they tried to entice them with the water source to go rescue people. Village chief, there really is water there, and my son is on the way. If you go fetch water, you can also rescue people. Isn't that perfect? Some villagers were dissatisfied who said that. Dong Zi already said that there wasn't much water there. What if we go, and it has dried up? And there are wild beasts guarding it, who would dare to risk their life to fetch water? What they said made sense. Now there is very little water in the mountains, and as the days get hotter, it would dry up in just 2 or 3 days. No one knows if that waterhole still has water. Before the old village chief could express his opinion, someone joyfully pointed at the flames on the mountain, saying, Village Chief Chang Zheng and the others have returned. Lu Laodu, who had originally lost hope, felt a surge of joy upon seeing the villagers return. With everyone back, they would be able to spare hands to rescue his son. In a moment, Yang Changjung led the villagers down the mountain. Seeing a crowd standing in the village, he felt somewhat puzzled. As he approached and noticed his father's questioning gaze, he regretfully said, Dad, this time, we only fetched 1 bucket of water each. There is no water left there. What they found was a dead water hole, but in these times just seeing a dead water hole is already fortunate. After several days in the mountains, each person brought back 1 bucket of water, which they could boil to barely last a few days. Upon hearing that each person only fetched 1 bucket of water, the old village chief felt it was little, but at least they had returned safely. His worried heart finally settled. As long as you're back. As long as you're back. When he had heard Lu Laotu say that the 3 sons of the Lu family were trapped by wild beasts, he had also been worried about whether his son would encounter the beasts while leading the team up the mountain. Now that they had returned safely, he felt much more at ease. Just as the villagers rejoiced at retrieving water, old Lu stepped forward saying, Village Chief Changjung and the others have returned. Shouldn't we let them find my son and have him lead everyone to fetch water? Yang Changjung and the recently returned villagers looked puzzled. The village chief explained to the villagers they were trapped in a cave, but no one knows how many beasts are inside. Only then did they understand why the village was still bustling in the middle of the night. Yang Changjung couldn't help but look at Dongzi, asking, Dongzi, is there really water there? Dongzi seemed a bit embarrassed, replying, Brother Changjung, there is indeed water, but not much, perhaps even less than what you brought back today. But it's fresh water. He was also uncertain whether the water there had dried up. When the villagers who had just returned with buckets of stale water heard this, they brightened up, saying, Village Chief, should we go take a look? Since Dongzi mentioned it was fresh water, it certainly would be much cleaner than what they had brought back today. Moreover, they were unwilling to give up any water source, no matter how little. As for rescuing the 3 brothers of the Lu family, they could only do their best. They couldn't afford to put more lives at risk just to save a few. The village chief frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Old Lu, hearing these voices, suddenly felt more confident. Village chief, that water source was discovered by my son and his team when they went up the mountain. If you want to go, you must first rescue my son. Also, the water everyone brings back must be divided into 3 buckets for our family. He seemed certain that the villagers would go to the water source, so he began to lay down conditions. The village chief was furious, saying, If it weren't for your family's trespassing into the mountain, how would your son have been trapped by the beasts in the cave? Even with 6 of them, they dared to enter the mountains, while Yang Changjing, with over 10 people, was still fearful. Besides, when other villagers found the water source, they selflessly shared it, while your 6 sons have always followed behind to collect water. Yet when your family found water, not only did you fail to inform everyone, but you also pretended nothing was amiss, allowing your family to follow others into the mountains to fetch water. This is truly selfish. Although we are all from the same village in this current situation, even if they choose not to rescue anyone, they cannot be blamed. Now that you want the villagers to rescue people, you must exchange it for water. Old Lu felt his face flush from the reprimand, yet he still felt somewhat unconvinced. However, he couldn't let his 3 sons die in the deep mountains. In the end, old Lu had nothing more to say. He no longer demanded water, but he was also unwilling to part with the water at home to ask others to rescue his son. The village chief sighed inwardly, thinking old Lu is truly despicable. He is convinced that the villagers of Hemiao will not abandon his sons. Eventually, after the villagers of Hemiao had allocated the water, those who had just returned rested for a while before continuing to pack their things to head up the mountain. Dongzi led the way with a group of people carrying torches towards the cave where the Lu brothers were trapped. Su Xia did not participate in the water distribution as she was exhausted today and went straight back to her thatched cottage, tidied up, and fell asleep. The next day, she heard that the villagers who went into the mountains had returned, but several were injured, and one had been taken away by a wolf. By the time Yang Changjun led people to chase after the person was already dead, with not even a complete corpse left. It was said that they wouldn't have suffered so severely if not for old Liu's 4th son, who, relying on his numbers, wanted to kill the wolf cubs. It was said that they wouldn't have suffered so severely if not for old Liu's 4th son, who, relying on his numbers, wanted to kill the wolf cubs together with everyone to eat wolf meat. Yang Changjun had dealt with these beasts since childhood and naturally knew how ferocious they could be. Even with their numbers, they couldn't possibly defeat the wolves. He did not agree, but unexpectedly Lu Si, who was starving, became furious after the wolf ate his second brother. He threw some stones at the wolf pack and seized a straggling wolf cub. The wolves, initially about to leave, were enraged and charged at them. Although the villagers were on guard, they were still frightened by the scene, causing the crowd to scatter, and several were bitten by wolves. Lu Si was so scared that he hurriedly threw the wolf cub away and hid among the crowd. The lead wolf retrieved the cub and bit another villager, carrying the person away. The people of Hemiao village had never seen such a scene. Many were so frightened that their legs went weak crawling down the mountain, let alone fetching water. Hearing this, Su Xia couldn't help but sigh, realizing that there are all kinds of people. These villagers initially went to save the Lu family, but unexpectedly Lu Si's actions led to their demise, which explained the uproar. It seemed that her decision not to flee with the villagers of Hemiao was indeed correct. While there were good people in the village, there were also many who were untrustworthy. Where there are people, there are disputes, especially since she still had the secret of her space. Su Xia also heard another piece of news: the edict for fleeing was not approved, as the county magistrate did not allow it. Many villagers wanted to sneak away. After all, there was no food here, and they couldn't grow any grain. If they stayed any longer, it would be a dead end. However, sneaking away also posed risks. Without travel permits, they could only take the mountain roads and must not be discovered by the officials. If they were caught violating the county magistrate's orders, they could be executed. Su Xia found herself in a dilemma. She wanted to set off early to avoid colliding with the fleeing crowd, but obtaining a travel permit was truly troublesome. But if she didn't leave, the surrounding refugees would only increase, leading to chaos later on. If only she could find someone to arrange a travel permit. This time she did not venture into the deep mountains, but instead looked for wild vegetables on the surrounding hills. There were many people on the mountain, and due to everyone foraging for wild vegetables lately, it was hard to find any. Su Xia recalled the memories of her original self, thinking about a time when she had fallen down a small slope while foraging for wild vegetables. There were still some wild vegetables there. She wondered if they had been picked yet. She walked straight there and found that the place had already been visited, but fortunately there were still some wild vegetables hidden well and not discovered. Although there weren't many, it was enough for her to eat 2 meals. Many wild vegetable roots were edible too, so she directly took a hoe to dig, finding purslane, shepherd's purse, dandelion, and noodle vegetables, all small and with dry leaves. In front of a stone wall, Su Xia discovered a plant called aconitum, named for its resemblance to a raven's head. The leaves of aconitum are similar to those of mugwort, and its flowers are purple. It grows slowly. It is said that after 3 years it becomes fuzi, 4 years for aconitum, and 5 years for tianxiu. The whole plant of aconitum is toxic. It is rumored that Guan Yu treated his wounds by scraping his bones due to aconitum poisoning. She thought, this is a treasure. If I can make a bow and arrow and coat the arrowheads with aconitum juice, I can kill prey from a distance. Through their conversations, Su Xia discovered that many of them had fled from the neighboring county to Anyang County, while a few were locals. Su Xia conducted another round of inspection nearby and discovered a few more aconite plants not far away, which she promptly dug up. Obviously, the villagers from the neighboring villages were aware of its toxicity and dared not to harvest it, which worked to Su Xia's advantage. She harvested a total of 4 plants, placing them into her spatial storage. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, she found someone sitting outside. Old Lady Su saw Su Xia and immediately erupted in fury. "You shameless girl, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for half a day." Her words came out too fast, causing spittle to fly, an old lady, Su wore a face of regret. With the water scarcity, she was unwilling to speak unless it was to address this rebellious girl about serious matters. Su Xia let out a cold laugh. The Su family hadn't noticed her early comings and late goings for days, yet now they were waiting for her. The sun rose from the west. What does it matter to you, old hag? With no one around, she had no intention of giving old lady Su any face. You. Old lady Su was dumbfounded, never expecting Su Xia to dare insult her. Looking around for something to hit Su Xia with, she realized there wasn't even a stick. As Su Xia raised her foot intending to kick old lady Su, she unexpectedly saw a patrol team approaching and had to abandon the thought. For a brief moment, she recalled the scene of her original self being abused by old lady Su and truly wished for this old hag to meet her end. It seemed old lady Su sensed something, turning her head to glare at her ferociously. I won't hold this against you. Su Xia didn't even spare her a glance. Old lady Su endured and forced a smile from her wrinkled face. Xia girl, I've heard you went into the mountains again these past couple of days. Did you find any food? She searched for half a day in the thatched cottage, but found nothing to eat, wondering where this rebellious girl hid her food. Su Xia's expression turned icy. No food, just a life to lose. She was the original's grandmother, not hers. If pushed too far, she'd send her to the afterlife. I knew you haven't found anything to eat. Old lady Su spat. Her tone suddenly shifted. You're the only child of the second branch of the Su family. I can't just watch you starve. Your cousin is getting married soon, marrying into a wealthy family in Shenyang village. They're quite rich. The family has been busy gathering supplies in town these past few days, and I can't manage everything. You're still a member of the Su family. I'll come back with me today. Su Xia narrowed her eyes. Su Chun is getting married. Su Chun was quite proud. She wouldn't marry anyone beneath her standards. Besides, she hadn't heard any news about celebrations in the Su family recently. Was old lady Su trying to trick her into returning to Su family to work again? Tricking her into working was secondary. The main goal was to drain her of her resources. Can your grandma deceive you? Come on, hurry back with me. There's a mountain of work to do. Su Xia didn't believe it was that simple. When had old lady Su ever treated her as a person? With so many people in the Su family, they wouldn't lack for her labor. I'm busy and have no time. The family can't manage without you. You must come back with your old lady to work. You really intend for me to go back? It was easy to invite a deity, but hard to send one away. You think I'm joking? Su Xia smiled and nodded. I agree. Since old lady Su sincerely invited her, she naturally wouldn't disappoint her goodwill. Even if you don't agree. Old lady Su's mind suddenly turned, looking at her with surprise. You agreed. Good. Grandma knew you were a good child. Originally, old lady Su thought she would have to persuade her extensively. This rebellious girl wouldn't agree to go back and help, and they would have to come at midnight to catch her. Unexpectedly, she actually agreed. She observed the smile on Su Xia's face, completely unaware of Su Xia's true intentions, thinking she was still the old Su Xia, who could be easily manipulated. Then hurry up and pack your things. Your grandfather and the others should be returning from town soon. Oh, I'll go pick them. Old lady Su was afraid that a long night could lead to unexpected troubles. If this rebellious girl ran away, the silver she had collected would have to be returned. As long as she was still in the village, she would be bound to bring Su Xia back. Su Xia smiled as she watched old lady Su leave. She crushed all the aconite plants she had just dug up, collecting the juice in a bowl. If they dared to harm her, she wouldn't show any mercy. With so many people in the Su family, she worried about the safety of her spatial storage. Preparing more would only... Su Xia prepared her things and headed towards the Su family, deliberately avoiding the patrol team as she... Su Xiao was stacking firewood when he saw Su Xia arrive. You little brat, why aren't you helping out? He was used to ordering her around, and seeing her back, he made no effort to hide his command. Grandma told me to come back, but she didn't say I had to work. It was pointless to say such things. As soon as the words were spoken, both Su Xiao and Su Yi couldn't help but laugh. Su Yi, being younger, couldn't hide his thoughts. Marrying an old man, look at you so happy. What a shame. If it weren't for Dad's help, you wouldn't even qualify to marry him. Su Xian narrowed her eyes. What old man? Su Yi realized he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. You heard wrong. Su Xia sneered, sensing something was off. To her surprise, Su Chun, who was supposed to be getting married, was not at home. It turned out that it wasn't Su Chun getting married, but they wanted her to marry someone, and they had even prepared an old man for her. Could it be the wealthy man from Shenyang village that Granny Su mentioned? So was she to be a substitute bride? Su Yi's father, Su Lao Si, was a scholar. His son was 10 years old and had yet to pass the scholar's examination, completely reliant on the family's support. Su Xia didn't expect that it was Su Lao Si who proposed to marry her off to the Lu family. It seemed this matter had already spread within the Su family. A strange smile formed on her lips. Just in time, Su Lao Si had also returned home. She would confront him directly. After a while, Su Yong's mother returned with others. They had gathered half a basket of wild vegetables from the mountains today, but many of them were bitter and unpalatable. However, there was no choice. The family had little grain, and if they didn't eat wild vegetables, they would have to survive on the northwest wind. When Su Chun and Su Chiu saw Su Xia, their previously gloomy and anxious expressions instantly transformed into smug smiles, even tinged with contempt. I thought you weren't coming back. I didn't expect Grandma and Grandpa to be so kind. Go pick these wild vegetables. Su Chiu thrust the vegetables in Su Xia's face, speaking arrogantly. Su Xia shot her a glance and knocked the basket away. Whoever wants to do it, do it. Su Chiu was shocked, staring at the wild vegetables that had fallen to the ground. You worthless girl, how dare you not listen to me? She raised her hand to hit her, but was stopped by Aunt Su Si. Xia girl, it was your grandma who asked you to come back, right? Su Xia nodded. Grandma said Su Chun is getting married and asked me to help. Aunt Su Si couldn't hide her mockery. Could it be that Su Xia didn't realize she was being called back to replace Su Chun in marrying that widower from the Liu family? She thought to herself that Su Xia was really naive, but then again she was just a 14-year-old girl who didn't understand. It was better this way, it would prevent her from causing trouble and affecting the Su family's reputation. Aunt Su Si shot a look at Su Chun and Su Chiu. You two sisters go cook. Your grandpa and the others will be back with grain soon. After Aunt Su Si spoke, Su Chun and Su Chiu could only pout their lips, secretly glaring at Su Xia as they took the wild vegetables to cook. Upon hearing this, Su Xia's eyes brightened. It seemed Su Lao too and the others had money to buy grain. Recently, she hadn't heard of the Su family selling land. It seemed things were really not simple. Just in time, the Su family members returned with the grain, saving her the trouble of hoarding it. Su Xia wandered around the Su family's kitchen and discovered that the grain and water were locked in the rooms of Su Lao Tu and Su Lao Tai. She decided to wait a little longer, planning to take action when Su Chun was cooking. After Su Lao Tai saw Su Xia return to the Su family, she wandered slowly at the village entrance, waiting for her husband to come back. It wasn't long before she saw Su Lao Tu and the others returning, along with several households from the village, nearly 20 people guarding 2 carts. Su Lao Tu was not foolish, especially after the incident of their home being robbed. He became even more cautious. Even though there were several men in the family, they did not dare to openly hoard grain. So he instructed Su Lao Si to move around the village early in the morning, persuading many villagers to go to the town to buy grain together. With many people, the outside refugees dared not rob them. The 2 carts of grain they bought finally returned to the village safely. Su Lao Da and another villager pulled the carts while several others carried sticks for protection, driving away many refugees along the way. In total, there were 2 carts of grain. 1 cart belonged to the Su family, while the other cart contained grain from several other households in the village. Su Lao Tai smiled as if it were the new year, quickly welcoming them finally back. How much grain did you buy? As soon as these words were spoken, the refugees' eyes fell upon their grain. Su Lao Tu immediately glared at her, displeased. We'll talk about it when we get back. Su Lao Tai noticed the warning in his eyes and quickly looked around. She saw that the eyes of the surrounding refugees were fixed on the carts. Wherever the carts went, their gazes followed. She immediately understood that this journey was likely to be uneasy. She quickly shut her mouth, glaring at the refugees with wide eyes to prevent them from coveting their grain. The grain was successfully brought back to the village, and each household took their grain off the carts to carry home. The Su family was different. After unloading their grain from the carts, they placed it on another cart. What the Su family didn't know was that their actions were being watched. The refugees, seeing that the Su family had bought so much grain, had green lights in their eyes, as if they were ready to rush into the village to rob it at any moment. However, the patrol team came over, and since it was still light out, they did not dare to easily rush into the village. Among the refugees, someone whispered, I found out that this family's surname is Su. They have 3 strong men and several young boys, and none of them participate in the patrol. That day, I heard the village chief say that families not participating in the patrol would not be cared for if they were robbed. Since the Su family dared to buy grain so openly, they obviously did not want to miss the opportunity. Someone was confident, with so many of us, if we sneak over at midnight, even if we can't take everything, we can at least have a group of refugees watched the Su family's departing figures, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes gleaming with excitement. One person lowered their voice to announce the plan, which received unanimous agreement from the other refugees. Let's do it. Su Xia sat in the courtyard and saw Su Lao Tu and Su Lao Tai returning with bright smiles, accompanied by their 3 sons and 1 grandson. As soon as Su Lao Tai entered the door and saw Su Xia still there, she was extremely pleased. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and tidy up. The Liu family is coming to pick someone up tonight. Old Madame Su was already confident of her victory. Su Chun was her eldest granddaughter, destined to marry a wealthy young man, and she couldn't let that old man from the Liu family interfere. Tonight, even if it meant kidnapping, Su Xia had to replace Su Chun in the marriage. In recent days, Su Xia had been frequently coming home late, disappearing for several days. Even if she vanished, no one would suspect she had been taken away. They would merely think she had been devoured by wild beasts in the mountains. Seeing the reactions of the Su family and Su Chun showing no desire to marry, Su Xia understood everything. Since that was the case, she wouldn't hold back her heart. She looked at the grains piled on the cart, surprised that the Sioux family had bought so much food. Old Man Sioux instructed his 3 sons to carry the food into his and old Madame Sioux's room, which included corn, black flour, wheat bran, coarse salt meat, and oil. Old Madame Sioux noticed her gaze on the food. Initially, she didn't want to give her any, but thinking about needing her cooperation later, she feigned generosity, saying, "Just in time, your grandfather bought some food back." Chun girl scoop half a bowl of corn and a bowl of wheat bran to cook porridge. There's a celebration at home and Xia girl is back, so we should have a good meal. Old Madame Sioux appeared particularly happy, eager to cook more for her family, yet inside her heart was bleeding. It was fine for them to eat the food, but the thought of Su Xia also benefiting from it made her reluctant. Little did she know Su Xia was equally unwilling. She politely refused old Madame Sioux's kindness. "Grandma, no need. Our family doesn't have much to eat, as long as you all are full and fine with it." Once she dealt with the Sioux family, this food would all belong to her, as she didn't want her food to be eaten by the Sioux family. Old Madame Sioux's smile was somewhat strange as she wiped away non-existent tears. "You're so sensible, truly my good granddaughter." Saying this, she knocked the bowl of corn from Su Chun's hands and opened another bag of grains. "The food at home is indeed insufficient, so we'll make do with this for now." Su Xia sneered inwardly. Indeed, old Madame Sioux couldn't bear to give her food. Even if she hadn't said that once the corn porridge was ready, there would be no portion for her. Fortunately, she had seen through old Madame Sioux and spoke up just in time to protect her own food. Su Chun, on the other hand, decisively turned her bowl and scooped a little wheat bran to cook. Seeing this, Su Xia immediately said, "Grandma, I'll help cook too." Opportunity had come, and she had to see. Old Madame Sioux nodded, thinking this stubborn girl had been hungry for days, finally becoming obedient. If she had been this obedient earlier, she wouldn't have had to worry all day. Su Chun began to start the fire to cook and directed, "Su Xia, you go fetch water from Grandma's room." Su Xia didn't care about her calling her names. She eagerly nodded, thrilled to fetch water. Carrying the earthen jar, she walked towards old Madame Sioux's room, but coincidentally overheard a conversation between Su Laosi and old man Sioux. "Laosi, did your classmate really say that?" Su Laosi impatiently covered his ears. "Dad, you've asked me at least 10 times today." "Don't worry." Old Madame Sioux looked worried. "Your father is a bit anxious. If we leave early and are discovered, it could cost us our heads." Su Laosi scoffed. His father had farmed all his life, just like the old village head, timid as a mouse. Unlike him, who had studied for decades and understood much more than his father.
At the time, no one paid much attention. Those who had to work still went to work, and school was set aside. Children were on summer vacation.
Moreover, I heard from my classmate that there is chaos in the north. It seems they ran out of military supplies and suffered a defeat. The surrounding counties have no food, and the court supplies from the south won't arrive for who knows how long. You have seen the many refugees these days, all fleeing from the north. The border will inevitably break soon. They might as well leave early. As for the travel permits, when things get chaotic, it won't matter whether we have them or not. With so much food stockpiled, we can last a long time as long as we don't head to the county town while they are still checking permits. After listening, old man Sioux also felt his son's analysis was accurate. Fortunately, you heard this news in town. Otherwise, when things really get chaotic later, we wouldn't be able to escape. Su Laosi felt somewhat proud. Of course, my years of study weren't in vain. It's just a pity the village head doesn't believe me. Otherwise, if the whole village fled together, we would have more security on the road. Old man Sioux proudly said, with that wooden head of his, how could he understand more than you? That old man from the Liu family wants to marry Chun girl, but fortunately you are clever, and suggested secretly replacing Su Xia for Su Chun, taking the betrothal gifts to buy food. Otherwise our family would starve on the road. Su Laosi laughed. Old Master Liu is wealthy. Su Xia will just happen to bear him a son to carry on the Liu family's lineage. After that they will have no worries for food and clothing. He was also thinking of Su Xia's well-being. Su Chun was spotted by the Liu family while foraging for wild vegetables, causing them worry for several days. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Laosi returned, he directly resolved these problems and came up with such a good plan that not only would Su Xia endure some hardship, but they could also trick the Liu family into giving them money to buy food. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once Su Xia went over, everything would be set in motion, and they would have already left Himeo village. Even if the Liu family wanted to settle the score, they would have no chance. Flawless. Outside, Su Xia overheard this conversation and immediately understood why the Su family wanted to provoke her. It turned out that the old man from the Liu family had his eyes on Su Chun, and she was merely a substitute. The wealthy Liu family in Shenyang village had a patriarch over 50 with a son older than Su Xia by a whole generation. Old Master Liu was a widower and most remarkably set a record by marrying 5 wives in 1 year, all of whom mysteriously died. Villagers from several nearby villages claimed he was cursed to bring misfortune to his wives. The original body was only 14 years old. The Su family was indeed playing a shrewd game. They were marrying her off to the Liu family while using the betrothal gifts from the Liu family to buy so much food. They even received news and prepared to flee early to escape famine, conveniently avoiding the Liu family's retribution. If there was chaos at the border, it would be serious. With drought and war, how many lives would be lost? However, Su Laosi had already informed the village head if he didn't flee, she wouldn't have the power to sway others. Su Xia now only wanted to take care of herself. Nothing was more important than her own life. She thought about the rising food prices in town and how many wealthy families were keeping their doors closed. Perhaps Su Laosi's news was true. Previously, she hesitated to leave early due to fear of being caught without a travel permit, but now with chaos looming at the border, it was likely that soon several counties in the north would be fleeing. At that time, who would still care about whether they had travel permits? Su Xia thought after dealing with the Su family taking the supplies, and leaving would be simply splendid. She took the earthen jar and had old Madame Su open the door to scoop half a jar of water before heading to the kitchen. When Su Chun saw her take so long to return, she scolded, "Why did you take so long? Truly useless. Grandma wouldn't open the door." Su Xia was not lying. When she knocked, old Madame Su was rummaging through the house, hiding things, fearing she would see the food, which delayed her in opening the door. Su Chun, upon hearing this, did not say anything further. She felt that Grandma was right. How much food the family had shouldn't be known to Su Xia. Su Chun wanted to take the clay pot, but Su Xia did not hand it to her. Instead, she directly poured the water from the pot into the pot and tossed in the wild vegetables. Su Chun looked at the pitiful amount of water in the pot and complained, "Why did you only scoop such a little water? Grandma said that there isn't much water at home, or just make the vegetable porridge thicker. Half a bowl per person will be fine. This way the toxicity will also be stronger." Su Xia, seeing that she wanted to say more, quickly pushed her away. "You can't cook, well go tend to the fire, I'll stir the pot." Su Chun glared at her fiercely but did not rush to take over. After all, Su Xia was telling the truth. Her cooking was indeed not good. Grandma had been saying these days that she was not as capable as Su Xia, and she was quite annoyed. She wanted to see what kind of food Su Xia could make with wild vegetables and wheat bran. If it tasted terrible, she would definitely let Grandma scold her. Su Xia sneered inwardly at being able to eat the food she cooked was a blessing for the Su family. Seeing that the vegetable porridge in the pot was already cooked, Su Xia secretly added some aconite juice, quickly stirring it, and while Su Chun was not paying attention before taking it off the heat. Adding poison when taking it off the heat ensures that the toxicity is not weakened. The vegetable porridge was served in a large basin, looking like pig feed. As she brought the food out, old lady Su gave it a disdainful glance, but said nothing. Without hesitation, she picked up a bowl and started dividing the food. As expected, the last bowl of vegetable porridge ended up being hers, and it was pitifully small. She did not say much, merely holding her bowl and blowing on the food inside, quietly waiting for them to finish eating before making a scene. The Su family, tired from a day's work, did not care that the vegetable porridge tasted bad and began drinking it down. "Why does this vegetable porridge taste so strange and a bit bitter?" Su Lao frowned, smacking his lips. No one would have thought that the formerly meek Su Xia would dare to poison them. His wife said, "There's bitter herb in it which is just bitter." Su Lao too remarked, "The wild vegetables on the mountain are almost gone. It's already good to have found bitter herb today. Hurry up and eat. The Lu family will come to fetch someone soon." His implication was that they needed to fill their stomachs before they could deal with Su Xia. The Su family originally planned to buy sleeping medicine, directly drug Su Xia, cover her up, and take her to the Lu family's sedan chair without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, they could not buy sleeping medicine in town. With no way to poison her, they had to resort to brute force. After he mentioned it, everyone realized that the Lu family would come to fetch Su Xia later, meaning they wouldn't be able to sleep until midnight. If they didn't eat enough, they wouldn't be able to handle Su Xia, and they wouldn't have time to sleep at night. If Su Xia knew their intentions, she would definitely scoff, "Rest assured you will sleep forever." Seeing that the Su family had finished everything in their bowls, the vegetable porridge in Su Xia's bowl had also cooled down. Old lady Su noticed she hadn't eaten and asked, "Xia girl, why aren't you eating?" Everyone looked at her in confusion. Could it be that there was a problem with the food? Su Xia held her bowl, looking reluctant. "I want to save it to take back for later." The Su family scoffed. They were really scared of hunger, fearing that if they ate this meal, there wouldn't be a next one. Sui looked at the vegetable porridge in her bowl and directly snatched it away. "If you're not eating, I will." Perfect. Not eating meant no strength to resist. Saying this, he tilted his head and swallowed the meager amount of vegetable porridge in his bowl. Su Xia pretended to be anxious. "Hey, that's mine." The Su family remained silent at the sight. They were already used to Su-yi snatching food from Su Xia. Su-yi finished the vegetable porridge and even licked the bowl, grinning at Su Xia. Su Xia looked at him with cold eyes, truly asking for death. She couldn't stop him even if she tried. Clatter, the bowl in Su-yi's hand fell onto the table. Fortunately, Su Xia was quick-eyed and quick-handed, always keeping an eye on it, and reached out to catch it, preventing it from hitting the ground. A bowl costs 1 won. The Su family heard the noise and quickly looked at Su-yi, only to see him convulsing, collapsing straight to the ground. Aunt Su-si was startled. "Ear, what's wrong with you?" She reached out to help Su-yi, but unexpectedly, she also started to feel her lips and tongue going numb, her hands and feet feeling unresponsive. Su Xia quickly jumped aside, secretly admiring the poison that indeed lived up to its name. It was extraordinary. Other poisons usually take an hour or two to take effect, but this one acted in just a quarter of an hour. Soon the other members of the Su family also noticed something was wrong. They wanted to shout, but could not utter a word. The Su family looked at Su Xia with terror. If they could not guess at this moment, they would truly be foolish.
Later the water supply and electricity went out, and then all networks and communications were severed. From that moment on
If they were lightly poisoned, they could use honey mung beans, windbreak, and other decoctions to detoxify, but it was clear that the Su family was beyond saving. For now, she was merely reducing their suffering. Su Xia quickly began collecting supplies, even taking the clothes and shoes off the Su family. It must be said that Su Laozi did do a good deed. Before his death. He advised Su Laotu to sell all the land contracts, and nearly all the silver obtained was used to buy food. Moreover, the brothers of the Su family were not united. Each kept their own secret stash of money. They only let Su Laotu use the public silver to buy things while hiding their own silver. Fortunately, Su Xia was smart and turned the Su family upside down, finding all the silver the three Su brothers had hidden in the soil and bricks amounting to 19 taels and 723 copper coins. In addition to the food Su Laotu bought today, all the tables, chairs, and stools at home were put into storage. It was simply exhilarating. Su Xia looked at the newly built beams of the Su family house and simply dismantled more than 10 sturdy ones to put into storage, leaving the rest untouched. She had to leave some firewood for the Su family to facilitate the concealment of the bodies. Before leaving, she even scraped away all the ash from the stove. Then she set a large fire, igniting all the rooms of the Su family and casually throwing a few burning logs onto the Su family before leaving. Worried that someone might see her, Su Xia took a detour to the mountain, changed into a different set of clothes, and then started her journey. What she did not know was that the fire at the Su family had completely ignited, exposing those refugees who wanted to sneak into the Su family to steal food. The patrol team noticed something unusual and did not yet know whose house was on fire. Following the flames, they hurriedly came over and coincidentally ran into a few refugees sneaking in to steal food. Someone shouted, "Someone is stealing food. Someone is stealing food." This cry was very piercing in the silent night, waking all the villagers of Hamiao village. Many men rushed out in their clothes only to see the patrolling villagers forming a circle with all the refugees squatting in the middle. Upon entering the Su family estate, the refugees were startled and shouted in panic, "It's not me, it's not me. The fire broke out as soon as I arrived. Brothers, really it wasn't us." They had only intended to steal grain from the Su family, who had bought a large amount today, but by the time they sneaked into the village, the house was already ablaze. They rushed into the Su family's home looking for grain, but to their dismay, there wasn't even a shadow of food. Clearly the place had already been ransacked by someone formidable. Fearing discovery by the patrolling team, they fled in a panic only to find themselves blamed. The old village chief hurried over, shocked to see the Su family's estate engulfed in flames. Where are the Su family members? Why haven't they escaped yet? Quick, everyone, put out the fire. The villagers were at a loss. How do we put out the fire? With no water available, even if they had some, they were reluctant to use it. The old village chief looked at the blazing Su family yard, anxious but helpless. No one dared to rush into the flames to save anyone. It was too strange. Could it be that all the Su family members had been knocked out by the smoke inside, unable to muster the strength to escape? Quickly move all the firewood from the neighboring houses to prevent the fire from spreading. Unable to extinguish the flames, they could only wait for it to extinguish itself. The villagers immediately began moving things to prevent the inferno from reaching the neighboring homes. The weather was already dry, and this fire had burned for a long time. Seeing no hope of putting it out, the old village chief thought to himself that it was all fate. He knew that old Su had taken his family to town for shopping today, intending to leave Hamiao village early. Could this fire have been set by them? The old village chief felt both confused and worried, thinking that if no one had come out despite the raging fire, either the people were not inside, or they had all perished. The refugees inside said it was very empty, with not a single grain left. Perhaps the Su family had set the fire themselves after leaving with the grain. But what was bizarre was that the patrol team hadn't seen the Su family leave. Of course, these were just his speculations. The truth could only be known once the fire was extinguished. The old village chief, with a serious expression, ordered that the refugees be captured for questioning, only to find that they truly hadn't stolen anything. However, they had no authority to deal with the refugees and could only bind them, planning to turn them over to the official. Most likely it was other refugees. The Su family bought too much grain today, and since they lived in another corner of the village, the patrol team overlooked them. Village chief, what if the Su family still hasn't come out? Could it be that those refugees? The people of Hamiao village felt a wave of fear. They had heard rumors that there were murders and looting in town, but since there were many people in the village, they had yet to encounter such a situation. If the refugees were so ruthless, then they were not safe at all. Village chief, we can't find water, and our grain is running out. Shouldn't we leave too? Yes, village chief. The drought is so severe, and there are no signs of rain. The number of refugees is increasing, And if we don't leave, we'll starve to death on the road without food and water, and we won't even be able to find wild vegetables." The old village chief looked worried. "But the county magistrate won't allow us to flee." He couldn't fully trust what old Sue had said. It was one thing if a few families sneaked away, but as the village chief, if he led the entire village to escape, and it was discovered later, it would lead to dire consequences. "Village chief, I heard many families from the neighboring village have left. They too wanted to leave, but with so few family members, if it was just their family escaping, they would be picked apart on the road." The village chief gritted his teeth. "Let's wait 2 more days. If we still can't find water, we'll leave." Suddenly a villager shouted, "Village chief, people from the neighboring village are coming." Old Lu looked at the villagers of Hamiao with confusion. Didn't the old lady of the Sioux family say that the patrollers would be most drowsy during the midnight shift, and that he should come to take her granddaughter away at that time? Why were these people still gathered together? The old village chief, seeing that they were from the Lu family, felt puzzled. "What brings you here?" Old Lu couldn't say. He was here to catch women, given his so-called reputation, which the village chief of Hamiao was aware of. The Lu family, seeing the raging fire not far away, curiously asked, "Whose house has had an incident?" The old village chief did not hide it. "Alas, it's the Sioux family." Old Lu was startled. Where are the Sioux family members? Could it be that the Sioux family had deliberately staged this to trick him out of his silver? After all, he had promised 10 taels to marry a new wife. In the past, 10 taels had been enough to marry 2 wives. A villager remarked, "We just don't know if they are inside." The Sioux family didn't have much that could burn, so the fire didn't last long. Around dawn, the villagers, blinking their tired eyes, saw the sky filled with thick clouds of ash. "The fire is out. Quick, let's go in and take a look." A few villagers entered with sticks and discovered several charred corpses inside. "Village chief, this is terrible. The Sioux family members have been burned to death. The bodies are charred, burned beyond recognition. They lay dead in their own living room. Their food is all gone, or it doesn't look like they were burned, but rather that it was taken away by someone. If there had been food, no matter how it burned, there would at least be some ashes left, but the room was very empty." The village chief was greatly alarmed. He believed that the Sioux family must have been targeted for their grain purchase, and when they refused to hand it over, they were killed. The Lu family had not returned to the village and wanted to see whether the Sioux family was dead or alive. "Are they all dead?" "Indeed, the bodies are all charred." "Hey, weren't you asking about the Sioux family before? What did you want them for?" Old Lu quickly shook his head, and nothing. The Sioux family had perished. Even if he wanted his silver back, it depended on whether they could return it. It was a pity he could not marry Su Chan. The Lu family left in disappointment, and the people of Hamiao village felt uneasy, torn about whether to flee. They feared that if they did not leave, they might end up like the Sioux family, targeted by the refugees. By then, with food gone, they would also be burned alive. Meanwhile, Su Xia, who was hastily on her way, had no idea that her actions had sparked thoughts of fleeing among the villagers of Hamiao. She had come to the realization that since there was war in the north, she could not go north and would have to head south. After all, her original self had lived in Hamiao village for over a decade, and she had heard the elders say that the direction of Fuan town was to the north. After setting fire to the Sioux family, she walked in the opposite direction of Fuan town, reaching a deserted place where she took out her backpack and bundle. In fact, she had planned to prepare a bundle and some cloth bags for storing grain before setting off, but she never expected the Sioux family to be so malicious that they targeted her before she could finish her preparations. Fortunately, the Sioux family also planned to flee from the disaster. Old Madame Sioux gathered the bundles sewn by several daughters-in-law into her space. One must say the sewing skills of the Sioux family are quite decent, and at least the corn they packed into the cloth bags won't spill out. She carried a small bundle in front of her, which contained a small bag of corn, a piece of clothing, and a water pouch. Behind her, she had a backpack. The grass mat and bedding were neatly rolled and tied with hemp rope placed directly into the backpack. Although she had space, she still needed to maintain appearances. The items packed in the bundle and backpack were few. On the road fleeing from disaster, she would inevitably encounter many people. She mainly feared running into someone who had seen her before. If they discovered her suddenly pulling out food and other items, they would suspect her. Dressed in male clothing, she tied her hair up haphazardly, smeared some dirt on her face, and continued her journey with the bundle on her back and a wooden stick in hand. Due to malnutrition, her original body suffered from night blindness, but the moonlight was bright that night, illuminating the path, allowing her to make her way forward. The road in the wilderness was difficult to traverse, and after walking for a long time, she had not encountered any villages. Moreover, without a map, she could only rely on the twinkling stars in the sky to guide her direction. Su Xia first located the Big Dipper, extending 5 times the distance from the spoon-shaped Tian Shu, and Tian Xian would lead her to the position of the North Star, which indicated true north from where it was vertical to the ground. Confirming the direction of true north, she merely had to walk in the opposite direction. The mountain path was uneven and rugged. At times, she would stumble if she could not see clearly. If it weren't for the wooden stick supporting her, she would have definitely stumbled. Su Xia simply decided to be thorough, using the stick to gather anything that might trip her up along the way into her space. Stones and wooden sticks could be made into weapons. Occasionally, she might find a few suitable ones to make stone knives or cutting boards. She felt her current movements resembled that of a blind person walking, waving the wooden stick back and forth in front of her, which made her speed slow. Occasionally, she could see scattered refugees along the road. She dared not be too conspicuous and could only carefully distance herself from them as she continued her journey. Perhaps it was due to the county magistrate's deliberate control of the population. Most of the locals in Anyang County had yet to begin fleeing. Even if they did, they were likely big households departing from towns or the county town well-informed and quietly leaving early. Currently trapped on the mountain path, she had not even seen the shadow of an official road, so naturally, she wouldn't encounter any. There were a few refugees on both sides of the mountain path who had escaped from the north. After a long journey, they were already ragged and weak, and when tired, they could only sleep on the ground. Although Su Xia was very quiet in her movements, she was still noticed by a few shallow sleeping refugees. They raised their heads and glanced at her, not understanding why she was traveling at this hour. However, she was alone and not part of a group. With only a backpack on her back, she appeared quite relaxed, and it didn't seem like she was carrying much food, so the refugees didn't think much of it and continued sleeping after a glance. After traveling for a long while, Su Xia finally found a secluded spot before dawn. It was deserted, so she sat on the ground leaning against her backpack to rest for a moment and drank a few sips of water. Having walked all night, she was drenched in sweat, especially on her back and face. Her back felt sticky, and when she touched it, she found it was all sweat. A few strands of hair fell from her head, sticking to her face and neck, which was quite uncomfortable, so she decided to tie her hair up again. In fact, she really wanted to cut off all the cumbersome hair, but short hair would attract attention, so she dared not try easily. She decided to observe for a couple of days to see how the fleeing refugees dressed before making a decision. Thinking about resting for a while before continuing her long journey, she took out the newly bought cloth, tore off a long strip, and started wrapping it around her legs from her ankles up to her knees, ensuring it wasn't too loose or too tight. If it was too tight, it would affect her ability to travel. If it was too loose, it would have no effect. Effectively binding her legs would prevent blood from pooling during her travels and causing calf pain. It could also protect her from snakes and insects when walking through dry grass. The cloth strip used for binding could also serve as a rope, but since Su Xia had space, she didn't need to consider that much. After securing her calves, she tried moving a bit and confirmed everything was fine before taking out a bun to fill her stomach. Due to the need to travel, she dared not eat too much. After finishing one bun, she continued on her way. As she walked, the sky gradually brightened, and she began to see everything around her. The land by the roadside had long been turned upside down, comparable to being plowed. Due to the drought, the wild grass and vegetables were already struggling to grow, and now they were almost extinct. The bark of the trees on both sides of the mountain path had been stripped off, and the trees had been denuded. The trees that should have been sprouting now showed no sign of tender green. She couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if most of the people in Anyang County also began to flee from disaster, and that damned county magistrate, for the sake of his political achievements, forcibly kept the people in Anyang County. He had no idea how many would die if the borders were breached. But Su Xia couldn't care less. She was an ordinary person, too ordinary to be ordinary. Even if she wanted to warn them, they might not believe her. They might even accuse her of spreading rumors and directly arrest her. In a chaotic world, all she could do was look after herself. After dawn, she wasn't the only one on the road. Scattered refugee groups filled her view. She remembered being robbed by refugees, and during this time, there had even been refugees robbing in villages. Perhaps there were some bad ones among these fleeing groups as well. Traveling alone, she was very likely to be targeted. Thus, Su Xia quickened her pace, her legs moving as if they had motors swiftly propelling her forward. A few refugees who had just woken up saw Su Xia rushing forward with her stick and stared blankly, thinking there might be a ghost chasing her. They didn't want to fall behind, so they hurriedly woke their family members. "Get up quickly, we need to go. Dad, Mom, wake up, or we'll fall behind." With the sounds of complaints and yawns, almost everyone in the fleeing group woke up, and then Su Xia was surprised to find that more and more people were following her. It truly is a law of nature. People flock together. Perhaps since it was the beginning of their escape, these refugees were taking breaks, still having enough strength to follow closely behind Su Xia, occasionally exchanging a few words. "Dad, when can we stop? Let's just get to the next county town, it'll be fine there." The villagers of Humiao village well understood the vital importance of water. After all, it was the people of Yulan village who had first discovered the source, and thus were granted priority access. Through their conversations, Su Xia discovered that many of them had fled from the neighboring county to Anyang County, while a few were locals. The county magistrate of Anyang was unwilling to take in refugees, let alone open the granaries to distribute food. At the same time, the magistrate was concerned that they would disturb the peace of Anyang's citizens, thus forcing them to avoid the main roads and take the mountain trails. Some in the group of refugees had been fleeing for at least half a month. Since they were not allowed into the county seat, they were unable to resupply, which is why they headed towards the villages and towns. This way they wouldn't be driven away by officials, and they could exchange some silver for food. As a result, some previously isolated villages began to sense a troubling trend. Coincidentally, drought had made food scarce, which already caused anxiety. Now hearing that the border could be breached, how could they remain calm? Some villagers, bold and unheeding, decided to flee overnight, thinking that since everyone else was escaping, they wouldn't be missed. Others were reluctant to leave their homeland and did not believe that the border would be easily breached, thinking that with so many people fleeing, they might benefit from the reduced population here. In the group of refugees, some were from the same village, some from the same family, while very few like her were traveling. She knew that it was still early in the fleeing process, and nearly every household was carrying food and water. Until absolutely necessary, nobody would risk stealing from others. However, she kept a distance from the other refugees. Whenever they rested for a quarter of an hour, she would only rest for half that time. At noon, when the sun was at its highest, Susia looked up at the glaring halo of light, feeling that it was far from the spring sun, almost comparable to summer. She took out a piece of clothing, disregarding that it had been worn by the person who had robbed her before, and wrapped it around her head, immediately detecting a strong odor of sweat that nearly made her gag. Fearing heatstroke if she continued on like this, she found a shaded spot to rest while pulling out a small handful of roasted corn to chew on. Chewing the roasted corn was quite dry, and she drank a couple of sips of water to help swallow it down. While eating, Susia did not forget to observe her surroundings. She spotted 2 small dandelions nearby and felt a surge of joy, quickly pulling them up, shaking off the dirt, and putting them into her backpack. Seeing her digging for wild vegetables, others began searching around as well, and they indeed found some edible wild greens. Although small, it was still better than nothing. Susia searched for wild vegetables around where she was sitting and found 3 more, but later did not discover any more and thus gave up. Meanwhile, she noticed other refugees hiding under large trees or behind rocks, beginning to eat. Some were soaking roasted corn in water like her, while others were gnawing on bread, and some even had dried meat. After all, it was just the beginning of their flight, and everyone had plenty of supplies. Even so, those eating dried meat were still cautious, turning their backs to avoid being robbed. Seeing this, Susia felt a pang of regret. In her haste, she had only prepared steamed buns and forgotten to bring some dried meat. Now seeing them eat it, her mouth began to salivate. It was impossible to eat buns in front of so many people, especially since her buns smelled so good and were still warm. The aroma could not be concealed. She reached into her bag, broke off a small piece of the white steamed bun, and stuffed it into her mouth, moistening it with saliva before chewing and swallowing. Susia suddenly felt as if she had returned to her school days, needing to eat furtively, afraid of being discovered by the... After eating a couple of bites and taking a sip of water, she picked up a wooden stick and, under the puzzled gazes of others, continued on her way. After all, she was alone with only a backpack, so her pace was much faster. Other refugees were burdened with family, some pulled carts, some carried children, and some were even pregnant. Compared to them, she was quite fortunate. A small boy looked in surprise at Susia's back and asked, "Mom, why is that person walking so fast? Isn't he tired?" His mother glanced at the traveler, who looked a few years older than her child, daring to travel alone. She did not know if he was tired, but she was certainly exhausted. She stuffed some wild vegetables into the boy's mouth, saying, "Hurry and eat. Once we are full, we need to keep moving to reach the next county as soon as possible to survive." Although they had brought dry rations, it would only last a month at most. During this time, many refugees would not easily touch their prepared food, mostly digging for wild vegetables by the roadside while resting. However, as the number of refugees increased, wild vegetables became scarce, and the later they traveled, the worse it would be for them. Many resting refugees were rubbing their sore calves. Even touching them hurt, let alone having to walk again soon. In the past, when working in the fields, my calves would ache like this after long hours. Now fleeing and walking for several days is even more exhausting than farming. Who can say otherwise? I've only walked 3 days and I've got blisters on my feet. Many people glanced at the cloth strips on Susia's legs, feeling puzzled. I saw a family before, and they were also binding their legs. Is there some benefit to that? Let's go and ask them. However, they did not realize that as Susia noticed their speed increasing, she also quickened her own pace. Susia had no other thoughts in mind. She was determined to shake off those following her and give them no chance to rob her. A young man pulling a cart, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Haha, Dad, why is he walking faster and faster?" His father was no better off, nearly gasping for breath. The young man with the stick in front of them was not an ordinary person. After walking for so long, he was still moving swiftly. After another 15 minutes, they truly could not continue. Looking up ahead, there was no trace of Susia left. This family felt disappointed and exhausted, having to stop. No more chasing, it's too tiring. Originally, they wanted to ask that young man why he was binding his legs, but he seemed to have wings under his feet, vanishing from sight. Susia noticed that no one was chasing her anymore and felt relieved, but she still dared not let her guard down. She wiped the sweat from her face and took a sip from her water pouch. Now that it was getting late, she needed to find a place to rest quickly. The refugees ahead had occupied many good spots, and several had already started fires to cook. She looked around and found some empty spots near the woods, so she walked in that direction. Perhaps because Su Xia was alone, some people noticed her, but did not take any further action. Su Xia paid no mind to how others viewed her. She entered the forest and found that the dry branches on the ground had already been picked clean and many branches under the large trees had also been cut down. There are refugees climbing trees to cut branches, while their families stand below to prevent others from taking the fallen branches. Su Xia found it difficult to climb the tree with her backpack, so she took a wooden stick and stood on her tiptoes to knock down some dry branches, gathering all the branches in her arms. If she didn't hold them, they would be snatched away soon. However, some trees were too tall for her to reach, even on tiptoes, so she threw the firewood into her backpack while tying the stick around her waist and climbed up the big tree. From a high vantage point with the dim sunlight, Su Xia noticed that not far ahead the top of a tree seemed to have some tender green leaves resembling the leaves of a catalpa tree. She marked the location in her mind, intending to check it out later. After knocking down a few dry branches, someone below attempted to pick them up. Frowning, she jumped down after knocking off a branch, grabbing it midair while glaring fiercely at the person trying to snatch her firewood. Seeing that he couldn't snatch the branch, and that Su Xia looked menacing with the stick and branch in hand, the man, realizing she had collected enough firewood, and with the sky growing darker, Su Xia decided to stop gathering and check if the tree ahead was indeed a catalpa. A stocky man stepped forward to block Su Xia, saying, "Kid, your stick is long. Can you help us knock down some branches?" Su Xia noticed he was eyeing her firewood, shrugged the stick onto her shoulder, and coldly glanced at him, saying, "Don't." The man didn't expect this frail kid to be so stubborn. He had observed closely while picking branches, noticing that she was alone with no family around, indicating she was traveling by herself. But seeing her tough demeanor now made him uncertain. After a moment's thought, he took a step back and cleared the path. He was somewhat lazy and wanted help, but not enough to resort to robbery. Seeing that he made no further moves, Su Xia turned and walked toward the tree with the tender green leaves. This catalpa tree was large, but the leaves at the crown had already been picked clean, indicating it had been discovered by many before. Looking up at the tall tree, Su Xia realized she couldn't reach the leaves unless she climbed. She broke the firewood into shorter pieces, pretending to place them in her backpack while actually storing them in her space. After stowing away the firewood, she climbed the tree. In the past, to avoid zombies during the apocalypse, she had climbed many trees, and this one posed no challenge for her. Su Xia climbed the tree barehanded and sat on a branch to pluck the catalpa leaves. Some of these leaves were old and might be tough to eat. She didn't know how long they would be on the run, and although her space had plenty of food, no one would ever complain about having too much. While Su Xia was picking catalpa leaves, some people noticed her and attempted to climb the tree, but it was not easy to scale. They could only watch her from below, drooling at the sight of her picking leaves. After filling a large bag with catalpa leaves, she concealed them in her space behind the cover of her backpack. Then she slid down the tree and left the forest. She found that the spot she had marked earlier was already occupied, so she headed towards another open area. These open spaces had clearly been visited by others, and she didn't even need to pull grass. She just had to be cautious of the many droppings on the ground, as stepping on them would be easy. Suddenly, Su Xia remembered that she had been traveling all day and hadn't gone to the bathroom. Perhaps it was because the food was too dry or she was too tired. She had no desire to relieve herself. Not wanting to dwell on that, she pulled a handful of dry grass from the side, took out a flint, and began to start a fire. The sparks fell onto the dry grass and quickly ignited. She added some thin branches to the fire, and once it was burning well, she added thicker branches to ensure it would last. Su Xia took out some branches from her backpack, sitting on a branch to warm herself by the fire, while loosening the fabric ties around her legs to massage her feet and relax her calves. Fortunately, the original owner was used to farm work, and after several days of walking, her feet had not been rubbed raw. Without the fabric binding her calves, the cold wind rushed into her pants. Su Xia felt that the current temperature was quite strange. It was sunny during the day, yet chilly at night. While she had been sweating, she now felt a chill creeping into her body as soon as she stopped. If the fire were to go out tonight, she would definitely catch a cold tomorrow. After some thought, she realized there was a way to sleep warm, by making a simple fire bed. She took out her hatchet and dug a shallow pit about half a person away from the fire. Before sleeping, she planned to put some firewood in the pit, cover it with a layer of dirt, and lay some grass mats on top to keep warm at night. Some people around looked at Su Xia oddly, thinking she must be foolish not preparing food properly, but digging a pit instead. Did she think there was food in the pit? However, after watching for a long time, they saw nothing to eat, only dirt. The pit Su Xia dug was not large, it only needed to be big enough for her to lie down and sleep comfortably. After finishing the pit, she added more firewood to the fire to prevent it from going out. She collected a few stones to make a simple fire stove, placed a clay pot on the stones, added some water and pre-fried corn, and once the water boiled, she tossed in a handful of catalpa leaves. Many around her were eating like this, and some were cooking dishes that smelled even better than hers. Suddenly, Su Xia caught a whiff of meat. Following the scent, she saw a villager from the nearby village tossing some chicken meat into the pot to cook porridge. That family had a lot of people, no wonder they dared to cook chicken. She smiled with satisfaction, realizing this was the benefit of escaping ahead of time. Looking at her own corn porridge, she suddenly lost her appetite. At this time, everyone had food. If they continued for a few more days, and their supplies ran out without resupply, that would be frustrating. Once the corn porridge in the clay pot was cooked, she carefully scooped it all into a bowl and began to eat cautiously. As the aroma of chicken from next door grew stronger, she turned around facing away from others and secretly placed a meat bun into her bowl, taking a bite, before burying it in the corn porridge, finishing it in just a few bites. After finishing dinner, she felt a surge of energy throughout her body. Just as Su Xia was packing her things to sleep, someone approached her unexpectedly. "Hey, can I borrow some fire from you?" Su Xia looked at him with a strange expression, as she had actually seen him stand up just moments ago, which was why she hurried to eat. With so many lit campfires nearby, he didn't ask anyone else, and instead chose to approach her clearly with ill intentions. She held a chopping knife, smiling at him. "Did you really come all this way just to borrow fire?" His gaze was somewhat unnatural. When he smiled, the mole on his face made him appear a bit sinister. "I asked several families just now, but they were all unwilling. I am unwilling too." Su Xia looked at him with a half-smile. The man was clearly taken aback, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Su Xia smiled faintly. "I was just joking, go ahead and light it." Borrowing fire was acceptable, but if he dared to have any designs on her, she would make sure to use blood to consecrate her chopping knife. As the man lit the fire, Su Xia took out a sickle from her backpack and began to sharpen a wooden stick she carried. The wooden stick ultimately lacked any significant deterrent power. This time she intended to embed the chopping knife onto the stick. She didn't believe anyone would dare to challenge her while she wielded a large blade. The man did not expect her backpack to contain both a chopping knife and a sickle, making her seem formidable. He tentatively asked, "Are you the only one at home?" Upon hearing this, Su Xia realized his true intentions. How could that be? She pointed to a group of people not far away. "I'm from the same village as them, it's just that my father and uncle have gone hunting in the woods and haven't returned yet." The man was stunned, not expecting her to have family, and from the same village at that. But why was he so far from the others, and why weren't her family dining with her? He didn't believe Su Xia, thinking she was deceiving him. Of course, Su Xia didn't expect him to believe her, as she truly had no family to return to. She was just a bit annoyed. It seemed she wouldn't sleep soundly tonight. After the man lit the fire, he left, just as Su Xia finished preparing her large knife. The stick was embedded into the handle of the chopping knife, and it was just a bit shorter than herself. She swung it a couple of times, finding it quite handy. She raised the knife to warn the man that if he dared to steal from her, she would not show mercy. After a day and night of travel, she was extremely tired. Thinking of how many people were still preparing food, she picked up some stones nearby, heated them, and placed them directly into a pit, adding some ash, and then covering it with a layer of dirt. A simple fire bed was ready. She took a grass mat from her backpack and laid it on the bed, feeling the warmth radiating from the ground. It seemed she wouldn't be cold sleeping tonight. Su Xia tidied up the campfire, and then packed all her things into her backpack, tying the chopping knife together with it. She glanced over at the man who had borrowed fire earlier. He had already set his campfire ablaze, and the man traveling with him was pulling out flatbreads from his bundle. Soon they finished sharing. They had 2 large knives beside them, which ordinary folks wouldn't dare approach. She had also had a large knife before, but it broke in half while chopping a tree. Su Xia looked at the 2 large knives beside the man, thinking that they were much better than her chopping knife. She lay down on the grass mat covered with a quilt and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Not far away, 2 men were secretly watching Su Xia. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, a cunning smile appeared on their faces. "Big brother, that kid is all alone. He should still have some food in his backpack. Although not much, it should be enough for us for a few days." The man was somewhat excited. The food they had previously stolen was almost gone. Although they still had a pair of silver earrings, they were saving those to pawn in the county and were reluctant to exchange them for grain. To eat until full, they needed to plan ahead. They hadn't been idle on the road today either. Originally, they had their sights set on another fat sheep, but upon seeing Su Xia carrying firewood out of the woods by herself, they changed their minds. This kid looked thin and frail, with barely any meat on him. He wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from them. He was easy to deal with. "Big brother, when shall we strike?" Hearing this, the man with the mole immediately looked around, noticing a few other refugees resting nearby, but most were families. Of course, there was also a person traveling alone, but they were all armed with large knives and looked sturdy, making them hard to deal with. "Don't rush, there are still many people awake. By midnight, people will be in their deepest sleep. Perhaps after robbing that kid, we can also rob a few others." The 2 brothers speaking looked quite similar. The older one had a mole on his face and was the one who had borrowed fire from Su Xia earlier. These 2 appeared respectable, but no one knew they were once notorious criminals. They had gotten separated from their fellow villagers while fleeing and had barely scraped by through robbery. In other words, all their supplies were carried by others, allowing them to travel faster than others. The night grew darker and the campfire dimmed as it lacked firewood, causing the sleeping refugees to feel the chill of the night once more. In the middle of the night, Susia, worried about being robbed, still couldn't sleep and felt a dull pain in her head. Tense from her nerves, and after several hours the warmth of her bed had diminished, and lying on the ground made her uncomfortable. She opened her eyes to look at the sky and found it still wasn't bright. She quickly pulled her quilt closer, covering her shoulders, and lay on her side, trying to rest. Behind her there were faint footsteps and whispers. "He hasn't woken up. Be quick, grab and go. If he dares to resist, just kill him." Hearing a familiar voice, Susia squinted her eyes and became alert. Sure enough, the voice belonged to the man who had borrowed fire from her earlier. The remaining light from the fire behind her illuminated two vague figures. The corners of her mouth curled up, one hand under the quilt felt for the chopping knife, while the other gripped a dagger. She then felt a force tugging at her backpack. She had long anticipated being targeted, but it felt too soon as this was only the first night. However, for her it was the first night of fleeing. For others, it was perhaps many nights of robbery, which was not surprising. The man tugging at her backpack found it wouldn't budge and was about to cut the strap when he noticed the person on the ground had woken up and was staring at him intently. In a reflexive action, he grabbed the large knife and lunged at Susia. But Susia's chopping knife was longer and swifter than his. The blade grazed his neck, and at the same time she threw a dagger that struck the other man squarely in the chest. Susia frowned. Her aim was still lacking. She had intended for the dagger to hit his left chest, but ended up striking him directly in the center of the chest. However, this did not hinder her from snatching the large knife from the nearby thief and delivering another blow. The two thieves clutched their necks and were about to collapse. Susia, worried about waking others, hurriedly pulled their clothes and gently laid them down on the ground. She cleaned her dagger in the ash, taking both large knives and all their clothes. To Susia's surprise, one of the men had a pair of silver earrings and 3 prescriptions hidden in his pocket. The handwriting on the prescriptions looked like it was written by a girl, and the flatbread had a medicinal fragrance. These two wouldn't have stolen from a doctor and a young girl, would they? The thief's blood was too much for her to clean up. She could only tidy her things and leave with her backpack. As for whether her failure to destroy the corpses would lead people to suspect, the thief's blood was too much for her to clean up. She could only tidy her things and leave with her backpack. As for whether her failure to destroy the corpses would lead people to suspect her, she didn't care. She expressed indifference. After all, her face was dark and unrecognizable, and when she arrived here it was so dark that they might not have seen her features clearly. Besides, those fleeing for their lives had no time to concern themselves with others. Susia couldn't help but feel grateful. Thankfully, she had eaten something last night and quickly caught up on sleep. Now she wasn't very tired, just that the temperature was too low, making her feel a bit cold. She took out her bedding to wrap around herself and walked for nearly an hour before leaning against a large rock to doze off. When dawn broke, Susia rolled up her bedding and placed it in her backpack. She deliberately took out the 2 large knives to check them, finding nothing unusual or marked, which reassured her as she strapped them to her waist and continued on her way. Perhaps because she had a knife on each side, she looked quite fierce, causing many refugees to hesitate to approach her, waiting until she had left before daring to continue their journey. Seeing this, Susia felt elated. Indeed, the ferocity that unintentionally showed itself could deter evil people. When Susia set off again, the refugees from the previous campsite were gradually waking up, shivering from the cold, exclaiming, "It's so cold. It was so hot during the day, but now it's freezing at night. This weather is truly strange. That's the spring cold. The campfire has gone out, no wonder." Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced through the crowd. Someone's dead. Almost all the refugees were frightened by this scream. Some daring individuals steeled themselves to approach and discovered 2 naked men lying beside a pile of firewood, their necks stained with congealed blood, which looked quite terrifying. The adults hurriedly covered their children's eyes, fearing that if the little ones saw such a scene it could scare them to death. Upon seeing this, the crowd assumed that the 2 had been robbed and murdered, their hearts tightening in fear as they trembled. Hurry, hurry, let's leave." As soon as this was said, many quickly packed their belongings, not daring to linger. They feared the murderer was on the road. The villagers of Taiping village recalled the scene they had witnessed that morning, still shaken, saying, "Village chief, we didn't even notice such a big incident last night. It seems we won't have peace on this journey." Moreover, the 2 who were killed seemed quite sturdy, yet they were slain in a single blow. Indeed, if that thief were to target us, we might not escape. Those 2 had their throats cut, and they didn't even get the chance to scream. Either they were killed in their sleep, or the murderer was highly skilled. Regardless of which, we can't afford to gamble. The thief killed them and even stripped them of their clothes. Clearly he is. In our village we have never encountered such events. Recently, I heard other refugees say that those with fewer family members have been robbed. Now encountering this, I fear that the further we go, the worse it will become. The crowd spoke, one after another, filled with anxiety that morning, and felt a bit fearful. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, earlier everyone complained about the cold. However, at night the refugees almost all gathered together, and the thief wouldn't know if they were all from the same village. The village chief of Taiping recalled the scene he had seen that morning and felt a bit fearful. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, earlier everyone complained about the cold and was reluctant to keep watch at night. But now it seems even if it's cold, we must arrange for someone to keep watch. We won't have to keep watch all night. At worst, it will just be cold for a couple of hours, which is still better than losing our lives. That's right, from now on we must keep watch at night, or the villagers might be killed without even knowing. The villagers of Taiping were usually united, and on this journey they had rarely been targeted by thieves. Su Xia was unaware that although she had fought back against the thieves, others regarded her as one. However, these villagers believed that the two had been robbed and killed, but those who arrived later at the resting place knew that the deceased were not good people. In the open, two naked corpses lay alongside a pool of blood hard to overlook. Anyone passing by would be startled and instinctively flee the scene. A middle-aged man also saw the bodies and was startled. Dad, look, aren't these the two who robbed the Li siblings? They were actually killed. His father stepped forward, suppressing his fear as he examined the two corpses on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. Serves them right, heaven has eyes. Not long ago, the Li siblings had been fleeing together with their group, and both had some medical skills, saving many refugees along the way. Later, the two joined the fleeing group and targeted the Li girl, pretending to be injured and needing treatment, hoping to lure her into the woods. The Li girl, unwilling to go, had no idea that the next morning her brother had disappeared. The two claimed to have seen him in the woods, and the anxious Li girl followed them into the woods, after which she never came out. They found items belonging to the Li girl on the two men, realizing that she had met with foul play. They wanted to avenge the Li siblings, but killing someone was a grave sin, and with the two wielding large knives, they were no match. Unable to take revenge, they could only expel the two from the group. To their surprise, the two continued to rob and were still ahead of the group. This time they must have intended to rob someone else, but were killed instead. Their deaths were so tragic that no one was even there to collect their bodies. It truly brought great relief. Su Xia continued on her journey. After experiencing the scorching sun, she took out a straw hat to wear when no one was around, and it indeed felt much cooler. She worried about getting lost and planned to use the sun and branches to determine her direction. Su Xia stopped, took a branch, and stuck it in the ground, marking the tip of the shadow. After waiting a while as the shadow began to change, she marked the tip again. Since the sun moves from east to west, and she marked the shadow of the branch, the first mark was to the west, and the second was to the east. She connected the two marked points, and by drawing a perpendicular line through the middle, she determined the north-south direction. With north above and south below, and west to the left, and east to the right, south was in her right front. Today her general direction was correct. Su Xia paid no mind to the surprised gazes of others, secured her branch, and continued walking south. After he left, those passing by stepped forward, looking puzzled at the marks on the ground. What was he doing looking at the sky one moment and writing on the ground the next? Everyone else found a shady spot to rest, but he sat in the sun, unmoving. Someone chuckled, perhaps they are just bored with nothing to do. But who would draw a cross on the ground without a reason? The crowd was puzzled and did not delve deeper. They noticed that the young man was taciturn with two blades strapped to his waist, which looked quite intimidating. Strangely, they felt a sense of conviction emanating from her, especially when she walked briskly, which spurred them to keep pace with her. The people here were unaware of a word called roll. Su Xia also did not know that she initially did not wish to travel with too many people for fear of being targeted by thieves, yet she had become the rolling king on the road of escape. She walked south along a small path and saw the parched riverbed on her right, with many common folk making their way along both banks. They did not believe that the river would completely dry up, so they walked along the riverbanks hoping to find a water source. Unfortunately, all that met her eyes were dry earth with no reflective surfaces in sight. Su Xia was drenched in sweat, some of it stinging her eyes. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat away, suddenly recalling the ash she had previously smeared on her face, which was now certainly soaked with sweat, turning into streaks of black mud on her face, looking both ugly and dirty. She thought to herself this could be considered a form of sun protection. She shook her water pouch, remembering that she had not refilled it the night before, and now there was little left. She planned to find a less crowded place to swap it for a new one during her midday rest. After walking for a long while, her legs felt as if they were laden with lead, heavy and weary. Yet Su Xia dared not stop. Along the way, she felt both exhausted and hungry, parched and drained. Whenever she felt tired, she would rest for a while, and when hunger struck, she would grab some corn from her pack and chew it occasionally, sneaking a small piece of black steamed bread into her mouth. She pushed herself to keep moving without rest, leaving behind those refugees who had originally been traveling with her, while surpassing many others. Su Xia did not know how many refugees she had overtaken along the way. In any case, she could not keep track. She could not help but marvel at how, had she not fled early, she might never have known that so many people were on the road. Himiao village was isolated from information. If she had waited until the mass escape began to set off, she would have gained nothing. Following the riverbank, she soon spotted a village with a sign at its entrance reading Kongming Village. This village was in a situation similar to Himiao village, equally suffering from severe drought, with even weeds struggling to grow in the fields, let alone crops. However, this village was evidently not as remote as Himiao village, and the roads were much wider. She saw that quite a few people were heading toward the village, recalling what she had heard from the refugees over the past couple of days, that most of their supplies were now sourced from villages. Perhaps these people were also looking to trade for food or water. Susia felt a stir of interest. If she could trade for water, she would certainly want to exchange for some. She followed behind them, initially thinking she would see villagers, but upon entering the village, not a single person was in sight. The leader of the group ahead was polite, instructing his subordinates to knock on the door. "Is anyone home? They called out several times without receiving a response from the villagers, yet nearly every household's door was open, which did not seem like a sign of absence. Susia glanced around and noticed several courtyards were in disarray, as if they had been ransacked. The leader had already spotted Susia. Though she appeared frail, the two blades at her waist indicated she was not an ordinary person. They kept to their own business and would not offend someone like her just because their group was larger. His subordinates scoured more than half the village, yet saw no sign of people, and apart from some large items that could not be taken, there was almost nothing left in every household. Brother, could it be that the villagers have all left already? They were traveling on a country road, while those wealthy families likely took the official road with horse-drawn carts and passes. Kongning village was less than 20 miles from the official road. If the villagers sensed something amiss, it was possible they had left early. The leader thought this was quite likely. Go check if there are any wells in the village, if the villagers have stored any water. Originally, he intended to buy it with silver, but if there is no one, they would have to help themselves. A living person cannot die from being thirsty. Susia had the same intention. The villagers of this village had evidently fled long ago, and if she could find something useful among the things they left behind, she would be more than happy. There were many houses in the village, and she did not compete with the team for anything. Susia went into several houses and found some large dry firewood, some as thick as her two arms together, clearly left behind by villagers who had not had time to chop it before hastily fleeing. The thatch on the roof was still relatively intact as she pulled down some and quietly stored it in her space. Later, she spotted a stone mill in one household, and her heart tingled with desire. Susia examined it carefully and confirmed that this family had indeed left, and the stone mill was heavy, clearly left behind because they could not take it. After some thought, she quietly stored it in her space. After taking the stone mill, she visited a few more houses, finding that nearly every one had been searched with only small items taken, leaving nothing for her. To her surprise, she actually found 2 water jars, several blue stone slabs, and 2 wardrobes. The stone jars were very heavy, while the wooden barrels were much lighter. Even the clay jars were lighter than the stone ones. Thus, almost no one would take these items while fleeing. As for the blue stone slabs, they could be useful at home, but if one were to escape, they would be too heavy and not very practical. Susia thought that if she were to find a paradise in the future, she could use these blue stone slabs to make a... She collected her items and went to several more houses, but found not a single drop of water. After all, this place was also arid, and the villagers would surely have taken all the water when they left. It was no exaggeration to say that even the latrines here were dried up. If there was any waste water for irrigation, the villagers would not have left. She found no water source and no food, and the other refugees were not much better off, though everyone could only carry out some firewood. Realizing that her water pouch was empty, Susia found an empty house, swapped for a new water pouch, and added a pinch of salt. The past 2 days she had been drinking plain water, and she could clearly feel herself getting thirstier. Coupled with sweating every day, it would lead to electrolyte loss. The fine salt she had purified contained potassium, sodium, and calcium ions, which could precisely replenish those deficiencies and maintain the osmotic pressure balance of body fluids. She did not want to fall ill from dehydration or excessive fatigue during her escape. Having prepared the electrolyte water, Susia scooped out half a bowl of mung bean soup from her space and hid in a corner, sipping it slowly. At that time, Susia added a little bit of brown sugar while making mung bean soup, giving it a sweet flavor. In such hot weather, drinking a bowl of mung bean soup could help cool down during the long journey. After finishing half a bowl of soup, a warm sensation spread through her stomach, and the faint sweetness lingered in her mouth, alleviating her fatigue. Susia packed her belongings and left Kongning village. Just as she left, many refugees arrived at Kongning village, presumably hoping to enter the village to exchange for food. However, they were destined to be disappointed. This village had already been visited by several groups, and most of the things that could be taken were nearly gone. In a cellar of Kongning village, there were some elderly people with white hair, those with limited mobility, and a few young children. The other villagers had abandoned them during the famine, and they could only fend for themselves. At first it was manageable with few refugees, but as time went on, the number of refugees increased. They could only move the little food and water they had into the cellar, and everyone would hide there, only able to venture out for fresh air late at night. Someone is coming outside again. The villagers in the cellar heard the commotion outside and huddled together, trembling. They heard footsteps moving at the cellar entrance and dared not even breathe. A child, frightened, began to sob quietly, and an old man covered the child's mouth, preventing him from crying out. Grandpa, should we go out? We can't go out. What if they were just like the previous group, coming to steal things? These people would eventually leave empty-handed due to their lack of food and water. If they went out with their frail bodies, they could not possibly contend with so many people. As dusk settled, some refugees who arrived at Kongning village chose not to continue their journey, as this place had houses, making it much more comfortable than sleeping outside. This left the villagers in the cellar in despair. With the refugees not leaving, they dared not speak, let alone eat. Grandpa, I'm hungry. Ugh, ugh. An old man quickly covered the child's mouth. It was possible to cover the mouth, but it couldn't stop the child's stomach from growling, the sounds echoing and heard by the refugees outside the cellar. There are still people in the village. The refugees searched the village and unexpectedly discovered this hidden cellar. Come quickly, there's a cellar here. The cellar door was originally tied with hemp rope and even connected to a large stone hanging at the entrance, but no matter how large the stone was, it could not withstand the strength of a group of people pulling it open. When the cellar door opened, torches appeared one by one, and dozens of eyes met, one filled with excitement and the other with fear. They must still have food and water. Elders, we are passing through here. Could you give us some food? The children in the cellar huddled together while the elderly villagers trembled as they stepped forward, their faces pleading. Heroes, we truly have no food left. Elders, we only need a little bit. The two sides were at an impasse, with some jumping into the cellar, and upon entering they discovered it was filled with elderly and children. The refugees were instantly overjoyed. Elders, if you give us a bit of food, we will not resort to violence. Since they were all elderly and children, if they attempted to rob these people, could not protect the food. If they could obtain food without resorting to violence, they would certainly prefer that. The old man wanted to say something, but a refugee suddenly lost his patience. Old man, don't push your luck. Hurry and hand over the food, or we will have to take it ourselves. If we hurt you or these children, we will not take responsibility. After saying this, the refugees didn't give the old men and women a chance to react and charged forward to seize the food. No. This is our lifeline. The villagers of Kongning had all fled due to the famine, leaving behind these lonely elderly, some of whom were considered burdens and abandoned in the village with only a small amount of food and water, not enough to last them 7 days. As for the children, most were girls neglected by their families and had returned home after being abandoned in the mountains. Originally, they had planned to save food to last longer, but now encountering the refugees, it was all over. The elderly and children were no match for the ruthless refugees. Their food and water were all seized, and much was spilled on the ground due to the refugees' violent theft. My food, my water. The elderly and children looked heartbroken, crouching on the ground to scoop up the water spilled on the ground, even swallowing dirt and sand without stopping. Some even picked up raw wheat and corn and stuffed it directly into their mouths, swallowing it whole. The refugees paid no attention to the lives of the elderly and children, taking the food and leaving the cellar. They cooked outside, the aroma of corn porridge wafting into the cellar, causing the elderly and children inside to drool repeatedly. The laughter outside mixed with the cries inside, creating a chilling atmosphere. Susia had long since distanced herself from Kongning village. This time she was fortunate to have chosen a good spot under a large tree. Indeed, it was concealed under the tree. If one were to travel during the day and encountered such a large tree, it would surely be the perfect choice for the refugees seeking shade. However, at night, it was different. Even with the trunk's cover, it was noticeably colder under the tree. She looked up at the large tree, its trunk sturdy and branches dense. Susia felt that this was a good hiding place. She planned to climb up, break some branches to secure her wooden bed above. She always acted on her thoughts, quickly shouldering her backpack, and started climbing up the tree, finding a good position to hang her backpack on the tree branch, and then cutting down some branches to lay across the trunk. In no time, the branches were arranged, and the sky gradually darkened. With the cover of the leaves, no one could see what was happening in the tree. Susia placed the wooden bed on the branches, snugly wedged between the forks of the tree. Fearing that the bed might fall, she decided to tie a hemp rope around herself before sleeping, tying the other end to the tree branch. Even if the bed encountered an accident, she would merely be startled and at least wouldn't fall to the ground and hurt herself. Recalling the dreadful experience of waking up cold last night, Susia first placed a straw mat on the wooden bed, then took out 2 layers of bedding to make it thicker for warmth. Since it was all from the Su family, she thought it was good to use it. After making the bed, she sat down to test it, thinking that as long as she didn't jump around on it, it should be fine. Just as she was about to take out some food, she noticed the refugee pile nearby was becoming restless. Susia was afraid something was wrong, so she dared not climb down directly and carefully crawled along the tree branch. Seeing the branches begin to sway, she stopped moving forward and took out a long stick to poke at the leaves. The refugees over there had lit a campfire, and with the light from the fire, Susia could see more clearly. Susia observed for a while and roughly figured out why the refugees had caused a stir. It turned out that someone had hunted a wild animal while gathering firewood in the mountains. The scene of that person shooting a rabbit with an arrow was witnessed by many, prompting the refugees to want to venture into the mountains to try their luck. The one who caught the wild rabbit was Kai the hunter, who returned with the rabbit along with his 3 sons. All 4 of them wore expressions of frustration as so many people had seen them kill the rabbit, fearing it would bring trouble. Kai the hunter handed the skinned rabbit directly to his wife, saying, "Wife, there are so many refugees watching. You should cook this rabbit tonight to avoid attracting attention." "All right, I'll cook it all, Liu," the hunter's wife replied, initially hesitant, but decisively made up her mind after noticing the gazes around her. At that moment, many refugees were staring at the wild rabbit in her hands, making her scalp tingle. She wasn't foolish. Everyone had been hiding their food along the way, fearing it would be discovered by bad people. If word got out that a man hunted a rabbit, it would spread among the refugees. If they didn't eat it all, it would definitely cause trouble. Only by eating it could they ensure their safety. Kai the hunter sat beside his 3 sons, who were sharpening their hunting knives, preparing rabbit skins, and making arrow shafts. All 4 were robust, wielding knives and carrying bows, dissuading anyone from approaching. Liu chopped the rabbit into pieces, ready to throw it all into the pot, but unexpectedly a hand stopped her. Kai's wife stared hungrily at the porridge in the pot, and the rabbit meat in Liu's hands, instinctively swallowing her saliva. She turned to Kai the hunter and said, "Uncle, I heard you caught a rabbit. Jinger hasn't had meat for a whole day. Can you share half with us?" Liu remained silent, but her expression was very serious. Kai the hunter paused his actions and replied coolly, "If my sister-in-law wants to eat, she can trade for it with grain or water." The rabbit was small, and with their large family, they had initially planned to share some with their parents after cooking, but unexpectedly, the second sister-in-law directly asked for half. Kai's wife's face darkened. If she had to trade for food, why bother negotiating with them? They were family, yet they were so stingy. "Elder brother, there's not much meat on the rabbit. We're all family, why insist on treating it as 2 households?" Kai the hunter remained unmoved, saying, "We have already split our household." They had fled for not long, and the second household began to resent the first for having too many people. Since they were all eaters and consumed a lot, their parents had no choice but to divide the family. Fortunately, their parents were not biased. When they split the household, they did not deprive them of food. He wanted his parents to follow him, but the second son stubbornly refused and insisted their parents stay with them. Kai, considering himself educated, claimed that once the fleeing ended, it would be easier for him to find work than for his elder brother and third brother, thus better supporting their parents. The second son was eloquent, and neither Kai the hunter nor Kai the third could argue with him, so they had to agree. Kai the hunter knew what the second son was aiming for. The first and third households would always send good food to their parents, and if their parents followed the second household, they would also benefit from the food sent. Unexpectedly, the second brother and his wife had increasingly larger appetites, outright asking for half a wild rabbit when they could have taken it by force. Seeing that his wife was at a disadvantage, Kai the second quickly stepped in, saying, "Elder brother, our parents are still with us. You can't just ignore them, can you?" He had studied for a few years and previously worked as a bookkeeper in town. Even while fleeing, he still wore a long gown, looking very much like an educated person. Kai's wife echoed, "Exactly. Our parents have traveled all day. Isn't it only right for you to give half a rabbit?" The commotion attracted the attention of Kai the elder and Kai the elder's wife, who felt a sense of helplessness. Kai the elder hadn't expected that his second son would approach his elder brother for food without him noticing. He couldn't help but step out to scold, "What nonsense are you talking about? The elder brother has only caught 1 rabbit, and there's barely enough for his own family. If you want meat, you have to trade for it." Kai wore an expression of good intentions turned into a donkey's liver and lungs, rebutting, "Father, I'm just trying to let you eat meat. We're already fleeing. Why are there still so many demands? Hurry back." Kai the elder was somewhat angry, and he knew very well that just a moment ago Jinger had seen the elder uncle kill the wild rabbit and had caused quite a scene. The second son and his wife were trying to get some rabbit meat for Kai Jing. The surrounding refugees were watching closely, and if they discovered that the Kai family was not united, it would definitely cause. Kai the elder firmly ordered Kai to take his wife away, then looked at his eldest son with some pity, saying, "You don't need to worry about us. We saved some food for ourselves when we split." After saying this, the 2 elders of the Kai family were about to leave. Liu stopped their departing steps, saying, "Father, mother, why don't you stay and eat with us before heading back?" They originally planned to send rabbit meat over, and now that their parents had come, they wouldn't need to flaunt the rabbit porridge. Kai the elder wanted to refuse, but was irresistibly tempted by the aroma of the meat porridge in the pot. Kai the elder's wife was pulled over by Kai the hunter, and the first family enjoyed the rabbit meat porridge, making the surrounding refugees drool. Originally, there was a chance for Kai the third's family to get some rabbit meat, but they shot a glare at Kai and quietly slurped the mush in their bowl, feeling tasteless. The Zhao family closest to the Kai family smelled the aroma, and their once dry mouths were moistened. Zhao the elder swallowed and said, "Third, why don't you brothers go take a look? If luck is on your side, you might catch a wild rabbit." "Father, it's already dark and we can't hunt. Even if we follow, we won't catch anything. It's better to save our strength. Just go if I tell you to stop asking questions." Zhao the third sighed, helplessly picked up a stick and walked to the Kai family with his brothers, asking, "Brother, where did you catch the rabbit? Can you take us to see?" Kai the hunter quickly chewed the rabbit bones and swallowed them, saying walk about 5 miles into the forest. If you want to go on your own. I'm too lazy to walk. The Zhao brothers thought about walking 5 miles just to catch a rabbit and felt it was ridiculous. They decided to find a spot in the forest to sleep and then leisurely return to the camp later. Zhao the elder noticed they hadn't caught any prey, and even other refugees who had entered the mountains returned empty-handed, looking somewhat unhappy, but said nothing. Su Xia looked through the leaves at the refugees in the distance preparing food. As the aroma of porridge wafted through the air, she could also smell the fragrance of meat. This enticing scent drew out the cravings of many refugees, and many were secretly adding to their meals, with some even hiding under blankets to eat dried meat. Su Xia quickly plucked a handful of leaves to wipe her hands and took out a preserved meat rice ball from her space, enjoying it comfortably. A rice ball packed with ample filling is simply delicious. As she bit into it, the fragrance filled her entire mouth. The yellow beans, soaked for a long time, now had a delicate and dense texture complemented by the aroma of the preserve. After finishing one rice ball, she also had a meat bun and a vegetable bun, then cleaned up tying a piece of hemp rope around herself to prevent falling from the tree at night, and wrapped herself in 2 blankets to sleep. I must say, with 2 layers beneath her and wrapped in 2 blankets, it was indeed much warmer. At least Su Xia was not awakened by the cold. That night, she slept exceptionally well. Aside from a brief disturbance from the homeless crowd in the middle of the night, she woke up and saw it wouldn't affect her, so she turned over and fell back asleep. When Su Xia woke up, a few of the homeless around her had already opened their eyes, all preparing breakfast. The plan for the day begins in the morning. If one doesn't eat in the morning, it makes for a tough journey ahead. She hurriedly took out a bowl, added some fried flour and fried rice, poured hot water to soak it, and in a short while the fried rice expanded and the fried flour was dissolved by the hot water, turning into a batter. It felt just like dissolving lotus root flour. She drank all the batter in the bowl and added some water to rinse it before starting to pack her things. First, she filled her water pouch with homemade electrolyte water, then added some fried corn to her bag, rolled up the blankets and straw mats, placed the excess in her space, and packed 1 blanket into her backpack. Of course, she couldn't leave the bed behind. Even the branch that broke last night was stored in her space, so if she needed to rest on a tree again, it would be useful. Su Xia untied the hemp rope around her waist and stored it in her space. She had slept quite soundly last night and hadn't rolled off the tree. Carrying her backpack, she slowly climbed down the tree, tying her calves together to start her journey. As she walked, she heard villagers complaining about how cold it had been at night. The campfire had gone out, and they had been woken up several times from the cold. Su Xia thought to herself that it was the late spring chill, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before the weather began to warm up, making the nights even harder to endure. While on her journey, she unexpectedly discovered that within the group of homeless people there were others like her, tying cloth strips around their legs. She instinctively glanced over and recognized that this family was the one that had caught a wild rabbit last night. The whole family was dressed similarly, and they all looked quite spirited. The man was tall, carrying a bow and arrows on his back, and a hunting knife in his hand. Su Xia thought to herself that this was the first time she had seen indigenous people tying their legs, but it wasn't surprising since hunters often went into the mountains to hunt and would know how to tie their legs. The hunter Kai was also sizing up Su Xia. Seeing that he was alone, he couldn't help but take another look, finding this young man slim and daring enough to escape the famine alone. A second glance revealed 2 large knives at his waist, instantly clarifying why he dared to travel alone. He thought to himself that this person must be a practitioner, otherwise how could he tie his legs like him and boldly carry large knives while on the road? Fortunately, the person who came to raid his food last, seeing that he was alone, he couldn't help but take another look. Thinking of this, Kai shot a fierce glare at Kai Er, thinking that if it weren't for Kai Er shouting loudly and waking the homeless, he would have gone straight to take the thief's things. Having not secured the items, the thief was merely knocked unconscious, and before he could teach him a lesson, the thief's family surprisingly wanted him to compensate. How audacious. In a fit of anger, Kai beat the thief half to death, ensuring he would never have the ability to steal food from others again. Some in the homeless group felt relieved, while others found it frightening and instinctively wanted to distance themselves from the Kai family. Kai felt gloomy inside, but then thought that the journey of fleeing was fraught with danger. Those people only disliked his violence because the thieves hadn't targeted them. Just like when he encountered wild beasts on the mountain, if his strength was insufficient, he wouldn't be able to catch prey and might even be killed by it. He relied on his own strength to allow his family to survive, just like this young brother who didn't need to care about others' expressions. The homeless people didn't understand this now, but they would naturally come to understand it later. Looking at it this way, this young brother was indeed one of their kind. Kai unconsciously picked up his pace to keep up. Su Xia turned slightly to glance behind her, noticing about 100 or 200 people with the family carrying bows and arrows closest to her, moving at a pace that could rival hers. Not wanting to be too close to the homeless, she quickened her pace. After walking for a while, she was surprised to find a homeless person chasing after her. Su Xia looked at the person who was about 3 feet away from her and instinctively grasped the handle of her knife. Seeing her in a defensive stance, the man was evidently startled, and the words he wanted to say were swallowed back. After a long while, Susia finally heard his trembling voice. This young brother, I just wanted to ask, what is the purpose of tying your legs like that? After walking for so long, their legs were already in pain, yet Susia and the Kai family could still walk without changing their expressions. Perhaps it was those things tied on their legs that were making a difference. They had noticed this phenomenon last night, and this morning they tried tying their calves, but aside from feeling constricted, there were no other benefits. Out of desperation, he bravely approached to inquire. The reason he didn't ask the Kai family was that Kai had beaten a thief badly the night before. He had seen the thief lying on the ground, unable to move, and naturally didn't dare to ask Kai. As for Susia, he was also afraid, but he hadn't seen this young brother act aggressively along the way, so he judged him to be a master. As long as he didn't provoke him, he wouldn't act. Susia frowned, not expecting him to come to ask about tying legs. Why don't you ask them who are closer to you? The man showed fear and said that family leader almost killed a thief last night. Naturally, he didn't dare. Susia thought of the commotion in the middle of the night and showed no emotion on her face. This person merely wanted to know the secret of tying legs, if she didn't need to hide it, and explained the key points and benefits of tying legs to him. They were all escaping from famine, and there was no need to make things difficult for each other. The man received the secret and immediately smiled to thank Susia. Susia waved her hand, quickened her pace, and walked at the front of the group. Miao village. The villagers were all packing their things, taking everything they could carry to avoid lacking supplies on the road. Mother, this water jar is too big, don't take it. This cost money to buy. Also take that pot from home. And mother, the pot can be taken, but the water jar is too heavy, it won't be easy to pull on the cart. Well, then I should have asked old Ju to make a few more water buckets. Everywhere was dry, the village well was also dry, and they had to carry enough water to dare to flee, otherwise walking on the road without water would be a death sentence. Fortunately, the villagers had stocked up on quite a bit of water in recent days, enough to last at least a month. As for after a month, they could only take it step by step. At the entrance of the village, several old men surrounded the village chief, looking somewhat forlorn. Chief, are we really leaving? The villagers gazed at the desolation before them. Although the fields could not yield any crops, it was their home of many years, and they were reluctant to abandon the houses they had built and the land their ancestors had cultivated. We have no choice but to leave. Gao Datian has long been buying mountain produce in the county and knows more than we do. The news he has gathered this time must be reliable. Moreover, Su Laosi mentioned before that many wealthy families in the county had already fled under the pretext of visiting relatives, having obtained travel permits long ago. It was only because their village was isolated that they foolishly followed the county magistrate's orders and stayed put. Not being able to grow crops, and with chaos now erupting at the border, if they did not leave now, would they really wait to be slaughtered by the barbarians? An old man could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, fleeing from disasters can cost lives. His ancestors had fled from the south to the north, and he had often heard adults speak of the hardships of the fleeing journey. Now to flee back to the south, life had become too difficult. If there were any other way, who would want to flee from disasters? The nearby mountains and forests were all dried up, water sources were nowhere to be found, and even wild vegetables had been dug up. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to move later. Some villagers noticed a few figures at the field ridge, examined them closely, and pointed, shouting, "Chief, aren't those the Liao family members? Why are they here?" Seeing the Liao family, the village chief suddenly recalled the Su family members who had been burned to death and the missing Susia. The day after the Su family was burned, the village chief took people to report the incident, but the authorities seemed unwilling to intervene, and the matter could only be left unresolved. As for Susia, it was uncertain when she had gone deep into the mountains, and she still had not returned. If she came out and saw the village was deserted, it would surely terrify her. The village chief looked at the approaching figures, puzzled. With several nearby villages planning to flee, what were the Liao family members doing here? Did they intend to take Susia along to escape? Would the Liao family, who had so decisively remarried, truly treat Susia well? The village chief remained still, sitting on the large stone, waiting for the Liao family to come over. Liao Yinlan was pushed forward by her younger brother, glancing back several times, her expression clearly uneasy. "Sister, stop hesitating. We must depart by evening. If you delay any longer, we may miss the fleeing group." Liao Yinlan showed signs of struggle, and finally, gritting her teeth, she quickly walked to the village chief. "Chief, I came to pick up Susia. Where is she?" Her stammering speech only deepened the village chief's suspicion. However, it was useless to doubt, as he did not know Susia's whereabouts. "Susia hasn't returned for several days. We don't know where she has gone." Even after the Su family was burned and all the Su family members were killed, there was no sign of Susia. The village chief could not help but think that perhaps Susia had already gotten lost in the deep mountains and been captured by wild beasts. It seemed too late for the Liao family to think of this daughter. Liao Yinlan, shocked, cried out, "She hasn't returned for several days. How could this be? What about the Su family? Did they not look for Susia?" The village chief furrowed his brows. The Su family drove Su Xiao away, don't you know? Liao Yinlan's expression was strange. She had heard of this matter, but she had just married not long ago, so of course, she could not come back to find Su Xia. Now as they planned to flee, her mother thought that Su Xia was strong enough to accompany them for protection, so she secretly came to Hema village with her younger brother while keeping it from her husband. Unexpectedly, the village chief said that Su Xia was missing. Liao Yinlan's 6 younger brothers were alarmed, suspecting that the people of Hema village had deliberately hidden her. Chief, how could my niece disappear without reason? Did the Su family take a liking to Su Xia's strength and deliberately say this to you? You call the Su family out, and we will discuss this face to face. Su Xia is after all my elder sister's child. The Su family mistreated her and drove her out. We cannot just ignore this. Exactly, if it comes to that, we will sever ties with the Su family and let her come with us, the Liao family. If worst comes to worst, we can still raise a servant girl. The old village chief was originally surprised at how could the Liao family, who usually disliked Su Xia, come to Hema village with her unreasonable brothers. Now hearing the words of the Liao family, he understood. It turned out this was all about wanting to take advantage of Su Xia's strength to make her work for the Liao family for free. Do you really want to discuss this face to face with the Su family? The Liao brothers, relying on their numbers, straightened their backs, of course. With Su Lauer, that useless fool, gone, my elder sister is Su Xia's biological mother, and we are her maternal uncles. Of course, we can't bear to see her suffer. Now is the perfect time to flee, so let Su Xia come with us. The Su family members may be ignorant, but that does not mean the Liao family is foolish. Su Xia had once killed a wild boar with a hoe which was worth the strength of all 6 Liao brothers combined. The Su family mistreated her, and now they appeared to save her from danger. Wasn't this just right? As long as they provided her with food, she would definitely follow them, loyally protecting them, and perhaps even bring good fortune by catching prey. The village chief did not know how to respond. After all, Su Xia was already missing, and he did not want to meddle too much. Ultimately, this is a family matter between the Su and Liao families. As the village chief, I cannot interfere too much. You should discuss it with the Su family yourselves. The Su family members were all dead, yet he was the one who, along with several villagers, moved their charred bodies out and buried them in the mountains. Since the Liao family wanted to speak with the Su family, he would take them there. The 6 Liao brothers' faces lit up with joy. The village chief was likely too occupied with the need to flee and could not care less about the details. Since this old man would not interfere, they were confident they could overpower the Su family. Liao Yinlan was also a bit pleased. She was Su Xia's biological mother, and since the Su family treated Su Xia poorly, perhaps with a few kind words Su Xia would follow her. The village chief led them up the mountain. The Su family's graves were not far, and they arrived after a short walk. Aren't we heading to the Su family? Why are you bringing us up the mountain? Did the Su family members all go up the mountain? They had been on the road for a while, and were already parched, not wanting to waste energy climbing the mountain. Chief, just take my elder sister, or we'll wait for them at the Su family. If Su Xia was home, they could also speak some good words in advance to persuade her to leave with them. The village chief pointed to a few mounds of earth. They are all over there. You can go speak to them yourselves. After the village chief finished speaking, he hurriedly limped down the mountain, leaving the Liao family members staring at a few earth mounds, utterly confused. What does the village chief mean by this? Is he trying to scare them? As they approached, they discovered that a few wooden signs were erected in front of the mounds. These were not mounds of earth, they were clearly graves. The Liao brothers pointed, counting 1, 2, 3. Moments later, the Liao brothers were drenched in cold sweat, even forgetting how many members the Su family had. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. Did all the Su family members die? Hearing this, Liao Yinlan immediately thought of the deceased Su Lauer. She trembled in fear, letting out a scream as she ran down the mountain. The others followed her closely, forcibly pulling her towards the Su family's courtyard. As a result, the Su family's former house, which used to be considered one of the best in the village, had now turned into a pile of ashes. Could that girl Su Xia have also died? No wonder the village chief didn't stop us. The Liao brothers felt their plans had fallen through, glaring at Liao Shi with gritted teeth. How useless are you? You didn't even know the Su family members had died. Exactly. Sister, the Su family is your ex-husband's family. You didn't even know they all died. Liao Yinlan felt wronged by her brother's accusations. Ever since she remarried to the Li family, Li Kong had been beating her every day and wouldn't let her go out. If it weren't for her brothers coming to find her today, she might have already been beaten to death. I have been in the village. Li Kong wouldn't let me go out. How would I know so much? Useless. Mother said you were of no use and wanted your daughter to protect us. Now that Su Xia is missing, I really wonder what use you are. Liao Shi, feeling anxious, said, "Third brother, I will protect you all." Since she was young, her mother had told her she was the eldest sister with 6 younger brothers. She was meant to protect them, and her mother insisted that girls must be capable of everything, thus assigning all the household chores to her. She also wanted to follow her mother's advice and protect her younger brothers, but she was not stronger than them. Liao Yinlan couldn't help but blame Su Xia in her heart. Su Xia was born after 10 months of pregnancy, and even as a newborn she had great strength. Once when she didn't get milk, she even pulled Liao Yinlan's hair, nearly tearing her scalp off. Initially, Liao Yinlan thought she was too weak to protect her younger brothers, but Su Xia's strength could help her. Now that Su Xia was gone, her younger brothers had no one to protect them on the road of fleeing. The Liao brothers left without even looking at Liao Shi. Liao Yinlan stared blankly at the burned remnants of the Su family, and after a long time, she finally regained her senses and hurried to catch up with her 6 brothers. The people of Hema village saw this and couldn't help but sigh, alas, Liao Shi is also a pitiful person. What is there to pity? She's just a foolish woman treating her own child like an enemy. Indeed, she favors her own family to the point of losing her voice, treating her daughter as a tool. If I had a capable daughter like Su Xia, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Although Su Xia did not know that she was being thought of, even if she did it would be useless, because she was already on her way and would never have any connection with the Liao family again. Moreover, the Liao family was destined to be disappointed. Even if she remained in Hema village, she would never flee with them. After traveling all day, she occasionally stopped to rest, continuing her journey after the sun had completely set. As it was nearing dusk, she had to stop, finding a flat patch of grass to settle down. This time she rested in a large open space with no mountains or forests around. She couldn't sleep in a tree, so she had to find a less populated spot to gather some dry grass to start a fire. Just as she got the fire going, she noticed the family of hunters she had encountered the previous night arriving at the campsite. She was somewhat surprised, as she didn't expect this family to keep up with her pace. It seemed she would have to travel even faster tomorrow to avoid being discovered by them regarding what was in her backpack. As usual, Su Xia dug a shallow pit not far from the fire, using the stones she dug out to make a fire pit, and also digging up some dry wild vegetables to cook. While digging, she found chickweed plantain and a few dandelions. Suddenly, she noticed a hole in the ground. Just as she was about to continue digging, a shout came from the crowd, "A rat! There's a rat!" Su Xia looked up to see a nimble little mouse darting across the grass, disappearing in a flash. A group of people was chasing after it. If it didn't run fast enough, it would surely be caught. Unfortunately, there were too many refugees. The little mouse dove into a hole and didn't escape, soon being caught by someone. The mouse was grabbed by the tail and turned around to bite the person. "Hiss, it even dares to bite me!" A man exclaimed joyfully, holding the field mouse. "Dad, look. This is a field mouse, we can eat it." Mice are omnivores and can eat anything dirty, but field mice are different. They eat things that humans can also consume, which is why their meat is edible. Hearing this, the old man was overjoyed. "Quick, look for its hole. There might be food inside." The refugees were all smiles, bending over to search for the field mouse's hole on the grass, and soon they began to argue. It was all about who found the hole first, or who had chased the field mouse out. In short, as long as it concerned food, they would not back down. Hearing the voices of the refugees, Su Xia's eyes brightened. She looked towards the hole next to the fire. Could it be the field mouse's hole? Field mice primarily eat the roots, stems, leaves of grasses, and crop seeds. They would steal food from farmers such as wheat, corn, beans, and even the roots of many vegetables, preventing them from growing. In the eyes of farmers, field mice are thieves. They specialize in stealing grain from the fields, and they only when she was with Su Lauer plowing, she had encountered field mouse holes, and even caught some, but every time they caught field mice, other members of the Su family. When she was with Su Lauer plowing, she had encountered field mouse holes, and even caught some, but every time they caught field mice, other members of the Su family would eat them, leaving none for her. In autumn, field mice often hoard a large amount of food in their holes to survive the winter. They can stockpile up to several dozen pounds. Although winter has passed, these field mice must still have some reserves. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but little do people know that field mice have 2 or 3 holes as well. Seeing many refugees searching for field mouse holes and digging for food, Su Xia quickly crouched down to look for an opening. She successfully found 2 field mouse holes and moved some stones to block them. Then she took out her firewood knife and began digging into the first hole. While there was indeed a hoe in the space, she hadn't brought one in her backpack, and the hunter's family was still nearby, so she didn't want to raise any suspicion. Su Xia thought to herself, next time she shakes off this family, she'll put a hoe in her backpack, so she won't have to worry about so much when she needs it. Su Xia dug deeper into the hole, having excavated for quite some time without reaching the bottom. She couldn't help but marvel at how industrious this field mouse was, having created such a long tunnel. Just when she thought there would be no rewards, she suddenly unearthed a few grains of wheat. There was treasure. At this moment, Su Xia was especially cautious, mainly fearing that the field mouse might suddenly pop its head out and bite her. As Su Xia continued digging, she directly reached the field mouse's granary, where there were piles of wheat grains along with plenty of beans and nuts, and even a heap of fruits, all buried in the soil. Perhaps due to the dry weather, they had not sprouted. She was extremely happy and quickly opened the hole while pulling out all the grains. Goodness, this field mouse was quite the thief, hiding over 10 pounds of grains in this one hole. The wheat grains were plump and far superior to what she had previously harvested from the Sioux family, proving that this was indeed a carefully selected field mouse stash. After collecting the grains, Xia noticed that other refugees had also dug up a lot of food, even catching a few field mice, their faces full of smiles. These little creatures have hidden so much food, it's clear they've been roaming the fields quite a bit. Don't underestimate them. In the past, my family's few acres of land didn't yield well, and they would always pick the plumpest grains to steal. This time I finally caught a break and can teach them a lesson. Previously, their food was stolen by field mice, and they couldn't seek revenge. Now, during this famine, the food had become a lifeline. The field mice hoarding food can be considered taking from the people and using it for the people. Xia thought to herself that there must be many more field mice in this grassy area. If one mouse stole over 10 pounds, then 10 mice could amount to hundreds of pounds of grain, enough to feed the refugees for several days. The refugees present could see a glimmer of hope. Even neglecting their evening meal, a group of them bent over searching for field mouse holes in the grass. Not wanting to fall behind, Xia set traps at one of the holes after digging out the field mouse's food. She also grabbed a half-burnt twig and placed it directly into another hole. She didn't want to keep digging and decided to smoke them out instead. As expected, the field mouse in that hole was still there, and after being engulfed in smoke, it poked its head out. Clearly, it had not suffered the ravages of society. When it ran out, it fell straight into Xia's trap, the rope tightening around its neck as it struggled. Xia's smile had not fully blossomed when in the next moment 2 more field mice emerged from the hole. The trapped field mouse was likely just there to scout. Its struggling sounds seemed to warn the others not to come out, but the smoke was too thick, and the other field mice had no choice but to emerge. Xia pulled over a grass mat and pounced on the field mice. After capturing 3, she was overjoyed. Suddenly, more mice rushed out from the hole, and overwhelmed, she could only let the cunning ones escape. She held onto the 3 field mice in her hands, the rest could run away. However, before her thoughts settled, she noticed that a few mice that had just run out from the hole were caught by others. Ultimately, they couldn't escape after all. Xia felt the field mice in her grip, struggling desperately. Before she could act, the 3 field mice began to die one after another. What a fierce temperament. It was unclear whether it was angry at her for taking the food or at its entire family for being caught. Xia sighed inwardly. There was no choice, as she too did not wish to go hungry and had to use the field mice to stave off her hunger. Though she still had some food, who knew how long the drought would last. To survive, she had to roast the 3 field mice. While other refugees were still catching field mice, Xia had already begun skinning them. After removing the skin and entrails, she skewered them with a stick for roasting. Xia silently wished for some barbecue seasoning. But it was just a wish. In the current situation, being able to eat roasted field mice was already a feat. If she added barbecue seasoning, she would surely be devoured by the other refugees. As she roasted the field mice, she brought out her clay pot, boiled some water to mix with flour paste, and broke some plantain leaves to throw into the pot to cook. The aroma of roasted field mice gradually spread out, and many refugees, unable to resist the smell, hurriedly instructed their families to start roasting field mice while adding the grains like wheat they found in the holes into the pot. Before long, the entire grassy area was filled with the scent of meat. The field mice that had been fleeing upon smelling the aroma suddenly stopped running and simply collapsed to the ground, as if committing suicide. Seeing this scene, Xia felt both heartbroken and helpless. If it weren't for the calamity year, how could they have ended up like this? Xia turned the stick occasionally, bringing the roasted field mice close to her nose for a sniff. She had not added any seasonings, not even salt, yet it already smelled delightful. Seeing that many people were eating field mouse meat, she simply took out a bun and turned her back to the refugees to take a bite. Tonight, having a bowl of mush, a bun, and a piece of field mouse meat, though not much, at least her stomach was not so hungry. This was how Xia had been living, ensuring that she wouldn't go hungry. If she ate too much, her movements would be restricted and her alertness would diminish. She couldn't afford to let her guard down. After finishing her dinner, Xia packed everything away into her backpack. Next, she began to heat stones, placing the heated stones into the pit she had dug, filling the gaps with hot grass ash, covering it with a thin layer of soil, laying down a grass mat, and then covering herself with a quilt to sleep. Kai, the hunter's 3rd son, happened to see Xia's actions, filled with confusion until he saw her laying down the grass mat in the pit, and he instantly understood her intention. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dad, she's really clever. How come we didn't think of this before? That way she'll definitely sleep warmer." Kai the hunter was also somewhat surprised, not expecting this kid to know so much about tying legs, catching field mice, and making a heated bed. He wondered what other extraordinary skills she might have. He thought about how his sons and grandsons had been complaining of the cold at night. He couldn't help but say, "Let's make a few as well and sleep around the campfire tonight." The family of hunters immediately got busy following Xia's method to create heated beds. After laying down the mats, they indeed felt a wave of warmth. Uncle Kai did not benefit from this and cast a disdainful glance at them. "With energy to do this, you might as well catch more field mice." Clearly, the eldest brother could catch even more field mice, yet he chose to learn from that kid nearby, digging holes and burying stones, which seemed like a waste of time. Unfortunately, he was a scholar and had no skills in catching game, otherwise he surely wouldn't have let the field mice in the grassy area escape. Kai-er looked at the surrounding refugees, eating happily, saliva dripping from his mouth. He turned to Kai-san. Third brother, Mom and Dad want to eat field mice too. Can you catch one for them to satisfy their cravings? Unfortunately, Kai Lao-san completely ignored his words. Kai Lao-san was well aware that their smooth journey relied entirely on the eldest brother. Since he did not go to catch field mice, neither would he. He quickly instructed the younger ones to mimic their eldest brother's actions, digging small pits by the fire to place heated stones inside. The younger members of the third branch expressed that following their uncle was certainly the right choice. Uncle could also hunt. Yesterday, he caught a wild rabbit, and today, he caught 4 field mice along with several pounds of grain. If they learned these skills, they would be able to eat their fill in the future. The Kai hunter's family had already dug out the heated bed. They learned from Susya to bury some scalding hot stones in the ground. After laying down a straw mat, the hunter's eldest grandson lay down contentedly. So comfortable. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, come quickly. The Kai hunter looked at his grandson's joy and felt a hint of a smile on his face. He turned to his elderly parents nearby. Parents, our mat is quite spacious. Would you like to sleep next to us to stay warmer? The old couple was somewhat tempted. They understood that the mat laid by their eldest son had heated stones beneath it, ensuring warmth through the night. However, the elderly couple glanced at their second son, who appeared unhappy and could only slowly shake their heads. No, we can sleep covered with our spare clothes just the same. There was no way around it. The Kai family had already split up, and they were now following the second son. Last time, while they were eating wild rabbit porridge at the eldest brother's place, the second son had expressed his displeasure, even accusing them of looking down on him. If they went to sleep at the eldest's place, now the second son would surely cause trouble again. The Kai hunter's gaze darkened slightly, and he said nothing more. He turned to his wife and children. Let's sleep early. We have to get up early tomorrow to continue our journey. What he didn't say was that he planned to have his family continue following that little brother tomorrow. Although traveling was somewhat tiring, at least they were much safer. The Kai family lay happily on the mat, drifting off to sleep. Susya had finished her dinner early and went to bed. In the night, she suddenly felt an intense heat all over, as if she had fallen into a furnace with a strong scent of burning fire surrounding her. The great fire loomed before her like a ferocious beast, instilling fear. She wanted to escape, but each time she ran a couple of steps, she would stumble, and eventually, she couldn't even crawl away until the flames burned her skin and the thick smoke suffocated her. Susya was startled awake by the scene in her dream, her eyes snapping open to find the surroundings eerily quiet. She sat up and suddenly realized that it was a nearby family that had been awakened by the cold. They had added a lot of wood to the fire, making it blaze exceptionally bright. No wonder she felt a bit hot around her. The heat around her caused her to feel warm in her dreams, just like needing to find a restroom in a dream when feeling the urge. Susya tugged at her bedding, intending to continue sleeping, but unexpectedly noticed thick smoke rising from the distant mountains. The smoke shot up to the clouds, firelight lighting up half the sky. The fire was intense, had a forest fire. The weather was dry. If the forest was set ablaze, it would surely spread, and perhaps the entire mountain would be reduced to. Susya kept her eyes on the forest fire, confirming that it was far from her, and she immediately felt relieved. She did not want to experience the scenes from her dream. Less than 10 miles from the mountain fire, the patrol team of Himiao village accidentally discovered the fire in the mountains and immediately sensed something was wrong, quickly pounding drums and gongs to wake the villagers. Village chief, something bad has happened. There's a fire in the mountains. The village chief, startled, looked at the flames shooting into the sky not far away, raising his head to see ashes falling. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. Quick, wake everyone up. We must leave immediately. Originally, they had planned to get one last good night's sleep, but unexpectedly heaven had other plans. The mountains were so dry that the fire would spread quickly. If they delayed, the entire village would perish in the flame. Zhu Yu heard the villagers say that the forest near Himiao village was on fire and immediately grew worried. Dad, Mom, what if Susya gets trapped in the deep mountains and can't make it out? Zhu's father looked at the mountains with concern and sighed helplessly. Xia girl has her own fate. She will not be in danger. Hurry and go. All the villagers of Himiao village left with their belongings overnight, fearing being pursued by the forest fire, and did not dare to stop along the way. The speed at which the forest fire spread was rapid. The forest behind Himiao village was completely burned down, reaching the fields and continuing to attack the nearby villages. The nearby villages also noticed this forest fire and did not care that their belongings were not yet fully packed. They hurriedly carried water bags, bedding, and other items to flee the village. By the early morning of the next day, this great fire finally subsided. The villagers from several nearby villages all fled together. The fleeing villagers turned back to look behind them and saw thick smoke billowing with many black ashes drifting in the sky. Several people, while wiping their noses, even found their nasal passages completely black. Woo-woo, it's all over now. Even the houses have turned to ashes. I still have so much firewood at home that I didn't take but took me several months last year to stockpile it. I still have some grain in my cellar, and I didn't get the chance to move it out before it was lost. The villagers couldn't help but wail. With both drought and fire disaster, why was their fate so harsh? Had they known this would happen, they should have packed up and left earlier, saving their grain from being burned. Several villagers carried their belongings, fearing the forest fire might reignite, and dared not go back, forced to flee instead. Since they had lost their homes anyway, and with the possibility of bandits coming after them, it would be better to escape. The villagers of Himiao village walked in front, and one villager couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Village chief, with such a huge fire in the mountains, what if the authorities send people to check and don't see us? What will we do?" Sigh. "There's no way around it. We can only take it step by step, speeding up as we go. As long as we leave in Yang County, the county magistrate won't pay attention to us anymore." Speaking of which, they were quite fortunate, as they had already prepared to flee in advance, unlike several other villages that planned to wait another 2 days to set out. Now that most of their belongings had been burned, it would be harder to flee later. Hurry up and walk. The more people there are, the more trouble there will be. I'm afraid that when we get further back, some people will grab grain recklessly. As the villagers from several villages continued on their way, Susia had already set out 2 hours earlier. Last night, she had watched the spreading fire in the distance, and ultimately felt it wasn't safe, so she packed her things and set off with a torch in the night. Hurry up and walk. The more people there are, the more trouble there will be. I'm afraid that when we get further back, some people will grab grain recklessly. As the villagers from several villages continued on their way, the Kai hunter's family managed to keep up, but Kai Lair was struggling. He had never moved this quickly, even when he went to marry his wife. He panted, dissatisfied, and said, "Elder brother, that kid ahead is carrying a basket much more leisurely than us. Why must we follow him with our family in tow?" Kai Hunter glanced at him. He is not an ordinary person. He's just a wet behind Thier's kid. Or what skills could he possibly? If you want to leave, go ahead. I and our parents will stay. Second brother. If they didn't leave, he couldn't just abandon them, but if they didn't keep up with that person, they would be lost with no one to guide them. He clearly remembered that day when that person drew lines in the dirt and quickly chose the right direction. The 2 old members of the Kai family also wanted to persuade him, but recalling how they had narrowly escaped many people's attention thanks to the eldest, they turned to their second son. "Your elder brother has escorted goods before. He knows better than you. Just listen to him." Kai Lair was unhappy. "I have read more books than he has. Do you know how to discern directions? Or do you think that reading more books means you can get a map?" Kai Hunter's wife Lu Yu immediately retorted. "Does he know?" Kai Lair glared at her angrily. Kai Hunter was very certain he knows. "We don't have a map, so we can only rely on our instincts to head south. Although that young brother doesn't have a map, he can discern directions. Why didn't you ask him earlier? You've learned how to use a heated brick bed, but you didn't learn something this crucial. That's his skill for survival. If you don't pay him, do you think he would teach you easily?" Kai Lair was left speechless. Kai Hunter, feeling somewhat annoyed, said, "If you don't want to hurry, I won't force you. We can just go on our own, or it might take longer, but we'll manage." Kai Lair shrugged his sleeves and instructed his son to pull the cart forward. Unfortunately, Su Xia had already disappeared from sight. "That kid is deliberately trying to shake us off." Kai Lair looked at the grassland ahead, only to see groups of refugees with no sign of Su Xia. That person truly lacked foresight. Traveling alone was dangerous. If they followed closely, they could provide some deterrence against threats. They meant well in offering him protection, yet he was only thinking about shaking them off. Kai Hunter frowned, not wanting to bother with him any longer. With the person already lost, they could only move south as quickly as possible. Perhaps they could still catch up. Su Xia was already a mile away from the Kai family. Once she noticed she was no longer being followed, she felt a great relief. She found a secluded spot, took out a hoe, placed it in her basket, and continued on her way. After the sun rose, she put on a straw hat, its wide brim covering most of her face. Some curious refugees glanced at her, but only saw a dark face. The refugee's eyes shifted downward, catching a glimpse of the 2 large knives at Su Xia's waist. She ignored the refugees and continued striding forward. For the past 2 days, she had been observing the sun's position and discovered that this planet was remarkably similar to the one she had previously inhabited. She currently found herself in the northern part of the Li Kingdom, which was also the northern part of this world. Su Xia chose to treat it as her original world. Since she started her journey at dawn, she could use the position of the rising sun to determine direction, so she didn't need to use a stick for navigation. It was now late spring, and the sun's direct rays fell between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer. At this time, the sun rose in the northeast and set in the northwest, usually hanging directly south at noon. When she saw the sun, she confirmed her direction and kept walking south. By the time the sun was high in the sky, she realized she was on the right path, which eased her mind. However, the roads here were mostly difficult to traverse. Sometimes a mountain would suddenly block her way, even though she could see the southern path right before her eyes. In general, she would directly climb over small hills, but but larger ones were to be avoided mainly due to the fear of getting lost in the deep mountains. Though she had space, she was still just one person. The deep mountains were fraught with dangers, especially after witnessing a mountain fire last night. She was even more hesitant to venture in fearing that the dry timber in the forest might ignite spontaneously. At that point, she could only rely on her legs, which would be no match for the inferno. The mountain before her was insurmountable. Left with no choice, Susia could only take a detour, sticking to small paths as closely as possible to head south. Susia found it remarkable that there were actually many refugees ahead. With so many people fleeing, the news had been tightly controlled, indicating that the county magistrate of Anyang was truly a vile character. Could it be that he intended to use the people of Anyang as the last line of defense to block the marauding barbarians, facilitating his own escape? From the memories of her past life, she recalled hearing people from Humyao village talk about the horrific scenes of the northern barbarians' invasion. The northern barbarians were described as having sharp fangs and claws, being incredibly ugly, tall, and robust like beasts. After they invaded the Li Kingdom, they began to burn, kill, and plunder, slaying anyone they saw from horseback, embodying extreme cruelty. Susia could not help but ponder whether the mountain fire from last night was an accident or a result of the northern barbarians' invasion. Fortunately, she had left a step ahead. If the northern barbarians were to invade, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was now noon, and many refugees were resting. She too felt fatigued and walked a short distance into the woods by the roadside, sitting under a tree to rest. After taking a sip of electrolyte water, she felt much more relaxed. Susia took out a vegetable pancake to replenish her energy. While eating, she continued to observe her surroundings. The refugees she encountered appeared to have traveled a long way, and their food was noticeably less than those she had seen before. She didn't want to squeeze in and provoke jealousy. Fortunately, the terrain of the mountains and forests here was relatively flat, making it convenient for her to travel alone as long as she ensured she didn't get lost. To her surprise, she discovered that ahead lay a birch forest with many birch tree barks already dried and easily peeled off. Birch bark is rich in oils and makes excellent fire-starting material, igniting easily with just a spark. In addition, the circumferentially stripped birch bark is quite resilient and can be made into various containers such as bowls and cups. If no containers are found in the wild, a piece of birch bark can be used in an emergency. Moreover, birch trees are remarkable. Removing a ring of bark does not kill them. The trees have a self-healing ability, and the area where the bark was removed will deepen, allowing new birch bark to grow the following year. More importantly, birch trees also produce sap, which is a great drink, natural nutrient liquid. When dehydrated in the wild, one can collect birch sap to quench thirst. It is now late spring, and during this period, she should be able to collect birch sap. Susia looked around. This birch forest was quite expansive. She would definitely rest in the birch forest tonight, and perhaps she could indeed collect some birch sap. Unfortunately, she did not discover the birch mushroom. The birch mushroom is a valuable medicinal material. If she had found more, it could be used for her own needs or sold at a pharmacy. At this moment, the sun was blazing, and after rushing all morning, Susia felt a bit tired. Worried about heat stroke, she decided to rest for a while before continuing her journey. While resting, she could conveniently tear some birch bark to use for starting a fire tonight. Susia set down her backpack, sat on the ground, and began to tear off pieces of birch bark to save. After resting for about 15 minutes, she felt less discomfort and continued her journey with her backpack. A few refugees on the path noticed a figure in the woods and found it somewhat strange, but then realized that the trees would provide shade, making it cooler than walking directly on the path. "Father, let's take the mountain path. It must be much cooler." They were fleeing from disaster and had rushed without bringing straw hats. Along the way, they had to carry food and children, leaving them no time to weave hats. As the weather grew hotter, especially at noon, it was sweltering enough to make one's head spin. The mountain path is difficult to walk. There might be poisonous snakes, not to mention we have so much baggage. The reason the travelers in the woods moved so quickly was that he was not carrying much, but they had too much baggage and were already exhausted. If they twisted an ankle on the mountain path, continuing their journey would be even harder. However, many refugees could not withstand the blazing sun and began to head into the mountains. Seeing this, Susia hurriedly quickened her pace to distance herself from the refugees. The mountain was not hers, so she could not prevent the refugees from entering. All she could do was to minimize the risk of being robbed. Of course, if someone dared to disregard the large knife at her waist, she wouldn't mind offering blood to the blade. As Susia walked, she kept an eye on the ground. She had bound her legs, but still worried about being bitten by a snake. Looking down, she saw her dirty straw sandals caked with mud and thought they might wear out in a few more days. Even the black cloth shoes inside had turned a muddy color. Fortunately, she had bought 20 pairs of straw sandals from old Ju's family, which would last her a long time. Moreover, she had carefully observed the straw sandals over the past 2 days and seemed to have grasped the technique of weaving them, eager to give it a try. During her earlier rest, she had cut a lot of dried thatch which she had secretly stored away. She thought that it would be perfect to practice during the night when she rested. Wearing straw sandals over cloth shoes did make walking less tiring than wearing straw sandals alone, but even so she still felt as if her legs were weighed down by lead. She frowned and thought how nice it would be to soak her feet. That would definitely feel comfortable. However, Su Xia could only dream. Last night the fire on the distant mountain burned fiercely with hot air rising rapidly, and the dust lingered without rain, indicating that the conditions for rain had not yet been met. One must admit that ancient people's knowledge about seeking rain was lacking in theory, but rich in experience. To induce rain, 3 conditions must be met: water vapor, impurities, and cooling. The practice of seeking rain through fire is somewhat similar to the condensation of water vapor on the lid of a pot. The difference is that one relies on the cold lid to condense distilled water, the other allows water vapor to condense when meeting cold, attaching to condensation nuclei, primarily formed by impurities and dust in the air. When the air can no longer bear the weight of the raindrops, they fall as rain. She suddenly thought of Zhuge Liang setting fire to Sima Yi at Fengku, where heavy rain washed away his plans. How wonderful it would be if a heavy rain could also occur here. As Su Xia walked through the forest, she occasionally spotted a type of fungus called pine mushroom, scientifically known as matsutake, which is a parasitic fungus on red pines, larches, and fir trees. Pine mushrooms are similar to mulberry mushrooms. Both are medicinal materials, but pine mushrooms are not as valuable as mulberry mushrooms and are generally used in conjunction with them. She directly picked up a stick and knocked the mushrooms down from the tree, putting them into her backpack. Collecting while walking did not take much time. When she looked up, she suddenly spotted a large piece of birch mushroom. The surface of the birch mushroom was dark, known as black crystal, while the interior was yellow-brown, growing on white birch trees and absorbing their nutrients until the birch tree was drained. Those who did not recognize birch mushrooms might mistakenly think they were burnt birch charcoal, missing out on such a treasure. Drinking water infused with birch mushrooms is beneficial for health, lowering blood pressure and blood sugar, and preventing colds. The birch mushroom in front of her was quite large, weighing at least 5 pounds, requiring over 10 years to form. After all, it was a fungus that had grown on a tree for over a decade, tightly attached to the birch. Su Xia exerted a tremendous amount of effort to pry this birch mushroom off. The fallen birch mushrooms were also excellent, and she gathered them all into her backpack, actually storing them in her space. Because these items were precious, Su Xia would even climb trees to pick birch mushrooms hanging high. However, the birch tree was too tall, and its surface was soft yet firm, making it hard to climb. She tied hemp ropes to her feet, hugged the tree, and used the ropes on her shoes to increase friction, helping her stabilize her body. Su Xia moved upward step by step, climbing to where the birch mushrooms grew and directly pried them off by hand. If she couldn't pull them down, she would use a hatchet to cut them, collecting them after climbing back down. Whenever she climbed a tree, she would also conveniently pick some birch leaves, which could be dried and used for tea to clear heat. Summer was coming soon, just in time for use. However, birch mushrooms do not only grow on birch trees. They can also grow on birch hollows or roots, making them much easier to pick, at least without the need to climb the tree. Passing refugees glanced at him strangely, not understanding why he was picking this blackened substance that looked as if it had been burned. Could it be that there was nothing else to eat? Yet she would rather climb several meters high to pick it. Was it something valuable? Some refugees couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, what is this that you are picking?" Su Xia would naturally not explain. She couldn't very well declare this thing is valuable and useful. "Oh, everyone come and pick it." Such an act would only make her seem foolish. Because Su Xia did not speak, the refugees assumed he was mute. Many murmured, "Is he climbing that high just to pick this black charcoal?" Someone concluded, "It looks very valuable. But he climbed so high to get it, we can't do that. Besides, climbing trees is exhausting. With that energy, we might as well cover more ground." After all, on the road fleeing disaster, their food supplies were already insufficient. If they wasted energy on these things, survival itself would become a major problem. He picked some other things that were lower. "We can use branches to poke them down, which won't affect our journey." The person was referring to pine mushrooms, some of which grew low enough to be knocked down with a stick. There were also red reishi and flat-capped reishi, which could be easily plucked by hand. Su Xia watched as several refugees imitated her, using wooden sticks to knock down sangwang mushrooms from pine trees. Some recognized the lingji, knowing it was valuable, and naturally seized every opportunity. She said nothing, merely keeping her distance. So long as they did not attempt to seize her own harvest, she had no quarrel with them. After all, the forest was vast, and its resources public. No handful of people could possibly strip it bare. To Su Xia's astonishment, she discovered a patch of shunjing tea growing on a fallen tree, lush, yet slightly withered. In her former world, this herb thrived only in the Changbai Mountains. She had never expected to encounter it here. Also known as Aojo grass, shunjing tea strengthened the kidneys and promoted diuresis, effectively treating kidney stones, chronic nephritis, and prostatitis. A potent, nourishing, and kidney-tonifying herb, it was highly prized among men. Its leaves resembled slender bamboo fronds, narrow, elongated, and vividly emerald green, with tiny yellow specks dotting their undersides. Spores, the plant seeds. The fallen tree lay within easy reach. Susia stepped forward and began plucking the Xinjing tea. Nearby refugees, seeing her action, moved to join her, only to be restrained by their companions. Have you lost your senses? Don't you see the broadsword at his waist? Who carries such a weapon unless danger walks beside him? They had dared mimic him earlier, harvesting what he had overlooked, but this patch belonged to him first. To seize it now would risk everything they owned. There's plenty more in these mountains. We'll find our own. Let's not provoke trouble. Hearing their hushed exchange, Susia's downcast eyes flickered with quiet satisfaction. They had shown sense, choosing not to challenge her. Had they tried, her broadsword would have drawn without hesitation. She harvested the entire patch before moving onward. Along the way, she gathered Chilingzi, Pingai, Lingji, Xinjing, tea pine, Songhuang, and birch polypore. Much of the Xinjing tea clinging high upon trunks, demanding a climb to reach. Unlike birch polypore, which could be snapped or chopped off cleanly, Xinjing tea required painstaking stem extraction. Finding it tedious, she chose not to scale the trees. As dusk deepened, Susia ceased deliberate foraging. Even when spotting birch polypore, she selected only the largest specimens. While scouting for a suitable campsite, a family approached, holding their gathered bounty, and ventured timidly, "Young master, would you care to purchase these?" Susia glanced at them. Their hands trembled, not from cold but fear, as they clutched an assortment of items. She remained silent. They mistook a massive woody burl for birch polypore. What use would she have for such a thing? As firewood. One murmured in confusion, could he truly be mute? Susia spoke, then pointing to the burl, "This holds no value. The rest are fine specimens, but I run." They were refugees, hard-pressed and vulnerable. So long as they posed no threat, she would not oppress them. Instead, she gently clarified that their finds were medicinal herbs. What? They stared at the largest soot-black object, the one they'd scaled a Tenshangi tree to retrieve. Surely something so immense could not be worthless. Other refugees gathered, eager to learn whether their own haul held worth. Yet Susia, preoccupied with securing shelter, had no time for them. What? They stared at the largest soot-black object, the one they'd scaled a Tenshangi tree to retrieve. Surely something so. Overwhelmed by the crowd, the man stammered before finally recalling Susia's words verbatim. Still unconvinced that his prize was valueless, he turned it over repeatedly in his hands. His brother hesitated, then suggested, "Brother, shall we split it open and see?" Indeed, this burl differed markedly from the others. If the young master claimed the rest were saleable herbs, fit for an apothecary, then these must be genuine medicinal treasures. The forest stretched endlessly. They might not emerge until tomorrow or beyond. If they could gather herbs, en route they might sell them upon reaching the county town to buy grain. But what if he deceived us? His elder brother dismissed the doubt instantly. He does not strike me as a deceiver. Without delay, he fetched a hoe and struck both objects open. Truly different. The smaller fragment gleamed golden brown like precious metal, while the large burl revealed only ordinary wood. Onlookers gasped in sudden clarity. So that's it. Clearly the golden-hued specimen held value. They need only seek out more like it. They hoped to trail Susia further, but when they looked up, he had vanished into the deepening woods. By sunset, she had already advanced far beyond the refugee encampments, seeking solitude for her night's rest. Assured the refugees had not followed her into the wilderness, she halted and selected a level open clearing. The moment she set down her basket, a chill swept across her back. Her sweat-soaked cloth clung tightly. Had she not replenished electrolytes, dehydration would have felled her long ago. She stretched her limbs and massaged her calves, then drained the last of her electrolyte solution. Next, she retrieved her water skins and dagger to collect birch sap. She carried 5 water skins, so she chose 5 stout birch trunks scattered around her site. Lacking proper boring tools, she used a stone to drive her dagger into each trunk, carving a diagonal incision into the bark. Almost instantly, clear birch sap began trickling down the trunk. She blew through a hollow reed to confirm its integrity, then inserted it directly into the wound, suspending a water skin beneath to catch the dripping sap. She repeated the process until all 5 water skins hung beneath their respective trees, each steadily filling drop by drop. A single birch yielded 2 to 3 gene of sap, sometimes as much as 10 gene. Though Drought had likely reduced output, deploying all 5 skins ensured she would collect at least 5 gene overnight. One may endure hunger, but not thirst. This water ration carefully would sustain her for 3 days. Though her spatial storage held bowls, ideal for sap collection, she rejected the idea. Expanding her setup would stretch her vigilance too thin, inviting theft of both vessel and contents. Discretion was paramount. While the sap dripped, she wandered nearby, gathering white birch leaves to dry and steep, a cooling herbal infusion. Noting the forest's abundance of insects, she resolved not to sleep directly on the ground. She longed to deploy her spatial shelter, but feared discovery by refugees. Erecting it so swiftly would arouse suspicion. Nor could she dismantle it discreetly at dawn with others nearby. After careful deliberation, she decided to fashion a hammock, and swiftly withdrew a bolt of hemp cloth from her spatial storage. The cloth measured 4 chi wide, roughly 1.3 meters, and 40 chi long. She cut a 10 chi length, folding it double for strength, yielding a sturdy strip about 5 chi long. Holding the ends aloft, she judged it slightly taller than herself, more than sufficient given her current stature. Footsteps echoed through the woods. She surmised others like her sought distance from the refugee clusters, opting to spend the night deeper in the forest. She hastily returned the remaining cloth to her spatial storage and looked up, seeing several families entering the woods. Reassured they showed no intent to approach, she relaxed, though vigilance never waned. Her sap-collecting water skins lay hidden behind her deep in the thicket. Anyone attempting theft would have to pass directly before her, and she would permit no such intrusion. While observing the family's campsite preparations, she confidently felled 8 wrist-thick birch trunks. 6 of the trunks were grouped in sets of 3, forming 2 stable, triangular frames placed firmly on. The remaining 2 trunks were wrapped along the longer edges of the folded hemp cloth, then secured at all 4 corners with hemp cord, creating a simple stretcher. Placed atop the triangular frames, the stretcher became an outdoor bed. Lacking suitable fabric, one could weave a net from vines or rope and suspend it between 2 trees, forming a true hammock. Elevated thus, sleep would remain safely separated from the forest floor, shielding her from crawling insects and ants. She lifted her quilt from the basket and laid it atop the hammock. Testing it, she found the structure firm and secure. She would not tumble to the ground tonight. Noticing refugees eyeing her new bed as she constructed it, she ignored them entirely. Glancing skyward, she saw twilight hastening. With nightfall came a sharp chill. She quickly cleared the open space before her bed with a wooden staff. Susia began to light a fire to prepare food. She took out the birch bark she had collected during the day and struck it against a firestone with her hatchet, creating sparks that ignited the dry. Susia was taken aback, obviously not expecting that her hammock would be so well received by the refugees, inspiring several families to imitate her. It seemed these families were self-reliant and wouldn't covet her belongings. Adding some dry twigs, the fire immediately blazed up, illuminating everything in front of her. Susia noticed another bug on her hand, a tick. Before the tick could bite her, she caught it and tossed it into the fire, where it sizzled and popped. Ever since entering this forest, she had been plagued by little bugs trying to bite her. A single bite would leave a large bump. Susia tied her calves and wore 2 pairs of shoes so her feet weren't bitten, but her hands had already been. Suddenly she remembered that she had gathered plenty of pingai lingji today in the forest. Many people only knew that pingai lingji could relieve coughs and nourish the lungs, not realizing that when burned it could also repel mosquitoes and insects. This was just the right time to use it. While the people around her were busy imitating Susia's hammock, she had already lit her natural mosquito repellent. As the pingai lingji burned, a wisp of smoke escaped, and soon the number of mosquitoes noticeably decreased. When Susia took out her clay pot to boil water, she noticed that the families across from her had not yet completed their wooden beds, including the Fong family. The Fong family had only glanced at it earlier. They hadn't grasped the essence, and their tripod was not securely tied, causing the hammock to keep slipping down. Fortunately, there were many of them. While the women tended to the fire, the men worked on the hammock, and after some effort, they finally managed to make one. The Fong family couldn't accommodate everyone, so they could only make one for the children at home, allowing them to sleep in the hammock at night to avoid being bitten by insects. After setting up the hammock, the eldest Fong let his child sit in it to try it out, and to his surprise it worked. It's a pity we don't have more fabric, otherwise we could make more and the whole family wouldn't have to sleep on the ground. This piece of oilcloth was brought along just in case it rained on the way, but surprisingly it hadn't rained a single drop in over half a month. Originally, they thought the oilcloth would go unused, but unexpectedly, it could be used as a bed. We do have some fabric, but it would mean taking apart the bedding. However, their bedding was filled with reeds, and once taken apart, they wouldn't have anything to cover themselves with. The Fong family wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. We'll make do as long as the children aren't bitten, it's fine. They had tough skin and could withstand sleeping on the ground without issues, but there were simply too many bugs, and they were struggling to cope. The head of the household, I noticed that young man seems to be free from bug bites. Shall we ask him? The eldest Fong glanced at Susia, who was facing them, and the firelight reflected off her large knife, startling him. Don't go, he might have an insect-repelling sachet. Just as his wife was about to give up, they suddenly heard someone nearby say, burning lingji can repel insects. That person had seen Susia light the lingji, and inspired, he tried it as well, discovering that it significantly reduced the number of insects after being ignited. The Fong family curiously looked over and saw someone igniting a large lump of something nearby. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was something they also had picked from the forest earlier, lingji. Wasn't lingji supposed to be expensive? The man sensed the confusion on everyone's faces and quickly explained, this lingji isn't worth much and it's abundant in the mountains. Upon hearing this, the eldest Fang's wife immediately pulled her husband excitedly, saying that young man also lit this perhaps this is what works. Looking over, the eldest Fang indeed saw that Su Xia had also lit the Lingji. Feeling a pang of regret, he then thought of how uncomfortable his family was being bitten, and without further delay, he quickly took out the Lingji he had picked that afternoon from the cart. He had seen many refugees collecting it and happened to pick some himself, thinking he could sell it for a good price, but unexpectedly, he was using it before even getting out of the mountains. Several families lit the Lingji for mosquito repellent, and smiles appeared on their faces as they happily prepared their meals. Some refugees had not collected it in the forest earlier out of convenience, but now that night had fallen, they feared encountering bad people or wild beasts, so they naturally dared not go gather it, hoping those with more Lingji would share. By chance, the eldest Fang was the one with the stockpile, and when he lifted the cloth on the cart, someone happened to see. Seeing a stout man approaching their camp, the eldest Fang quickly grabbed a hoe as a defensive gesture. There was no choice, they recognized the visitor. This person was named Lin Dashu, who had 6 younger brothers. The Lin brothers were quite familiar with others, and often intruded on others' meals, asking what they were eating, and so on. Moreover, these 7 men took advantage of their numbers, bullying both men and women on the road of escape. They happened to be traveling together these past 2 days, and every night the wives would cook only to be eyed by the Lin brothers, leaving them no way to shake them off. Thus, the eldest Fang was thoroughly annoyed by Lin Dashu. He looked at the food cooking in his pot, and felt that Lin Dashu was here to take advantage. He certainly wouldn't give any, but was afraid Lin Dashu would try to take things by force, relying on the numbers of the Lin family. As expected, this person really did come to borrow something, not food, but Lingji. Eldest Fang, I see your family has extra Lingji. How could you spare us one? My 2 children are suffering from bug bites. You 2 have kids, so surely you wouldn't refuse to help, would you? The eldest Fang frowned, finding the words rather unpleasant. Having traveled with the Lin family for 2 days, they were well aware that the Lin family had no children, and he had heard that Lin Dashu had sold his wife for water because he found her slow, truly not a good person. As for the children Lin Dashu mentioned, could it be the 2 haggard-looking Lin Lao Lu and Lin Lao Chi? Both brothers were already adults, and Lin Dashu absurdly claimed they were kids. What a thick skin. The eldest Fang naturally didn't want to comply, but Lin Dashu appeared determined to get the Lingji. Just as he was unsure how to refuse, the second Fang stepped forward angrily, saying, "This was collected with great effort by my elder brother, and we only have 2 left. It's not enough for ourselves." Although the second Fang was young, he had always been a leader among the children, having learned a few tricks from the village elders. Despite his small stature, he was more than capable of handling little thieves. He was typically assertive, and seeing Lin Dashu trying to play the victim, he didn't give him an opportunity, exclaiming, "There are plenty in the forest. If you want some, go pick them yourself. No one knows how long they will walk in the forest. If the remaining 2 give their mushrooms to others, and they fail to find the flat cap Lingji later, won't their family be bitten by insects? This person is truly annoying. They are neither relatives nor friends, yet he still wants their mushrooms." Lin Dashu did not expect a brat still smelling of milk to dare shout at him, and was instantly enraged. "I've said it's worthless. You're so stingy. If we encounter trouble on the road in the future, we won't help you." The wife of Fang Laodao frowned in displeasure as this person had dared to curse them. "Since you're so generous, why not lend us your food? Don't think they can't see through it." The Lin family deliberately chose to stop next to them, likely trying to find out what they would eat tonight. She would not let the Lin family succeed. Even if there was delicious food, she would have her family eat it secretly. Lin Dashu did not expect that after traveling together for 2 days and getting familiar with each other's faces, the Fang family would suddenly turn their backs on them. In fact, he had long been eyeing the Fang family. There were only 2 able-bodied men in the Fang family, while the rest were 2 elderly, 2 children, and a woman. Moreover, it was evident that the Fang family had ample supplies, dragging a cart with water and food along the way. They had not been robbed because they were traveling with villagers from another village. Now that group of villagers was scattered in the forest, hidden from view by large trees, and could not possibly notice what was happening here. He had originally thought that if the Fang family gave them a flat cap Lingji, he would protect them on the road, but unexpectedly, they were so ungrateful. Lin Dashu was somewhat angry. He intended to call his brother to snatch the mushrooms, but was pulled by someone at his sleeve. Turning to look, he found it was his second brother. Lin Air whispered in Lin Dashu's ear, and the gazes of the brothers immediately fell on a person who was cooking not far away. Clearly, they had set their sights on Su Xia, who was traveling alone. Lin Dashu squinted at the distance. "Really?" Lin Air nodded. "Absolutely no mistake." Lin Dashu's heart rejoiced. The reason the refugees in the forest were picking Lingji was that the kid was leading them. He understood a lot, and certainly had plenty of supplies. If only he had silver, they could settle down in the next count. Having figured it out, he shot a fierce glare at the Fang family, planning to settle the score with them later. Now he had a more suitable candidate. Su Xia had actually noticed the quarrel between the 2 families long ago, but since they did not disturb her, she focused on stirring the batter in the pot, adding a handful of wild vegetables. These past few days she had been observing how others cooked, then mixing in her own methods, neither awkward nor too ostentatious. Although the vegetable batter did not compare to the dried meat others were eating, it was still decent. She planned to take a grain ball to eat after the batter was cooked. Just as she took down the clay pot, she saw a few people suddenly walking towards her, clearly with ill intentions. Susia did not regard these ragtag individuals with any concern, leisurely sitting on a few wooden logs ladling out vegetable porridge. As the figures approached, she slowly spoke coldly. At 3 feet away you are safe. If you come any closer, don't blame my blade for being merciless. While cooking porridge, she found the large knife at her waist to be a hassle as it poked into the ground, so she had placed it on the dry firewood behind her, inadvertently losing its deterrent effect. These people were probably thinking that since she was alone, they could come to rob her. Susia was genuinely tired. Were these people brainless? If she had no skills, how could she possibly travel alone? She just wanted to live peacefully. Oh, was that so difficult? 3 feet was just right for her to swing her blade. She did not want the camp she had painstakingly set up to be stained with blood. Lin Air stopped in his tracks and turned to Lin Dashu. Big brother this. Lin Dashu looked disdainful. He had just suffered a setback from Fong Air, and this brat looked even younger than Fong Air. He certainly could not allow himself to be intimidated again. Kid, I heard you picked a lot of mosquito-repelling Lingji in the forest today. How about giving some to us brothers? Susia stopped ladling the porridge and looked up at the few people in front of her. 1 Lingji for 1 life? How many do you want? Flat cap Lingji, I have plenty, but just depends on whether you have the life to take it. Hearing Susia's disdainful tone and recalling the humiliation from earlier with the Fong family, Lin Dashu's temper exploded. Don't give me face and act shameless. Lin Air was also furious. Big brother, after all, he's alone. Oh, why not just rob him? Susia's expression changed slightly as she stared at the 2 men. Want to try? Just as Lin Dashu stepped forward, Lin Air quickly pulled him back. Big brother, he has a knife. Lin Air's terrified voice reached Lin Dashu's ears, and he recoiled in fear, staring at the 2 large knives. Did you not say he was alone? That's what they said, but they didn't mention he had a knife. Lin Air had no idea that some nearby people, disliking the Lin brothers' behavior, had deliberately omitted such an important detail. What they said was meant to have the Lin brothers run into Susia's knife, while also testing her strength. Lin Dashu squinted and instructed Lin Air to call for help. This person actually had a knife. If they could overpower him, wouldn't the 7 brothers be able to swagger down the road? Susia saw him signaling for help and remained unperturbed. After Lin Air turned to leave, her knife was already at Lin Dashu's neck. Lin Dashu's hair stood on end. How was this person so fast? He trembled. What do you want to do? I want to borrow something from you. Susia was always honest and polite. If she wanted to borrow someone's life, it was only right to give a heads up. Lin Dashu was terrified. Hero, please, I have food, I have silver, I'll give you everything. He turned his head and saw his brother rushing over with people quickly shouting, second brother, come and save me. The commotion attracted many onlookers, but no one stepped up to plead for Lin Dashu. Among the crowd, a man spat and cursed under his breath. Deserved it. Let's see if you dare to steal my water again. It was already a drought. What they needed most was not food, but clean water. Last night his water pouch was stolen, and someone had poured a jar of urine on him. Originally he did not know who had done it, but when Lin Dashu suddenly asked him how the urine tasted, he immediately connected the dots. Unfortunately, the Lin family had many strong men, and he could not fight against them, so he could only swallow his. After holding in his anger for a day, he finally managed to calm down, only for Lin Air to come and snatch away his only mosquito-repelling Lingji. Naturally, he felt he had to teach them a lesson. He clearly saw that person picking a lot of mosquito-repelling Lingji along the way and carrying a large knife. If he could trick the Lin brothers into going over, they would definitely not come out unscathed. The woman beside the man furrowed her brows in worry. What if that person cannot defeat the Lin family brother? The man was taken aback. He had only noticed the 2 large knives hanging from the person's waist and thought that this person must not be easy to provoke, but he hadn't considered anything else. He shrugged nonchalantly, saying, if he can't win, then he can't win. Robbing him is better than being robbed ourselves. On the road of fleeing, who had the luxury to care about so much as long as they ensured their own belongings were not stolen? People are inherently selfish. He simply didn't want his supplies to be stolen and cause his family of 10 to starve. What was wrong with that? Moreover, even if he didn't say anything, the Lin family brothers would eventually notice that young man. They might even secretly kill him and rob him of his grain. He was merely preemptively shifting the danger. After all, he was traveling alone. Susia saw that the man who had left earlier had returned with only 5 people, seemingly without any additional help. She couldn't help but ponder whether if she killed this person directly without exposing her space, would she have a good chance of dealing with the remaining 6. After a moment of thought, she did not take immediate action. The knife remained still as she turned to the others, her tone icy. If you want him to live, you must exchange half of your food for his life. Big brother. The Lin brothers looked in panic at Lin Dashu, whose neck was already bleeding. Lin Air, wielding a sickle, glared fiercely at Susia. You bastard, if you dare to harm my big brother, we brothers will not spare you. This man had quite a bit of supplies and had even made a hammock. If they robbed him, they could take turns using it. Lin Dashu, being held hostage, felt a surge of joy when he saw his family arrive. His confidence increased significantly. He was sure that this person wouldn't dare to kill in front of so many people and naturally didn't want his brothers to foolishly hand over their grain. He wouldn't dare kill me, don't listen to him. Just as he finished speaking, the large knife slashed directly at his arm, tearing a piece of flesh away. Lin Dashu was caught off guard, instantly crying out in pain, my patience is limited. Suxia remembered having seen these people earlier. They had secretly eaten dried meat on the road, and she suddenly changed her mind. Give me half of your grain and water and all the dried meat, and I will spare his life. Now that everyone still had grain and water, the meat wouldn't be the kind that was hard to come by, so she could boldly ask for it. Moreover, she only promised to spare his life, though she never said she wouldn't incapacitate him. This family dragging an injured person would only find the journey more difficult. Lin Dashu, in pain, leaned against a tree. If it weren't for Suxia's knife pressed against his neck, he would have wanted to roll on the ground. Hurry and get it, hurry. He was actually being threatened with a knife by a young brat, and was so scared that he nearly wet his pants, feeling utterly humiliated, and could only vent his anger by shouting. The Lin brothers hesitated. She was demanding an exorbitant price. Half of their grain, half of their water, and all the dried meat. What was the difference from asking for their lives? Lin Air took a deep look at Lin Dashu, who was already frightened to the point of wetting himself, and gritted his teeth. Let's all go together. I don't believe that we six can't handle a young brat. Suxia's expression shifted slightly, as she didn't want to kill indiscriminately and cause panic among the refugees, but this person was truly ungrateful, so she couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. You. Lin Dashu's voice was abruptly cut off as the knife pierced through his chest, the bloody blade emerging from the other side. No one expected Suxia to act so decisively. Big brother. Lin Air's eyes turned red instantly. With his older brother killed, if he continued to hide, he would be ashamed to be called a brother. He charged forward with the sickle filled with rage, shouting, "Kill him, avenge big brother." Suxia kicked aside the corpse next to her, sending it crashing into Lin Air, knocking him to the ground. Before the others could react, Suxia's large knife had already fallen towards Lin Air's face. The Lin brothers shouted in panic, "No, don't kill my second brother, he'll go get you the grain right now." Isn't it a bit late to plead for mercy now? She thought to herself. If she wanted grain, she could easily take it herself. Without any hesitation, Suxia directly slit Lin Air's throat. You killed someone, you killed someone. She had killed 2 people in quick succession, not only stunning the Lin brothers, but also causing the surrounding refugees to tremble in fear, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at her. Suxia coldly laughed, not caring about their fear. She knew very well that many among the refugees were eyeing her with malice. If she showed mercy today, she would face endless troubles in the future. As the saying goes, if you don't eliminate the roots, the grass will grow again when spring winds blow. To avoid long nights filled with dreams, she couldn't leave these people alive. Suxia's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon the Lin brothers. The Lin brothers, frightened, fled in panic, screaming as they ran haphazardly into the depths of the mountains. Suxia pursued them, forcing the 5 Lin brothers into the dark forest. The trees were pitch black, and she already had night blindness. Without the light to guide her, her visibility drastically decreased. As she surveyed her surroundings, she unexpectedly discovered a large tree that had been clawed by a bear. Suxia suddenly realized that there might be bears in the deep mountains. The frightening scene when she encountered a black bear in the deep mountains of He Miao village suddenly jolted her back to reality. While eliminating threats was indeed important, it wasn't worth the risk of venturing into the mountains at night. After some contemplation, she realized that she had already memorized the appearances of those who fled. The next time she saw them, she wouldn't show any mercy. The reason she had murderous thoughts was partly to show her strength, but more importantly, it was because these brothers harbored ill intentions. If they continued to live more innocent lives, might perish, it was better for her to send them to the afterlife. Now that she couldn't resolve the issue in one go, she wasn't angry, as she wouldn't likely see them again based on her. The 5 who fled were a scourge, but the ones who suffered misfortune were still the refugees. They distanced themselves from the troubles, so why should she rush to solve others' problems? Suxia returned empty-handed, but in the eyes of the refugees it seemed she had killed all 5 of them. Suddenly the way the refugees looked at Suxia became somewhat strange. Regarding the misunderstanding of the refugees, Suxia was indifferent. She had long become accustomed to such life in the apocalypse. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to kill in a life-or-death manner. If others didn't rob her, the Lin family members would. Naturally, she had to nip the danger in the bud. Suxia was unaffected in the slightest, searching the bodies of the deceased Lin Dashu and Lin Air in front of the refugees, taking all the valuable items first. Apart from a few pieces of broken silver, the most valuable items were the sickle, hoe, and other iron tools. Of course, she couldn't overlook their clothes. Due to the battle, both of their garments were stained with blood, but Suxia didn't mind at all. She stripped the 2 of their clothes and straw sandals, tossing their corpses far away out of sight and out of mind. Su Xia still felt it wasn't enough, her gaze falling toward the direction the Lin family had come from. Su Xia stood up and headed towards the place where the Lin family had settled to gather supplies, unexpectedly noticing that the surrounding refugees were packing their things, avoiding him, as if he were a ferocious beast. Indeed, she killed without batting an eye, and the refugees could hardly withstand such a shock. Her heart remained unperturbed. It was better that they left, allowing her to enjoy a moment of peace. Carrying a large knife, the refugees instinctively parted to give her a path. Su Xia didn't even need to guard her belongings, boldly striding towards the Lin family's location. Wherever she passed, no refugee dared to meet her gaze. Initially, some refugees had planned to seize the Lin family's supplies after Su Xia left the next morning, but upon seeing her approach, they speculated that he intended to take the Lin family's supplies as well. They quickly urged their families to leave. When Su Xia arrived at the Lin family's settlement, she saw a cart full of supplies and an unextinguished bonfire. The Lin family's resources were indeed abundant, with food, bedding, and more, all packed in baskets stacked on the cart, with a total of 6 baskets. Surprisingly, while dealing with the Lin family brothers, no one took the opportunity to steal from the Lin family, which was quite rare on the road of fleeing. Su Xia thought for a moment and immediately understood the reason. The Lin family had many members and a strong desire for revenge, and most refugees had not yet fallen to the point of needing to rob, so they naturally would not risk it. Furthermore, she had just killed 2 Lin family brothers, and having witnessed her ruthlessness, they were even less daring to act. Su Xia placed the dry firewood and the prepared grass mat onto the cart, extinguished the bonfire, and seeing this, the refugees felt both envy and fear. They all came to a realization that they must not provoke this person, as she would truly kill. Returning to her camp, Su Xia looked at the full cart of supplies and instantly felt troubled. With so many people witnessing her taking a cart, it wouldn't be easy to store it in her space. However, it was impossible for her to abandon this cart of supplies. It seemed she could only wait until deep night, when everyone was asleep, to store the supplies into her space, and then sneak away. Originally, she had planned to practice making straw sandals, but now she had to put that aside. Determined to set off at midnight, Su Xia quickly got up to retrieve the water bag hanging from the birch tree, and after sealing the tree's wound with mud, she poured all the birch sap into a water bag. She shook the water bag, feeling a bit delighted, as in this short time, she had already gathered more than half a bag of birch sap. Birch sap, known as liquid gold, is a rare and natural drink. Trying a small sip, the sap was sweet and had a lingering woodsy fragrance. Birch sap is not easy to preserve, so she planned to place it directly into her space and drink it on the road tomorrow. After organizing her supplies, Su Xia observed the surrounding terrain by the firelight, confirmed her escape route, and lay down on the hammock to rest. When the night grew deep and quiet, the distant refugees had fallen asleep. She extinguished the bonfire, and the surroundings instantly became exceedingly dark. Su Xia immediately stored the cart and hammock into her space, carried her backpack, and began to feel her way through the darkness with a lit lingji. There were many crawling insects in the woods. Thankfully, she had tied her calves' worn sturdy shoes and had the mosquito-repelling lingji, which prevented her from being bitten. After walking for about an hour and getting quite far from her previous location, she finally lit a torch and continued on her way. With the light of the fire, her speed increased significantly. Having walked less than a mile, she suddenly noticed fresh bear droppings on the ground, and in the distance there were trees stripped of their bark by bears, along with traces of bears rolling around. These marks were very fresh. Just as she had suspected, bears roamed in this forest. Su Xia immediately became cautious. She did not want to experience the previous situation in Hemiao village again. The surroundings were very quiet when she suddenly heard a terrified scream from the forest, chilling and horrific. That voice! Why was it so familiar? Su Xia couldn't help but think, could it be that the Lin family members who fled had encountered a bear? Her guess was spot on. The 5 members of the Lin family were fleeing in panic, lost in the forest as the sky darkened. The brothers had scattered, fearing that Su Xia would be waiting in the woods. None dared to return the way they came. Lin Laowu, steeling himself, pressed on, inwardly cursing Su Xia as a murderous monster. After walking for a long time, he suddenly heard footsteps, and in fear looked towards the figure ahead on his right. "Third brother, is that you?" Among the remaining few, only the third brother was tall enough. However, that figure did not speak. It simply waved at him and took a few steps forward. Lin Laowu instinctively thought it was his third brother and hastened towards it. Not far away, a black bear stood upright, watching as someone rushed towards it, startled and showing a hint of panic. This was its first encounter with someone unafraid of it. But clearly it was only startled for a moment. As a mother bear, it had to assert its dominance when a strange creature invaded its territory. The black bear curved its forepaws in front of its chest, taking slow steps forward. Aside from being a bit slow and having short legs, it resembled a person in every other way. Clearly, Lin Laowu was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Completely ignoring these details, he only wanted to reunite with his brother as quickly as possible. Once the black bear confirmed that the creature before it was not bigger than itself, it gained much more confidence, and no longer wishing to disguise itself, the black bear moved its body. Its originally upright form instantly transformed into a crouched stance, preparing to charge at Lin Laowu. This was serious. Even Lin Laowu, who was slow-witted, knew his third brother would not crawl like this. His eyes widened in panic as his heart raced. The figure approaching was definitely not his third brother. It was clearly a black bear. Upon realizing something was wrong, Lin Laowu let out a terrified scream and immediately turned to flee from the black bear. Unbeknownst to him, his actions triggered the black bear's hunting instincts, and in just a few moves it tackled him to the ground. After successfully pouncing, the bear struck Lin Laowu's chest with its paw. With a loud crack, several of Lin Laowu's ribs broke and his chest visibly caved in. The black bear lowered its head and bit off Lin Laowu's right hand, tearing through flesh and bone. If someone were nearby, they would surely hear the crack and Lin Laowu's screams. As he cried out, he kicked at the black bear with his legs, but his slight strength only served to scratch the bear, practically delivering himself as a meal. He watched in horror as his hand was swallowed by the bear, his pupils starting to dilate in fright. Just as Lin Laowu was nearing despair, the black bear suddenly stopped and stared intently at something not far away. Seeing this, Lin Laowu, with his broken body, desperately crawled away. Unfortunately, he had barely crawled 2 steps when the black bear struck his back with a paw, its claws embedding into his bones. Lin Laowu felt as if he had been dragged by the black bear for a long time. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to see 2 small, furry creatures jumping down from the tree, resembling little black dogs. He suddenly understood that the black bear intended to deliver him as a meal to its cubs. Bears always seek high-calorie food such as organs and fat in preparation for their winter hibernation. However, it was currently a drought, and the famine had reduced its food supply by more than half. Moreover, it had just awakened from hibernation, so having anything to eat was already fortunate. Even so, they still preferred fresh food. The family of 3 bears soon finished off Lin Laowu completely. The most terrifying part was that Lin Laowu witnessed this scene with his own eyes before dying from excessive blood loss. The other brothers from the Lin family were not in a much better situation. Although they did not encounter the black bear, they lost their way in the forest and could not find their way out of the birch woods. With no food and no water source, and the nights being extremely cold, their fate was all too predictable. Susia was still on the road, holding a torch, her eyes wide open, not daring to miss any shadow, while her ears were perked up, fearing that she might overlook a sound and be suddenly attacked by a bear. The surroundings were eerily quiet. She could even hear her own breathing and heartbeat. Uncertain if it was her imagination, she suddenly noticed the trees ahead swaying. Upon closer inspection, she saw 2 dark little lumps playing on the large tree across from her. Bear cubs. There is a mother bear nearby. A mother bear with cubs is as fearsome as death itself. They possess a protective instinct, and their combat power is greatly enhanced. Susia's mind raced as she locked eyes with a mother bear. Even if they had not made eye contact, the black bear could still track her down with its keen sense of smell. The mother bear had previously shared food with her cubs, and now seeing more food being offered, her eyes followed Susia hungrily. The black bear hesitated for a moment, intimidated by the torch in Susia's hand, but then with a silly expression it approached her on its short legs. Susia did not expect the bear to dare approach her despite the torch. It was clearly intending to hunt, and the bear had already spotted her, leaving her no chance to sneak away. She quickly took out a stretcher from her space and placed it in front of her, making her figure appear much larger. Almost all animals fear larger creatures. She slowly backed away until she reached a large tree that 2 people could barely wrap around. Next, Susia put on a performance, walking the bear around the pillar. Seizing an opportunity when the black bear was distracted, she jabbed its face with the torch while pulling out a long stick and directly stored the black bear in her space. Susia took a furtive glance at the black bear lying in her space and found bloodstains on its sharp teeth, a bloody smell on its paw pads, and remnants of a torn cloth. The torn cloth was stained with fresh blood, making it hard to tell its original color, but the blood was indeed very fresh. It seemed she wasn't imagining things, as someone had truly been attacked by the black bear, their remains obliterated. Moreover, it was highly likely that it was those unfortunate members of the Lin family. Susia couldn't help but sigh. Those who do evil must meet a bitter end. If the Lin family had not harbored greedy thoughts, perhaps they would not have been forced into the depths of the mountains, and thus would not have encountered the black bear. Susia looked at the black bear cubs that were relatively far from her, having a fleeting thought of wanting to take them away. However, fearing other wild beasts might be nearby, she did not dare linger and hurriedly rushed out of the forest. The 2 little black bears on the tree stared wide-eyed at this scene, filled with disbelief. Were their guardians gone? The little black bears did not dare climb down the tree and could only watch helplessly as Susia escaped. When she finally emerged from the deep mountains, she picked up a deer antler along the way and stored it in her space. As dawn approached, she leaned against a tree to rest for a while, taking the opportunity to eat a black-faced bun to replenish her strength. With the sky turning pale, she still felt extremely sleepy, but a voice in her head kept urging her to wake up, quickly warning her not to be caught by the previous group camping and giving away her position. Susia rubbed her aching forehead, took a sip of birch sap to quench her thirst, and used a branch as a walking stick to continue her journey. At this moment, the refugees who had been left far behind by Susia were waking up one after another. The refugees had dark circles under their eyes, clearly having not slept well. They were ordinary folk who had witnessed a murder scene last night, making it difficult for them to digest the horror. Many people tossed and turned all night, struggling for hours, and finally fell asleep when their eyelids became too heavy to hold up. After finally managing to sleep, they were awakened by nightmares, their eyes filled with blood. After experiencing yesterday's events, they suddenly understood how terrifying the path of fleeing could be. Many refugees had only one thought in their minds: they must unite like a twisted rope to barely resist the scheming refugees. Without that young hero's skills, they could never travel alone. Someone stole a glance towards the deep mountains and found that there were no shadows left there. The murderer actually left. The refugees broke out in cold sweat. They didn't even realize when he had left. Fong Laoda's wife was filled with fear as she held her husband, saying, "Dear, should we return to the small path today and continue traveling with the villagers from the prosperous village? I'm just afraid that if we encounter him again in the forest, it will be terrifying. After all, he was a ruthless murderer. Even if their whole family went, they wouldn't be enough to satisfy him." Fong Laoda was also extremely frightened. However, his family had plenty of supplies, and the small path was crowded. He was also afraid of being robbed. After much thought, he decided to investigate. He mustered his courage and went to check the spot where Su Xia had camped, discovering that the fire had long since cooled, indicating that the people had left in the middle of the night. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing that his wife had worried too much. Given that person's speed, they could never catch up. Nevertheless, it was clear that their family was not suited to travel alone. "Hurry up and pack your things. The people from the prosperous village haven't gone far. We should follow them." The Fong family packed their belongings and quickly set off to catch up with the prosperous village. A few refugees were still walking through the woods, but their direction remained aligned with the small path. By noon, it was sweltering in the forest. When the refugee group paused to rest, Fong Laoda led Fong Lair into the woods armed with sticks to gather pine mushrooms and lingji. The Fong brothers had incredible luck, not only finding lingji, but even stumbling upon a deer antler. They were so engrossed in foraging that they wandered further and suddenly spotted a pool of blood ahead. Fong Lair, being just a child, was frightened and shouted, "Big brother, there's a dead person." Fong Laoda came over and saw that the ground was covered in fresh blood, along with some torn clothing and even some things they had never seen before, resembling pig intestines. In just a moment of raising his gaze, Fong Laoda spotted a dark mass not far away, slowly crawling along. Fong Laoda thought to himself that they had likely entered the territory of the bear monster. The bloodstains on the ground were surely left by its meals. "Error, hurry, let's go." The Lin brothers who rushed in yesterday were probably victims of the bear monster's hunt. They did not want to become its next meal. Fong Lair closely followed his brother's steps, crawling out of the forest with hands and feet appearing as if he had lost his soul, unable to utter a word all day. Unbeknownst to them, news of the bear monster's attacks spread throughout the forest, causing many refugees to feel anxious and refrain from entering the mountains for gathering. Due to the scorching midday sun, Su Xia was forced to stop and rest. She removed her straw hat and fanned herself continuously. The heat was unbearable, making her long for her tank top and shorts. Moreover, she had sweated excessively, and her hair had turned into damp strands clinging to her head, greasy enough. With her thick hair and lacking modern elastic bands, her hair often became loose, and the stray strands at the nape of her neck would slip into her collar, adding to her discomfort. Su Xia pondered that since she often wore a straw hat while traveling, it might be easier to simply cut her hair. She walked behind a large tree, secured her hair with a rope, then held her hair with one hand, and used a large knife to chop it off evenly with the other. With a significant amount of hair gone, Su Xia felt an instant lightness on her head, and her senses became sharp. She stored the cut hair in her space that could be used for making a wig when needed, and the hair ashes could stop bleeding, so it was wise to keep them. She tore a piece of rag to wrap around the cut ends of her hair and secured it with a rope. As long as she did not remove the cloth, no one would notice she had already cut her hair. There was no choice. In the Li country, people valued their bodily hair as a gift from their parents, and if she were to show her short hair, it would attract more attention. She leaned against the tree, closing her eyes to rest, appearing relaxed while feeling extremely troubled inside. Having traveled for several days, her feet were already in great pain and blisters had begun to form. Even slight movement was uncomfortable. Yet she still needed to continue her journey and couldn't deal with it now. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Su Xia packed her things and continued on her way. Her left foot hurt significantly, and she tried to walk on her heels, looking quite awkward. However, it wasn't just Su Xia who felt awkward. Many refugees had blisters on their feet as well, and their pace had noticeably slowed. Unknowingly, Su Xia walked another 5 miles and reached the end of the narrow path. Before her lay a wide road marked with many cart tracks, clearly indicating it was a public road. This was the first time she had seen a public road since departing from Humyao village. But rather than feeling happy upon seeing it, her first reaction was worry. Especially when she saw that the wild grasses and vegetables on both sides of the road had been stripped clean, even the tree bark had been peeled off. Her worry deepened. It was evident that there were many fleeing groups. Some had left even earlier than her, and they had already consumed all the natural supplies left on the road. Having fled early, she was still unaware of the outside situation. Though she had a household registration, she lacked a travel permit. If someone checked for permits on the public road, she would be in serious trouble. Susia thought for a moment and did not immediately step onto the public road, instead quietly taking a side mountain path. After a group of refugees passed, she limped behind them, following along. The law does not punish the masses. The officials could not possibly kill them all. If danger truly arose, having so many refugees around would provide her with more time to escape. At first, Susia lagged behind, but gradually quickened her pace to join the middle of the group. Then she controlled her speed to position herself towards the front without drawing attention. The public road was clearly easier to walk on than the mountain path. Her left foot didn't hurt as much as before, but she still couldn't put weight on the front. Plus, since she could slow her pace, it didn't seem so unbearable. Susia noticed a distinct difference upon stepping onto the public road. The slightly wealthier refugees previously only used ox carts or mule carts to carry supplies, but today she saw horse-drawn carriages. Hearing the sound of the horse-drawn carriages, the refugees instinctively moved to the side, actively yielding the road, not even daring to lift their heads. Susia gazed at the tall horses, filled with envy. A breeze swept by, lifting the curtain of the carriage, revealing a young lady leisurely savoring preserved fruits, chatting and laughing with her maid. How unlike them, still trudging along with their ham faces full of worry. Susia felt a pang in her heart, suddenly envious of those inside the carriage who did not have to walk. What a life she had, having to witness such a scene. It only served to deepen the heartache of a poor person like her. In the Li country, ordinary people had no right to own a carriage, nor could they afford one. As long as there was still a semblance of order in the world, she was virtually fated to be without a carriage. Susia shook off her disheartening thoughts and continued her journey, limping along. Fortunately, she did not encounter any danger on this journey and successfully found a place to rest following the group of refugees. Upon reaching a suitable stopping point, she found a diverse gathering of people dressed in tattered clothes, plain garb, and luxurious attire. Perhaps this was the closest ordinary folk had ever been to the affluent. Close, yet not too close, as the wealthy families were accompanied by guards, having already cordoned off a large area. No one was allowed to cross the boundary, or they would face ruthless consequences. Susia discreetly surveyed the area. There were several wealthy families, each occupying different spots, and they did not interfere with one another. At first glance, they all appeared affluent, but upon closer inspection, there were significant differences. Like the family in her front right, whose carriage bore a sign with the character Su. The carriage was simple yet elegant, with delicate carvings on the exterior exuding understated luxury. In contrast, the nearby Zhang family had a notably extravagant carriage wrapped in silk on all sides, adorned with golden trims that were hard to ignore. At a glance, the Zhang family's convoy might have seemed superior, but Susia felt that the Su family was wiser and more astute. Concealing one's strength on the road while fleeing is also a form of strength. Showing off wealth in front of a crowd of starving disaster victims is not a wise choice. The Zhang family had the largest number of people among the wealthy, not to mention their guards. Just the cooks numbered 5, with numerous maids and servants, and the housekeepers and attendants were too many to count. If Susia's guess was correct, there were people sitting in those carriages, presumably all members of the Zhang family. The Su family, on the other hand, was more low-key. Although they had a fair number of carriages, it suggested that the Su family also had many members, but the number of maids and servants was evidently streamlined. The Su family had the most guards, all of them looking spirited. At this moment, Susia noticed they were divided into 3 groups, seemingly with specific people assigned to guard the night. Susia secretly observed the guards of the Su family, while they were also covertly sizing her up. This was because he was the only person in the entire refugee group who had 2 large knives strapped to his waist, and more importantly, the blades were stained with dried blood. Susia and the Su family guards exchanged a glance before quickly averting their eyes. Nevertheless, the leader of the guards remained uneasy and specifically instructed his subordinate to keep a close eye on Susia's every move. Susia felt that settling down near the official road was too conspicuous, and she had always preferred to find a quiet place to rest. Thus, she leaned on her cane and made her way into the woods. The refugees were already exhausted and panting, eager to stop and rest, naturally unable to follow Susia into the forest. Susia found a relatively open spot, at least 500 steps away from where the refugees were resting, and only then did she stop. She set down her backpack, cleared the surrounding area, lit a fire, gathered some dry branches, and began to prepare her. After a day of exhaustion, her stomach was already growling. Meanwhile, several rich families' cooks were busily preparing dinner, and the aroma of dishes wafted through the woods, tormenting her senses. Susia desperately wanted to sneak out her preserved meat rice balls, but seeing that the Su family guards were watching her, she refrained from being too obvious. Instead, she grabbed a handful of roasted corn and placed it in her bowl, pouring half a bowl of hot water over it. After finishing a bowl of corn and a black steamed bun, she took out a big pancake to nibble on. With the pancake as a cover, she occasionally stuffed a lump of rice balls into her mouth, finding satisfaction in the process. Having barely filled her belly, Susia took out her water pouch and used her dagger to carve a small hole in the nearest 2 birch trees, inserting a reed to collect the birch sap. After collecting overnight, she would have birch sap to drink the next day, allowing her to conserve her stored water as much as possible. The Su family guards had been watching Susia. Seeing this, the leader quickly whispered a few words to the head guard Lu Yi, who immediately reported this discovery to the Su family patriarch. Su Laoi lifted the curtain of his carriage and looked at the distant young man with surprise. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Take a few people and go try." Earlier, Lu Yi had reported that there was a very mysterious young man in the refugee group who carried 2 large knives at his waist and had even seen blood. He intended to have Lu Yi take more people to observe further. If that person proved to be of good character, they could pull him in and have him join the Su family. Currently, the surrounding area was arid and the barbarian army was pressing down, having lost 3 cities at the border. They would need to continue moving south. Although the Su family brought several large barrels of water, there were many members and guards, and no one knew how long the drought would last. If this young man could find a water source, he might possess other extraordinary abilities. Such individuals could only be befriended, not turned into enemies. Su Laoi thought that the water they brought should be conserved as much as possible. As long as they could find even a hint of a water source, even if it was only enough for a day's drink, they must cherish it. Lu Yi obeyed Su Laoye's command without question, immediately taking 5 men, each carrying a water pouch, to carve a hole in a tree, and soon discovered water gushing out, accompanied by a pleasant fragrance. Having fled for many days, the men naturally understood how precious water was. One guard saw the water flowing continuously and felt it was a waste. He leaned forward to drink directly, but was stopped by Lu Yi raising his hand. "Go catch a chicken." Lu Yi had never drunk water from a tree, but he had heard that some trees were poisonous. In case that young man was trying to collect poison for self-defense, and they mistakenly thought it was drinkable water, if they accidentally drank poison, it would lead to dire consequences. When the Su family traveled, they had brought along a considerable amount of livestock from the village, so it was just right to use a chicken to test whether the water from the tree was toxic. Lu Yi collected the water with leaves and poured it into the chicken's stomach, waiting for a long time without seeing any reaction from the chicken. The guards were overjoyed. "Brother Lu, this water is really drinkable. Quick, go tell the patriarch and instruct everyone to bring the water pouches." Lu Yi was ecstatic, not expecting that this tree would conceal so much water today. How had they not known before? If they could collect a water pouch every night, they would be able to save a day's worth of water, which meant they could travel farther. Su Laoi was also overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly instructing everyone to take their water pouches to collect water from the tree. Leader Lu Su Laoi said that plants are not without feelings, and we must not destroy the whole tree just to collect. They would take a little from each tree, ensuring that the trees would not wither, but if they fixated solely on one tree, future generations would have no way to collect water. Such a practice of overexploitation was unacceptable. Lu Yi understood that Su Laoi was benevolent and listened to his orders, quickly instructing his subordinates to follow suit. Several guards of the Su family were collecting water from the birch trees, and other wealthy families and refugees also noticed. The refugees wished to imitate them, but they did not dare to leave their only water pouch in the woods to collect water. If they did not manage to collect any water and their pouch was stolen, it would be a total loss. A few refugees with large trees nearby tried to take out their kitchen knives to carve a hole in the tree, leaning against it to drink water directly. However, not all trees had sap. Some people did not recognize birch trees, and after carving several trees, without finding any water, they were too exhausted to continue. As for the wealthy families, they had sufficient water sources and believed that money could accomplish anything. If their barrels were empty, they could simply go to the next county for supplies, and they looked down upon gathering water from the trees in the woods. Susia had already noticed that her method of collecting water had been learned by others. The drinkable birch sap had been tested by every generation, and there were countless birch trees in this forest, so their collection did not affect her. Susia added a few birch leaves to the water, planning to pour it into her water pouch after it warmed up, so that she could drink it as tea to cool off during her journey tomorrow. After completing these tasks, she hurriedly sat down on a pile of dry branches. Her left foot was in severe pain. Upon removing her shoe and sock, she found a large blister on her left foot. No wonder it had been difficult to walk during the day. She quickly rummaged through her backpack for a needle and thread, first wiping them with leaves, then tossing them into a clean pot to boil and disinfect. If her blister had been smaller, she could have let her body absorb it, but since she would continue traveling tomorrow, failing to treat the blister would only make it worse, risking infection and making it impossible to travel. She fished out the needle and thread, directly piercing the blister with the needle, leaving the thread in place, allowing it to pass through the blister. This way the blister would not have a large wound, and the liquid inside the blister could flow out along the thread, making it the best emergency treatment for a blister. However, this action had a prerequisite: the needle and thread had to be disinfected to prevent infection. Without alcohol, high temperature boiling can also kill bacteria. Today she has foot pain, and after treating the blisters, she simply has no energy to dig a fire pit. She can only quickly clean the ground and lay down a straw mat, wrapping herself in a quilt to sleep. In a daze, Susia seemed to hear cries not far away. At the gathering place of the refugees, a woman held a child in one arm and carried firewood in the other. "Big brother, please help us. My daughter hasn't had a full meal in 3 days. She's become nothing but skin and bones. Please lend us some food. If this firewood isn't enough, we'll gather more. I just need a bite of food. Go away, I barely have any food myself. If I lend it to you, what will I eat later?" Hua Dai was pushed to the ground and continued to hold her child as she went to the next household to borrow food, but still no one paid her any attention. "I can gather firewood, cook, chop wood, and I can recognize a few characters. Get lost, don't be an eyesore. Big brother, as long as you can give me 3 pounds of food, I'll do anything you ask." Seeing the child in her arms turning purple, the woman was almost in tears. Lu Duofus' eyes lit up as he looked at her face. Though a bit dirty, it was clear she had good looks. Really? His gaze was as if evaluating a product, scrutinizing her worth. Hua Dai gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "As long as it can save my daughter, I'll do whatever you ask." Lu Duofu reached out and grabbed the woman's arm. "You don't need to do anything so extreme. Just accompany me to the woods for some fun." Hua Dai was shocked, her face flushed with anger as she shook off his hand, feeling humiliated. "You? My dear, it's not easy for you to be alone with a child. Why not come with me? I have no wife, and you have no husband. We are a perfect match." Lu Duofu pulled the woman's waist, a lewd grin on his face. Hua Dai panicked and struggled, desperately kicking him in the lower abdomen. She had just escaped from a wolf's den and could not afford to jump into another one. The man roared in anger. "You shameless woman, how dare you kick me?" He grabbed the woman's hair, snatched the child from her arms, and threw him onto the grass, dragging the woman toward the woods. Hua Dai cried out desperately, "Huana, Huana." Some refugees, unable to bear it, hurriedly picked up the child from the ground and blocked the man's path. "Stop!" A frail figure stood in front of Lu Duofu. Lu Duofu glared at the person who blocked him. "I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs."
From the outside, it looked like an ordinary food truck, just larger than usual. The back kitchen space was generous, with every kind of facility fully equipped.
"Who do you think you are, daring to insult my second brother?" Lu Duzi unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving the man battered and bruised. The man didn't truly want to save anyone. He only sought to win the woman's heart for his own desires. Seeing the opposition come on strong, the man no longer dared to speak. After standing up, he didn't even have time to tidy his disheveled clothes and fled. Lu Duzi stood guard at the entrance with a hoe. "Don't worry, second brother, I'm here to protect you. You go take care of your business." His so-called business was to take the woman into the woods for lewd activities. "No help! Help!" The woman cried out in terror, but no refugee was willing to risk their life for a stranger. The woman's heartbreaking cries echoed from the woods, and many refugees felt compassion, wanting to rush in to save her, but were deterred by Lu Duzi, who stood guard with his hoe. They also had families and dared not gamble with their loved ones' lives. In a place unnoticed by everyone, Master Su secretly signaled to Lu Yi. Lu Yi understood and followed the couple's footsteps into the woods. A child, young and innocent, heard the terrified screams and instinctively became afraid, tugging at his mother's sleeve while pointing to the woods. "Mom, that auntie is crying." With tears in her eyes, Yu Liunyang hurriedly covered the child's eyes. "Don't look." As a fellow woman, she felt a deep sense of sorrow. Yu Liunyang's expression was quite desolate, because she knew that women and children were the most vulnerable on the road of fleeing. Not only did they have to guard against family members selling them for food, but they also had to be wary of strangers. With a slight misstep, they could become someone else's playthings, or even food. Just like the woman dragged into the woods, she had no family to protect her. Her food was snatched away, and she couldn't even keep her purity. Yu Liunyang feared that one day she too would become like that. She wanted to get up and intervene, but was fiercely glared at by her husband. "If you go into the woods, don't come back." Not to mention whether she could save anyone. Just following a man into the woods would ruin her reputation. Their family could not accept such a daughter-in-law. In an instant, the courage that Yu Liunyang had mustered felt like a punctured balloon. All strength dissipated, leaving only helplessness and pity. Yu Liunyang turned her back, while holding the child, no longer looking toward the woods. She was busy covering the child's ears, yet could not ignore the cries for help and wails coming from the forest. After a long while, the refugees heard the woman's cries suddenly stop. Many knew what this meant, and shame immediately appeared on their faces. In the past, they had seen others robbed of food and dared not speak out. Now that someone was robbing a woman, they also did not dare to say anything. If one day someone tried to take their children, what would they do? Just as the refugees showed signs of struggle, the figure of the woman rushed out from the woods. She was disheveled, half of her face swollen with liquid dripping from her chin, indistinguishable whether it was tears or blood. The woman tightly gripped a broken wooden hairpin in her hand. In the dim night, coupled with her intentional concealment, no one noticed the bloodstains on her sleeve or the food wrapped around her waist. Huadai, regardless of her exposed skin, picked up her child and stumbled away. The refugees instinctively turned their heads, not wanting to look at the mother and daughter. Lu Duzi tiptoed to look into the woods, and after a long time, without seeing his younger brother come out, he became anxious. He wanted to question the woman, but unfortunately, she had already run far away with her child. Lu Duzi realized something was wrong and hurried into the woods, only to see his brother lying on the ground in a... Lu Duofa's face was stained with blood, his eyes clearly missing something. His neck and chest had several wounds continuously oozing blood. He was at a loss, panic-stricken. Second brother, you. Lu Duzi was speechless, terrified by the shattered orb nearby. Unfortunately, Lu Duofu on the ground had no chance to answer him. Huadai, worried that his voice would attract help, even stuffed a lot of dirt into his mouth. Lu Duofu gasped, desperately inhaling a considerable amount of dirt into his airways, and at this moment, he was nearly suffocating. As he hovered on the brink of death, the earlier scene flickered before his eyes like a rapid succession of images. He dragged the woman into the woods, and due to the stark difference in strength, her frantic struggles were futile. Seeing her relent, Lu Duofu eagerly shed his pants, bent down to tear open the woman's clothing, and once again heard her screams and pleas for help, which only heightened his excitement. Unbeknownst to him, the woman had produced a wooden hairpin, and she thrust it fiercely towards his eyes. When she pulled it out again, he felt as if he had glimpsed his own eyeball. In that moment of distraction, the woman bit down on his neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh, while simultaneously stabbing at him with the wooden hairpin. She had gone mad, like a frenzied killer, a beast in a rage. She bit into her own flesh, even drinking his blood. Fear consumed Lu Duofu, and in that moment of hesitation, the woman turned the tide. He never imagined that he would meet such a tragic end. Lu Yi followed behind them, originally intending to find an opportunity to rescue the woman, but he was taken aback by the sight of her madness. After she successfully escaped, he rushed to the Su family's hideout to report the incident to Old Master Su. In fact, Lu Yi was not the only one observing secretly. Su Xia awoke upon hearing the woman's anguished cries. Fearing for her safety, she had to remain vigilant. Because of this, she quickly noticed the guards of the Su family stationed in the woods, and in her mind, she couldn't help but label Old Master Su as a good person. However, it seemed that the Su family's guards had not yet taken action when the woman managed to save herself. She was incredibly brave, willing to fight for her life, achieving what many others had failed to do. In the face of life, all dignity can be cast aside. Living is the only hope. Su Xia understood that in the days to come she would witness many similar scenes. Fleeing from disaster tests the very essence of humanity. She only needed to uphold her moral boundaries and strive to survive. As the farce came to an end, the Lu family carried the deceased Lu Duofu away, and many cursed him in their hearts. Lu Duozai gritted his teeth, his clenched fists trembling with rage, his face twisted with hatred. Father, my second brother, was killed by her, and the food on him was taken by that woman. Poor brother, his eyeball crushed by that woman, and a large chunk of flesh missing from his neck. His body was left unrecognizable. How did I not notice the woman's cruelty earlier? Had I known, I would never have let her escape. Old Lu, with white hair mourning a black-haired son, staggered and collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish, Duofu, my son. That woman can't have gone far with her child. You must take a hoe and pursue her, as she must pay for Duofu's death. That woman is truly ruthless. My son only wanted to have a bit of fun, yet she killed him. If it weren't for this disaster, I would have reported her to the county office and had her thrown in jail. Lu Duozai could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing his father's words, he shouldered a hoe, brandished a torch, and set off with his two sons in pursuit of the direction the woman had fled. In the forest less than 2 miles from their previous campsite, Huadai ran forward as if her life depended on it. She knew that as a woman with a child she would be targeted, so she pushed onward into the woods without hesitation. After running for a long while, a sickly sweetness rose in her throat, and the wind felt like blades slicing. She had given all her remaining food to her child, and now, as she fought to escape, it was the sheer will to survive that sustained her. Of course, she could not forget that mouthful of blood she had swallowed when biting Lu Duofu. Finally, she could run no longer. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. This place happened to be a slope, and the bodies of the mother and daughter rolled down. Little did they know it was this twist of fate that saved their lives. Lu Duozai, along with his 2 sons, chased after the woman guided by the fleeing refugees, and soon realized that she had entered the mountains with her child. Without hesitation, he took the hoe and ventured into the mountains, and indeed they caught up with the footsteps of them. Lu Duozai saw that the woman's pace had noticeably slowed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Catch up to her, and kill her to avenge your second uncle. His second brother was a full 14 years younger than him, having lost their mother at birth. It was no exaggeration to say that he had raised his second brother. He was like a son to him. Now that his younger brother had been killed, he would spare no effort to avenge him. Lu Duozai's two sons glared at the figure ahead, quickening their pace. Just as they were about to catch up, they suddenly found that the mother and daughter had vanished. This is truly bizarre. Quick search for them. They must be nearby. The Lu family trio searched the ground, completely unaware of a trap set by a hunter ahead. Lu Duozai slipped and fell directly into the trap, where the inverted spikes pierced his back, causing him excruciating pain that left him speechless. Father, what happened? Lu Jizai panicked. Elder brother, it's bad. Father fell into the pit. Lu family brothers cautiously approached, only to discover that there was indeed a trap that was 5 feet deep. Most importantly, their father lay there motionless in the pit. Lu Jifu and Lu Jizai were extremely anxious. They wanted to jump down to rescue him, but the pit was full of sharp branches, jumping down would surely turn them into hedgehogs. They attempted to use branches to pull their father up, but Lu Duozai had already slipped into unconsciousness. The two brothers worked for a long time before managing to pull out a few sharp branches from the pit, barely enough to stand and lift Lu Duozai. Unfortunately, the two lacked the strength. Not only did they fail to lift their father, but they ended up injuring themselves as well. After a long time, Lu Duozai was finally pulled out of the deep pit by his two sons, his back a bloody mess with many branches still embedded in it. The Lu family brothers had no idea that their clumsy rescue efforts had only worsened Lu Duozai's injuries. Lu Duozai first awoke in pain, then lost consciousness again, repeating this cycle until he no longer had the strength to even open his eyes. After this incident, the Lu family brothers could hardly think of pursuing the woman who had killed their second uncle. One brother carried Lu Duozai while the other held a hoe and other tools, hurriedly making their way back to their resting point. The commotion made by the Lu family awakened the sleeping refugees. Lu Jifu, exhausted and panting, collapsed on the ground after placing his burden down. Lu Jizai was frantic. Grandfather, it's bad. Father is hurt. Old Lu was alarmed. Was it that woman who hurt him? No. Father stepped into the hunter's trap and fell into the pit. Grandfather, father has lost a lot of blood. Will he die? Lu Jifu slapped her son, exclaiming, Pa. You foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? The Lu family removed Lu Duozai's clothes, discovering the severity of his injuries, with numerous wooden splinters embedded deep within his organs, pulling them out with chunks of flesh still attached. Unable to find a doctor on their journey to escape disaster, and with no opportunity for rest or medicine to treat external wounds, Lu Duozai's life hung by a thread. Some refugees witnessing this displayed a glimmer of delight and muttered, deserved. This family was not made up of good people, and now it seemed heaven had finally opened its eyes. Old Lu sought medicine for his grandchildren everywhere, but unfortunately the refugees had no healing supplies, and the wealthy families showed no willingness to assist. Filled with resentment, the Lu family began to harbor hatred towards several wealthy households. However, those families had guards, and despite their anger, they found themselves powerless. As dawn broke, Su Xia got up to pack her belongings. After finishing her breakfast, she glanced at the blister on her left foot, noticing that the white blister from yesterday had now deflated, clearly revealing the layer of skin adhering to the flesh. Carefully pulling out a thread, Su Xia took a clean piece of cloth to perform a simple bandaging, then put on her shoes and went to collect birch sap. The night had been long, and she had gathered more birch sap than the previous night, enough to last her for 2 days. Su Xia placed the water pouches into her backpack. Several pouches were filled with water, including birch sap, birch leaf tea, and electrolyte water, allowing her to drink at her leisure. After organizing her things, she set off with her backpack. Exiting the forest, Su Xia noticed the Su family's group had also begun their journey. They had carts and mules, and the sheer amount of supplies made her envious. She quickened her pace to move ahead of the Su family. Wealthy families often occupied a whole stretch of the official road. If she lagged behind even a moment, she would have to detour through the forest. In the past, Su Xia might have considered detouring, but now with blisters on her feet, walking too far would risk breaking the skin, which could lead to an infection. Walking ahead, her small figure was almost swallowed by the crowd of refugees. Unless one was specifically looking for her, it would be hard to spot her presence. It took some effort for old Su to finally catch sight of him. This young hero shows great courage and even devised a way to collect water from trees. It would be wonderful to recruit him into our group. Lu Yi understood old Zu's intentions, but had a gut feeling that the person would not agree. Master should observe for a few more days. The individual appeared healthier than the other refugees, indicating that he had sufficient food and water along the journey. Yet he only had a single backpack, which could hardly hold much food. He must possess extraordinary skills to find sustenance and water along the way. If they could join the Su family, their chances of survival would increase. If not, they could learn valuable survival skills from him, which would greatly benefit them in the future. The Su family had carts, making their travel speed quicker than that of ordinary people. Catching up with Su Xia was not a difficult task. Su Xia knew that the Su family was following her as she wanted to shake them off, but her feet were in terrible pain. Every time she spotted a rock, she was tempted to rest, but for the sake of survival, she had to hurry along. During these days of fleeing, she realized the forest was extremely dry, and even the wind blowing was hot. Moreover, she had not heard anyone finding a water source along the way. Water is the source of life, but without it her body would not endure. If there were no water sources in this area, she would be unable to stay. Even though she wore a straw hat for sun protection, the scorching sun still made her uncomfortable. Suxia's lips cracked and bled. The mere act of slightly pursing her lips brought her the pain of tearing flesh. The friction between her upper and lower lips stung. When lips crack, one must remember not to lick them repeatedly, as this only accelerates moisture loss and worsens the cracking. Lard can provide moisture. Applying a thin layer can lock in hydration. While using lard on her face might leave her looking greasy, it was still preferable to the agony of cracked skin. She quickly took a sip of water, then reached into her backpack, actually pulling out a bit of lard from her storage to apply on her lips, also applying some to her face and the rough spots on her hands to prevent cracking and bleeding from dehydration. Then she tore off a piece of ragged clothing to cover her mouth and nose. Now, with her face glistening, if someone saw her, she would be nothing more than walking food. Using the rag to cover her face, the refugees could not see her features or the grease on her face, and moreover the rag could block the sunlight, which while still hot no longer burned her skin. After traveling for a while, Suxia took a break and tore off a few pieces of black steamed bread to stuff into her mouth, continuously producing saliva to moisten her mouth, after which the bread softened enough for her to swallow. Around evening, the official road ahead suddenly branched off, but unfortunately, there were no signposts or maps, leaving her unable to determine her location. Suxia turned to look at the group of refugees behind her and quickly spotted the Su family's cart. Among these families there surely were knowledgeable individuals. Perhaps she could wait and see which way they intended to go before following them. Before long, the large group of refugees passed by Suxia. Some of them were uncertain about which way to go, and Zhang Baochai, having traveled this road before, noticed the fork ahead and knew he had a role to play. He eagerly stepped forward and said, "Village chief, I know. One road leads to Yuxian, while the other leads to Shanxing County. No matter which way we go, we can reach Baoshan. If they want to head south, they must pass through Baoshan County, which conveniently borders the other two counties. So no matter which way they choose, it is merely a matter of distance and time. However, the terrain in Yuxian is rough and difficult, and there are bandits as well. In contrast, Shanxing County is relatively flat and easier to travel, though they fear encountering officials. They have no travel permits, and the left side of the official road has minimal cover. If they encounter officials, it would be troublesome." Zhang Baochai noticed the village chief's gaze drift toward the right side of the road and asked, "Village chief, do you wish to take the right path? Currently, droughts are rampant everywhere, and the bandits in the mountains of Yuxian lack food and clothing, making them very bold. Anyone passing through the mountains must pay a toll. Though there are many of us, we cannot withstand bandits armed with big knives." The refugees were ordinary folk, and merely hearing the name of the bandits made their legs go weak. Encountering them would make escape nearly impossible. Passing through Yuxian was akin to walking into a tiger's den. The village chief of Pingon hesitated for a moment, feeling an inexplicable unease. "It's getting dark. Oh, let's find a place to rest and set off again early tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the villagers from Pingon immediately sought a place to rest. Throughout this journey, the village chief had led them through numerous dangers, and they trusted that as long as he was with them, they would surely escape south safely. The refugees at the back were exhausted and starving, lacking the strength to continue. Seeing several teams ahead stopping, they followed suit. The Su family's guards, seeing this, hurried to the front of the cart to consult old Zu's opinion. Master Su held the map, pondering for a moment before deciding to continue on the journey. "If we proceed for about 10 more miles, we will reach Shanxing County. If we quicken our pace, we can make it to the county town before nightfall." He had obtained the travel permit, and if they arrived at Shanxing County earlier, perhaps they could find a place to rest. The Su family continued their journey, and other wealthy families kept up, following closely behind. Seeing this, the refugees, not caring about rest, leaned on their staffs and moved forward. After hearing several conversations, Su Xia also decided to press on. Although the sky was darkening, the official road was well traveled, and with a torch they could continue. If they could successfully reach Shanxing County, even if they could not enter the city, they could circle around it, which was better than encountering bandits in Yuxian. But it was pitiful for her legs, having walked all day without a break. She really wanted to soak her feet in hot water as a reward for herself. After walking for a while, Su Xia stopped and sat down on a stone to rest. Traveling at night was not as hot as during the day. If she could stick to the official road, she could try to walk a few more miles at night and rest more during the day to avoid heat stroke. Just as Su Xia prepared to get up and continue, she suddenly felt a tremor in the ground, not the shaking of an earthquake. She quickly crouched down, pressing her right ear to the ground to listen carefully. The tremor was rhythmic thudding against the earth, indicating that a group was approaching on horseback. Those who could ride on the official road were certainly not ordinary people. Listening closely, she realized the group was coming from the direction of Anyang County. Su Xia suddenly remembered hearing Su Laosi say before that the border defenses might not hold, and if this was cavalry sent by the barbarians to raid the granaries, it would be disastrous. With the ongoing warfare at the border, the enemy soldiers on the front line lacked sufficient supplies. They would send people to stealthily enter enemy territory to raid the granaries. This way the enemy could fight without needing to carry food, directly consuming the opponent's supplies, and sometimes even not sparing the people. The raiders were often ruthless. Encountering them could lead to death. Regardless of whether they were northern barbarians or not, Su Xia had to hide. She looked around for a place to take cover, but unfortunately the land was open and the nearest forest was at least a mile. Desperately, she ran towards the forest. Halfway there, she saw a group of people with torches appear at the bend in the official road. The leader had a long whip in one hand and a big knife in the other, swinging the whip forcefully, making a whooshing sound. Su Xia heard them speaking in the language of the Li Kingdom. They were not barbarians, but soldiers of the Li Kingdom, numbering more than 20. The refugees resting on the official road were still in shock when the mounted soldiers charged directly at them. Almost instinctively, the refugees thought the soldiers were coming to drive them away. They were scared and scattered, leaving their bundles and belongings behind. Some tripped over the scattered items, slowing down, and were directly knocked to the ground by horses, losing their lives on the spot, while others had their legs broken under the hooves. Even the carriages of wealthy families like the Su and Zhang families were startled, whinnying loudly and crashing wildly on the official road. Screams, cries, and shouts filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. Several official horses were startled, leading to a tangle of people and horses. The soldiers were thrown to the ground, their faces filled with anger as they raised their big knives and stabbed at the frightened refugees. If it weren't for their cowardice, his horse wouldn't have been startled, nor would he have fallen off. These lowly people scared off his horse. How could he explain this when he returned? A voice from the refugee group shouted, "The soldiers are killing. The soldiers are killing." They had no household registration, and if the soldiers wanted to make things difficult, killing them would draw no one to cry for them. But they were fleeing for their lives, and in this critical moment, they naturally did not want to stand still and wait for death. The terrified shouting scared the other refugees. They instinctively ran towards the distant forest. As long as they could hide in the woods, even if the soldiers wanted to catch them, it would take some effort. A large wave of refugees rushed in the same direction, chasing each other, making accidents easy to happen. The refugees at the front dropped a few items, and those behind unexpectedly stepped on them, causing many to stumble and fall. The refugees tried to get up, but the ones behind couldn't stop in time. Those who reacted quickly managed to control their pace and change direction in time, while the slower ones could only step over them or fall to the ground. Screams echoed on the official road as the soldiers watched the refugees die in droves, their eyes showing no signs of compassion. They raised their long whips and shouted, "The master has decreed that all refugees are not allowed to head south. If you head north now, you may spare your lives. Anyone attempting to escape will be killed without mercy." Hearing this, the refugees ran even harder. They had barely made it this far. How could they go back? Not to mention the lack of water, even their food was nearly consumed. Having fled for so long without a drop of rain, the drought was severe. Going back north now would mean death. It was better to take a gamble. Only heading south offered a chance at survival. Some refugees, in order to run faster, even began to throw away everything except food and water. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not outrun the mounted soldiers. The soldiers were furious at the sight, seeking death. It's hard to reason with those who are destined to die. If you don't value your life, you can't blame us on the road to the Yellow Springs. They had driven away refugees more than once or twice and had long since lost their patience. This group of refugees was even more cowardly than the ones they had encountered before. As soon as their group appeared, the refugees began to flee, causing them to lose their advantage. Since that was the case, they could only be more ruthless. Soon the soldiers' knives fell mercilessly upon the refugees, blood staining the ground and splattering dirt. Someone witnessed their loved one being killed by the soldiers and couldn't help but cry out in anguish, "Father!" Those who lagged behind were pierced by the knives, knowing they wouldn't survive and could only cling desperately to the passing horses' hooves. They used their bodies to block the way, trying to buy a little more time for their fleeing family members. "Run!" The blocking refugees shouted loudly, urging their relatives not to look back. As long as someone in the family was alive, there was still hope. Seeing their loved ones knocked down and killed by horses, some immediately teared up, their hatred barely concealed as they picked up their sickles and charged back. "I will kill you." The leading soldier charged forward on horseback, raising his big knife and directly cleaving the person in two. The soldier looked back at the fallen organs on the ground and scoffed, "You overestimate yourself." Blood stained the earth. Some people were desperately fleeing, while others were still concerned about the little food left. One person, while running, dropped their food pouch, and seeing that the soldiers were still far away, they turned back to retrieve it. The cloth bag containing the food was close at hand, when suddenly a refugee rushed in, kicking the bag and sending it flying a few steps away. The small cloth bag was kicked around by countless refugees, grains scattering all over the ground. The man stared intently at the grains, completely oblivious to the approaching soldiers. Seeing the grains within reach, he rushed forward and grabbed the bag, murmuring in a daze, "My grains, my grains." Suddenly, a large knife pierced through the grains and stabbed into the man's chest. As the soldiers withdrew the knife, the bag still hung from it. He shook off the bag and continued to chase forward. The man looked in disbelief at the blood hole in his chest. As he fell to the ground, the bag that the soldiers had thrown off struck him, and he watched helplessly as grains spilled before his eyes. These were the grains he had saved through hardship, his lifeline on the road of fleeing. The man, struggling to breathe, reached out to grab the grains to put into his mouth, but as soon as his hand touched them, he lost all strength. In the end, he lay there with his eyes wide open, watching his blood flow from his body into the parched earth. Gradually, he lost his breath and died with his eyes open. The grains remained, but the man was gone, though he could not even become a glutton in death. The scene was chaotic, with many children lost, crying helplessly in place. "Mother, woo woo, father," and "Mother, I'm scared. Where are you, Dad? Woo woo." Some ran frantically, realizing their parents and siblings had vanished, and panic set in. Moreover, the soldiers were too fast, and the woods were too far from them. Even if they had 2 more legs, they could not outrun the soldiers' horses. Most importantly, many grains lay scattered on the ground, and water buckets were overturned. The refugees watched their precious water seep into the dry soil and vanish, beginning to feel anxious. They regretted it. Had they known the water would spill, they might as well not have run. The refugees cried out, kneeling on the ground, "Sir, sir, we won't run anymore. We won't run anymore." One refugee took the lead, and others followed suit, kneeling and raising their hands, expressing their willingness to obey the soldiers' instructions and return the way they came. Unfortunately, just as the first refugee finished saying they would no longer flee, the next moment his head was severed from his body. Terrifyingly, the soldiers killed one person, then several more. The refugees could not tell whether the soldiers had not heard their pleas for mercy or simply wanted to kill them in rage. Nevertheless, they dared not continue fleeing. In fact, the soldiers had heard the refugees' pleas for mercy, but these lowly people had initially ignored the warnings and even tried to flee, so they naturally could not be led around by the refugees. After symbolically killing a few, the soldiers chased for a distance and found that these refugees truly had stopped fleeing. They quickly commanded their subordinates to surround the refugee group. The soldier leader, Lei Tianliang, sat on horseback, looking down at the refugees with the gaze of someone observing ants. "You dare to defy the orders of the county magistrate. This is a grave disrespect." He scoffed inwardly, thinking it would have been better if they had been sensible from the start rather than forcing him to unleash a massacre. Indeed, these refugees were lowly creatures needing bloodshed to make them obedient. Now that you have realized your mistakes, it is not beyond redemption. Everyone hold your heads with both hands and squat down. Today let you all see what happens to those who flee. Lei Tianliang saw shadows moving ahead and felt his authority challenged, his anger boiling. He must give them a taste of fear. He intended to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys to intimidate this group of refugees. Lao Lu, take 3 people and chase them down, and no one is to escape. As soon as these words were spoken, 4 soldiers immediately spurred their horses to chase, their large knives gleaming red, quite dazzling. The refugees, seeing the soldiers' bloodthirsty eyes, were utterly terrified, their bodies going weak as they squatted on the ground. They had witnessed their loved ones die tragically under the soldiers' knives, and now they were being guarded by the soldiers like soulless puppets. Lei Tianliang fixed his gaze on the fleeing refugees ahead, saying, "Send 2 more people to kill all those who have slipped through the net." With the border city breached, Anyang County had become the target of many, and the county magistrate had given clear orders to ensure the refugees moved north, blocking the barbarian invasion. If these people did not head north to stop the barbarians, they could only be executed on the spot. After all, the border city had already fallen. When the barbarian army approached, no one would know they were the ones who killed them. The wealthy families, such as the Su Zhang and Xie families, were stopped midway by the mounted soldiers, forced to halt to save their lives. Old Zu's face changed slightly, and he had to force a smile, saying, "Kindly, sir, we have a travel permit." He respectfully offered his travel permit, hoping the soldiers would let the Su family pass south due to the permit. He knew all too well that he was no match for Su Xia. Panic surged within him as he disregarded the battle ahead, quickly turning his horse towards the official road. However, the soldiers did not even glance at them and directly tore the permits apart. The travel permits, which the fleeing refugees regarded as treasures, were casually discarded by the soldiers like scrap paper. What travel permits? These are clearly forgeries. Old Su looked at the torn pieces of paper on the ground and immediately flew into a rage. This is the travel permit personally stamped by the county magistrate. How could it possibly be a forgery? He had spent 500 taels to obtain this travel permit, and now it was torn by the soldiers. How could he not be? Lei Tianliang listened to his vehement claims, approached to take a closer look, and seeing that this man was unfamiliar, couldn't help but sneer. The county magistrate seal was stolen by thieves. Perhaps the thieves stamped it for you, so it naturally doesn't count. Old Zu's face was filled with shame and anger as he kept explaining. He spoke until his throat was dry, yet the soldiers showed no sign of changing their minds, causing him to lose his temper. Lei Tianliang, furious with embarrassment, turned black. And why are you perhaps that thief? Someone take them down. In times of chaos, the knife in hand is the true authority. This man was merely a wealthy household daring to use a little money to give him a hard time. Truly, he was ignorant of the vastness of the world. The county magistrate had specifically ordered them to scout ahead and drive the refugees back to Anyang County. Originally, he just wanted to complete the magistrate's orders quickly, but he did not expect these wealthy families to be so well-resourced. If he could bring them back, the county magistrate would surely reward him. With a command from Lei Tianliang, the surrounding soldiers, the person lying on the ground. This individual was remarkably lucky. The large knife, it seems that the grains on your carts were also brought from Anyang County. Now with the border and chaos, soldiers are at the front lines protecting the homeland, their lives uncertain, yet you only care about your own escape. You are simply unworthy of being citizens of the Li nation. The soldiers at the border are short on supplies. Your carts and the grains on them have been requisitioned by the government. Upon hearing this, the other wealthy families panicked, unable to help, but stepped forward to mediate. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. Originally, they had seen the Su family step forward and thought to let them take the lead, but now that their own interests were at stake, they could no longer afford to evade. Upon seeing the situation deteriorate, the Zhang family immediately stepped forward to argue. The travel permit for my family was personally given by Master Ma. It cannot possibly be fake. Lei Tianliang coldly snorted. What master? He embezzled government funds and has already been executed by the county magistrate. Master Ma secretly let go of the wealthy families in the county and provided them with the opportunity to purchase a large quantity of grain, causing panic among the citizens, leading many to flee upon hearing the news, resulting in a drastic decrease in the population of Anyang County. Just 2 days ago, Master Ma attempted to abscond with funds, and in a fit of rage, the county magistrate didn't even bother to follow the legal process and directly executed him. Unexpectedly, he could hear the words Master Ma from the mouths of these lowly refugees. He smiled oddly. Well, so you are Master Ma's accomplices. He had heard the county magistrate curse Master Ma for his disloyalty and immorality more than once. If he could capture Master Ma's accomplices, wouldn't that be a significant achievement? The crowd was taken aback and hurriedly waved their hands in fear. Sir, you misunderstand us. We are merely ordinary merchants. We are out here for trade and cannot possibly be accomplices. This was serious. Even Master Ma had been killed by the county magistrate. Their travel permits were obtained from Master Ma, and now they had drawn trouble upon themselves. While everyone was justifying themselves, they were also confused. Wasn't Master Ma the county magistrate's lackey? How could this happen? Lei Tianliang was determined to make a name for himself and sneered at them. How going out for trade with the whole family and so much grain? These people must have picked a more suitable excuse to lie. He felt exceptionally lucky today and secretly rejoiced as he sternly declared, you fled without permission. According to the law, you shall be executed. However, the county magistrate has always been merciful. As long as you hand over all your grain and water and return honestly to Anyang County, this matter can be forgotten. Old Master Zu's expression changed, and before he could speak, he saw Old Master Zhang on the other side with a mournful face. Sir, you can't do this. Taking all our grain and water is tantamount to forcing us to our deaths. Yes, sir, we have so many people in our family. Without grain and carts, how can we return home to the north? The officials ordered them to head north, and they had no choice but to comply, thinking that at worst they could find a way to sneak south after going north. But if all their grain and carts were requisitioned by the government, how could they reach the south safely on foot? As they thought of being like the refugees they had seen during the day, struggling along on foot and perhaps starving to death, they felt a deep reluctance. No matter what, they could not give up their grain and carts. Lei Tianliang did not expect that these people would dare to. He coldly snorted, leaving your registered residence without a travel permit is a capital offense. He added, Yongzhou has recently received much-needed rain. Who knows, Liaozhou might also see rain soon. If you return now, you might still make it. Do you want your lives or the grain? You decide for yourselves. If it weren't for the dirty and scarce grain in the hands of those refugees, he wouldn't even want to spare them a glance. The wealthy families clearly did not believe Lei Tianliang's words, thinking that the mention of rain was merely to ensure they returned to guard the borders. If they truly went back, their lives would be in jeopardy. Seeing that the officials were serious, the crowd was filled with anger. Xie Tianyu gritted his teeth in anger. The grain and carts they had purchased at great expense were not something they could just give to the officials. Father, we cannot hand over our grain. The government was already rotten to the core, and these officials were ruthless, even tearing up their travel permits. Why should they waste words with them? Old Master Xia was frightened by his words, feeling a headache as he looked at his young son from a distance. He was afraid his young son would say something rebellious, so he quickly gave a discreet signal to his family indicating they should restrain him and avoid provoking the officials. After all, these people had big knives, and they were officials. If a fight broke out, they would gain nothing. Old Madame Xia understood her husband's signal and immediately reached out to pull her youngest son back. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to stop him in time, as she heard Xie Tianyu continue to incite. Right now they need grain and water the most. They claim it's a requisition, but who knows if they have ulterior motives to swallow our grain. We cannot compromise. As for the officials' claim about rain in Liaozhou, they wouldn't believe a word of it. Old Master Xie and the other Xie family members saw that the officials' expressions were not right and shouted. Unfortunately, before they could say shut up, they saw Lei Tianliang's brow furrow, and his blade plunged directly into Xie Tianyu's abdomen, blood flowing from the wound dripping onto the ground. The bright red blood terrified Old Master Xie and the other members of the Xie family, their pupils dilating as they screamed, "Ah!" Lei Tianliang pulled out the blade and stabbed again. "You shall not negotiate conditions with me." How dare they use the word heaven in front of him? They should think about whether they are worthy. He had been observing the reactions of these families when he mentioned grain and realized that these refugees were all selfish, merely a scattered group. No matter how important grain was, it could not be more valuable than a life. Since that was the case, he decided to be even harsher and directly intimidate them. He wanted to see if they would dare to negotiate conditions with him again. Xie Tianyu clutched his painful abdomen, lacking the strength to retreat. It was only when the blade was pulled out that he crashed to the ground, gasping for breath. Old Madame Xie saw her youngest son covered in blood, her pupils constricting in shock. Almost instinctively she rushed towards Lei Tianliang, screaming, "You dare to kill my son! I will fight you to the death!" Other members of the Xie family shouted in terror, "Mother, no!" Lei Tianliang sneered, raising his blade to slice across the old woman's neck. "Your son is waiting for you underground." This man had been arrogant before, but now as his breaths grew shallow, he could only let her manipulate him. Lei Tianliang's expression changed drastically. Originally, some refugees hated the officials for killing their kin and were filled with anger, but now fear replaced their hatred. The ruthless demeanor of the officials frightened them into silence. Old Master Xie saw that the officials had not only killed his youngest son, but also his first wife. He picked up his cane, wanting to rush forward for revenge, but was stopped by his eldest son. Xie Tianhu was so anxious that his voice trembled. "Father, don't go, they are too ruthless. If you go up, you will only die under their blades." Old Man Xie was suddenly blocked by his eldest son coming to his senses as he wept uncontrollably over the bodies of his deceased wife and child. "Wu, Alon, it was I who caused your demise, Wu. It's all my fault. If only I had warned them earlier, my wife and child wouldn't have died. These damned officials, they trample on human lives and still desire to seize the food of their own kin. Had I known this would happen, I should have given the grain to the refugees on the escape route, instead of letting it fall into the hands of these arrogant and overbearing officials." Lei Tianliang swept his fierce gaze across the crowd, while commanding the other soldiers to seize the carriages of several wealthy families. With carriages and grain, they had a better chance of following the county magistrate south, so these supplies were essential for Lei Tianliang. Anyone who resists will be killed. The other wealthy families, terrified, dared not speak, their gazes falling. The Su family had the most guards, and they were armed with large knives. If they could rise up against them, perhaps they could save themselves. Master Su frowned slightly, not expecting these families to still rely on him for salvation. It was simply foolish. If they did not unite, they would not stand a chance against these well-trained soldiers. Just as he was about to rally the refugees to resist, a soldier rushed forward, anxiously pointing in the distance. "Brother Tianliang, there's a kid over there with remarkable skills. He has already killed 2 of our brothers." Lei Tianliang's brows furrowed tightly as he followed the soldier's gaze, seeing in the distance, illuminated by flames, 4 soldiers surrounding a short and thin boy who held 2 knives with a fierce expression. He never expected to encounter a lone hero on the escape route, and a skilled one at that. He was filled with rage, gritting his teeth. How outrageous. He immediately ordered 10 men to guard the wealthy families, preventing their escape, while he personally took 5 men to hunt down the one responsible. He wanted to see what kind of person could kill his brothers. Most importantly, because of that damn kid's resistance, he detected a glimmer of eagerness among the refugees. This absolutely could not be allowed. Master Su and Lu Yi exchanged glances as they watched Lei Tianliang's departing back, instinctively feeling that the person the soldiers spoke of was the young hero traveling with them today. Lu Yi approached Master Su, whispering, "Master, this group of officials has an insatiable appetite. The grain and water are our hopes for survival. We cannot hand them over to them." Master Su agreed with his thoughts. "In your opinion, if we rise up against them, what are our chances?" Lu Yi glanced at the brothers beside him, then at the guards of the other families, and finally at the stern officials. Clearly, aside from the guards he led, the others had already shrunk back like quails, while the officials wore serious. Lu Yi felt that if they wished to survive this ordeal, they could not rely on others. 60%. He paused. If that young hero can hold off the soldiers, at least 80%. Master Su frowned. He meant to take advantage of the duel between that person and the soldiers to quickly resolve the situation and escape with the grain. Though this method was unethical, it was the best plan. Master Su pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, if that person is unable to fend them off, the soldiers on horseback will eventually catch up to us. They only knew that the young man was formidable, but did not know how skilled he truly was. Right now, everyone was tied together like grasshoppers on a string, and his family was the fat and juicy grasshopper. If they truly killed the guards and fled, those soldiers might turn around and deal with them. At that time, the ones the soldiers would most want to kill would undoubtedly be the Su family. Master Su looked at those cowardly individuals huddling together for warmth, cursing inwardly. Seeing that there were so many of them, he had not expected that not a single one had the guts, and as their food was about to be robbed, they still wanted to rely on his guards to save them. Since it was like this, he could only be a little selfish. Master Su signaled to Lu Yi that as soon as there was a disturbance over there, they would take the opportunity to eliminate the guarding soldiers. Since chaos had already ensued, it was better to embrace it fully. Meanwhile, Su Xia discovered a group of soldiers and took to her heels, doing her utmost to escape the scene. The screams behind her and the soldiers' shouts reached her ears without omission. These sounds only fueled her speed to run faster. It was dark at night, making it hard to see the path, and with blisters on her feet, her speed had decreased somewhat, but fortunately, she had run early and remained at the forefront. Originally, she could sneak into the forest without being noticed, but unexpectedly a refugee suddenly appeared, pointing at her back and shouting, "Officer, there's someone over there." Su Xia's fleeing figure was captured by the soldiers, and one soldier immediately raised a torch and galloped towards her. Had she not dodged in time, she would have undoubtedly become a corpse beneath the hooves. She cursed inwardly. That refugee was shameless, shouting loudly to attract the soldiers' attention, all to ensure his own escape. Encountering such a person was truly a stroke of bad luck. The soldiers, seeing that he was alone and daring to flee despite warnings, felt a surge of anger, and their attacks were ruthless, showing no intention of sparing his life. Su Xia saw the large knife swinging towards her and quickly raised her weapon to defend herself. Clang! The two large knives clashed, producing a violent collision, sound sharp and piercing. The soldier felt the tremendous force and looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Despite his young age, this kid possessed such strength. Seated on horseback, he had the advantage, yet he was still shaken to the core by the boy's defense. The large knife in the soldier's hand was directly knocked away by Su Xia's overwhelming force, and his body was impacted, causing him to lose his balance and fall off his horse. Su Xia's large knife had a small notch, while the soldier's fallen knife remained intact, indicating her weapon was not as refined as his. She looked at the horse, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to climb onto its back and escape, but the soldier noticed her intention, gritting his teeth against the pain and whistling sharply with his fingers. Hiss! The sharp whistle startled the horse, causing it to rear up, and like an arrow released, it shot off at once. The mud and dust kicked up by the horse flew through the air, mirroring Su Xia's chaotic emotions. Originally, she had intended to seize a horse to speed away. As the soldiers were about to shout again, Su Xia immediately raised her large knife, the blade slicing through the soldier's mouth with a smoothness akin to cutting cloth, directly splitting his oral cavity in half. A section of tongue slid along the blade and was thrown several steps away, rolling on the ground and picking up. Su Xia cursed silently, thinking how could he still whistle with such a serious injury. The soldier was suddenly struck, pain etched on his face, unable to utter a word, and before he could react, a large blade pierced through his chest. Blood gushed out along the bloodletting groove carved on the blade. Su Xia, unwilling to waste time, directly withdrew the sword and slashed another cut across the soldier's neck. In the urgent situation, she hurriedly picked up the soldier's fallen blade and immediately sprinted to chase after the warhorse. Su Xia was confident of victory, but to her surprise, the horse seemed to deliberately oppose her and ran in front of a refugee. The warhorse she desired was seized by a refugee. Most importantly, he was the one who had pointed at Su Xia's back and shouted, deliberately drawing the soldier's attention. Since he was far from Su Xia, she had yet to deal with him, allowing him the opportunity to hide and observe her duel with the soldiers. Sun Wei was alarmed to see that even the soldiers could do nothing to this person, and he feared being hated, so he hurriedly sneaked away while they fought. Just then a soldier blew the whistle and a horse suddenly charged towards him. Just as Sun Wei thought he would die under the horse's hooves, to his surprise the horse came to a halt. Sun Wei looked at the tall horse in front of him, feeling anxious. He was just a commoner, never having been so close to a horse. This horse was so fast it almost appeared before him in the blink of an eye. If he could ride it, could he successfully? Sun Wei's heart leaped with joy as he decided to give it a try. Oh, what if he could ride away? He was worried the horse wouldn't let him ride, so he cautiously crept behind the horse, hoping to climb onto its back. He thought that as long as he managed to climb on and hold tightly to the horse's neck, he wouldn't be thrown off like that. So when Sun Wei approached the horse's rear, the horse's tail suddenly flicked, and the long hair swept across his eyes. He could even feel the tail brushing against them. A foreign sensation and stabbing pain hit him instantly, causing him to scream out. Oh, he was already behind the horse, and his sudden scream startled it, causing the horse to instinctively raise its hind legs and deliver a precise kick to Sun Wei's abdomen. Sun Wei was directly kicked to the ground. As he fell, he instantly felt his abdomen churn with pain, making him gasp as his senses blurred. Clearly, he had seen the soldiers riding horses with such ease. Why was it that for him he either got hit by the tail or kicked? He only wished for that brief moment, then fainted from the pain on the ground. What Sun Wei didn't know was that one should not attempt to mount a horse from behind. Horses have limited vision and cannot see what is behind them. If someone suddenly appears there, it will only scare them, leading to instinctive defensive kicks. Moreover, Sun Wei had screamed out due to being struck by the horse's tail, effectively stacking a series of wrong moves. Other refugees had also intended to ride away, but upon seeing someone getting kicked down by the horse, they immediately lost their resolve. Yet among the refugees, there were those bold enough. One cautiously approached the horse from the left, gripping the saddle, trying to climb onto its back. However, the horse was simply too high, and after climbing for a long time, he still couldn't mount. The horse was busy munching on hay, casting a sidelong glance at the side, where someone was trying to ride it. Seeing that he couldn't mount after several attempts, the horse thought he was unworthy and let out a loud snort, scaring the man away. In the horse's eyes, this person feared it, thus it considered itself the master and naturally wouldn't allow anyone to ride it. In no time, many refugees failed to successfully mount. Finally, someone managed to climb onto the horse's back, but in a panic he grabbed the reins, causing the horse to bolt like an arrow. The man bounced around on the horse's back before being thrown off. Terrifyingly, he had gotten his left foot stuck in the stirrup to stabilize himself, and when he fell off, his foot couldn't get free. The man was dragged along by the horse, blood staining the ground, and he ultimately lost his breath. These people couldn't ride, causing the horse to be continually startled, and it dashed into the woods, vanishing from sight. Su Xia, who had been following the horse's trail, felt a wave of regret upon witnessing this. Her dream of finding a horse to escape had shattered. Su Xia, disregarding everything else, fixed her gaze on the refugee who had exposed her whereabouts. That person was extremely malicious. Had he not suddenly pointed at her and shouted, she would have long escaped and would not have had to fight desperately with the soldiers attracting their attention. He had merely been knocked unconscious by the horse's kick. This punishment was far from sufficient. Without hesitation, Su Xia charged towards the direction of that person, plunging her blade into his chest and slashing his throat, ensuring he had no chance of survival. Surrounding refugees trembled at this scene. But upon introspection, they realized that if they had experienced such an event, they would likely harbor the same resentment as Su Xia. Su Xia coldly withdrew the blade, not even sparing them a glance, and turned to follow the direction the horse had disappeared, hoping to encounter it once more. However, her imagination was beautiful. She couldn't outrun a horse with 4 legs. Other soldiers, seeing their companion killed by Su Xia, watched as the horse, startled by the refugees, bolted into the woods. To them, this was an utter disgrace. A soldier volunteered riding a horse towards Su Xia, while instructing his companions to inform others to join in encircling her. He couldn't believe that this person had extraordinary abilities. Having killed one, could they possibly kill all the soldiers? As Su Xia saw another soldier charging towards her, she didn't know whether to feel happy or sorrowful. She couldn't outrun a horse on 2 legs, so she simply picked up something from the ground and threw it with all her might towards the soldier. The soldier, trying to dodge, abruptly reined in the horse and changed direction, charging towards Su Xia again. Su Xia didn't want to confront him. As the horse approached, she turned her body and moved in an arc. The faster the horse ran, the harder it was to control its direction, naturally not as agile as a person. She led the soldier in circles several times, and the soldier, furious, dismounted and faced Su Xia directly. "You little brat, you dare kill someone from the government? You've got guts." Su Xia couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. After all, whether she spoke or not, this person wouldn't spare her. Just as the soldier was filled with rage and humiliation, Su Xia made her move. She wielded a large blade in each hand, and with a powerful push of her legs, she charged towards the soldier. The blade struck directly at the soldier's face, startling him into quickly raising his weapon to block. The sound of their weapons clashing was sharp and piercing. Many refugees nearby bit their teeth, not expecting that the one traveling with them was actually a master and that she killed without hesitation. The refugees couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Thankfully, they hadn't ended up like Sun Wei, drawing trouble upon themselves to survive. The soldier was no exception, as the sound echoed loudly in his ears, lingering for a long time, as if it would burst his eardrums. He had underestimated her, thinking a frail little girl could never suppress him. Because he underestimated Su Xia and overestimated himself, his hands became numb from the impact, and the large blade in his hands was pushed down by Su Xia's 2 blades, striking directly into his collarbone. More than half of the officer's blades sank into flesh and bone, while Su Xia's 2 blades struck into the soldier's shoulders from either side. What terrified the soldier was that the little girl before him actually let go of the large blade, not knowing where she had produced a dagger, which she directly plunged into his chest. There were ribs in the chest, but Su Xia experienced as she knew exactly how to thrust the dagger straight. Without a moment's pause, she drove the dagger into the soldier's body, twisting her wrist to deform the wound, blood gushing forth. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, he could not save him. Moments later, the soldier's breath weakened further. Su Xia withdrew the dagger and simultaneously pulled down 2 large knives, not forgetting to confiscate the officer's saber. The soldier collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had died at the hands of such a small child. Su Xia scanned the surrounding soldiers and the quaking refugees, then swiftly mounted her horse and broke through the encirclement, fleeing into the woods. Once she entered the forest, she could use the terrain to shake off the soldiers and perhaps even eliminate them without lifting a finger, utilizing the power of space. By then, all the soldiers' supplies and horses would belong to her. She squeezed her legs tightly against the horse's belly, one hand gripping the reins, the other striking the horse's rear to accelerate, letting the cold wind whip against her face. As she dashed into the forest, visibility was poor, forcing her to slow down and let the horse navigate on its own. She glanced back to see the soldiers relentlessly pursuing, even brandishing torches as they entered the woods. Su Xia, unhurried, placed the 2 damaged large knives into her backpack, while switching to the 2 confiscated sabers. The sabers used by the soldiers were indeed remarkable, far lighter than the ones she had used before, and clearly more sturdy and sharp. As Su Xia plunged deeper into the forest, the soldiers followed cautiously, not daring to let their guard down, until Lei Tianliang charged ahead, with a few men regaining their confidence. Lei Tianliang looked at the frail figure ahead, disbelief in his eyes. "Is it you who killed my brother?" Upon seeing the 2 large knives in Su Xia's hands, he felt his question was somewhat redundant. "Whoa." Su Xia tightened the reins, pulling slightly on one to steer the horse, forcing it to turn and face the pursuing soldiers. Seeing this, Lei Tianliang quickly blew a sharp whistle. The horse beneath Su Xia heard the signal and immediately reared up, raising its front hooves and letting out a powerful neigh, exuding an imposing presence. This maneuver was quite dangerous. With even a slight miscalculation, the rider could be thrown off. Su Xia understood his intention and loosened the reins just a bit, shifting her weight forward, merging seamlessly with the horse, unaffected by its movements. The horse's front hooves landed back on the ground, and Su Xia remained firmly seated in the saddle, not even changing her expression. What was this? Just a simple rear. She had encountered even more rebellious horses before, rearing first, and then bucking as easy as sitting in a rocking chair. While riding, she had already noticed that this horse was disobedient. Now that it was bucking, she knew exactly what it intended. Lei Tianliang was shocked. The horse under her was the most rebellious in the military camp. He had originally hoped the horse would throw her off, but he never expected to witness this scene. It should be noted that even he could not maintain his balance on this horse when it reared. This kid dressed in rags could actually ride, and her horsemanship was superb. Ordinary families had no right to interact with horses. Who exactly was this person? Lei Tianliang was puzzled and naturally asked, "Who are you really?" "Humph." Su Xia sneered disdainfully, "The dead do not deserve to know." What a bold statement. He glared fiercely at Su Xia. "If you commit suicide here, I will leave your body intact." Seeing the refugees already escaping into the forest, Su Xia had no desire to waste words with the soldiers anymore. She gripped the reins in one hand and swung the large knife towards the soldiers. Now she held the advantage. The soldiers were numerous, and the refugees might still be lurking in the shadows. She could not use space directly, so she decided to capture the leader first. The one in charge was the most arrogant. Today she would use his blood to consecrate her blade. Lei Tianliang did not expect this person to dare charge at them, and immediately shouted for the soldiers to advance and kill her to avenge his brother. Su Xia's speed was too fast. One soldier could not dodge in time and was knocked to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He thought that after falling off the horse he would escape unscathed, but little did he know that Su Xia controlled the horse and bent down, thrusting the large knife viciously into his neck. The soldier couldn't even let out a cry and died on the spot. Su Xia exerted force with her waist and legs, returning to the saddle. Just then a large knife swung towards her face. She clamped her calves against the horse's belly, leaning back, twisting her body to dodge the large knife, and swiftly inserted her own knife into the soldier's waist, directly tossing him off the horse. The horse's hooves came crashing down, directly stepping on the soldier's chest. The soldier, already wounded by the knife, was stomped by the horse, spewing a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he collapsed to the ground. Seated on the horse, Su Xia suddenly noticed a soldier swinging a large knife at her horse's front leg. If hit, the horse would surely stumble, and she would be thrown forward. The distance was too far for her to reach with her knife, so she could only pull the reins to control the horse, forcing it to raise its front feet. The soldier's large knife barely grazed the horse's hooves. He lost his opportunity and attempted to strike again, but Su Xia did not give him another chance. Su Xia flicked her wrist, slicing towards the soldier's wrist along the path of his extended knife. The soldier's wrist sustained a severe injury, causing his large knife to fall to the ground, leaving him with no chance to resist as he watched the blade plunge into his own body. Relying on her strength and combat experience from the apocalypse combined with her superb horsemanship, Su Xia made several soldiers question their lives. Even so, with so many soldiers, one person with a knife could not defend against them all, and she was also wounded. Su Xia's right arm was cut by a large knife, blood flowing profusely, dripping from the knife to the ground, splattering mud with a sound like falling rain. Su Xia seemed to feel no pain at all as she charged towards the officials with her large knife. The officials, outnumbering her, could exhaust her to death with their relentless assault. Only by instilling fear in them could she have a chance to survive. Lei Tianliang realized something was wrong. This person not only had exceptional horsemanship, but also formidable martial skills. Though he could not discern her origins, every move she executed struck at the vital points of her companions, clearly showcasing lethal techniques. She was like a malevolent spirit risen from a pile of corpses. Little did Lei Tianliang know Su Xia was someone who had crawled out of a horde of zombies. Coupled with her inherently strong physique, she could unleash the pinnacle of power in this apocalyptic world. The other officials were taken aback, fighting for their lives against Su Xia, only to see their leader, Lei Tianliang. Su Xia naturally noticed this scene. Seeing him attempting to escape, she swiftly drew out the chipped large knife from her backpack and hurled it fiercely at Lei Tianliang. The large knife spun through the air with a sound that sliced through the air, ultimately embedding itself firmly in Lei Tianliang's back. Struck from behind, he collapsed onto his horse due to the impact. Severely injured, he could not withstand the jolting of the horse and collapsed to the ground after running a short distance. With their leader slain, the remaining officials were filled with terror. They exchanged glances, each seeing a single word reflected in the other's eyes: escape. If they did not flee now, they would all die here. The few remaining officials instinctively controlled their horses, using all their strength to escape. Su Xia understood she could not capture them, so she simply symbolically galloped a couple of steps on horseback, quickly retrieved a piece of hemp rope to ensnare one captive, and did not pursue further. After throwing her knife, she now tossed out the hemp rope to restrain the official, causing her arm wound to split open. Su Xia could distinctly feel a chill emanating from her arm. She pressed down on the wound, dismounted, and bound the official with the hemp rope, leading her horse with one hand while dragging the captive with the other, approaching Lei Tianliang. Su Xia set the torch beside her and scrutinized the person lying on the ground. This individual was remarkably lucky. The large knife had penetrated his back and pierced through his chest, yet he was still alive. With the knife embedded in his back, Lei Tianliang lay on the ground in pain, groaning and crying out in agony. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Xia, hatred boiling in his gaze. "We are officials. You have killed so many of our brothers. The county magistrate will definitely investigate and avenge us." Su Xia kicked Lei Tianliang's chin with her foot, flipping him over a stubborn duck. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. She had no way back. How could she possibly fear his threats? Why kill the refugees and force us northward? Reveal everything you know, and I will leave your corpse intact. The wheel of fortune turns. This man had been arrogant before, but now as his breaths grew shallow, he could only let her manipulate him. Lei Tianliang's expression changed drastically. Since he was already destined to die, why should he reveal the truth and give her a chance to escape? Determined, he rolled his eyes. "The barbarians have descended upon us, and General Shao has been captured. The soldiers at the border are leaderless and are being driven back in defeat. The barbarians have stormed into Yongzhou City and will reach Anyang County in just a few days. The county magistrate has learned of this and has already fled overnight with his family and wealth. We were ordered by the county magistrate to proceed ahead, 1 to scout for him, and 2 to persuade the refugees to turn back." The purpose of persuading the refugees was self-evident. As he spoke, Wang Kanyuan lowered his head, fearing Su Xia would fly into a rage and slice his throat. "We have been running all day and have already persuaded several groups of refugees to turn back, but a few groups are still unwilling to head north, so we can only suppress them by force." In the midst of chaos, they escorted the county magistrate south to escape, and their family members secretly followed the magistrate's convoy. The barbarian army was bloodthirsty, sparing even the common folk, and would kill them for food. To protect their loved ones from slaughter, someone had to take the risk. The refugees were worse off than the lowest of the low. Escaping without a travel permit would certainly lead to— If they headed north, it would not only slow the barbarians' advance, but also conceal the news of the widespread flight, protecting the magistrate's future reputation. After all, according to the laws of the Li Kingdom, if a place experienced a mass exodus, the magistrate would be held accountable, facing confiscation of property and exile at best, or extermination of his entire family at worst. However, if it were to be said that the county magistrate bravely resisted the barbarians with the populace only for the entire city to be slaughtered, that would be a different matter. To make the fleeing crowd willingly head north, the magistrate of Anyang even had his soldiers lie to the refugees claiming it had rained in Yongzhou, and the drought was over, even promising that taxes would be reduced for those who went north. Su Xia felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end. She couldn't believe how many refugees had been deceived by this group of soldiers relying on the rain to lead them north. If she believed these words and returned, the consequences would be unimaginable. The magistrate of Anyang was using the refugees to form a human shield for his own selfish desires. It was simply despicable. The person before her was complicit in evil, committing numerous atrocities. They could not be spared. Wang Kanyuan sensed the murderous intent in Su Xia's eyes and hurriedly added, "Hero, I have one more piece of news. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will certainly tell you the truth." Su Xia's eyes glimmered with dangerous light as she squinted at the soldiers. Did he really think he could threaten her? Very well. She nodded. "This time I will spare you, but next time we meet, I will show no mercy." Wang Kanyuan was overjoyed, relieved to have saved his life. Without hesitation, he revealed the information he had overheard. The magistrate has already sent word to Shunqing County asking the magistrate there to assist in stopping the refugees. Anyone who refuses to heed the warnings and insists on heading south will be shot at the city gates. Su Xia frowned. That dog magistrate was truly ruthless. No wonder those soldiers hadn't returned the way they came, but had fled towards Shunqing County. It turned out the magistrate of Anyang and the magistrate of Shunqing were in cahoots. She had initially planned to don official attire, disguise herself as a soldier, and ride straight to Shunqing County, taking advantage of the timing to quickly leave this perilous place. But now it seemed that this route was not viable. What about Yuxian? I didn't hear the magistrate mention it. Su Xia murmured. Yuxian has mountain bandits. Just the mountain bandits alone would be enough to make any refugee think twice. Only a fool would choose to detour south through Yuxian. One had to admit the dog magistrate had guessed correctly. Hardly any refugee who knew the route had chosen to go through Yuxian. A few who were unaware of the route, like Su Xia, had joined the main force heading towards Shunqing County. The magistrate of Anyang had truly calculated well for their family's survival. It seemed that if she wanted to pass through Shunqing County safely, there was only one way to follow the magistrate's command. But Su Xia had no idea what the magistrate looked like, and the magistrate's private escape was no small matter. They would surely disguise themselves to avoid detection. Moreover, having killed so many soldiers, her presence would be revealed, making her entry into Shunqing County equivalent to walking into a trap. Su Xia had only one path left: to return to the fork in the road and take a different route to Yuxian. Alone, she could handle mountain bandits if she encountered them, which was far better than being wanted in Shunqing County. This person had said everything he should and shouldn't have said if she needed to hurry on her way. She looked meaningfully at the soldiers. "You can go now." Wang Kanyuan was overjoyed, responding with fear and gratitude. "Thank you, hero." As he left, he covered his severed finger and took a careful look at Su Xia, seemingly wanting to memorize her face so he could properly seek revenge next time. Su Xia even turned her face intentionally to let him see more clearly. Seeing this, Wang Kanyuan hurriedly covered his severed finger and fled, running away at great speed. Su Xia watched him retreating in a panic, mounted her horse, and in the blink of an eye was in front of Wang Kanyuan. Then Wang Kanyuan saw a twisted smile and eerie grin that caused his heart to skip a beat. "We meet again." What was clearly an ordinary sentence sounded to Wang Kanyuan like the Grim Reaper's death knell. In the next moment, Su Xia raised her large knife, decisively slicing through Wang Kangyuan's neck. He clutched his neck in terror, glaring at Su Xia, with hatred, struggling to utter a few words. You said. Your word. Doesn't count." Su Xia remained expressionless, watching him convulse, ultimately collapsing to the ground. She thought seriously to herself. She kept her word. She promised not to kill him this time, and truly did so. "Next time we meet, I will show no mercy." And she indeed did. The reason he died was precisely because they met again, was it not? How could she be accused of not keeping her word? Su Xia quickly sat down, tearing the fabric from her arm to expose the wound, first cleaning it with saline. If the wound was not cleaned properly, it could easily lead to repeated infections or prevent healing. She didn't want to be injured while on the road. After cleaning the wound, she poured some healing powder over it. Soon she felt a cool sensation at the injury, alleviating the previous sharp pain. Since it was her upper arm that was injured, her attempts to wrap it were quite clumsy, and it took a long time to properly bandage the wound with her hands and mouth working together. After treating the wound, she directly extinguished the torch, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Many refugees who had seen her fighting with the soldiers had long fled far away, fearing the repercussions. Moreover, during her questioning of the soldiers, chaos erupted on the main road, clearly indicating that several wealthy families were uniting to resist the soldiers. After the soldiers were killed, many refugees returned to the main road to reclaim their bundles and belongings. Their food was scattered on the ground, mixed with mud and sand, but no one dared to complain. They hurriedly picked up the food and stuffed it into cloth bags. Some speedy individuals gathered their fallen food into bags, also picking up supplies dropped by other nearby. Now everyone was in need of food and water, and with so many refugees having died here, much food had become ownerless. Upon seeing food, they stuffed it into their pockets without a care for whether it belonged to them. "This is my family's food," a sharp voice cried out, tinged with tears. The refugee, who was busy picking up his belongings, paused, turning to see a small boy speaking without an adult by his side. Perhaps his family had already been killed by the soldiers. "What I see belongs to me. Who is this stinky little brat? Get lost." The boy was suddenly pushed to the ground, startled and crying loudly. Sitting on the ground with tear-filled eyes, he helplessly looked around, trying to find his parents' figures. "Whoa, this is my family's food. Why are you stealing my food? Where are you, Mom and Dad?" Whoa, his parents had already fallen in a pool of blood to protect him, leaving only this 6-year-old boy, uncertain if he could survive. The boy's cries and the shouts of the refugees looking for their children echoed back and forth. A nearby woman, hearing the cries and seeing no one come for the child, felt a stir in her heart. With a concerned expression, she approached the boy, comforting him. "Don't cry, dear child. Annie has food here. Your parents are gone, but you can follow Annie from now on." "Whoa," the little boy sniffled. "Auntie, can you take me to find my parents?" The woman looked at the child's tear-streaked face, her heart melting. She gently wiped his tears with the edge of her garment, saying, "All right, Annie will take you to find your parents." The little boy nodded, obediently, eager to find his parents. What he didn't notice was that after wiping his tears, the woman's lowered gaze was filled with disdain. The woman led the child back to her own group, and her family showed no resistance to her picking up the child, as if they were already accustomed to the behavior. The boy, young and forgetful, was well behaved. If cleaned up and taken to the county town, he would surely attract the attention of wealthy families. Along the way, her family had already earned nearly 20 taels by selling lost children. By selling this child, they would have more income to buy more food. While the refugees fought over food, other wealthy families were discussing how to distribute the few horses they had acquired. When the leader of the officers led his men to surround Su Xia, they took the opportunity to resist and killed 7 officers, successfully protecting the food of several families. They were all wealthy families, naturally looking down on the officers' attire. What they cared about most were the war horses. There were a total of 7 horses, of which 2 were already dead, leaving 5 still alive. There were 5 wealthy families in total, but only 3 had fought desperately with the officers. Namely the Su family, the Xia family, and the Qin family, with the Su family being the main force. Each family had lost their guards. While they weren't severely weakened, they still suffered significant losses. The He family and the Zhang family were merely reaping the benefits. Old Master Qin successfully protected the food with his strength, and along with the other 2 families, they killed the officers, but unfortunately 2 of his guards had died. Having contributed, he naturally wanted a share of the resources, but since his family wasn't the main force, he didn't dare to demand an equal split. The horse meat isn't bad, but with 7 horses and 3 families, how can it be divided evenly? How about this? I want 1 live horse, 1 dead horse, and 4 big knives, and the rest can go to you. The live horse can carry supplies, while the dead horse can only be eaten. As the weather grew hotter, the horse meat had to be salted to store it. Considering this, Old Master Qin's request was not unreasonable. Old Master Su and Old Master Xie did not object. This way, there were still 4 live horses and 1 dead horse left, along with 3 big knives. Their family would take 2 live horses, and the remaining dead horse would be split into 2 portions. The guards of the Su family all had knives, and Old Master Su did not plan to take the officers' knives to avoid raising suspicion. Old Master Xia heard Old Master Zu's distribution, which was indeed fair, but just having lost his son and guards, distributing these resources felt like a dull knife cutting into his flesh, causing him unbearable pain. He sighed heavily. The reason his son died was partly due to his loose tongue, but the main reason was that his family had too many resources, which drew the attention of the officers. Old Master Xia pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I want 1 dead horse and 1 live horse. Brother Su, your guards all have big knives. How about you give my family those 3 big knives?" His family had many resources, but very few weapons. If all the guards he hired had big knives, his youngest son wouldn't have been killed by the officers. It was precisely because his youngest son was killed by the officers that during the confrontation, aside from the Su family, the Xia family fought the hardest. The Xia family was eager to tear the officers to pieces to avenge Xie Tianyu. Old Master Xia understood that to preserve the Xia family, they had to rely on their guards, so he would compensate all the resources obtained to the guards. Old Master Su glanced deeply at the Xia family, understanding why they wanted big knives instead of a live horse. All right, since the Xia family didn't want the other horse, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. As the 3 families were dividing up the main resources, Old Master Zhang, who had been watching, immediately retorted, "How can this be? With only 7 horses and 7 knives in total, they had finished dividing it among themselves, clearly intending to exclude them. How valuable are horses? Even the dead horses in these famine years where food was scarce could be sold for dozens, or even hundreds of taels just for the meat. If divided evenly, his family could also get a horse. Brothers, your distribution is too unreasonable. Old Master Zhang pulled the silent He family into the conversation, saying, although our two families did not contribute, we at least provided a deterrent effect. Without our two families backing you, the officers might not have fled. Others from the Zhang family also grumbled. Yes, even though we didn't step forward, we did stop two fleeing off. Old Master Zhu's face changed at this remark. The Zhang family was truly shameless. When they clashed with the officers the Zhang family hid farthest away, how did they contribute? As for stopping two fleeing officers, that was clearly after the officers were knocked off their horses by the three families, and the Zhang family tried to take the opportunity to lead the horses away, preventing the two officers from escaping unharmed. Was that even considered stopping someone? Old Master Su rolled his eyes at the Zhang family and turned to the He family, asking, do you think the same? The silent old master He finally spoke. Our family has food, and we did not contribute much. Father, you are confused. He Xiaojuan interrupted her father's words anxiously. That was a horse. Having one more horse would make their travel much faster. Even if it wasn't used to pull things, they could use it to kill the salted meat. Her father was really getting more confused with age. How could he refuse? He quickly grabbed his elder sister, saying, elder sister, don't speak nonsense. Old Master He glared at his eldest daughter and turned to Old Master Su, saying, Brother Su, I still say we did not contribute to this matter, so we will not participate. Father, this is... He Xiaojuan wanted to say more, but was pulled away by her younger brother walking far away. He Xiaojuan shook off her younger brother's hand in dissatisfaction, saying, second brother, why are you pulling me? Was her brother, like their father, also confused while fleeing from disaster? He Laonyo suppressed his irritation and explained softly, eldest sister, these are the supplies of the officials and soldiers. If we take them, it will be hard to explain later. They didn't kill the officials and soldiers, so they won't be implicated when the government questions them. But if we take the supplies, that's a different story. It means we're accomplices. He Xiaojuan immediately understood her brother's meaning, but still showed reluctance. But they all took it. She thought that since so many people had taken it, it wouldn't matter if her family did as well. He Laoi came from a humble background as a peddler and lost his wife early, struggling alone to raise his daughter for many years. Only after He Xiaojuan got married did he encounter good fortune and managed to earn a considerable amount of money, allowing the He family to gradually become prosperous. As the eldest daughter of He Laoi, He Xiaojuan had endured many years of hardship with him, developing a calculating temperament and being somewhat short-sighted. Originally, she was a married woman, but their father had received news early and led their family to flee from disaster. However, the escape was too rushed, and their cart happened to break down, leaving no time to procure a new one. For these days, she had been crammed into a cart with her two younger siblings, unable to stretch her legs, feeling utterly miserable. If they had one more horse, she could ride in the same cart as her husband and children. He Laonyo showed impatience, thinking that his eldest sister had inherited none of their father's wisdom. What they take is their business. If the government investigates later, they'll find them. If we take it, we're accomplices. If the government punishes us, our whole family will be doomed. He had made it so clear. If his eldest sister still couldn't understand, then there was no need to explain further. He Xiaojuan pouted in annoyance and turned her face away. This younger brother of hers, though not old, was already lecturing her. When she was out with their father doing business, he hadn't even been born yet. No wonder today she only complained that the cart was too cramped, and even her sister-in-law dared to give her a dirty look. He Xiaojuan felt displeased, but ultimately understood He Laonia's words and didn't say anything further. She buried her displeasure within sulking. He Laoya's refusal to take the supplies left the Zhang family looking. In comparison, they appeared as clowns. Zhang Laoi, concerned about his reputation, shot a fierce glare at the He family and ultimately couldn't say anything more, only expressing regret as he watched the few fine horses. Seeing this, Su Laoi conferred with the Xie family and decided that each family would take 2 live horses and the remaining dead horse would be divided among the 3 families. The Xie family had no objections, for them dead or live horses were the same. After reaching an agreement, Su Laoi smiled at Zhang Laoi, saying, Brother Zhang makes a very reasonable point. I'll give you 3 portions of that dead horse's meat. Since the Zhang family is so shameless, having taken the supplies, they can forget about washing their hands clean of it later. Regardless of whether they killed the officials and soldiers, they will have to cover for them now. Zhang Laoi was overjoyed, completely oblivious to the trap he had fallen into. He immediately ordered the Zhang family guards to fetch the horse meat. The surrounding refugees looked on with envy. However, with so many wealthy families present, they had neither the qualification nor the capability to compete for the supplies. Dividing horse meat would be bloody work. Several guards worked together to load the 2 dead horses onto the cart, heading into the woods to divide the meat. Su Zhihui looked at the bodies sprawled on the ground and asked worriedly, Father, are we still going to Shunqing County? Previously, in order to survive and protect our grain, we acted too impulsively and were forced to confront the officials directly. Now that the battle is over, seeing the bodies of the officials makes us start to panic. After all, these were officials. The difference between commoners and officials was like heaven and earth, yet they had killed them. If they had killed them all and managed to destroy the bodies, it would be fine, but unfortunately some officials had escaped. Once they brought back reinforcements, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Leoi frowned tightly, seemingly pondering how to proceed. There were originally 10 officials guarding them, but they had only killed 7, with 3 escaping on horseback. A few officials also fled into the woods. They had no idea how that young hero was faring. These officials came from Anyang County, but were fleeing to Shunqing County, likely thinking it was closer, and thus rushing to get reinforcements. With so many people in their group, if they appeared in Shunqing County, the government would quickly discover them. Lu Yi also realized this and immediately stood up, saying, "My lord, Shunqing County is probably not a good idea. We must leave this place quickly, otherwise they would only await disaster. Pack up immediately and leave over." They no longer had time to deal with the officials' bodies. In order to avoid being spotted by the officials in Shunqing County, they could only return the same way they came, heading towards Yuxian County. Su Leoi felt a headache coming on at the thought of the mountain bandits in Yuxian County. They as merchants were well aware of the ferocity of these bandits and would absolutely not provoke them unless absolutely necessary. However, with wolves in front and tigers behind, they had no choice but to take a gamble. What if the mountain bandits had also fled from disaster? The Su family hurriedly packed their things and left, heading back the way they had come, leaving many refugees bewildered. Of course, there were also clever individuals who sensed something amiss, realizing that continuing down this path would certainly lead to being sent back by the officials, possibly experiencing a similar tragedy to that of tonight again. After many refugees figured it out, they hurriedly followed the Su family's group. After the Zhang family obtained the horse meat, they also turned around and returned. He was greedy but could also see the situation clearly. His family had plenty of supplies, and if they didn't band together with these wealthy families, they would definitely be looted by the refugees. Most importantly, he also realized that Shunqing County was not a place to go. As this fleeing group turned back, Su Xia had already arrived at the fork in the road, heading towards Yuxian County on horseback. She thought things through clearly. Since they couldn't pretend to be officials heading to Shunqing County, she would go straight to Yuxian County. Time was tight, so this time, she didn't waste time checking bodies, but directly placed all 5 corpses into her spatial storage. She also collected 7 large knives, 2 water bags, 6 warhorses, and a small amount of dry food. Since warhorses would die once they entered the space, and she had no extra food to feed them, she had no choice but to select a strong horse to keep. The horse she had ridden before was too unruly, always wanting to show off. Su Xia had no spare time to train it. That horse completely lost her favor, lying peacefully with the other 4 horses in the space, turning into cold, lifeless corpses. In theory, whether it was an official knife or an official horse, there should be special markings, and she couldn't use them, but that was just in theory. Su Xia put the backpack into her spatial storage, changed into the official's clothing, donned a helmet, and disguised herself as an official. Now who could tell whether she was an official from Anyang County? Su Xia held a torch in one hand and the reins in the other, galloping along the official road on horseback. She returned along the same route to the junction, heading towards Yuxian. At first, the journey was smooth without encountering any fleeing refugees. It wasn't until she reached the official road to Yuxian and traveled about a mile that she spotted a conspicuous fire ahead. There were already refugees resting on both sides of the official road, while others continued on their way. As Su Xia approached, she realized that some of the resting refugees looked familiar. She had seen this group before. She had previously overtaken this fleeing party while traveling at a fast pace. This group had stopped to rest at the junction while she was eager to reach Shunqing County. Unexpectedly, she encountered the soldiers along the way and was delayed for quite some time, only to find them again upon changing her route. However, Su Xia recognized them, yet they did not recognize her. After all, she was dressed as a soldier now, with her helmet obscuring much of her face. Because it was chilly riding at night, she had also pulled a garment over her mouth and nose, revealing only her pair of eyes. Su Xia rode closer, holding the torch, and was spotted by the refugees. "It's the soldiers. The soldiers are coming. Run! The soldiers are here again. Quick, into the mountains." Clearly, they had also suffered from the soldiers' harassment and were now filled with fear. Upon hearing the sound of hooves and shouts, the refugees instinctively ran towards the woods on either side of the official road, not bothering to look at the soldiers. Previously, they had encountered a group of soldiers who told them that Yongzhou had experienced rain and that it would no longer be arid, instructing them to head north and forbidding them from fleeing southward. But they were born and raised farmers capable of making their own judgments about whether it had rained. After such a long drought, the air was dry and hot, showing no signs of rain. Even if what the soldiers said were true, no one could guarantee that there would be more rain after this one, nor whether it could sustain so many people. They had hesitated for a moment, but dared not take the risk. When they decided to leave their homes, they had already sold all their farmland, and returning now, without land, would mean waiting for death. Moreover, the border was not safe. No one expected that they would encounter soldiers again after changing their route. Having previously experienced intimidation and harassment by soldiers, seeing them again left everyone feeling like startled birds. Seeing the refugees scatter in fear and hearing the terror in their voices, Su Xia immediately understood what the soldiers from Anyang had done to these refugees before. She felt helpless as she did not want to intimidate them. However, her identity as a soldier was indeed useful, allowing her to pass through smoothly. But Su Xia did not dare to be careless. She was now seen as a detestable soldier, and she feared that these refugees might drown her in spit or crush her with stones. As she guided her horse while holding the torch, she shouted, "Official decree. Non-combatants, step aside." She indicated that she was not there to drive away the refugees, only passing through to deliver a message. "Official decree. Non-combatants, step aside." This voice awakened some of the refugees' reason. Seeing that the soldiers did not make things difficult for them, they steadied themselves and helped each other to run towards the sides of the official road, trying to clear a path. However, among the group of refugees, there were still a few who were not nimble, such as the sickly elderly, the weak from hunger, and Lu Duozhi, who was severely injured. The refugees helped the elderly walk tremblingly to the roadside, barely giving Su Xia a path. However, Lu Duozhi's situation was rather dire. He had previously fallen into a hunting trap set by hunters. After waking up with great difficulty, he found himself paralyzed from the waist down and completely unable to walk. The Lu family had not yet come to terms with Lu Duozhi's paralysis and completely forgot about his condition while fleeing. Even Lu Duozhi's two sons had forgotten that their father was disabled. The Lu family had not yet come to terms with Lu Duozhi's paralysis and completely forgot about his condition while fleeing. Even Lu Duozhi desperately watched the soldiers rushing towards him, shouting in horror at his family's retreating figures, "Father Afuasai, come back and save me." Lu Duozhi almost exhausted all his strength to shout this coherent sentence. After he spoke, all his energy was spent, and he collapsed on the ground. Watching his family run further and further away, he was almost in despair. In the past, he was quick on his feet, but now severely injured, even crawling was a challenge. He increasingly hated the woman who had caused his brother's death. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have gone into the mountains to chase after her, and if he hadn't entered the mountains, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap. If he ever saw that mother and daughter again, he would make sure his two sons tore them apart. Halfway through, Lu Laotu heard his sons shouting and instinctively wanted to go back, but his own legs were unsteady, and he couldn't carry his son. Lu Laotu shouted breathlessly to the person running ahead, "Afu, hurry and carry your father." Upon hearing this, Lu Jifu finally realized that his father was paralyzed. He hurriedly turned and rushed towards the official road, but in that brief moment the horse was already close at hand. Lu Jifu thought that even if he flew over, he couldn't save his father. Rushing forward would only mean death. In that pause, Su Xia had already ridden past Lu Duozhi, causing Lu Jifu to panic and shut his eyes. After a long while, he finally reacted and hurried towards the official road. "Father! Father!" The person on the ground had already fainted from fear, showing no response. Lu Jifu instinctively reached out to check his father's breath and found a faint sign of life, letting out a sigh of relief. He was nearly scared to death, but was glad his father had not been trampled by the horse's hooves. His life was spared. However, why was there a foul smell around? Upon inspection, he discovered that his father had lost control of his bowels from fright. The food they had eaten along the way had been rough on their throats, and with little water, they had not relieved themselves for at least 5 days. He never expected that after such a scare his father would soil himself. Lu Jifu was puzzled. Was there such a benefit to being scared? If he had known earlier, he would have tried lying on the ground as well. He would rather be scared into losing control than hold it in for so long. The envy in Lu Jifu's heart was quickly replaced by irritation. This was because his father's loss of control was not solely due to fear. A larger part was due to paralysis, meaning he had little control over his bodily functions and might lose control at any moment. Carrying a paralyzed person on the road to escape was a daunting challenge. On one hand was filial piety, on the other the lives of the entire family. It remains unknown how the Lu family would choose. Su Xia smoothly passed a group of refugees, and upon leaving even shouted, "General Xiao has been captured, the border town has fallen." This news was heard from the soldiers of Anyang County. If it were false, it would still be conveyed by the soldiers of Anyang, so what did it have to do with her? If it were true, these refugees would surely do everything possible to flee south, and the plans of the Dog County magistrate would be in vain. Without the refugees to act as a meat wall, whether he could safely escape was uncertain. Such a corrupt official deserves to be punished by evildoers. The refugees were stunned by these words, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Did I mishear? Does he mean the border defense has fallen? Has the border really been breached? If it were just a simple escape from disaster, they might retain a glimmer of hope, but with natural disasters coupled with war, was there still a way out? Most of these refugees were common folk from the border. They knew well that the invasion of the northern barbarians was akin to true hell. In recent years, the northern barbarians had sent cavalry to harass them in spring, preventing them from sowing seeds in peace. In summer, they sent cavalry to destroy their crops, resulting in a significant decrease in harvest, By autumn, just when the crops were ripe, the northern barbarians set them ablaze. With every year's harvest being too little after paying taxes, there was almost nothing left, and the court even increased the taxes and imposed military provisions. Every household along the border had to store food for winter, but the northern barbarians were truly malicious. Having learned of their food storage, they came to burn their homes and cellars, causing them great suffering. Throughout the seasons, the shadow of the northern barbarians loomed large. With several nearby states suffering from drought, they had completely lost their means of survival and could only leave their homes in search of a way out. If the Lee Kingdom were to be occupied by the northern barbarians, there would be no way for them to survive. Previously, the officials had deceived them, saying that Yujo was experiencing rain and urging them to head north to return home. Yet this official did not drive them north. Instead, he even disclosed the news of the border being breached. What was his intention? What was true and what was false? However, the refugees unconsciously believed Susya's words. As they realized the implications, a chill ran down their spines. The court wanted these defenseless commoners to stand against the advance of the barbarians. In an instant, the refugees were filled with terror. The group that had originally sought a place to rest now had no mind to linger. They wished they could sprout wings and fly directly south. It must be noted that the advantage of disguising as soldiers was indeed significant. Susya encountered many groups of refugees along the way, all of whom passed by, without anyone daring to lay a hand on her. However, by midnight, just after passing the boundary marker and seeing the two characters, Yushi and her horse, which had been running for a long time, suddenly refused to move. Regardless of how Susya pulled on the reins, it kept its head down, standing by the roadside, eating dry grass. It was indeed a hardship for it. After all, it had carried her for quite a while and had managed to shake off a large distance from the refugees, making it a great contributor. Susya thought for a moment. As she hurried through the night, her pace would surely surpass that of the soldiers. Even if the soldiers were to join forces in Yushin to hunt her down, it wouldn't happen so quickly. After some contemplation, Susya dismounted to cut some grass for it. After all, it was a government horse. It had previously eaten premium feed, which made it more resilient than just grass, allowing it to march for extended periods. But now the horse was utterly exhausted and needed energy replenishment. The best feed was wheat and soybeans. But Susya herself lacked food, so how could she afford premium feed to keep the horse? It would have to make do. This horse couldn't keep up for much longer. In ordinary years, riding on the official road wouldn't attract such covetous eyes. But now, in a year of famine, if she were like those wealthy families of the Sioux clan, traveling with many companions for mutual protection would be fine. However, she was alone, escaping with a horse, which clearly signaled to the refugees that she had food and meat, inviting them to come rob her. Thus, Susya could not continue to ride on the horse while escaping. Pretending to be a soldier was even less of a long-term strategy. If a soldier was seen riding by officials, she would surely be regarded as a deserter. Deserters are to be executed on sight. The reason she dared to ride freely on the official road was that it was now deep night, and she was betting on not encountering any other soldiers on the road. Once she reached the city gates of Yushin, both the horse and her attire must be concealed. She had no idea how far it was to the gate of Yushin, and certainly couldn't let the horse go hungry. Susya cut some more dry grass and fed it directly to the horse. However, her speed in cutting grass was only marginally faster than the horse's eating speed. She simply couldn't stockpile enough dry grass. Having worked for half the night, she felt exhausted. After bending down to cut grass for a while, she quickly extinguished the torch with dry soil, found a spot with relatively more dry grass, tied the horse, and let it have a buffet. She also drank some water and ate something, resting for a while before continuing her journey. The horse buried its head in the grass, taking a few bites before coming to Susya and nudging her waist with its head, snorting to remind her. Susya reluctantly opened her eyes, thinking to herself that this horse was truly perceptive, even knowing it was thirsty and needed water. She couldn't expect the horse to run, yet not give it any grass. If the horse died of thirst, she would have to walk to Yushin herself. But her own water was limited. A horse could drink about 30 jin of water a day, especially in dry and hot weather. This tired horse would surely drink even more. And this was just water. It also needed to eat dozens of jin of food. The thought that the horse could consume half a month's worth of her water and food in a single day made Susya feel a pang of heartache. Riding a horse on the road was good, but without some ability, it was truly unsustainable. With the sun not yet risen and no other refugees around her, Susya took out a wooden basin to let the horse drink water. Listening to the sound of the horse drinking water, Susya thought it was truly pitiful, so eager to drink. Gradually, she noticed that the wooden basin in her hands was getting lighter. The wooden basin in her hands was originally used by the Sioux family for washing clothes and vegetables, capable of holding nearly 50 jin of water. Once the horse's head dipped into the basin, the water level dropped sharply in no time. The horse drank water by curling its tongue like a straw, silently consuming the water as if it were no different from her sipping tea from a small cup. The horse was drinking the water with great satisfaction, completely unaware that Susya had begun to resent it for consuming too much water and food. Xia touched the water in the basin, realizing that it had already drunk more than half, and quickly put the basin away into her storage space, patting the horse's neck. Good horse, if you can't hold on, I'll have to send you off to reunite with your brothers. Oomph. The horse could hardly understand these words. Feeling unquenched, it leaned its head towards Xia, sniffing around, unable to find where she had hidden the previous basin of water. Xia sighed slightly, thinking that after drinking so much water, it still wasn't satisfied. Truly a water barrel. She pulled some dry grass from the ground and brought it to its mouth. Seeing it happily munching, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This big eater was already terrifying with just water. What if it were to be fed food? Xia felt timid and couldn't even bear to think about it. Suddenly, she had an idea to ensure it was full, though it was somewhat disgusting. Seeing that there was no one around, Xia simply released 2 horses from her storage space, took out a dagger, and cut open the horse's abdomen, forcing herself to endure the nausea as she pulled out some undigested fodder from its stomach. The smell was somewhat unpleasant and a bit overwhelming. But on the road of escape, one couldn't afford to be picky. Xia was fortunate to have a preservation space. If she didn't have this space and encountered such a horse in the wild, aside from eating horse meat, the only option would be to consume the undigested food from the horse. When one was starving, one couldn't afford to be choosy. The horse's stomach was small, but the undigested food from 2 horses was still considerable. Xia took out the fodder and placed it in her helmet to feed the horse. Not to mention, imported food was indeed different, that the horse was eating with great delight. Xia noticed that the horse had eaten its fill, and without taking a moment to rest, she promptly packed her belongings and continued her journey on horseback. Fortunately, she did not encounter the bandits mentioned by the refugees. As Xia traveled, she pondered her options. Before her lay 2 paths: to enter the city or to detour around the mountain. The county town of Yuxian was surrounded by mountains, making the roads difficult to traverse. Moreover, she had heard from the refugees that there were bandits in the mountains, and if she took the detour, she might not fare well. Another crucial point was that the border city had fallen. The people of Humiao village spoke of the savagery of the invaders, ruthless burning, killing, and plundering without restraint. Many years ago, the invaders breached the northernmost city of the Li Kingdom, Tian, and on the very day they entered, they set the city ablaze, slaughtering the populace, while the nearby villages were also reduced to ashes, with the fire raging for 2 days and nights. The border troops led the people to extinguish the flames, but little did they know it was a ruse by the invaders, who seized the opportunity to attack several nearby counties, swiftly capturing Tongzhou. Tongzhou was later recaptured, but it was once again occupied by the invaders. They even pressed on directly to Yongzhou. Liao province was adjacent to Yongzhou, and it was uncertain if the invaders would breach Liao province within a few days. If she ventured deep into the mountains, her pace would undoubtedly slow. She feared encountering the invaders, setting ambushes, or setting the mountains on fire. After much consideration, Xia concluded that the risks of entering the mountains were too great. It was better to try to enter the city. As far as she knew, to pass through the county town, one needed to have a household registration and a travel permit. In her space, she possessed the Su family's household registration. Previously, after killing the bandits who had robbed her, she had obtained several household registrations. Now that she had left Anyang County, the registrations in her space could come in handy. The most challenging part was the travel permit. If Yuxian required a travel permit to enter the city, then she would need wings to fly over. Xia had considered continuing to impersonate official troops, but this method was highly risky. Not to mention that she was disguised. Even genuine officials were forbidden to leave their camp without orders. Impersonating the expedited official troops was out of the question. The expedited service had special horses for couriers, and there was generally a relay station every 20 miles. The courier officers carried a yellow flag or other identifying objects. Only when local officials saw this would they allow passage. Currently, the only significant news she knew was the fall of the border city and the capture of the general. If she were to be the second messenger to report this news, it would expose her, effectively throwing her into a trap. Moreover, even if she successfully entered the city without anything to prove her identity, the county magistrate of Yuxian would not easily believe her. He would need to verify her identity and confirm the military situation. After all this, any slip-up could cost her her life. Xia cherished her hard-won second chance at life and would not take such risks. Before long, a person and a horse arrived at the entrance of Yuxian County. Xia, riding on horseback, could see the dark looming city gate. The sky had yet to brighten, and the city gate of Yuxian was tightly shut. Many bonfires were lit in the open space outside, with numerous silhouettes of refugees visible. Some were seated in carts while others drove oxen and donkeys, and there were quite a few mules as well. At this moment, everyone was resting at the city gate, seemingly waiting for the gates to open. It was indeed strange. The magistrate of Anyang County was eager to drive the refugees far away. Upon seeing them, he would resort to brute force to drive them off. Thus, during her previous escape, she dared not take the official road and could only travel along the mountain paths. The roads through the mountains were difficult to navigate and winding, which naturally slowed her pace significantly. Yet the magistrate of Yuxian surprisingly allowed refugees to sleep outside the city. She couldn't help but wonder, did Yuxian allow passage? If so, that would be wonderful. After all, dawn would soon break, and there was no need to rush. Having barely slept all night, she was quite exhausted and welcomed the chance to rest her feet. She rode her horse back a bit, distancing herself from the refugees. Seizing the cover of darkness, she quickly removed her armor and changed into another outfit, while also reapplying medicine to her arm. The hemostatic medicine had worked well, and her arm was no longer bleeding. The wound appeared to be healing, though it wasn't very deep. As long as she didn't receive another cut, it would heal within a few days. Given the risk of being wanted, Suxia refrained from wearing her previous outer garment. After changing her clothes, she rolled on the ground a couple of times and smeared some dirt on her face to appear grimy. She no longer wore her straw hat. Instead, she tied her short hair with a hemp rope into a small bun on top of her head and wrapped it with a piece of torn cloth of a different color, making her look like an ordinary farmer. She carried only a small bundle containing a little food and a water pouch. As for the horse, due to its strong build and marked hooves, she could only store it in her space. With the bundle on her back and a wooden stick in hand, she sat down on the ground, closed her eyes to rest, and awaited the opening of the city gate. Suxia had to admit she was quite fortunate, because just as she finished changing her outfit, she heard the urgent sound of galloping hooves. The sound of iron hooves grew closer, and her heart jumped. Could it be that the soldiers of Anyang County were so swift? But was it really necessary to send people to hunt her down while she was fleeing? It would be better to issue a wanted notice. Although her disguise was now quite different, she still dared not be careless and immediately crouched down in the bushes by the roadside. She looked up towards the official road and saw two people riding in on horseback. Before they reached the city gate, they shouted loudly, "Open the city gate! Quickly open the city gate!" Fortunately, she hadn't impersonated the expedited official troops earlier, otherwise she would have been exposed on the spot and met a grim fate. The shouts of the courier officers awakened the guards at the city gate, and chaos ensued at the entrance. The heavy city gate swung open, and the courier officers rushed into the county town, quickly followed by the gate closing again. The speed was so rapid it felt like a dream. All the refugees at the city gate were awakened, looking bewildered at the horses that dashed by, asking what happened. It seems like it's another expedited service for 800 miles. They had been fleeing for a long time and had encountered the expedited service twice already. In no time, all the refugees wore anxious expressions, their hearts filled with dread. Father, could it be that something happened at the border? No. They said it wouldn't happen, but deep down they were The refugees were deeply worried. Will we still be able to enter the city today? The thought of having to take the mountain paths with bandits lurking there sent them into a panic. The two elders of the Yang family couldn't help but sigh. If we had known, we should have entered the city directly last evening. Hearing this, Yang Laoer turned to his elder brother and complained, "Brother, it's all your fault for insisting on saving that little bit of silver. Now look, if we can't enter the county town, our whole family will be done for." Yang Laoda protested, "How can this be blamed?" His wife also grew angry. "Second brother, this was clearly what we all agreed upon yesterday." "What do you mean by saying?" "Yesterday they specifically asked the officials about the entry fee, which is 50 won per person. If they stay overnight after entering the city, they must pay another 50 won for the overnight fee when they leave the city the next day. Their family consists of more than 20 people. If they had entered the city yesterday, just the entry fee and overnight fee would cost over 2 taels of silver, enough to buy a lot of food. Moreover, after entering the city, they would have to stay at an inn and pay for lodging, which adds up to a significant amount of silver. They had to spend their limited funds wisely." Yang Laodai angrily exclaimed, "It's all your fault. If you had spent 1 tael of silver to enter the city earlier, wouldn't it be better than living in fear now?" Yang Laodai and his wife were furious, and they immediately started arguing with his younger brother and sister-in-law. Yang Laotu was overwhelmed by their quarrel and shouted, "Enough! It's almost dawn. Well, no, once the city gates open. If we can't enter the city, well, just follow others along them. There are so many of us, nothing will happen." Nearby, several families like theirs planned to enter the city early in the morning. They saw how united everyone was, so instead of arguing, they gathered to discuss their next steps. Unlike his eldest and second sons, who had been arguing since they learned to speak, and even now with grandchildren they were still at it. They didn't care about their shame, but he felt embarrassed. Moreover, during this severe drought, their arguments wasted precious water, and their family supply was already limited. Usually he wouldn't bother with their quarrels, but on the road fleeing from disaster, it was crucial not to argue in front of outsiders. If someone learned of their disunity and had ill intentions, they would end up robbed, and there would be no place for the family to cry. Yang Laodai and Yang Laodier glared at each other, each seeing the defiance in the other's eyes. There was nothing they could do. After all, they were twins. Yang Laodier had always wanted to overshadow his elder brother, but he fell short in everything, which naturally frustrated him. Yang Laodai was also unwilling to concede. He was born first and was older, so why should the second brother try to outdo him in everything? The other members of the Yang family looked at Yang Loudeye and Yang Laodier's sulking sighed deeply as they noticed the sky was brightening, yet the city gates remained closed, causing anxiety in their hearts. At the residence of the magistrate of Yuxian, Master Min happily approached Magistrate Liu with a wooden box. Sir, in just the past few days we have collected nearly 100 taels just from entry and overnight fees. Magistrate Liu raised an eyebrow, examined the situation, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, that's considerably more than usual. If we could collect this much every year, I would have no worries about my performance. Master Min smiled and flattered him. Sir, with your astute planning, Yuxian will surely flourish, and your promotion and wealth are just around the corner. Magistrate Liu beamed. Indeed. Currently, drought affects various regions. If I can still deliver the tax silver on time, the governor will surely look favorably upon me. However, this entry fee is far from enough. What he cared about most was the profits from the shops within the city. Have the silver from the shops inside the city been collected? They've just been brought in. There are dozens of carts all piled up in the courtyard. I've already sent someone to guard them. Would you like to take a look, sir? Upon hearing this, Magistrate Liu was both surprised and delighted. His hand trembled with the ledger, almost dropping it to the ground. Dozens of carts. This is extraordinary. He hastily placed the ledger down and said impatiently, Let's go. That is my treasure. I must take a look. The two hurried to the courtyard, and the officials understood the signal and immediately opened the boxes. Magistrate Liu looked at the boxes filled with gold and silver and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, wonderful. Everyone in the office will be rewarded today. Master Min was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. The surrounding officials were ecstatic. With so much silver, even a small share from the magistrate would equal their annual salary. Following the magistrate, they would surely enjoy the feast. Magistrate Liu toyed with the gold ingots, sneering. Ding Zhong and Qin Hongshuan, those two fools still think they can stop the refugees from fleeing south. How can so many people be stopped? However, while they tried to stop the refugees from heading south, they actually facilitated Liu's plans. The common folk around knew that there were bandits in Yuxian, so they were reluctant to pass through there. He was worried about the situation, but unexpectedly help arrived just as he needed it. The counties of Anyang and Shunqing were sending back the displaced, which meant many refugees were being pushed towards the official road to Yuxian, essentially bringing him money. He calculated in his mind, since chaos in the north was inevitable, it would be better for him to collect some money. With a beaming face he laughed. Just from the entry fees alone, I can earn a fortune. By appropriately raising the prices in the county town, I can collect the equivalent of a year's tax revenue in just a few days. Master Min praised. You are wise, sir. Sir, it's time for the supplies from Tianlangzai to bring us silver again. Many refugees have been reluctant to pay the entry fee, so I believe there will be a considerable harvest from Tianlangzai as well. Those fools. The prices of goods in the county town had been standardized by him and raised significantly. Many citizens of Yuxian were unwilling to enter the city to buy things. However, some refugees were truly foolish. They only remembered that entering the city used to cost just 1 won, and now hearing that it costs 50 won per person with another 50 won for an overnight stay, they were reluctant to spend money. In this way, he could filter out the wealthy while extracting silver, achieving 2 goals at once. Unlike Baoshanshan County, where they wouldn't let anyone in without a travel permit. However, some refugees were truly foolish. They only remembered that entering the city used to cost just 1 won, and now hearing that it costs 50 won per person with another 50 won for an overnight stay, they were reluctant to spend money and preferred to walk through the deep mountains and forests. Little did they know there were bandit dens waiting for them in the mountains. Over the years, the bandits from Tianlangzai had stolen a lot of silver, and every year they had to pay taxes to the government, which he enjoyed without interference. When the people from Tianlangzai deliver the goods, we will collect everything. The borders are unstable, we might not be able to stay for long, so we must prepare to leave at any time. Most of the goods sent from Tianlangzai were food. He raised the prices and resold them to the refugees, making it a Norsk business. Master Min nodded, assuring that he would arrange everything properly. However, the number of refugees was increasing, and the reinforcements sent by the court might not last long. Sir, I believe the reinforcements won't be able to stop the northern barbarians. With so much silver collected, the future protection when heading south is more than sufficient. Now I fear the barbarians might suddenly break through the defenses, and at that time we wouldn't be able to outrun their elite troops. In my humble opinion, it would be better to appropriately raise the city entrance fee to stimulate the flow of refugees. Yuxian has maintained an entrance fee of 50 won for several days, causing many refugees to arrive at the city gate in the evening, hoping to save money and stay outside for the night. If they realized that the price would increase the next day, or that they might not be able to enter the city, they would surely panic. This rumor would spread, leading future refugees to directly enter the county town, allowing the inns and shops within the city to profit significantly. Seeing that County Magistrate Liu's expression was softening, Master Min pressed on. Give the refugees some time to deplete the stockpiles of each shop in the city, and then we can leave as soon as possible. County Magistrate Liu's eyes brightened. This plan was excellent. The The refugees are currently reluctant to enter the city due to the expensive entrance fee, so he would force them to go in. He believed that most people would much prefer to pass directly through the county town rather than encounter bandits in the mountains. As for whether the refugees would linger in the county town, with the drought as severe as this, he was thinking of abandoning the city. Moreover, the shops in the county town had conspired with him, requiring refugees to present household registration when buying food or staying at inns. The longer they stayed, the more they would have to pay in extra lodging fees when leaving the city. To save money, the refugees would certainly not stay in the county town for long. You will handle this matter. Just as Master Min was about to leave, he suddenly saw a soldier rushing in anxiously. Sir, it's bad. We have an urgent message from 800 Li. Master Min halted in his tracks, exchanging a worried glance with County Magistrate Liu, fearing that the reinforcements could not hold out. County Magistrate Liu urgently asked, "What does the letter say?" "There are spies within the army who leaked General Xiao's whereabouts, causing the reinforcements to suffer a heavy ambush from the northern barbarians, resulting in heavy casualties. Fortunately, General Xiao is brave and skilled in battle, breaking through the encirclement and slaying the northern barbarian prince, thereby stalling their advance. However, the 30,000 reinforcements led by General Xiao have now dwindled to less than 5,000. If the northern barbarians regroup and attack again, Liaozhou will surely fall. General Xiao is the biological son of General Xiao and has followed his father to guard the border since childhood. Recently, after the military rations were intercepted, General Xiao was ordered to head south and then personally escorted supplies north, while gathering officers from various regions to form a 30,000-strong army to halt the barbarians. Unexpectedly, there were spies within the army, causing severe losses to the reinforcements. How could this happen? County Magistrate Liu immediately panicked. He had originally thought that the 30,000 troops brought by General Xiao could hold out for at least a month, but it turned out that after just a few days, only 5,000 remained. If General Xiao failed to hold the northern barbarians back, wouldn't Liaozhou be? Master, hurry, quickly open the city gates. Collect the entrance fees today and leave first thing tomorrow morning. He did not believe that 5,000 men could withstand the northern barbarian army. It was only a matter of time before the city fell, and he could not sit idly by. However, he was also reluctant to forfeit such a large sum of entrance fees and shop profits. Wait one more day? The northern barbarian army, no matter how fast, could not arrive within a day. They still had time to escape. Master Min immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." Master Min rushed out first, ordering the people in the office to quickly notify the guards to raise the entrance fee from 51 to 501. Next, he arranged for people to pack their belongings. As dawn broke, several teams of soldiers tidied up their clothes, preparing to take their posts. Some were worried and anxiously biting their lips. The border has been breached. The barbarians are setting fires in the mountains. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the reinforcements, the barbarian army might have already entered Liaozhou. Since General Xiao was captured, the volume of urgent letters from 800 Li has noticeably increased these past few days, leaving the county magistrate overwhelmed. Today, yet another urgent letter from 800 Li has made everyone extremely anxious. They were just ordinary soldiers, also afraid that the fire would reach them, wishing they could immediately take off their armor and run away. But if they fled and were caught, their entire family would be implicated. That would be a grave crime. Who wouldn't worry? I don't know what the county magistrate is thinking. Does he really believe that the reinforcements can stop the barbarian army? Even General Xiao was captured. How could General Xiao, no matter how skilled, possibly be better than his father? They truly could not think of anyone else who could halt the barbarians' advance. I'm anxious. If we don't leave now and collect so many entrance fees, if the barbarians catch up, we'll lose. Exactly. A few soldiers looked worried. If I were you, I wouldn't worry so much. What kind of person is the county magistrate? If there is news from the border, he will know it first. As long as the county magistrate doesn't flee, we will be fine. In truth, they too did not understand why the county magistrate remained so calm, but they were very tempted by the entrance fees. The county magistrate tacitly approved the high entrance fees, and a portion of the collected fees would also benefit them. The coins slipped through the magistrate's fingers would be enough for their expenses for a year or two. Let's hurry. Oh, I can't wait to count the coins. Outside the city gate, as dawn broke, Su Xia opened her eyes at the faintest sound. The city gate was opened, and many people were lining up to enter the city. She also got up and walked toward the gate, stopping by the side of the road to observe the situation at the entrance. There were many refugees at the city gate, a chaotic crowd. As soon as the officials emerged, all the refugees quieted down, listening attentively to the officials' instructions. Several officials stood at the city gate inspecting the travel permits. Yushin citizens and those with travel permits stand to the right, and those without permits stand on the left. Anyone who stands incorrectly will never be allowed to enter the city again. Behind them stood a row of imposing officials guarding the entrance. As soon as these words were spoken, the refugees quickly began to move rapidly, splitting into two lines. The officials looked at the refugees cooperating with them and nodded in satisfaction. Yushin citizens and those with travel permits. Wait a moment. The office staff, seeing that the official was about to announce the entrance fee, quickly shouted to interrupt him. The county magistrate has issued a decree. There has been a change in the entrance fee. The person whispered a few words in the official's ear, and the official immediately shouted, Yushin citizens and those with travel permits can enter the city for 100 won each. Those without permits must pay 500 won each. If you wish to stay overnight in the county town, it will cost 500 won per person per day. The young family members were struck as if by lightning. What? 500 won per person? Other refugee families were equally shocked and hurriedly pulled the official to ask, Sir, I inquired about the price just yesterday evening. Wasn't it 50 won per person? How could it have risen tenfold overnight? They had arrived at the city gate too late the previous day, and if they entered to stay the night, they would have to pay again to leave the next day, which was not worth it. So before the city gate closed, they specifically asked the soldiers to clarify the entrance fee, deciding to rest at the city gate tonight and enter the city early the next day to shop, planning to leave in the evening. So before the city gate closed, they specifically asked the crowd wore expressions of despair. Official, how can the price increase so much overnight? 50 won had risen to 500, leaving them with no hope for survival. What difference is there between this and robbery? The officers were busy collecting money with no time to address their grievances. It has risen, so what? Enter if you wish, or don't. What a joke. How could they dare to contradict the magistrate's intention? One officer played the villain while another played the good cop. Given the current situation, my master is risking much to allow you to enter the city for supplies. It is already benevolent of him to let you pass through the city. How can you complain about the entrance fee? Go ask in other counties if they allow you to pass. Even if they do, the entrance fee will never be this low. You are mere refugees. If the magistrate were truly ruthless according to the law, it would be justifiable to have you shot on the spot. They were fortunate not to have gone to Shunshin County, where passing refugees who did not turn back would be shot. Were the lives of refugees worth anything? The crowd was in despair. They knew the officers were correct. If the magistrate did not allow them to leave, they would dare not force their way through. Yet the entrance fee was simply too steep. Without a travel permit, each person would need to pay 500 won to enter the city. Most refugees came with families, and those who were not divided had at least 10 people per household. The entrance fee alone would cost at least 5 taels of silver. Once inside, they were unsure if food and water would be affordable. A family at the front of the line whispered, Father, the entrance fee is so high we don't have that much money. Yes, old man, we don't have a travel permit. To enter the city, we must pay over 5 taels of silver. That amount of money could buy a lot of food. Let's forget about entering the city. But there are bandits in the mountains. There's nothing we can do. We only have a little over 10 taels of silver. Paying the entrance fee will consume nearly 5 taels. If we delay and cannot leave the city, all our savings will be lost. How will we survive after that? The family quickly shouldered their burdens and left the queue. In no time, many refugees who could not afford the fee followed suit. The officers noticed and thought that the first family to leave was like a rotten apple, leading so many refugees to abandon the idea of entering the city. Furious, he stepped forward to block those leaving the line. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? The refugees were startled and hurriedly explained, Official, we are not entering the city. The officer did not care about their excuses. You are wasting our time, at least you must pay. Counting, he saw the family had 13 members and declared 2 taels of silver. The refugees panicked. There were only 13 people in their family, 2 of whom were small children. The officer was demanding 2 taels of silver from them, which calculated to over 150 won per person. The refugees cried in desperation, Official, we truly do not have that much money. If they had money, they wouldn't risk traveling the mountain roads. The officer sneered. He had clearly heard that this family had over 10 taels of silver, yet they dared to lie about being broke. It seemed he had been too merciful. He drew his blade. Now it is 5 taels. If you delay any longer, none of you will be able to leave. You. The old man immediately grabbed his son. Eldest, don't be impulsive. Official, we want to enter the city. We only wanted to step out and see why the line was not moving. One had to admit experience speaks volumes. The officer raised an eyebrow and let out a cold snort. Now that's better. They decided to enter the city, and he could extract another tael from them. Once the family entered the city, they would have to spend all their silver to buy food. There was no need for him to obstruct them further. Before leaving, the officer shot a fierce glare at the other families stepping out of the line. The refugees, sensing the officer's gaze and recalling their earlier conversation, dared not leave and could only grit their teeth and pay to enter the city. Those truly without money had to retreat step by step until they were out of sight of the officer before sneaking away. Upon hearing that one could enter the city without a travel permit, Su Xia quickly joined the queue. The line kept moving, and she was now in the middle of it, witnessing the farce being forcefully suppressed by the officers. One had to admit these officers were quite heartless. However, there was nothing to be done, as this was a county town, and the other side had knives and men. No one dared to be the first to resist. After all, being able to enter the city without a travel permit was already good enough. One might not encounter this shop again after passing this village. Moreover, according to the officers, one could pass directly through the city, which was much more comfortable than traveling the mountain roads. She followed closely behind the line, hoping that if the prices of food and water in the city were acceptable, she could stock up before continuing her journey. She just wasn't sure how large Yushin County was, or how long she would need to stay inside. She planned to ask the shopkeeper about the prices once she was able to buy something. She tiptoed to see the commotion ahead. The officers were each performing their duties. Some were checking travel permits, others were verifying household registrations and recording the names of those entering the city, while others were responsible for collecting fees. The officers coordinated well, though it was clear they had been doing this for quite some time. However, before she had time to think further, the line beside her erupted again. A wealthy family with a travel permit approached the city gate, thinking they could pass after paying the fee. To their surprise, the officers, seeing their 4 strong horses, forcibly demanded 2 of them. 2 officers examined the horses, chatting as if no one else was around. "These 2 horses are excellent. The master will certainly like them." One of them reached out to pat the horse, his face beaming. "This one is truly robust. It seems this family has taken good care of it." They were completely unconcerned about appearances, as if discussing their own possessions. Du Zhongwen and Du Jingwu, the 2 brothers, realized this was bad. They were eyeing their horses. What to do? Their cart could carry people and goods, and if the officers took their horses, they would have to carry their own food. 2 horses were worth at least over 100 taels in this desolate year. The officers were truly greedy, collecting the entrance fee while also trying to seize their horses. Du Jingwu looked troubled. "Official, this. No wonder those with travel permits had a lower entrance fee. It turned out they were planning to seize their horses. It is a blessing for you that the official has taken a liking to your horses." The officer ignored his expression and walked around the cart, inspecting the horses with satisfaction. "The soldiers at the border don't need such fine horses. Your family has many. Giving 2 to the government counts as a contribution to the border troops." This was an exaggeration meant to morally blackmail and pressure the family into compliance. He could easily seize them, but preferred to leave a line of retreat as long as he got their 2 horses. Du Jingwu thought that these officers were indeed insatiable, and a heavy stone hung in his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. However, Du Jingwu had dealt with shrewd people for many years and had seen much of the world. He did not immediately show a frown. Instead, he approached with a smile and took out 2 ingots weighing 5 taels of silver each, saying, "Esteemed officials, guarding the city is hard work. This is a humble offering from the commoner. I am not exaggerating. You truly have a discerning eye. This horse indeed looks robust." To deal with such people, one must first flatter them. If he were to refuse directly or confront them heated, he would incur greater losses. The officials were flattered, and their eyes shone at the sight of the silver. Seeing no one was watching, they quickly tucked it into their sleeves. "Given your perceptiveness, I will only require 1 horse. Although 2 horses would be reported to the county magistrate, they could privately pocket this 10 taels of silver." Du Zingwa's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, and he took out 2 more ingots of silver to hand to the officials. With a hesitant look, he continued, "To be honest, I chose them because they looked sturdy, but I did not expect to be deceived by the horse dealer. These 2 horses are quite stubborn. They eat more than my whole family, every day drinking 2 buckets of water each. Furthermore, perhaps they were injured while hauling goods, and they can't run fast at all. Even battle horses, once they have pulled goods, develop an invisible restraint. They feel as though they always have a load to carry and are afraid to run freely like they would on the battlefield. Some might not even be able to jump over narrow rivers." The officials wanted horses primarily for riding, and these 2 were not the best choice. The key point is these 2 horses are somewhat limping. The officials, looking skeptical, walked around the horses again, failing to notice their limp. He had at least accepted 4 ingots of silver and did not deliberately make things difficult for Du Jingwu, but still wore an unhappy expression. "You wouldn't be unwilling, would you?" Du Jingwu quickly waved his hands, anxious and uneasy, saying, "No, esteemed official, how could you say that?" To show his sincerity, he directly instructed the guards to unload the cart. As the guards were unloading the cart, the 2 horses seemed unable to support themselves. The right front leg suddenly trembled, and if not for several people holding onto the cart, both horse and cart would have probably fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Du Jingwu couldn't help but curse, "You damned lame horse, it's your fortune that the esteemed official has taken a liking to you, yet you are so useless." "Esteemed official, I said this thing is stubborn. It doesn't even understand how to pull goods and nearly caused my family to fall. If you truly wish to keep it, you must pay attention to these issues to avoid dropping the county magistrate." The officials looked at them with an impatient expression. All right, you can go." They had not genuinely wanted the horses. Now that they had received 20 taels of silver, they were already overjoyed. These 2 horses clearly had issues. If they were to run on the road and their legs gave out, wouldn't that leave him behind? Upon hearing this, Du Jingwu quickly expressed his gratitude and feigned flattering words about the officials. He then eagerly instructed the guards to lead the horses into the city. As soon as he entered the city, his expression changed. "Bah, what a bunch of heartless scoundrels." The others from the Du family also cursed the officials under their breath. Du Jingwen, with a look of lingering fear, said, "Second brother, you were quite clever just now. After all, the horses had nearly been confiscated by the officials. Furthermore, that move by the second brother had been exceedingly dangerous, almost causing their nephew, who was sitting in the cart, to fall out. Du Jingwu was also left with no choice, alas. That was indeed quite risky. Fortunately, these two horses have some spirit. They had raised these two horses since they were young, and after spending so much time together, they could even understand some human speech. His youngest son had a limp, and the horses often mimicked him. When the guard swayed over to the horses, they immediately started mimicking as well. Du Jingwu originally had no hope, but did not expect to truly save them. Lucky to have set my sights on these two. If it were the other two, it wouldn't have been so easy to get through. These two horses make my youngest son happy, so I never scrimped on their food, which is why they have grown a bit sturdier. However, these officials are truly shameless. They not only collected a hefty city entry fee, but also have designs on the horses. This is just the beginning. I fear things will only get tougher from here on out, and I don't know how much longer they can use their horses. Outside the city, Su Xia, waiting in line, couldn't help but sweat when she saw that the rich family had finally made it into the city. Fortunately, she decisively stored her horse in her space earlier. Otherwise, if she had to lead a horse alone, not only would the officials forcibly confiscate it, but they would likely also scour her belongings. These officials are becoming increasingly rampant. It seems the urgent letter sent earlier this morning was not good news. The situation at the border may be even more severe. She must hurry to leave this place of troubles. Su Xia quickened her pace, closely following the line. Due to the increased city entry fee, it now required several taels of silver just to enter nearly the entire family's savings for many people. Therefore, some would rather risk taking the mountain roads than spend money to enter the city. Moreover, no one can guarantee whether they will encounter bandits. It would be better to gamble on the mountain roads than to have their fortunes plundered by officials now. However, since someone had previously attempted to leave the line and was extorted by the officials, they did not dare to leave openly. The refugees could only step back one by one, allowing those willing to enter the city to take the lead. Seeing the refugees in front actively making way, Su Xia immediately stepped forward and soon found herself at the front of the line. Upon reaching the front, she overheard a family arguing. They were being watched by the officials, just like the previous family. With no way to retreat, they could only complain about those who suggested staying outside the city yesterday. Su Xia felt a headache coming on and quickly quickened her pace, saying, "Are you going or not? If not, I'm leaving." The family was taken aback at her words and turned to see a thin, dark-skinned boy. Where did this brat come from trying to cut in line? He even covered his face with ragged clothes. Is he ashamed of his appearance, or what? His family was numerous and initially intended to scold Su Xia, but upon seeing the officials' gaze, they instantly shrank back. Who says we aren't leaving? At last, this family stopped arguing. After they entered the city, Su Xia immediately took out her household registration. In front of the officials, she rummaged through her pockets to gather 500 copper coins, waiting for the officials to let her pass. "Your name is Li Guden. From Yongzhou. There's another named Li Goxing on the registration. Isn't he coming into the city?" It was indeed a household check, and they were asking quite a lot. Su Xia, like the other refugees, bent over saying, "Yes, esteemed official. My name is Li Guden. Li Goxing is my brother. We encountered bandits on the road, and my brother was killed by them while trying to protect me." Her voice was low and choked as she buried her head and cried occasionally, using her sleeve to wipe away non-existent tears. She had initially planned to pass herself off as Su Xiao, but given the large number of Su family members claiming they all died, and that only Su Xiao survived, might draw the officials' attention. The Blackspot brothers who robbed her that night were simple-minded. They not only gave her 2 knives, but also tossed her a household registration, which was just handy. The household registration primarily contains a person's name, age, place of origin, and physical characteristics such as height and build. The Li family's household registration states that the one with a black mole is the elder brother named Li Goxing. The other one is named Li Guden, only described as having 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, short and thin, with a physique not much different from Su Xia. However, Li Guden is a few years older than her. But her face is covered in dirt and her head is wrapped in tattered cloth, looking as miserable as can be, now bowing her head and crying so humbly that even the soldiers find it hard to look at her. The soldiers showed no sympathy for her. Their inquiry about Li Goxing was merely to collect more silver. This kid's family was nearly wiped out, leaving only him with a pitifully flattened bundle that clearly indicated he was a pauper. Those 500 copper coins were all scraped together from the empty bundle. Unlike the family she encountered earlier, which had 7 members and should have had 3 or 5 taels of silver, the soldiers deliberately did not prepare the scales, so they ended up collecting nearly 5 taels of broken silver. The weighing scale dingzy primarily used to measure small amounts of valuable items such as gold, silver, jewelry, and herbs. When weighing silver, scissors are also used to cut the silver. Your household registration shows 2 people. This amount of copper coins is not enough. You need to pay an extra 200 copper coins. Su Xia heard this, and the good face she had forced was about to crack. How heartless are these people, even wanting to collect money from the deceased? She knew that the soldiers coveted even the horses of wealthy households, and now that they saw her as easy prey, they would certainly not let her go easily. Sir, does this mean that my deceased brother can also enter the city? This person was so blinded by money that had she known, she would have brought a corpse with her. Stop the nonsense, pay 200 copper coins more, and he'll let you in. Susia. Those who recognize the situation are wise as she honestly rummaged through her bundle again, taking out a handful of copper coins and pulling a few more from her shoes. She counted them, exactly 200. She couldn't give more. Yet since she had to comply, she wanted to disgust the soldiers. The soldiers were somewhat disdainful and did not take the copper coins, instead pulling her bundle to search through it. As the first person to be searched by the soldiers, Su Xia felt utterly defeated. Sir, I truly have no... I just wanted to enter the city to see if there were any wealthy households willing to buy someone. Oh, I work efficiently and don't need pay, just something to eat. The soldiers ignored her completely. Upon opening the bundle, they found only a set of stinky clothes and a small bag of black flour. Even beggars in the city had more money than her. He disdainfully glanced at the copper coins Su Xia was holding, which she had pulled from her shoes. This person was reeking all over, and those feet must smell worse. Throw it in the basket. Collecting an extra 200 coins barely allowed him to let her pass. Su Xia smiled innocently and hurriedly stepped forward to toss the coins into the basket. As she threw the coins, she took a glance at the coins and broken silver piled high in the basket, all looted from the people. Unfortunately, there were many soldiers guarding it. With a scare but no danger, she finally entered the city. This was her first time witnessing the scene inside the county town of Li Country. Originally curious, but after a few glances, she found it was just so-so. The common people in the county town were not as wealthy as she had imagined. Some were still in patched clothes, worried about their livelihoods. Su Xia thought about needing to pay 500 coins for lodging and immediately dared not delay. She looked around, originally wanting to pull someone to ask for directions and casually inquire about how long it would take to reach another city gate, but the townspeople treated the refugees with indifference. No, they only paid attention to those refugees who wanted to buy something. Except for a few who were forced by the soldiers to hand over all their family savings to enter the city, the others coming in were all people with spare money. Because they still had some spare change, and now that they had finally arrived at a county town where they could replenish food and water, they naturally would not miss the opportunity to buy supplies. But the prices in the city were unreasonably high. Su Xia approached a shop, lifted her leg to enter, but saw a family coming out with worried faces, muttering, "A bucket of water costs 400 coins. What are they selling? It's simply jade dew." In normal years, water was free, but with the drought, water became a scarce resource, initially costing 1 coin per bucket, gradually increasing to 10 and 20 coins. Now it actually costs 400 coins. Who can afford that? Food is the same. Normally black flour costs only a few coins per pound. Now even black flour is 36 coins per pound. This is simply a black shop. The reason food prices haven't skyrocketed as much as water is that they are more in need of water than food. It's undeniable that the shops in the county town know how to squeeze them. Let's ask elsewhere. No wonder Yuxian allowed them into the city. It turns out they had this intention. An entry fee of 500 coins per person was already considered exorbitant, and now a bucket of water costs 400 coins. This is all their hard-earned money. Someone like Su Xia had just reached the shop entrance and had not yet entered when they overheard this and instinctively took a step back. What family can afford water at 400 coins per bucket? Originally thinking they could buy some things after entering the city, they didn't expect it to be so expensive. If they buy food and water, they will have no silver left. The shopkeeper saw many customers frightened away by that family and quickly turned to glare at them, coldly sneering, "A bunch of poor ghosts. If you can't afford it, hurry up and scram." When they ask elsewhere, they will find out that this is the price in the city. The refugees' faces turned red with shame. They wanted to step forward to argue, but in the end reason triumphed over anger. This is someone else's territory, and they dared not act rashly. Seeing the shopkeeper's attitude so terrible, Su Xia hesitated for a moment, then turned to another shop. "Shopkeeper, how much is food and water?" "The water is 400 coins per bucket, and the grain prices are written. You can check for yourself." Upon hearing this, Su Xia exclaimed that she couldn't afford it. Just as the previous refugee said, what they are selling is not food and water, it is clearly gold. Perhaps these grains themselves did not realize they were worth so much. Just as Su Xia was hesitating, she saw the shopkeeper walk over to the wooden board and remove the sign, saying 400 coins, replacing it with a new one. 500 coins. This. Did the price really jump by 100 coins in the blink of an eye? She really didn't see it wrong. Scoundrel. At such a high price, who can still afford it? Before Su Xia's thoughts could settle, she saw a man dressed in luxurious clothing striding into the shop, wealthy, and shouting, "Shopkeeper, fill me up with 20 buckets of water." "Sure, honored guest." The shopkeeper beamed with delight and immediately had the shop assistant help carry the water. Seeing Su Xia in ragged clothes, he couldn't be bothered to spare her a glance. "Are you buying or not? If not, don't block the way." Su Xia has not yet reached the point of needing to buy exorbitantly priced water. She comforted herself in her heart, reminding herself that she was heading south, and would eventually find water, it would be more advantageous to stock up on free water later. There was enough water in her space to drink, but she had no extra water for washing. She could endure this period. Being a bit messy was acceptable. After all, the overall environment was like this, and being too clean would attract attention. Though she thought this way, she instinctively turned her head to scrutinize the people entering the shop. Everyone here was fleeing from disaster, yet one person looked rather affluent, clearly a wealthy individual, and the several carriages outside were likely theirs. 20 barrels of water for 10 taels of silver. What wealth! If she were a rich woman with tens of thousands of taels in hand, she would buy several barrels for bathing, even if they cost a tael each, let alone 500 won per barrel. But for now she was just a standby wealthy woman. As Susia walked, she noticed an attendant carrying a barrel of water filled only to 7/10 of its height. She even heard the wealthy customer complaining, "Shopkeeper, why is there so much sand in this water?" The shopkeeper, however, seemed unconcerned and replied with pride, "Dear customer, this water is drawn from the well. During dry weather the well water flows slowly and is murky, so sand naturally gets mixed in." The shopkeeper, however, seemed unconcerned and replied with pride, "Dear customer, this water is drawn from the well. During dry weather the well water flows slowly. They draw the water from the well and toss in a handful of dry dirt to make it appear more. This barrel of water, already only 7/10 full, contained more than half mud and sand, equating to about 15 to 20 gene of water. 1 gene of water starts at 25 won. If a person completely refrains from drinking water, they would show signs of dehydration in about 3 days, experiencing extreme thirst, dizziness, and fatigue, leading to death in just a few days. Thus, water is the source of life, highlighting its importance. That wealthy customer had already bought water from several shops and was well aware of how unscrupulous these merchants were. Arguing was pointless. He handed the silver to the shopkeeper, pouring all the clearer water into his large barrel and returning the remaining mud and sand to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gestured to the attendant to fetch a wooden barrel, busy biting on a silver ingot and laughing heartily, completely unbothered to fetch the barrel himself. Seeing the shopkeeper silently earning 20 taels, Susia couldn't help but feel tempted. If only the water in her space were inexhaustible, she could become immensely wealthy just by selling water. Of course, she could only think about it. If she tried to sell her water, she would surely be swarmed and trampled to death. Susia turned to a bun shop, spending 15 won to buy the cheapest black steamed bun to gather information. "Old lady, if I want to head south, which gate is the most convenient to exit? How long will it take?" The bun seller glanced at her attire, made a judgment in her heart, and concluded that she was not wealthy. She replied in a flat tone, looking at the time, "If you keep walking, you will at least reach the south gate by the time of the 5th hour. Susia paused her chewing. "Is the county town very large? Why does it take so long to walk through?" Now it was April, around the time of the rabbit hour when daybreak occurred, and the dog hour when night fell, making the daylight quite long. When she entered the city, she had heard someone mention that the gates of Yushin opened at the rabbit hour, but she hadn't delayed too long upon entering. It was likely around a quarter past the rabbit hour now. If she kept walking without stopping, it would take about 3.5 hours to reach the 5th hour. Seeing that the old lady was silent, Susia gritted her teeth and silently took out 15 copper coins to buy another bun. After depositing the coins, Susia looked expectantly at the old lady. The old lady seemed like a machine from a high-tech society, incredibly responsive, and immediately opened the valve at her mouth after receiving the coins. The county town isn't that big. It takes 3/4 of an hour to walk slowly, and 2/4 if you walk quickly. However, the authorities set up checkpoints at intervals, and everyone must pay 100 won to pass through. If you want to leave the city before the gates close, you must pay a full tael of silver. Each checkpoint requires waiting in line, and with the officers deliberately delaying time, it would indeed be late to exit the city. The old lady, like a watergate that suddenly lost power, saw Susia deposit the coins and became chatty proudly, saying, "You must have noticed, young brother, that prices in the county town are extremely high. This is all thanks to the county magistrate. Now, during this drought, the citizens of the county town are struggling to get by. The county magistrate, to help us sustain our livelihoods, has willingly damaged his reputation by setting up checkpoints, just so you can stay in the city for a night. This way, small stalls in shoe shops and various shops within the county can earn money, and the officers can collect one more night's lodging fee." The old lady spoke with enthusiasm, her face filled with admiration for the county magistrate, even believing he was doing something very correct. Susia's expression was one of speechlessness. The government setting up checkpoints was merely obstructing the flow of refugees. If they moved slowly, they would inevitably spend. Merchants in the county town were the beneficiaries, naturally pleased. If she were a local resident and unaware of the news of the border city being breached, she might also think the magistrate was a great person. After all, this was an opportunity for the entire county to prosper. Just selling water could fill their pockets, not to mention food, lodging, and other expenses. But it was a hardship for those of them fleeing. Did these merchants know that for every few taels of silver they earned, a family lost hope? Moreover, having tasted the sweetness of profit, if they later learned about the breach of the border city, many would surely stay for the sake of profit. In this way, the outflow of Yuxian's populace could be effectively controlled. One must say the county magistrate of Yuxian was indeed more calculating than that of Anyang. Only the magistrate had the ability to learn of news in advance. The common people were not so fortunate. By the time they realized the barbarian army was attacking, it would be too late. But the old lady shot Su Xia a glare after hearing the words, "Little brother, one can eat randomly, but one shouldn't speak." The county magistrate said that General Xiao has already led reinforcements north. Such a powerful general will surely make the northern barbarians flee in terror. Is that so? The old lady thought he was envious of their profits and angrily said, "Are you buying buns or not? If not, then don't block my business." Su Xia had already eaten 3 buns and gathered the information she wanted, so she naturally would not continue to chew on overpriced buns. She said nothing more and focused on hurrying on her journey, hoping to leave the county before nightfall. Seeing him turn to leave, the old lady hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait. If you don't want to pay, there is still a way." She pulled out a piece of paper from a corner. "I have a rough map here. If you follow the route drawn on it and hurry, you'll surely be able to leave the city sooner." Su Xia took the paper and glanced at it, asking, "How much is it?" She understood that the common people in the county town were quite shrewd. No one would get up early without a profit. The old lady chuckled, "This is my first time selling this. Others charge 301, but I will only charge you 251. 250. She was cursing her. Su Xia's hand shook as she held the paper, decisively rejecting, "Goodbye, old lady." The old lady stood there in shock, seemingly not expecting him to be so resolute. After all, crossing the checkpoint requires 1 or 2 silver, and by following this sketch, she could leave the city for just 251. Although it was tiring, she would save 751. The old lady looked disdainfully at Su Xia's departing figure, silently mocking, "This young man clearly isn't clever. Without a sketch, he just wanders around the city. Oh, just buying water would be enough to drain all his money." Unaware of the old lady's thoughts, Su Xia returned the sketch and almost ran away, fearing the old lady would catch her and say, "You must pay even to take a look." She ran into an alley, sat down, and seriously recalled the sketch she had just seen, using her mind to control a branch to draw a route map in the air. After examining it, Su Xia discovered that she could leave the city with only 4 or 5 turns, but due to the officials' checkpoints, there would be considerable delays on the way. If she didn't want to spend money, she would have to take a longer route around the city, increasing her travel distance by at least 4. After some consideration, she decided to skip 2 more circuitous routes, spending 201 to pass through 2 checkpoints, allowing her to leave the city earlier, a deal that was not a loss. Once Su Xia determined her route, she instantly entered a running state, as she only had a single burden, making it quite easy. Those who saw her would have thought she was a beggar in the city attempting to rob. However, the refugees were unaware that due to the operations of the county magistrate, a few small beggars in the county town were even wealthier than them. This was because beneath the dilapidated temple they lived and flowed a hidden river. However, the refugees were unaware that due to the operations of the county magistrate, a few small beggars in the county town were even wealthier than them. This was because beneath the dilapidated temple they lived and flowed a. The beggars living in the dilapidated temple were frightened and worried about further collapses, forcing them to leave the temple in search of a new place to stay. In the county town, there were limited places to settle, and a few young beggars unable to compete with adults were ultimately forced to continue staying in the broken temple. One day, one of the young beggars heard some movement from the hole and bravely crawled inside to check, unexpectedly discovering a hidden river with ice-cold, delicious water flowing. It is worth noting that water was scarce everywhere due to the drought, and although the river in the broken temple was slowly drying up, it had not run dry, making them feel as if they had discovered a gold mine. In recent days, they survived by selling water from the hidden river, and nearly everyone had earned dozens of silver taels. In the past, they couldn't even dare to dream of such fortune. Sudden wealth indeed brought joy, but they were still young. If discovered, other beggars would certainly return to the broken temple to fight for the water source. The 6 of them decided to block the dark entrance beneath the broken temple with stone slabs, with only they knowing how to access it. Worried that former colleagues might discover their secret, even though they had earned silver, they did not dare to dress in an attention-grabbing manner and could only continue to sell water in the county town disguised as beggars. Su Xia's figure flashed by, startling the few beggars who were secretly selling water, and they could not help but ask, where did that person who just passed by come from? Looking at her direction, it was clear she was heading towards the broken temple. Could it be that she discovered our secret base? Let's go follow her. We must not let her find out. Su Xia ran down 2 streets and noticed something was wrong, as someone was following her. She remembered how she had been robbed before and instinctively classified the person trailing her as another potential robber. She touched her flat bundle, utterly puzzled. She had no valuable items on her, so why would they follow her? Su Xia immediately quickened her pace. As long as she ran fast enough, the person behind could not catch up to her. However, she forgot one thing: this was her first time in Yuxian County Town, and being unfamiliar with the routes, she often took detours. After running through several streets, she encountered 3 ragged children at the entrance of a small alley. Before Su Xia could speak, the tallest boy among them pretended to be calm and took the initiative to question where did this outsider beggar come from to cause trouble in our territory. However, he was still young, not taller than Su Xia, and no matter how he tried to act, he couldn't project much authority. Su Xia, who is the beggar? She looked at the bulging things in the arms of the others. It was clear they were traces of silver. All right, she was a beggar. She just wanted to leave the city quickly and didn't want to cause trouble and just passing by. Who would believe you? Aside from beggars, hardly anyone would come here. No one would believe he was just passing by. Gao Xiaoping was the oldest among the 3 children and was quite shrewd. Hearing this, he concluded that he was lying and thought they should have captured him red-handed. The youngest sure and couldn't hide his thoughts, and having been nervous selling water these days, he felt uneasy and instinctively asked, "Did you discover something?" This person must have seen them secretly selling water and discovered the secret of the broken temple, intending to steal water while they were out selling. Su Xia was utterly confused as she had just arrived in the county town. What could she have discovered? Could they be secret agents sent by the officials just to drive her back to the main road and make her pay to pass the checkpoint? But why did that person keep looking towards the right side of the broken temple while speaking? Shuren noticed he was looking at the temple and his pupils constricted. You really discovered the secret of the temple. Xiaopengxi, I guessed right. This person is here to steal water. What should we do? Gao Xiaoping tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression very stiff, not expecting Shuren to be so foolish. Upon hearing this, Su Xia's eyes lit up. A broken temple water. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Seeing him show a look of joy, Gao Xiaoping immediately became anxious and trembled all over. This person looked older than them. If he wanted to steal water, could they handle him? He saw that Shuren, this clumsy teammate, still wanted to speak and immediately signaled to Achong. Achong quickly covered Shuren's mouth, not allowing him to speak any further. He didn't discover anything. It was you who told him. Shuren's eyes widened in disbelief at how foolish he had been, looking at the 2 beside him with guilt. Gao Xiaoping assessed the person across from him. After some thought, he figured it would be easy for the 3 of them to capture him, but he was worried that he might shout and attract the officials or other townspeople. This person already knows there is water in the dilapidated temple. Even if he hasn't found the entrance now, he will come back to look for it in the future. If he tells others, it will soon be discovered by many. They are all children and cannot compete with the adults. In the future, they will be unable to drink water. Gao Xiaoping is still young, clever, but not ruthless enough. Big brother, could you please not tell anyone? Su Xia heard the pleading voice and paused for a moment, originally thinking that the 3 would chase her down and desperately block her path. If they couldn't block her, they would have resorted to violence rather than begging her not to speak of it. After all, only the dead can keep secrets forever. But these 3 children evidently still had a conscience. In a year of disaster, they are too weak to safeguard their water source. She may be the first to discover their secret, but she certainly won't be the last. Su Xia thought for a moment and sincerely asked, "Do you want to sell your water?" Gao Xiaoping's eyes lit up. You want to buy water? He originally thought the person would just snatch it directly. After all, previously Xiao Yu had been robbed when selling water with Shuren. Since then, they have been selling water with Gao Xiaoping leading Achong and Shuren, while the other 3 girls stayed to guard the dilapidated temple. Achong saw that Gao Xiaoping wanted to sell water, yet the temple was just nearby. This person would soon discover the entrance to the underground river. He hurriedly pulled Gao Xiaoping aside. "Brother Xiaoping, can we trust him?" Gao Xiaoping frowned, hesitating. He doesn't seem like a bad person. They had begged in the county town for years, encountering many good and bad people. This person was different from the bad people they had met before. There was no disdain or murderous intent in his eyes. "Big brother, we don't have buckets. We only have water pouches. We have saved 10 bags of water, each bag 2 Jin, and we can sell it to you for 21 per bag. If you want to buy, you need something to carry the water with. Since buckets are too conspicuous, they could only sell water with the pouches on the street. When someone wants to buy water, they find a secluded place to pour the water from the pouch. If the customer wants the pouch, they have to pay extra. But this person is strange, carrying only a bundle. It's unclear whether he has a water pouch inside. How much do you want to buy?" Su Xia calculated, this price is at least half cheaper than what other vendors sell, equating to 10 won per Jin. In fact, Su Xia wanted to give them some silver to take her to the water source, so she could fill all the empty wooden barrels in her space. But evidently these children do not trust her and are very afraid she would tell. Before Su Xia could speak, 2 people walked out from the opposite side. They came fiercely. "You are indeed here." Achong and Shuren were frightened and turned to see 2 people standing behind them. They were the shopkeepers of 2 stores in the county. Shuren's heart raced anxiously. "Brother Xiaoping, it's bad. We've been discovered. Run." But before the 3 could take 2 steps, they were blocked. There were 2 more people on the other side, 4 people blocking them in all directions, making escape impossible. What do we do? They must have been discovered for selling water at low prices in the city. These merchants had banded together to corner them. The leader is a middle-aged man, raising his chin and looking down at them through his nostrils. He noticed 3 small children standing together alongside a thin black man. The 4 of them were dressed in rags, unmistakably a gang. He sneered, "So it's 4 filthy beggars. You 4 have been secretly selling water in the city, ruining our business." Seeing them all silent, the middle-aged man instinctively assumed that the tallest one was their leader. His angry gaze fixed on Su Xia. "You filthy brat, do you know that the water prices in the county are set personally by the county magistrate? How dare you sell water secretly? You must be tired of living." Su Xia suddenly found herself in the position of the leader among the beggars, which was somewhat unsettling. Seeing this, Su Xia secretly thought this little beggar was somewhat righteous. He was clearly afraid, but stood bravely in front to shield his... The 3 of them backed up, aligning themselves with Su Xia. Gao Xiaoping's unintentional action solidified Su Xia's status as the leader of the beggars. Seeing this, Su Xia secretly thought this little beggar was somewhat righteous. He was clearly afraid, but stood bravely in front to shield his 2 younger brothers from the storm. The middle-aged man, relying on their stature, did not take these 4 children seriously at all. He glared at Su Xia threateningly, saying, "You better tell me where the water is hidden, otherwise don't blame me." Su Xia laughed upon hearing this. The last person who threatened her to hand over food must be rotting in the ground. What do you want to do to be rude? She held the wooden stick in her hand, leisurely assessing the 4 men. These 4 must be merchants in the city. The leading middle-aged man wore a silver hair crown with a clear jade hairpin, inserted a jade ring on his thumb, and a leather belt adorned with jade discs around his plump waist. She liked it. The middle-aged man was unaware he had caught Su Xia's attention. Hearing his words made him laugh in anger. "You ask for trouble. I want to see whose bones are harder, yours or our fists. Don't kill them all, especially the biggest one. We need him alive to reveal where the water is hidden." Su Xia sneered. These people, in their eagerness to seize water, truly did not value human life. She also wanted to see if their skulls were harder or her stick. Gao Xiaoping mistook Su Xia's silence for fear. He looked at her nervously, his face pleading, "Big brother, please don't tell them. If these people found out there was water beneath the dilapidated temple, they would definitely send someone to retrieve it, which would expose Xiao Yu and the others." Xiao Yu and the others are different. They are 3 girls. They have begged for years, accustomed to people's indifference and cruelty, fully aware of how difficult it is for girls to survive. If Xiao Yu and the others were discovered by bad people, they would surely be sold into a brothel. Even if they weren't sold there, they would suffer inhumane abuse. Shuren tugged at Su Xia's sleeve, nearly kneeling down, and whispered pleadingly, "Big brother, we will give you all the water. Please don't tell anyone." Su Xia shook off his hand. "A real man, what are you crying for? If you don't want to be robbed, stand up and fight them." These 3 children have good hearts, but in chaotic times, kind-hearted people do not survive long. They are beggars in the city, oppressed since childhood, easily bullied, yet there is no rule stating they must remain weak forever.